This is a world centered around little ponies, and it's also my favorite animated show. The protagonist feels like they have crossed over into the world they longed for, making up for the regrets of the ending and compensating for their childhood. Chapter 1. Past Life. Your fate often does not change according to your will. When you're truly desperate, perhaps that is when your redemption arrives. My name is Wong Lin. My father's surname is Wong, and my mother's surname is Lin. So, this is just too casual, right? People often say you should be the protagonist of your own life, but I realize, haha, this protagonist is still a tragic one. Wong Lin was sleeping in bed when his mother walked in and gently said, "Little lazy bug, why aren't you getting up? Just look at the time." Wong Lin turned over and said in a spoiled manner, "Mom, just let me sleep a little longer, just a bit." Seeing Wong Lin acting spoiled like this, his mother rolled her eyes in resignation, thinking, "Son, although you inherited your mother's good skin and your father's handsome face, you can't be the spoiled that if someone didn't know better, they might think you were a girl acting spoiled. But you do look a bit like a girl, with red eyes that are even more attractive. If you change your clothes, you definitely look even more like one. But why did my son turn out like this?" Just as Wong Lin's mother was lost in self-doubt, Wong Lin kept his word and got up after a while, looking at his mother who was still dazed and wondering what she was thinking. Wong Lin helplessly said, "Mom, stop daydreaming. Let's hurry downstairs. Dad is probably waiting anxiously." After Wong Lin went to the bathroom, he took his toothbrush, squeezed some toothpaste, and started brushing. After brushing for more than 10 minutes, he spat out the foam and washed his face. He had still felt a bit sleepy, but after washing his face, he immediately felt much more awake. When he went downstairs, Wong Lin saw his mother sitting at the table having breakfast along with his father. After sitting down, Wong Lin also began to eat. Since it's a rule in our house not to talk while eating, no one spoke during breakfast, but this is also a good habit. After finishing breakfast, Wong Lin and his mother took their seats in the back of the car while his father sat in the driver's seat. Once they were settled, Dad started the car. On the way, Dad said, "By the way, tomorrow is Saturday, so why don't we go on a road trip together? What do you guys think?" After thinking for a moment, Mom replied, "Sure, after dropping off her dear Wong Lin at school today, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some necessary things." Dad immediately replied, like a devoted husband, "Then I'll take you. I don't have anything to do today." Wong Lin felt a bit shy and flushed when he heard his mother call him dear, but he rolled his eyes at Dad's words. And so, they chatted and laughed all the way. After arriving at school, Wong Lin got out of the car and said to his parents, "Goodbye, Dad and Mom. See you in the afternoon." Dad replied, "Goodbye, son." Mom said, "Goodbye, my dear son." Wong Lin didn't think much when he heard Dad's words, but when he heard Mom's, he almost stumbled, thinking, "Geez, how embarrassing." Wong Lin hurriedly ran into the school. His parents exchanged a glance and smiled. Then Dad drove away from the school towards the supermarket. On the way, Mom said, "In a few days, it's our dear son's birthday. How do you think we should celebrate it?" Dad thought about the calendar and realized it was indeed Wong Lin's birthday in a few days, saying, "How about we book a restaurant to celebrate our son's birthday properly?" Mom happily nodded and said, "All right, it's settled then." When Dad saw the red light, he stopped, and when the green light came on and he was about to turn, a large truck carrying flammable gas, instead of stopping at the red light, accelerated right through. Before Dad could react to dodge, the truck crashed right into them. The collision between the truck full of flammable gas and the car generated heat and damaged the gas tank, leading to a clear outcome. After the crash, the truck exploded, and since the car was closest to the truck, it was also engulfed by flames and the explosion. Pedestrians nearby were startled by the explosion, and after a few seconds of staring at the sea of flames, someone called the fire department. Wong Lin sat in the classroom, listening to the math teacher drone on about topics that could put anyone to sleep, and almost everyone behind him had slumped over. Wong Lin was also about to doze off when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, accompanied by palpitations, as if something bad had happened, as if something or someone important was leaving him. After shaking his head to dismiss those thoughts, just then our Chinese teacher, the homeroom teacher, came over and called Wong Lin out. When they arrived at the office, Wong Lin saw his grandparents sitting there. Upon seeing him, they said to the homeroom teacher, "Teacher, we have some family matters, so we need to take a few days off." The homeroom teacher didn't ask much and nodded in agreement. But when looking at Wong Lin, there was a hint of obscure emotion in her gaze. Wong Lin couldn't understand it and could only follow his grandparents, confused, as they drove to the hospital. He was very puzzled. Could it be that Mom and Dad are sick? When his grandparents took him into the morgue and he saw the two bodies covered with white sheets on the gurneys, Wong Lin felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Looking at those two covered bodies, Wong Lin's mouth trembled and tears flowed down his face uncontrollably. Wong Lin didn't want to believe that things were as he imagined. Perhaps he was mistaken. But reality was just as he dreaded. Seeing this, his grandparents couldn't hold back their tears either, for they had raised him, and now it was a case of sending off the black-haired to the white-haired. This was the ringtone he had set for when his favorite show, My Little Pony, updated with a new episode. Wang Lin subconsciously picked up his phone and opened it, and because of this news, he shifted his attention to his phone. He found out that My Little Pony had completely ended with Season 9, Episode 26, that Wang Lin played the final episode, and throughout the process, he just stared blankly at the screen. It wasn't until the end that he finally broke down in tears. Wang Lin knew that when the protagonist Twilight Sparkle became an alicorn, she had already been a pony with her friends for 2 centuries, but at that time, he had automatically overlooked it. After that night passed, Wang Lin became silent, not wanting to socialize or make friends, focusing entirely on his studies, with no relaxation or entertainment, and he didn't communicate with his classmates. The homeroom teacher noticed this. Although Wang Lin's grades improved significantly, rising from the middle tier to the top of the grade, the teacher knew this wasn't a good situation and had mentioned it to his grandparents. His grandparents also noticed Wang Lin's changes but felt helpless because they had talked to him about this issue before. Using studying to forget pain, so you can't persuade me and don't try to anymore. Time quietly passed, little by little. Wang Lin graduated from middle school to high school and then to university, after which he found a job he could do from home. Drawing he earned tens of thousands a month without having to go to the office or deal with annoying people. After Wang Lin found this job post-university, his grandparents, due to their old age, passed away and reunited with his parents. At his grandparents' funeral, Wang Lin did not cry, he simply watched in silence. And after placing down the flowers, he immersed himself in work. One day, Wang Lin received a message instructing him to go to a certain place, stating, "The incident that happened to your parents back then was not an accident, it was orchestrated by someone. If you want to know the truth, come to this place." Without thinking, Wang Lin drove to the location shown on his phone. After waiting for a while, he saw a figure dressed entirely in black appear. The figure handed Wang Lin a document bag. Upon opening it, he discovered that it contained details about his father's act of bravery, which had offended a wealthy official's child, leading to the incident being arranged by that rich official's child. Seeing that Wang Lin was silent, the black-clad figure said lightly, "I can help you take revenge, but you must give me all your money." Wang Lin thought to himself, "I probably have over $1 million in my bank account now. If I can't avenge my parents, what use is this waste paper?" He handed his bank card to the figure, shared the password, and said, "There's over $1 million in there. I hope you keep your promise and help me take revenge." The figure accepted it, smiling and nodding, saying, "Don't worry, I'm a professional at this. I'll send you photos once it's done." After saying this, the figure left. A few days later, Wang Lin looked at the photos sent by the black figure. With tears streaming down his previously expressionless face, he murmured, "Mom and Dad, I've avenged you." After leaving his house, he went to a bridge and looked at the lake below, talking to himself. "If there's a next life, I hope I won't come to this world. I really wish I could go to the world of Little Pony." After saying this, he jumped down. As he fell in the water, his body slowly sank, water flooding his mouth and nose, making it hard to breathe. His consciousness gradually became blurry, and he finally fell into darkness. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, standing on the bridge and murmuring, "I hope when you reach the world you desire, you will choose redemption or destruction. It's really something to look forward to." After saying this, the shadow vanished, as if it had never existed in this world, disappearing without a trace. The traces of Wang Lin's existence in this world also disappeared without a trace, as if this person had never existed. 661-802-483. Chapter 2: Arrival in the Pony World. In a mysterious space, there stood a white figure, and at that moment, a black figure suddenly appeared. Standing next to the white figure, the black figure said, "Everything is taken care of. That little guy has gone to that pony world, and I have already fused my dark power into that little guy's body." The white figure's gentle voice sounded, filled with deep concern. "Are you sure he will be okay? After all, that is your dark power. Even some beings cannot withstand it, let alone an ordinary person." The black figure replied, "Don't worry, that little guy will be fine. At most, he will lose control for a while in that world, and then it will be all right." After hearing this, the white figure became even more worried. Seeing that the white figure was very anxious, the black figure comforted, "Don't worry, that little guy is our son. Although he looks a bit like a girl, he is also very strong." After hearing this, the white figure rolled her eyes and said, "Who says that about their own son? Come here, and let me teach you a lesson." After saying that, she pulled the black figure's ear and dragged him to a nearby house. The black figure kept begging for mercy, saying, "Easy, easy, dear wife, I was wrong." Meanwhile, no one noticed a figure suddenly appear, as if out of thin air, holding a book in hand. Opening the first page and murmuring to himself, "This is really interesting. Let the new beginning start from here." Wang Lin felt himself in a pitch-black space, where it seemed something was slowly penetrating into his body, and gradually, he felt his consciousness becoming fuzzy, eventually falling into a deep sleep. In the pony world, above Canterlot, suddenly, the space shattered, and a figure slowly walked out from the dark, broken space. As this figure appeared, the sky gradually turned black, and even the sun could not penetrate this deep darkness. In the Canterlot royal castle, Princess Celestia and Princess Luna also sensed this terrifying dark aura. After exchanging a glance, they quickly used magic to teleport out of the castle and arrived at the place where the dark aura was located. Celestia and Luna looked at the pitch-black alicorn, who was as tall as Celestia, with blood-red eyes that seemed to steal one's soul, exuding an ominous and dark aura. Celestia stepped forward, warily watching the figure, and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The black alicorn figure smiled wickedly and said, "Wow, don't be so nervous. You can call me Dark Zero. As for my purpose, it's simple. I aim to dominate this world and make all beings submit to me. Those who do not will be eliminated, and I will be the king of this world. Ha-ha. Kik-kik." After looking at each other, Celestia and Luna simultaneously spoke. "We will not let you do as you please. We will stop you and defeat you." Dark Zero, upon hearing this, was not angry but instead smiled and said, "Courageous, but do you have that kind of strength?" After saying that, Dark Zero attacked Princess Celestia and Princess Luna, who hurriedly counterattacked. Thus, in the sky, the three figures continued to collide. The golden figure, the blue figure, and the black figure clashed together. After separating, they shot several magical beams at each other. The battle continued for several hours until Dark Zero saw Princess Luna accidentally expose a flaw. Dark Zero directly attacked Luna, sending her crashing into the castle. Princess Celestia, worried about Luna's safety, did not notice Dark Zero's attack and was also sent into the castle. Dark Zero, flapping the wings on his back, landed on the ground, laughing maniacally. "Kik-kik. I want to see who can stop me or who can compete with me." At that moment, a golden figure and a deep blue figure charged out, surrounded by 6 colors of crystals. There were light purple, dark purple, red, pink, blue, and orange, continuously swirling around Princess Celestia and Princess Luna. Dark Zero could clearly feel the dark power within him being suppressed, showing clear signs of being purified. Dark Zero, both shocked and angry, said, "What is this? Why is the power inside me being suppressed? This is impossible." Celestia explained, "This is the source of harmony, capable of purifying, sealing, and expelling all dark powers." Princess Luna immediately added, "We will use this to defeat you." Upon hearing this, Dark Zero, humiliated and furious, shouted, "A few broken crystals want to defeat me? Impossible. I will completely annihilate you." The next moment, a very thick beam of dark energy shot from Dark Zero's horn directly toward Princess Celestia and Princess Luna. They did not back down, using the source of harmony to unleash a rainbow-colored beam. The two beams of different powers and colors collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and earth. The two beams pushed against each other, seemingly in a stalemate, unable to overcome one another. However, only Celestia and Luna knew that they couldn't hold on much longer, as they were barely able to resist Dark Zero by relying on the power of the source of harmony. Dark Zero could feel his smile growing wider as he arrogantly declared, "Huh, you think you two can defeat me? How ridiculous. Now you will bear the consequences of angering me." As the black beam continued to push against the rainbow-colored beam, Dark Zero felt his power weakening, shocked. He exclaimed, "How is this possible? Why is my power diminishing?" Celestia and Luna also felt the pressure lessening, and without time to think further, they increased the output of the rainbow-colored beam, which suddenly overwhelmed the black beam and engulfed Dark Zero. Dark Zero, unwilling to accept his fate, shouted, "This is impossible. No, this cannot be happening." After Celestia and Luna finished releasing their attack, they took a moment to rest before approaching to check on the spot where the black, evil alicorn had stood, now vanished without a trace, leaving only a small, curled-up black unicorn figure. Princess Celestia said to Princess Luna, "It seems this is the original form of that black alicorn." Princess Luna asked the crucial question, "What should we do with him now?" After thinking for a moment, Princess Celestia said, "Now that Dark Zero has been purified by the source of harmony, it should be safe. How about we let him be my student? What do you think, Luna?" After considering, Princess Luna nodded and said, "I trust you, sister. So I'll leave this matter to you." When Princess Celestia picked up the little guy onto her back, she completely froze. Princess Luna, seeing her sister standing there motionless as if completely dazed, asked in confusion, "What's wrong, sister?" Princess Luna was also surprised, saying, "A male pony is indeed astonishing, after all. Besides our kind, there are other alicorns still alive." Thus, Upon arriving at the Canterlot Royal Castle, they first arranged a room for Dark Zero and instructed the ponies to take care of him. Then they each got busy with their own matters. After all, both of the celestial unicorns were rulers of Equestria, and naturally, there were many things waiting for them to handle. Dark Zero lay on the bed, opened his red eyes, looked around in confusion, then got out of bed and went to the window to look outside. When Dark Zero got up again, he realized he had turned into a small pony, and he was a black unicorn with red eyes, thinking to himself, since I've arrived in the pony world, I should figure out where I am now. Looking out the window, he discovered he was in a very magnificent castle and immediately guessed where he was. This was none other than the royal castle of Canterlot. With pink mane, a crown on his head, adornments on his chest, and golden horseshoes on his hooves. The cute mark on his flank was a sun. Dark Zero knew this was Princess Celestia, the ruler of Equestria, and the future princess of the universe who would control the sun and moon. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Dark Zero felt very nervous because he sensed the pressure of authority from Princess Celestia. Princess Celestia looked at the nervous Dark Zero and gently smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I just want to ask if you're interested in being my student." "Oh, I would certainly love to, Princess Celestia. Thank you so much for letting me be your student." Princess Celestia looked at the shy Dark Zero and couldn't help but smile gently. And Dark Zero couldn't help but smile back at Princess Celestia. Chapter 3. Ziyue arrives in Ponyville. After Dark Zero became Princess Celestia's first student, he continued to learn magic by her side. Of course, Princess Celestia really liked Dark Zero as a student, but Dark Zero always had a cold expression, which made those nobles who wanted to connect with Princess Celestia too intimidated to approach. Princess Celestia thought it was nothing, but what worried her was that since Dark Zero became her student, he had not communicated with other ponies at all, nor did he have any friends. Dark Zero didn't see this as a problem because ever since arriving in this pony world, he had witnessed many events unfold. For example, Princess Celestia sealed the Changeling Queen and the Changelings in a volcano, and Princess Celestia and Princess Luna traveled to the distant northern Crystal Empire. They ended the brutal and evil reign of King Sombra, but due to the curse Sombra placed at the end, the Crystal Empire disappeared. Princess Celestia and Princess Luna also thwarted Tyrek's ambition to steal equestrian magic, ultimately imprisoning Tyrek in Tartarus. And the last major event was the one Princess Celestia dreaded the most. Princess Luna transformed into Nightmare Moon and fought against Princess Celestia. In the end, Princess Celestia was forced to use magic to banish Nightmare Moon to the moon. It was from that moment that Princess Celestia's mane turned into a rainbow of colors, and from then on, she was known as the Princess of the Universe, controlling the sun and moon alone and ruling Equestria. Dark Zero bid farewell to the Princess of the Universe and went to explore other places in Equestria, eventually arriving in Ponyville, where he became a librarian. Ziyue sat gloomily on the royal carriage, while Suilong was reading a letter to himself, saying, "We need to hurry, and I have an even more important task for you, which is to make some friends." After hearing this, Ziyue's expression became even less happy, and Suilong comforted her, saying, "Don't be upset, Ziyue. The princess is letting you stay in the library." Ziyue firmly replied to Suilong, "Happy? Of course, I'm happy, but I can't forget my main task." Suilong hesitated, saying, "But didn't the princess also ask you to make some friends?" Ziyue dismissively said, "The princess wants me to inspect how the preparations are going, right? I'm her student. Of course, I won't forget the task she assigned, but making friends alone can't save the fate of the country." After landing on the ground of Ponyville, Ziyue got out of the carriage and said to the royal guards pulling it, "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen." The royal guards straightened their chests and then flew away with the royal carriage. Suilong encouraged Ziyue, saying, "Why don't you try making some friends? Maybe the ponies in Ponyville will get along with you." Just then, a small pony with a fluffy pink mane approached, and Suilong said to Ziyue, "Come on, Ziyue, give it a try. You might make a friend." After hearing this, Ziyue shyly smiled at the pink pony and said, "Hello." Upon hearing this, the pink pony screamed in terror and quickly ran away. Ziyue helplessly said, "You saw that, Suilong. It's not that I haven't tried. I already did." After saying this, she walked away. Suilong sighed and could only follow her. Ziyue and Suilong arrived at their first inspection location, Sweet Apple Acres. At that moment, an orange pony wearing a cowboy hat rushed to an apple tree, then kicked it from behind, causing all the apples to fall perfectly into the basket below. Ziyue stepped forward and said, "Good afternoon, I'm Ziyue." The orange pony, seeing Ziyue, excitedly shook her hoof up and down, introducing herself. "Hello, Miss Ziyue, I'm Applejack. And this is Sweet Apple Acres. Do you like making friends?" Ziyue, shaken by the enthusiastic greeting, stammered, "Making friends? Actually, Applejack let go of Ziyue's hoof and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Suelong, seeing Ziyue still swaying, hurriedly pushed her down and then let go, chuckling. After hearing this, Applejack said, "Yes, would you like to try some?" Ziyue replied, "Sure, just as long as it doesn't take too much time." Applejack ran over to a triangle and banged it a few times, loudly saying, "Dinner time, ponies." Immediately, a group of ponies came running over, and amidst the flying dust, Ziyue and Suelong found themselves at the dinner table. Applejack suddenly appeared next to Suelong and began introducing the apple family, naming one relative after another, while corresponding apple dishes appeared on the table. Then she started introducing her relatives. "This is Big Mac, Apple Bloom, and Granny Smith." Next, an elderly pony approached. Ziyue looked around at the ponies, awkwardly smiling and saying, "It seems like the preparations for the banquet are almost done, so we should head to the next inspection location." Apple Bloom, with big watery eyes, pitifully asked, "Are you not staying for lunch?" Ziyue apologetically said, "I'm very sorry, but we still have many things to do." The surrounding ponies all lowered their heads in disappointment after hearing this. After struggling internally for a while, Ziyue finally said, "All right." Suelong walked along the road, looking at the checklist, saying, "The preparations for the banquet are nearly complete. Next is the weather." Meanwhile, Ziyue, holding her full belly, was walking step by step and said, "I ate too much apple food." Suelong shook his head helplessly and looked at the sky, saying, "There should be a pony named Rainbow Dash here, or clouds to clear the sky." Ziyue also looked up at the white clouds in the sky and said, "It seems her work isn't very serious, is it?" The next moment, a blue figure crashed into Ziyue, knocking her into a nearby mud puddle. The blue pony, regaining her senses, awkwardly smiled at the muddy Ziyue and said, "Sorry, let me help you clean up." Yunbao smiled at Ziyue and shyly said, "It seems like I've overdone it a bit. Wait a moment." After saying that, she started circling around Ziyue, creating a small whirlwind, and after a while, she stopped and proudly said, "This is my unique skill, drying off with wind after the rain. No need to thank me. There's no need for politeness between us." Ziyue's hairstyle, how should I put it? I can only say it's a Beaky-style hairstyle. Just as Ziyue helplessly watched Yunbao and Suelong, who were lying on the ground laughing with their stomachs. No pony noticed a hidden black pony taking pictures of Ziyue's current hairstyle with a colorful camera. The black pony murmured, "This is a very precious piece of Ziyue's black history. It must be captured for memories." Looking at the two laughing ponies on the ground, Ziyue said to the blue pony, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Yunbao." Upon hearing the purple pony in front of her recognize her, Yunbao immediately stood up proudly and said, "That's right. You've heard of me?" Then, introducing herself, she said, "I'm Ziyue, sent by Princess to inspect the weather." Yunbao, lying on a cloud, casually said, all right. After I finish practicing my flying skills, I'll clean up." Ziyue asked in confusion, "What are you practicing?" Yunbao pointed to a poster on the wall and said, "The Lightning Pegasus team will perform here tomorrow, so I want to show off properly in front of them." After hearing this, Ziyue came up with a plan and said, "The Lightning Pegasus team? Oh, come on, they don't need a slow pony like you." Yunbao immediately retorted, "Hey, I can clear the clouds in the sky in just 10 seconds. Ziyue provocatively replied, "I'll be looking forward to that." Yunbao immediately flew out and kicked the clouds in the sky apart one by one. Looking at the stunned Ziyue, she laughed and said, "I never let Ponyville have a cloudy day, and I keep my promises. Just 10 seconds. You're really interesting, Ziyue. Let us play again next time." After saying that, she flew away, probably to continue her practice. In the Ponyville Town Hall lobby, after checking off the decorations on the list, Suelong looked at the white pony in the hall in awe and said, "So beautiful." Ziyue thought he was talking about the decorations and agreed, "Indeed. The decorations here are beautiful. Once I finish inspecting everything, I can head to the library." Suelong said, "Not the decorations, I'm talking about her." There stood a noble and elegant white pony with purple mane, decorating the hall. After rolling her eyes at the love-struck Suelong, Ziyue approached to greet her, saying, "Good afternoon." The white pony first asked Ziyue to wait a moment, then tied a red bow on a pillar before turning to Ziyue. She let out a terrified scream, and then said, "Oh my gosh, darling, what happened to you?" Ziyue looked at her fluffy mane and said, "It's a long story, but I'll leave once I finish checking the lighting situation here." Jinshi said, "Oh dear, I can't let you go meet ponies like this." After saying that, she pushed Ziyue along. Ziyue protested, "Wait, where are we going? Help." And Suelong followed behind the two ponies like a lovesick puppy. In the carousel fashion store, Jinshi was changing Ziyue into different outfits while chatting, "Darling, please tell me, where are you from? Ziyue replied, I'm from Canterlot. Upon hearing this, Jinchi excitedly exclaimed, oh dear, you're from Canterlot. How fashionable and noble it is there. I dream of living there. You must stay and tell me everything about Canterlot. I believe we can become best friends. Then Jinchi noticed the emerald on Ziyue's chest and went to get a ruby. After Jinchi left, Ziyue quickly took Suilong and escaped from there. Walking on the street, Ziyue looked at the infatuated Suilong and said, focus, let us see what else is on the list. Suddenly, they heard a very pleasant bird chirping sound. Ziyue approached to greet them, but this startled the birds, and they flew away. Ro, looking at the unfamiliar pony, slowly flew down and began pecking at the ground. Ziyue awkwardly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Ziyue. What is your name? The beige pony quietly said, I'm Ro. Ziyue didn't hear clearly and wanted Ro to repeat, but by then, Ro had gone completely silent. When Suilong came out, Ro, who had just been shy, excitedly approached him to talk, leaving Ziyue to sigh helplessly. In the end, while chatting, Ziyue learned that the beige pony's name was Ro, and they talked all the way to the Oak Library. Ro wanted to follow them into the Oak Library, but Ziyue found an excuse and quickly pushed her out. Shutting the door, Ziyue was about to look for the light to turn on in the Oak Library when the lights turned on by themselves, accompanied by a shout from a pink pony, surprise, along with colorful streamers. The pink pony first introduced herself, saying, I'm Beaky, the one who shouted when I saw you. Then she started introducing her friends, from Applejack, Yunbao, Jinchi, Ro, and finally introduced Anling, saying, this is Anling, the librarian of the Oak Library. Don't be fooled by her always cold face. She actually cares a lot about her friends. The other ponies all nodded in agreement. Seeing Ziyue, Anling finally smiled instead of keeping her usual expressionless face, which shocked all the ponies who knew her since Anling had never smiled like this before. Ziyue saw Anling's gentle smile. Her heart raced faster, and her face turned red, so she hurriedly ran to the room upstairs. Anling followed her, and the other ponies looked on with understanding expressions. Chapter 4, Nightmare Moon. After entering the room, Anling saw Ziyue worriedly looking at the moon outside the window and asked, Ziyue, what is wrong? After hearing this, Ziyue nodded, though not completely reassured, and said, maybe you're right, Anling. The cosmic princess should have a way to solve this. After saying that, the room fell silent again, and an awkward atmosphere spread. Anling didn't know what to say to ease the tension. And Ziyue didn't know what to say either, as she had never been alone in a room with a stranger before, so she couldn't find a topic. Anling smiled and said, then let us go. Ziyue nodded, and they went to the town hall together. Anling and Ziyue were probably the last to arrive because when they got there, the town hall was already filled with ponies. Jinchi, Yunbao, Ro, Applejack, and Beaky were all there. Jinchi stood next to the curtain, probably waiting to pull it back when the cosmic princess arrived. Let us welcome our ruler, the cosmic princess. Just then, the moon in the sky had 4 stars approaching, and the celestial unicorn image on the moon disappeared. Ziyue worriedly said, this doesn't look good. Jinchi pulled back the curtain, but it was empty, causing the ponies to panic. The mayor tried to maintain order, but it was of no use. Beaky exclaimed, oh, I know. This is a game of hide and seek. Let me guess where she is. After saying that, she looked around and admired, saying, hiding really well. But at that moment, a deep blue smoke rose, and immediately after, a sky beast clad in deep blue armor appeared. After seeing this, Beaky screamed in terror. The black sky beast let out an evil laugh, looking at the terrified ponies below, and said, my dear little ponies, I haven't seen your lovely faces in a long time. The black sky beast, noticing the confusion mixed with fear on the faces below, curiously asked, do you know who I am? Have you forgotten the legends? At that moment, a pony stepped forward. It was Ziyue. Ziyue firmly said, it's the moon demon horse, Nightmare Moon. The other ponies gasped in horror upon hearing this. Nightmare Moon, pleased that some ponies remembered, smiled and said, oh, it seems there are still ponies who remember me. Do you know what I am going to do next? Ziyue stammered, you are going to. Nightmare Moon laughed heartily. Forget about the day, for what comes next will be an eternal night. Ha. The mayor ordered the royal guards to capture Nightmare Moon, but she summoned lightning to repel them, then transformed into a cloud of deep blue smoke and flew away. By the time Yunjin chased out, Nightmare Moon had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, Yunjin saw Ziyue carrying Suilong running towards the library. Yunjin wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Applejack, saying they would all go together to the Oak Library. Ziyue first placed Suilong on a small bed, then began searching for books about the source of harmony, but after a long time, she still couldn't find anything. Just then, Yunjin suddenly flew in and questioned Ziyue. What is this source of harmony you mentioned? How do you know about it? Are you a spy? At that moment, Applejack pulled Yunjin away and said, Calm down, I don't think Ziyue is a spy, but she might know something. After saying that, she turned to Ziyue. Ziyue took a deep breath and said, I don't know what the source of harmony is, but I am sure that with the source of harmony, we can save the Cosmic Princess and defeat Nightmare Moon. But first, we need to find the book about the source of harmony. Biki placed the reference guide to the source of harmony in front of Ziyue, who was surprised and asked, How did you find this? Biki replied cheerfully, I'm good at phonetics. Ziyue looked at the contents of the book and said, There are 6 sources of harmony. We only know 5 now. Kindness, optimism, generosity, honesty, and loyalty. The 6th one remains unknown so far. It is said that the last place where the 5 sources of harmony appeared was the ancient castle of the royal pony sisters. And that castle is located in the Everfree Forest. Just as Ziyue and the 6 ponies were talking, a deep blue smoke was peeping from outside the window. But only Amling noticed this scene. However, she said nothing, thinking to herself, Now is not the time to reveal myself. If I release my magic, Nightmare Moon will definitely detect my identity. Now is not the time to expose myself, at least not until Nightmare Moon is defeated. The scene shifted to the Everfree Forest. Biki was just about to leave when Ziyue called her to a stop and firmly said, Wait, it's very dangerous here. I don't want to involve you all. So I hope to go alone. Applejack said while moving forward, Ziyue, that is not acceptable. We won't let a friend go into danger alone. The other 4 ponies nodded in agreement and walked into the Everfree Forest. Ziyue looked at this scene and sighed helplessly. Amling patted Ziyue's back and comforted her. All right, Ziyue. After all, they have already considered you a friend, so of course, they won't let you go alone. Let us catch up with them. After hearing this, Ziyue could only nod helplessly and quickly followed the main group. Ziyue walked at the front, looking at the frightening environment that scared the ponies, and started to find a topic to talk about. Has anyone ever been here? Jinshi looked around in disdain and said, Oh my, who would come to such a strange place? Yunjin rolled her eyes and thought of a prank. Speaking in a creepy tone, Do you know why no ponies have ever been here? Jinshi, Ruru, and Biki were clearly frightened and huddled together, trembling. Yunjin was very satisfied with the effect and continued, Because the ponies who came in never came out. Applejack interrupted, Yunjin, that's enough. We still have to hurry. Don't scare them. But just then, an unexpected change occurred as Ziyue and the 6 ponies happened to reach the edge of a cliff. For some unknown reason, the ground suddenly collapsed, and 4 ponies fell simultaneously. As for Amling, come on, she is a powerful unicorn. She had already teleported to the ground when the ground was collapsing. Only Yunjin said to Ruru, Hurry, Ruru, we need to go save them. After saying that, she flew down. Ruru followed closely behind. Yunjin first saved Biki, and Ruru rescued Jinshi. Applejack bit onto a branch, but when she saw Ziyue sliding toward the edge of the cliff, about to fall, she let go and slid down, saying, Ziyue, hold on. I'm coming. Then she grabbed Ziyue's front hoof. Ziyue panicked and asked, What should we do now, Applejack? Applejack looked down and said, Let go. Ziyue said in disbelief, Are you crazy? Applejack firmly replied, Ziyue, don't worry, I would never joke about your life. Ziyue widened her eyes, hesitated for a moment, then let go of her hoof. Ziyue felt the sensation of falling and screamed, then was caught by Yunjin and Ruru who had been waiting. But just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, unexpectedly, they suddenly dropped a few meters. Ruru apologized. I'm so sorry, I usually only hold 1 or 2 little bunnies. Applejack hopped down along the cliff as protrusions and landed on the ground. Amling watched as Ziyue and the 6 ponies chatted and laughed, as if they had forgotten about her. Several question marks appeared in her mind. Did they forget about me? Amling could only helplessly walk at the back, while Yunjin kept talking about how she and Ruru saved Ziyue. Ziyue said expressionlessly, Yes, we all know, but please stop talking about it. You've said it many times, Yunjin. Just as they were about to pass this path, a shadow appeared in the middle of the road, blocking their way. This shadow had the body of a lion, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of wings. Ziyue exclaimed, This is a scorpion. The first to step up was Jinshi, but after kicking with a hoof, she had her hairstyle messed up by the scorpion and retreated. Ruru said, Wait. The second to go was Applejack, who climbed onto the scorpion's back, trying to use cowboy skills to tame it, but was thrown off. Ruru said, Wait. The third was Yunjin, who flew over and created a tornado, but was knocked away by the scorpion's tail. Then the ponies snorted and ran straight towards the scorpion, and the scorpion, not to be outdone, ran towards them as well. Just when they were about to collide, Ruru bravely stepped forward and shouted, Wait. Ruru walked beside the scorpion and, As the scorpion was about to swipe at her, she soothingly said, "It's okay, don't be afraid." After saying that, she even rubbed against the scorpion's claws. The scorpion sensed Ruru's kindness and opened its claws, revealing a wooden splinter stuck in its paw. Ruru said with a heart full of sympathy, "Oh, poor little guy." Yunbao interjected, "Is this considered a little guy?" Ruru gently replied, "There might be a little bit of pain coming up, just bear with it." After saying that, she suddenly pulled out the wooden splinter. The scorpion roared and grabbed Ruru, causing everyone to worry, but the scorpion just started licking her. Eventually, everyone made it across this path, and Ziwe curiously asked, "Ruru, how did you know the scorpion was hurt?" Ruru shook her head and said, "I don't know. But as long as we show a little kindness, we can solve a lot of unnecessary troubles." After hearing this, Ziwe seemed to ponder. As everyone continued walking, the light grew dimmer until they could see nothing at all, and then they spotted terrifying ghost faces on the trees. The 5 little ponies went crazy, screaming and running around, creating a very chaotic scene, mixed with laughter. They all stopped and looked towards the source of the laughter, which turned out to be Biki making funny faces at one of the trees and laughing heartily. Ziwe worriedly said, "Biki, get away from that thing, it's dangerous." Biki laughed and said, "Oh, don't be scared. When I was little, I was scared of unusual things too." Ziwe hesitated and asked, "You're not going to sing, are you?" The next events confirmed Ziwe's suspicion as Biki began singing and jumped to a tree, giving it a little tap. And then that tree returned to its original state. Everyone followed Biki, singing and tapping the strange trees, and all the trees that were tapped returned to their original form. They continued on their way to the royal sister's castle. Biki was leading the way when she suddenly came to a screeching halt. The 5 little ponies peered ahead and saw a rushing river. At that moment, they heard a crying sound, and following the sound, they saw a sea dragon rolling and crying in the water. Ziwe looked at the sea dragon and asked, "Mr. Sea Dragon, what happened?" The sea dragon wailed, "I don't know what happened. I didn't provoke anyone." And then a deep blue smoke suddenly flashed by, and half of my mustache got chopped off. "What kind of world is this?" Then the sea dragon flipped over, splashing water, but did not wet Ziwe and the 5 ponies because Anling had already used magic to create a protective shield around them. Ziwe, Yunbao, Applejack, and Biki were all speechless, as it was just about a mustache causing such a commotion. Yunbao said in disbelief, "All this fuss just because of a mustache?" Applejack nodded in agreement. However, Rarity said, "Do you understand fashion? Just look at how stylish this hairstyle is, and those fashionable scales. Without that half mustache, it's all ruined." The sea dragon nodded in agreement. Feeling increasingly sad, Rarity plucked a scale and cut off some of her tail's mane, placing it where the sea dragon's mustache had been broken. The sea dragon was very happy and finally used its body to form a bridge for Ziwe and the 5 little ponies to cross the river, while Anling simply teleported to the other side. Thus, they all walked to see the royal sister's castle in the distance. Ziwe excitedly rushed ahead, but completely failed to notice the cliff below. Luckily, Applejack pulled her back just in time to prevent her from falling. Yunbao flew over to the broken bridge and was preparing to tie it when suddenly, 3 ponies in identical uniforms appeared, giving Yunbao a choice: join the best flying team or help her friends across. In the end, Yunbao did not let her friends down and chose the second option. So, everyone arrived at the now abandoned royal sister's castle and saw a platform with 5 circular stones on it. One by one, the 6 little ponies placed the stones on the ground. And then Ziwe said, "You'd better stay away from me. I'm not sure what will happen." The other 5 ponies decided to go outside and wait, not wanting to disturb Ziwe. Just after they left, a cloud of deep blue smoke swirled around the source of harmony. Ziwe saw this and rushed into the blue smoke, then disappeared. The 5 little ponies heard the commotion and came back in to check, but found it completely empty. At that moment, they looked towards another tower and saw a flash of light inside. They all quickly flew over there. When Ziwe woke up, she saw the nightmare moon across from her. Beside the source of harmony, Ziwe prepared to charge, using her horn to unleash a magical blast towards Nightmare Moon, who also charged at her. Just as they were about to collide, Ziwe instantly teleported next to the source of harmony, causing Nightmare Moon to hurry over. Ziwe lowered her head and continuously released magical sparks with her horn, but at that moment, Nightmare Moon knocked Ziwe away. However, the source of harmony seemed to respond. Nightmare Moon, seeing this, said in great fear, "No, no, don't." But after a while, there was no more reaction, and Nightmare Moon laughed, saying, "Huh, you thought you could defeat me? You will never see your princess and the sun again." Then, Nightmare Moon stomped her hoof on the ground, shattering the source of harmony into pieces. Ziwe felt utterly despondent upon seeing this, but at that moment, She heard her friends' voices and looked to see them by the staircase. Magical sparks flashed in Ziyue's eyes as she stood up and said to Nightmare Moon, "You think that by destroying the source of harmony you can't be defeated? The spirit represented by the source of harmony is right here. Applejack saved me when I was in danger, so she represents honesty. Ruru resolved unnecessary conflicts with kindness when we encountered the Scorpion, so she represents kindness. Beaky dispelled fear with song and joy when we faced something terrifying, so she represents optimism. Rarity generously gave her mane to the sea dragon for a mustache, representing generosity. Yunbao never betrays her friends when faced with temptation, representing loyalty. Each time she mentioned a piece of the shattered source of harmony, it floated to the corresponding pony. Nightmare Moon still didn't believe it, saying, "But the spark from the prophecy hasn't come true. The sixth source of harmony hasn't appeared at all." Ziyue replied, "No, it has come true. It's just not a magical spark, but the spark in my heart. When I have friends, I realize how happy they make me. So the spark in my heart has been ignited, and the sixth source of harmony is about to appear, which is the source of magic." After saying this, the sixth source of harmony floated above Ziyue's head and released a rainbow, welcoming the other 5 ponies. Then, a beam of rainbow light shot straight down at Nightmare Moon, who exclaimed in terror, "No," and was enveloped. When everything settled, Ziyue and the 5 little ponies woke up quickly, noticing the ornaments they wore on their chests, with Ziyue's being a crown. At that moment, the Cosmic Princess flew in through the window, and everyone except Ziyue bowed to her. Ziyue approached the Cosmic Princess, nuzzling her neck, and then asked in confusion, "But didn't you say this was just a legend? To truly defeat Nightmare Moon, I hope she learns her lesson." Everyone looked towards the place where Nightmare Moon had been, only to see a deep blue alicorn lying among the shattered pieces of her armor. The Cosmic Princess spread her wings, walked over, and said, "Moon Princess, it seems like I haven't seen you like this in a long time." The Moon Princess, feeling very scared, closed her eyes, but the Cosmic Princess simply lay on the ground, looked at the Moon Princess, and said, "Please forget the unpleasantness between us, and let's rule the kingdom together, sister." "Sister." Everyone stretched their necks nervously to look at the Moon Princess. After a moment of daze, the Moon Princess directly approached and nuzzled against the Cosmic Princess's neck, crying, "I miss you so much, sister." The Cosmic Princess also cried and said, "I miss you too, sister." Anling felt it was time and stepped out from the shadows, shedding her original disguise, and looked at the Cosmic Princess, saying, "Long time no see, teacher." The Cosmic Princess was first stunned upon seeing Anling, then gently smiled and said, "You too, my dear student." The 6 little ponies were even more shocked. They didn't expect Anling to actually be the Cosmic Princess's student, and more importantly, was this what Anling originally looked like? In fact, in disguise, Anling looked like a gray male pony with black eyes. After taking off the disguise, Anling was black with a mane of gray mixed with white and red eyes, giving off a very eerie feeling. Her body size was similar to Ziyue's, but if placed among a group of female ponies, probably no one would recognize her. It really proved the old saying, "How can you tell if I am male or female?" However, Ziyue was unhappy because she had just realized how wonderful it was to have friends, but she was about to leave. The Cosmic Princess seemed to have sensed this and said to Suilong, "I am now going to issue my first command. That is to let Ziyue swim in Ponyville to study the insights of friendship." Ziyue and the 6 little ponies were very happy. The Cosmic Princess looked at Anling and asked, "So are you planning to go to Canterlot or swim in Ponyville?" Anling looked at Ziyue and the 6 little ponies and smiled. "Of course, I will stay here because my friends are here." After hearing this, the Cosmic Princess nodded with a smile of relief. Thus, Ziyue and Anling lived together in the Oak Library in Ponyville. Chapter 5. The Ticket Dispute on the Path to Sweet Apple Acres. Applejack, Ziyue, Anling, and Suilong were there, with Suilong sitting on Ziyue's back, throwing out rotten apples. Applejack said, "Thank you for helping me, Ziyue, Anling. I made a bet with Maud that if I deliver the apples to the barn before dark, she has to wear Granny Smith's dress and take a stroll in the street." "Ha ha." Ziyue replied, "You're welcome, Applejack. Fortunately, you said before lunch, otherwise, I might have starved." Suilong said while throwing apples, "That's right." As a result, one apple accidentally hit Ziyue on the head. Ziyue exclaimed, "Oh, come on, Suilong. You've just been sitting on my back, not doing anything." Suilong retorted, "But Ziyue, you guys are too slow, making me miss breakfast." Just after saying that, Ziyue's stomach growled, and she awkwardly said, "Then let's go eat breakfast now." While picking apples, Suilong chose a big, red apple, and just as Suilong was about to bite into it, Anling magically snatched the big red apple from her mouth and handed it to Ziyue. Ziyue took the apple and said to Anling, "Thank you, Anling." After saying that, She began to eat the apple. Suelong looked at Anling with resentment, while Anling took out a green gem and stuffed it into Suelong's mouth, making Suelong contentedly chew on the gem. At that moment, Suelong spat out green flames, and among the flames, a letter slowly floated down. After Suelong caught it, she opened it and solemnly said, "By the grace of heaven, esteemed Princess Maria, I am pleased to announce that the Galloping Gala will be held in the capital, Canterlot. The time is slightly over, and you are specially invited to bring a guest to attend the celebration." Ziyue and Applejack excitedly shouted, "Wow! The Galloping Gala!" Just as Ziyue and Applejack jumped up and down in excitement, Suelong spat out a puff of smoke, which contained 2 golden tickets. Ziyue exclaimed, "Wow, 2 tickets! I've never been to the Galloping Gala. What about you, Suelong?" Suelong, disinterested, said, "I haven't either, but I have no intention of attending. I don't like these boring celebrations." Anling, who was listening to Ziyue, silently said, "Are you sure it's not because you only knew how to study before, so you never attended?" Upon hearing this, Ziyue awkwardly turned red, as Anling had indeed hit the nail on the head. She had only focused on studying before and had never attended any events. Ziyue pretended not to hear Anling's words and looked at Suelong, saying, "Suelong, this is pretty good." Applejack excitedly said, "Pretty good? This is amazing. Do you know how much I can earn selling my apple products at the Galloping Gala? With the money, I can repair the old barn, get a new plow for Maud, and even get Granny Smith a new pair of legs. Just thinking about it is so great. I wish I could attend." Ziyue was about to say, "Since you want to go, then," but at that moment, Rainbow Dash suddenly swooped down from the sky and knocked Ziyue and Applejack to the ground. Rainbow Dash excitedly said, "Ziyue, are you talking about the Galloping Gala?" Applejack replied, "I told you, Rainbow Dash, when I asked you to help pick apples, you said you were busy. What were you busy with? Eavesdropping?" Rainbow Dash proudly flicked her tail and said, "No, I was busy sleeping." Then she looked at Ziyue excitedly and said, "Ziyue, I just accidentally heard that you have an extra ticket to the Galloping Gala." Ziyue responded, "Yes, but..." Rainbow Dash interrupted, "Then I suddenly appear out of nowhere, perform my amazing skills, and the Wonderbolts notice me and let me join. Do you understand? Ziyue, this is a great opportunity to showcase my talent. You have to take me with you." Applejack pulled Rainbow Dash's tail and said, "Wait, you need to wait a second. Rainbow Dash, I asked Ziyue for the ticket first. Do you understand the order of things?" Rainbow Dash argued, "But asking first doesn't mean getting it first. Besides, Ziyue hasn't agreed yet." Applejack challenged, "Is that so? Then do you dare to have a hoof wrestling match with me? Whoever wins gets the ticket." Applejack and Rainbow Dash went to a wooden stump and began hoof wrestling. But Ziyue pulled them apart. Ziyue said, "Girls, the ticket is mine, so I will decide who has the better reason to get it." Applejack said, "I want to go to earn money for the apple orchard." Rainbow Dash said, "I want to join the Wonderbolts." Applejack added, "I want to make Granny Smith's legs work better." Rainbow Dash insisted, "I want to achieve my dream." After listening to all of this, Ziyue hesitated and said, "These reasons all seem pretty valid." And just then, Ziyue's stomach growled again, and she awkwardly said, "And I can't think on an empty stomach. So wait until I eat something before I give you an answer." Then Ziyue carried Suelong away, and although Applejack and Rainbow Dash felt a bit unwilling, they said, "Okay." They then looked at each other and started hoof wrestling again. On the streets of Ponyville, Suelong curiously asked, "Who do you plan to give the ticket to?" Ziyue hung her head and said, "I don't know, but it's true that I can't think on an empty stomach. Where should we go to eat?" Just then, as they passed by Sugar Cube Corner, Pinkie Pie suddenly burst out from inside and knocked over Ziyue and Suelong. The 2 tickets landed on Pinkie Pie's face, and she thought it was a bat, standing up and screaming wildly. And then when she saw clearly, it turned out to be the tickets for the Galloping Gala. Beaky fell into her self-fantasy again. The Galloping Gala was the most grand, spectacular, and fun party ever. Beaky jumped with excitement and said, "Thank you, Ziyue. This is the best gift I've ever received." Ziyue wanted to explain something, but just then, Suelong picked up the tickets when Jinchi suddenly came over and looked at the tickets in Suelong's hand, saying, "Wow, did I see that right? This is a classic ticket for the Galloping Gala?" Beaky jumped with excitement and said, Yes, that's right. This is a gift from Ziyue." Jinchi, lost in her own thoughts, said, "If I can attend the Galloping Gala, I could meet him." Ziyue and Beaky asked in confusion, "Him?" Jinchi fell into her fantasy and said, "Just imagine, I'm wearing a gorgeous dress, attending the Galloping Gala, and then becoming the center of attention. The Cosmic Princess summons me and introduces her nephew, the Blue Blood Prince, to me, and then we get married. Oh, what a perfect love story." Ziyue hurriedly explained, "Actually, I haven't made up my mind yet." Beaky exclaimed, "You haven't made up your mind?" Jinchi echoed, "You haven't made up your mind?" Just then, A white rabbit suddenly ran over and snatched the 2 tickets for the Galloping Gala from Suelong's hand. The rabbit ran over to Ro and quietly said, "Excuse me, Ziyue, could you take me with you? If you haven't decided yet." Jinchi suspiciously looked at Ro and said, You also want to attend the gala?" Ro initially wanted to say no, but changed her mind after Angel's frantic reminders and said, "I mean, yes, or maybe a little bit." Then, falling into her own fantasy, Ro said, "Actually, what I want to see is not the Galloping Gala, but that wonderful private garden, where the flowers are the most fragrant and beautiful, and it has the most variety of little animals." Ziyue replied, "Really? Ro, that sounds great." At that moment, Yunbao suddenly appeared, and Ziyue suspiciously asked, "Yunbao, are you following me?" Yunbao stammered for a long time and finally admitted, "Oh, well, yes. But I don't want you to be a pushover and give away the tickets." Just then, Applejack also came out, and Ziyue helplessly said, "Applejack, are you also following me?" Applejack denied, saying, "No, I'm following this guy to see if she pulls any tricks. She honestly wants to snatch my ticket." A chaotic argument ensued, with friends wanting the extra tickets, leading to a quarrel. Ziyue finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Quiet." This barely stopped the friends' argument. And then she continued, "Arguing is useless. The tickets are mine, so I will decide. Besides, I'm hungry now. All right, you all go ahead, don't worry. I will make a decision soon. It's only a matter of time." The scene shifted to outside the Ponyville CAF. Ziyue said in frustration, "Suelong, what should I do? All 5 of my friends have plenty of reasons, but I only have 1 ticket, and even if I give mine up, there are still 3 ponies without tickets." She started plucking flower petals one by one, too hungry. Then she began eating the petals. Just then, the waiter came over and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Ziyue shouted, holding her head, "I don't know." Suelong helplessly said, "The waiter just wants you to order." Ziyue awkwardly smiled and said, "Please give me a mercury flower sandwich." After the waiter noted it down, he looked at Suelong. Suelong said, "I'll have the fried gem." But seeing the waiter's expressionless face, he realized that dish probably didn't exist, and finally changed to fried hay. While waiting, Ziyue asked Suelong, "What should we do about this?" But Suelong had no idea either. During their conversation, the waiter brought the food. Ziyue looked at the mercury flower sandwich and said, "This looks really good. I believe once I feel better, I can think more clearly about how to resolve this." Just as she was about to eat the sandwich, suddenly, a group of ponies ran past. The waiter opened the door and said, "Miss, do you really want to eat in the rain?" Ziyue asked in confusion, "Is it raining?" She looked around and noticed that besides her spot, it was raining everywhere else, and she curiously looked up at the sky. It turned out that Yunbao had opened a hole in the sky. Ziyue finally decided to let Yunbao fix the hole, but she probably forgot to do it after finishing her sandwich. In the end, Ziyue still didn't get to eat the sandwich and got soaked in the rain. Just then, Jinchi came over and brought Ziyue to her carousel costume shop. Ziyue shook her body to dry off, but accidentally splashed water on Jinchi, apologizing sorry. Jinchi shook off her body and laughed, saying, "It's okay. After all, we are best friends. Do you know what best friends should do? That is to dress up." Then she dressed Ziyue in a very beautiful gown and turned her attention to Suelong, dressing him up in a suit as well. After taking off the gown, she handed it to Jinchi and said, "I really appreciate you, Jinchi, but you have to wait like the other ponies and decide after I think it through." After exiting the carousel costume shop, Ziyue was blocked by Applejack, who was pushing a cart full of Apple products, introducing them, and finally asking, "Have you made your decision?" Ziyue, in despair, said, No, I still haven't made a decision," and then ran toward the oak tree library. Upon entering, she saw Ro and the little animals cleaning the room. Ziyue suspiciously asked, Ro, you're also here for the tickets, aren't you?" Ro initially wanted to say no, but after Angel's frantic reminders, she said yes. Angel had even prepared a vegetable salad to hand to Ziyue, and in the end, she of course kicked Ro and the little animals out. But just as she stepped out, she was caught up by Beaky, who threw a good friend party. Finally, Ziyue couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I said stop." Then she looked at Beaky and said, Beaky, other ponies should at least be a bit subtle about wanting tickets." The surrounding ponies asked in confusion, "What tickets?" Then Ziyue was surrounded by the residents of Ponyville. And helplessly, she quickly escaped from there. At that moment, Anling came out of the oak tree library and looked at the 5 ponies, saying, "Don't forget, you are Ziyue's best friends. Doing this will only add pressure on her, and is it worth it for a few tickets?" Ziyue looked at her friends and finally broke down, saying, "I really can't decide. You are all my good friends, and I don't want to disappoint you." In the end, the friends apologized together and said they didn't want the ticket anymore. Ziyue had Suilong write a letter to Princess Celestia about her experience and returned both tickets. Suilong blew out a puff of green fire, which included a letter and 8 tickets for the Galloping Gala. Finally, to celebrate Ziyue and her friends, along with Anling, they all went to the restaurant to eat. Chapter 6. Kicking the Apple Tree Festival. Ponyville. Sweet Apple Acres. Applejack looked at the vast apple trees and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. I've never seen so many apples waiting for me to harvest." Macintosh said, "Yeah, with so many apples, how are you going to harvest them all?" Applejack replied, "That is not certain, brother. You should just take a break. There are still apple trees that I can handle." After saying that, she patted Macintosh on the back, but forgot that he was still injured. Applejack said apologetically, "I'm sorry, big brother." Applejack confidently declared, "Today I can take care of most of the apple trees." Macintosh worriedly replied, "Seeing you so overconfident makes me even more concerned." Applejack, not convinced, said, "Are you saying I'm bragging and can't do it?" Macintosh, "Yes." Applejack pressed her face against Macintosh's, even more unconvinced, and said, "Don't forget, I'm Applejack, the most honest pony, the best friend, and the most trustworthy little wheat." Macintosh turned his eyes elsewhere and said, "But you only have one pony to deal with several hundred apple trees. That's really not convincing." Applejack completely ignored him and said, "Don't try to divert the topic with numbers. I will prove to you that I can clear all these apple trees by myself." But after saying this, looking at the vast expanse of apple trees, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, Applejack came to an apple tree and said, "With so many apple trees, I need to hurry. Apples won't fall by themselves." Just as she finished speaking, the first tree started shaking for some unknown reason, and an apple fell, hitting Applejack right on the head. Applejack knew things were not simple and quickly ran towards Ponyville. In Ponyville, Rainbow Dash was flying above, looking into the distance, and noticed a large herd of cows rushing towards them, shouting, "Stampede." Amidst the chaos, a pink silhouette stood out as Pinkie Pie laughed and bounced around, saying, "Haha, my voice is so funny." Twilight looked at Pinkie and said, "Pinkie, stop playing. Let us run." The mayor tried to stabilize the situation, saying, "Every pony, don't panic." Rarity asked the mayor, "But mayor, what should we do now?" Rainbow Dash pointed ahead and said, "Look." The ponies cheered upon seeing Applejack and her pet dog, Winona. Applejack directed Winona to go left. Twilight and her friends looked nervously at the approaching cows, while only Pinkie was happily munching on popcorn, making Twilight feel helpless. Applejack kept bumping into the cows, trying to change their direction, but it seemed ineffective, so she had to let Winona go next to the leading cow. Then, Applejack jumped onto one cow, threw her rope, and caught the leader, pulling hard to change the cow's direction. The ponies cheered for Applejack. The leader cow said, "I'm really sorry, Applejack. It was our Moorarwai that saw a snake and scared us all." Applejack nodded and said, "So that is what happened. But please avoid Ponyville next time, okay?" The cow replied, "We will. Goodbye, Applejack and Winona." The residents of Ponyville began to cheer for Applejack, and the mayor was unsure how to express his feelings. Pinkie said for the mayor, "Applejack, you were amazing." The mayor then said, "That's right. But how should we thank Applejack for everything she has done?" Pinkie replied, "I know, we can throw a party for Applejack." At that moment, Dusk appeared, still in his pajamas, yawning, and said, "What happened?" Twilight looked at Dusk, speechless. How could this guy sleep through such a commotion? But she explained what happened. Then, Twilight asked curiously, "What were you doing last night? You look well rested." Dusk yawned again, sleepily saying, "Last night I found a pretty good adventure book, The Daring Pegasus Adventures. It wasn't that great, but it passed the time. I just read a bit late." After Twilight nodded, she said earnestly, "Don't read so late next time, Dusk." Dusk nodded, saying, "Okay, I won't read late again. I'm planning to write a book myself." Twilight was very curious about what kind of book Dusk would write, but didn't ask, since Dusk hadn't written it yet anyway. After everything was prepared, the ponies of Ponyville gathered, and Twilight felt it was time to go on stage. Just as she was about to give a speech, Rainbow interrupted, saying something about how Applejack would help her practice a new flying trick. Twilight finally got Rainbow down, but then Pinkie suddenly popped up, saying Applejack would help her make new treats for everyone to try. After finally getting Pinkie down, Rarity came up, meaning to say that Applejack would help her with a bunny census. Twilight glared at Rarity, and Rarity's voice gradually quieted down as she stepped down. Twilight asked, "Is there anyone else?" Seeing no other ponies wanting to come up, she was about to say something but noticed the mayor's eager eyes, ultimately giving up and tossing her speech away, stepping down from the stage. After the mayor's speech, he pulled back the curtain, but it was empty, and the ponies' cheers faded away. Finally, only a little dragon was left cheering, but when he realized something was off, he stopped awkwardly, the only dragon cheering alone. After waiting several minutes, Applejack squeezed onto the stage with 2 large baskets of apples, looking a bit out of sorts. Then Applejack left with the trophy in her mouth. Twilight and her friends felt something was off. Twilight asked her friends, "Do you think Applejack seems a bit off?" Rainbow, dizzy. Rarity, tired. Pinky, dirty. Dusk thought he could join in, and said, "Brain fried?" Everyone's gaze shifted from Rarity to Dusk. Dusk, confused, asked, "What are you looking at me for? Did I say something wrong?" The friends ignored Dusk, while Twilight gave Dusk a light shove, causing him to groan and lie down. Only carefree Pinky said, "I think she is fine, no problem at all." Twilight was about to check on Applejack at Sweet Apple Acres, but Dusk stopped her, and seeing Twilight's confused expression, he explained, "I know what you're going to say. You mean those relatives of Applejack who have their own apple trees to harvest. And the most important thing is, if you go help now, judging by Applejack's nature, she won't accept it. She has to realize by herself that she can't finish all the apples alone. Just wait, I bet today you'll have your hands full too." Although Twilight was a bit puzzled by Dusk's last sentence, she didn't ask further. Instead, she chose to trust Dusk, as he gave off the impression of knowing everything. The scene shifted. Rainbow Dash stomped on the ground, waiting impatiently for Applejack. And just when she was about to lose her patience, Applejack arrived late. Rainbow invited Applejack up to the platform and stood on the other end of the seesaw. But Applejack jumped down several times without hitting it right. After Applejack came down, she directly lowered the other side of the seesaw, but Rainbow was not satisfied. So Applejack reluctantly had to go up again. However, when she suddenly let go, Rainbow was caught off guard, and before she could recover, Applejack jumped down, sending the unprepared Rainbow flying. By coincidence, it happened to crash onto the balcony of the Oak Tree Library. After Ziyue and Anling got Yunbao onto the bed, they let Yunbao rest for a while. Ziyue was about to say something to Applejack, but Anling shook his head mysteriously and said, "There are still 2 more times. Wait until these 2 times are over, then go talk to Applejack. I'm sure she will be willing to accept help." Applejack was startled by a branch, and her ears were buzzing. Beaky, who was reading, asked Applejack to put out the materials, but Applejack misheard everything. And the little cake she made ended up sending the taste testers, Little Horse and Beaky, to the hospital. After Ziyue found out, she couldn't hold back anymore and prepared to say something. But Anling still shook his head and said, "Forget it. If you want to try, just go ahead and try." Seeing that Ziyue was very determined to say something, Anling had no choice but to let her give it a shot. Applejack, accompanied by Winona, came to Ro's place to use her cowboy skills to hit the little bunny baby, but the effect was the opposite, scaring the little bunny baby to run towards Little Horse Valley. Anling watched this scene and said to Ziyue beside him, "I believe that after this time, Applejack will agree. Let's go with my friends." Ziyue, her friends, and Anling went to Sweet Apple Orchard together. Applejack saw that there was still half of the apple trees to harvest. In the end, she realized she couldn't finish it alone and accepted her friend's help. Applejack recognized her mistake this time and wrote a letter about this experience to the Cosmic Princess. Anling looked at Ziyue and her friends chatting and laughing, feeling very warm because he only shows his emotions in front of friends. This is the happiness of having friends. Chapter 7, Yunbao's Friends. Little Horse Valley Park. Ziyue lay on a bench reading, while Beaky kept talking about the various difficult flying moves Yunbao was doing. Ziyue casually responded with an and continued reading. Beaky saw Yunbao flying in the sky and chased after her. Ziyue sighed helplessly and continued to read. Yunbao saw Beaky calling her name below and irritably said, "That Beaky is here again, so annoying," and immediately sped up. After seeing Yunbao accelerate, Beaky shouted, "Yunbao, wait a second." Yunbao impatiently replied, "Not now, Beaky. I have things to do." Beaky ran while saying, "But Yunbao." However, Yunbao didn't listen and accelerated again. Suddenly, there was a bang as Yunbao crashed into the cliff and slowly slid down. Beaky looked at the sliding Yunbao and said, "I actually wanted to tell you that there's a cliff ahead." Yunbao could only let out a helpless sigh. On Little Horse Valley Street, Yunbao was lying on a cloud. But upon hearing a grunt, she looked down and saw Beaky, who was asking where she was. Panicking like an ostrich, Yunbao kept digging into the cloud with her front hooves, burying her upper body in the cloud. Beaky asked Ziyue, "Ziyue, have you seen where Yunbao is?" Ziyue pointed to the sky and said, "Yunbao is right up there." When Yunbao heard Beaky calling her name, she immediately accelerated out and hid behind the wall of Sweet Apple Orchard, finally breathing a sigh of relief. But as she turned around, she saw Beaky standing right in front of her, which scared her and made her fly away again. Yunbao saw the Oak Tree Library ahead and hid up in the tree. Just as she sighed in relief, Beaky called from below, "We meet again, Yunbao." Upon hearing this, Yunbao hurriedly flew out again, this time flying over several mountain peaks before stopping by a lake. But Beaky, wearing a diving mask and snorkel, emerged from the water and said, "Yunbao, I need your help." Yunbao originally wanted to escape, but thinking of the previous experiences, she knew she couldn't run away. So she could only lie on the ground helplessly and said, "I refuse." Beaky excitedly replied, "I promise this will be a lot of fun." In the end, Yunbao could only agree out of helplessness, as Beaky would still annoy her if she didn't. Little Horse Valley Town Hall. Beaky directed Yunbao to put the cloud in the position she mentioned, but Beaky kept saying, "Move left a few meters, right a few meters, up a few meters, or down a few meters." Yunbao finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Beaky." Beaky hurriedly corrected herself and said, I mean it's perfect. Now just wait for my signal." Beaky looked through the window of the town hall and saw Suilong holding letters and coming out with a pile of them. Beaky quickly signaled to Yunbao beside the cloud that it was okay. When Yunbao saw this, she quickly shaved off a bit of that cloud, which released lightning. Suilong was startled and let out a yell, causing the letters to fall all over the ground. After being startled for a moment, Suilong started hiccuping non-stop. Beaky and Yunbao kept shouting, but when they saw Suilong nervously calling out, Beaky hurriedly asked if he was okay. Suilong replied, "Our dragon clan has strong bodies. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Every time Suilong picked up a letter, the flames from his hiccups sent it off to the cosmic princess, and he kept picking up letters and sending them out. Meanwhile, Beaky and Yunbao watched this scene, holding their stomachs and laughing heartily. Beaky asked Yunbao, "Have you ever seen something funnier than this?" After saying this, she held her stomach and laughed. Yunbao mysteriously replied, "Actually, there is something I remembered," and then kicked the cloud. Beaky was also startled and started hiccuping and laughing, still hiccuping. Yunbao laughed and said, "I didn't play a prank on you, Beaky." Beaky, while hiccuping and laughing, said, "It's okay, I don't mind. I love pranks the most." Yunbao said, "Hey, Beaky, you're not as annoying as I thought. So do you want to join me in pranking?" Beaky initially wanted to say yes, but couldn't complete her sentence because of the hiccups, so she could only nod to indicate her agreement. Then Beaky and Yunbao went to a store that sells prank supplies, coming out with 2 baskets of items. Next, Beaky and Yunbao placed a basket of flowers at the entrance of the carousel costume store, rang the bell, and hid in the bushes waiting for the door to open. When Jinshi opened the door and saw the flowers, she sniffed them and kept sneezing. Hearing the sounds of giggles, she looked in the direction of the laughter and found that Beaky and Yunbao had sprinkled sneezing powder on the flowers. In the end, Beaky accidentally got a bit on herself and sneezed, flying away. Jinshi didn't get angry. She just smiled helplessly. Inside the oak tree library, Ziyue was recording experimental data while conducting experiments. Just as she noted something down and turned to continue with the experiments, the words she had written suddenly disappeared. It turned out that Beaky and Yunbao had replaced Ziyue's regular ink with invisible ink that disappears after writing. Seeing the 2 little troublemakers laughing outside, Ziyue walked over helplessly to prepare to get a new bottle of ink. In the dessert orchard, Apple Gyre pulled a cart out of the barn and saw that the apples on the tree had been painted in various colors. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "My goodness." Then she heard laughter and looked towards the source, seeing Beaky and Yunbao wearing painter hats, holding brushes and paints. Apple Gyre angrily threw apples at the 2 troublemakers, but when she saw that the painted apples could be washed off, she also found it funny and smiled. Ruru was feeding small animals by the river when a strange turtle swam over, with a straw connected to the bushes on the other side. Yunbao looked through binoculars at the opposite side, while Beaky controlled a fake turtle to make sounds, then happily asked, "Is there a small pony over there? Who is it?" Yunbao smiled and said, "Ruru." Beaky quickly put down the control for the fake turtle and hurriedly said, No, Ruru is too timid. Even the most harmless prank can make her sad for a long time." After thinking for a moment, Baobao said, "That's true. Who should we prank next?" Beaky looked at Yunbao's face and smiled, saying, "We must choose a strong little pony. That's the way to go." Yunbao asked in confusion, "Who here is the strongest?" Beaky laughed and pointed towards the riverbank, saying, "Far away in the sky, close at hand." Ha! Finally, she couldn't help but start laughing. Yunbao looked at the water's surface and found a circle drawn on her face, realizing why Beaky was laughing at her, and then found it funny too, joining in the laughter. In the early morning, the sun had just been brought out by the cosmic princess. Beaky, wearing a funny hat, went to find Yunbao, calling her name from under Yunbao's house. But what peeked out was a griffin looking up and down at Beaky. The griffin flew down with Yunbao, who started to introduce them, saying, "Beaky, this is Gilda, a griffin. Gilda, this is Beaky, my good friend." Gilda puffed out her chest proudly while looking at Beaky. Beaky asked Yunbao in confusion, "What is a griffin?" Yunbao explained, "It's half lion, half eagle." After hearing this, Biki said, Yunbao, let's go pull a new prank together. Yunbao was about to agree, but, seeing Gilda nearby, apologetically said, Sorry, Biki, I already promised to compete in flying with Gilda. Biki nonchalantly replied, Yunbao, I don't mind. Yunbao and Gilda then flew swiftly up to a cloud in the sky, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Biki popped up, having been jumping on a trampoline. Gilda watched the cheerful interaction between Yunbao and Biki with disdain and then said to Yunbao, Let's race again, Yunbao. Following that, Yunbao and Gilda flew toward another cloud above. While Yunbao and Gilda argued about who would arrive first, Biki, tied to several balloons, floated up and announced, Yunbao arrived first, just a feather's distance away. Gilda looked at Biki with even more disdain and then turned to Yunbao, saying, Yunbao, let us see who gets to that cloud first. After waiting for Yunbao to fly past, Gilda popped a few of Biki's balloons, causing her to slowly drift down. Just then, Biki climbed onto her flying device and flew back up. Gilda, rolling her eyes, said to Yunbao, Yunbao, your flying skills haven't declined, have they? Want to show off your flying tricks? Yunbao, feeling challenged, replied, I'll show you. Wait a moment while I prepare. Then she flew off. Gilda, looking at the notes, bluntly said, Yunbao doesn't need to be like you fools, especially when I'm around. After saying this, she grabbed Biki's propeller and threw it away. Yunbao asked in confusion, Where did Biki and her flying device go? Gilda, feeling guilty, replied, Who knows? Maybe she flew down due to lack of oxygen. Biki angrily told Ziyue about this. But Ziyue said it was because Biki was jealous of Yunbao having a new friend, which is why she spoke ill of her. Feeling down, Biki left the oak tree library and went to Ponyville to clear her mind. Biki sat at an outside table in a restaurant and saw Gilda scaring Mrs. Smith with her tail, pretending to be a rattlesnake after parting ways with Yunbao. Then, while other ponies weren't paying attention, she stole an apple to eat. And the worst part was that Gilda didn't move out of the way, causing Ruru to bump into her, and Ruru even apologized. But Gilda still scared Ruru, who ran away crying. Gilda then irritably said, Oh, how annoying. I don't want to hang out with you ridiculous ponies anymore, and flew off. Biki observed this scene and said seriously, She is not only a bad pony. Worse, she bullied Ruru. No one can bully Ruru. So, it's time for Biki-style countermeasures. In Ponyville, at Sugar Cube Corner, Biki welcomed every pony to the party for welcoming Yunbao's old friend. Ruru stepped forward to ask Biki, Biki, I don't know if welcoming Yunbao's new friend is a good idea. Biki rubbed Ruru's head and said, You don't need to worry, Ruru. Aunt Biki will handle it. Ruru angrily replied, I'm a year older than you. Just then, Yunbao's friend Gilda came in. Biki stepped forward to shake hooves, and Gilda extended her claw for a shake. They got zapped, and Gilda was left smoking. Yunbao laughed and said, It's an old-fashioned handshake doorbell. That's really awesome. Gilda pretended to be happy, saying, Hee, that's just great. Then, Gilda, as if having bad luck, ate candy that was too spicy and went to find a glass of water, only to discover it was a non-dripping cup. Then she opened a gift and was startled by a snake that popped out. Her fur stood on end, and when she was blindfolded to stick on a mustache, she ended up sticking it to herself. Finally, Gilda could take no more and shouted, Okay, Biki, you think this can drive me crazy? Let me tell you. When Yunbao and I are together, we're 10 times cooler than you. Let us go. Yunbao then explained that all of this was set up by her. And after falling out with Gilda, she started playing with Biki again. Ziyue wrote a letter about this experience to the Cosmic Princess. Chapter 8, Blowing Hot Air. In Ponyville. At the Oak Tree Library, Suelong encouraged Ziyue, saying, Ziyue, go for it. You can do it. Ziyue took a deep breath, and her horn lit up with magic, causing Suelong's face to sprout a mustache. Suelong excitedly touched the mustache, saying, Ziyue, you've done the 25th kind of magic, and it's still increasing. After saying this, he checked off a mark on a nearby paper. Ziyue blushed a little from the praise. Suelong stood in front of a mirror, admiring himself, saying, Hello, Miss Rare. What is that? Oh, that's my beautiful mustache. You're really handsome. Ha ha. Ziyue splashed cold water on him, saying, Sorry, little handsome. But this is for a magic experiment, so you can't keep it. After saying this, her horn lit up with magic again. Suelong hurriedly covered his mustache with his claws, but it was useless. The mustache disappeared anyway. On the streets of Ponyville, Suelong kept saying beside Ziyue, the 25th kind of magic is still increasing. I think unicorns must know some magic to be considered special abilities. Ziyue nodded in agreement, saying, That's right. Although ponies are best at singing, cooking, and math, unicorns must know some magic to have special abilities. Suelong praised Ziyue, saying, Just like you. You know so many kinds of magic. Ziyue humbly replied, There must be unicorns in Ponyville who are better than my magic. Suelong insisted, impossible. Even if all of Ponyland were gathered, none could know as much magic as you. Ziyue reminded him. You seem to have forgotten about Amling. There are some kinds of magic she knows that I don't. Suelong was silent for a moment before saying, okay, she doesn't count. By the way, where did Amling go? I seem to have not seen her for a long time. Simup and Snail rushed over and bumped into Suelong before stopping. Suelong asked in confusion what happened. After explaining, I learned that a very powerful unicorn had come to Ponyville, so everyone wanted to go see it. The scene shifted to Canterlot, at a camera specialty store, and Zero walked out holding a very advanced camera. Well, at least compared to Ponyville, it was indeed advanced. However, no matter how advanced it was, it still produced black and white photos, which was it should be said that it left the ponies speechless. But thinking about it, it was understandable since Ponyville had focused all its development points on magic. It seemed that only in the human world, where all development points were focused on technology, could there be color photos. And Zero narcissistically thought to herself, but this small issue is no match for the great Anzero. With that thought, Anzero arrived at the Canterlot Royal Castle, went to the room she used to live in, and after closing the door, she began to try to modify the camera with her magic. After several hours, Anzero succeeded in her modification, shrinking the camera down to palm size. And the photos now had color. Most importantly, the photos would not fade with time. Anzero thought for a moment and prepared to test it out, but before that, she cast an invisibility spell and a concealment spell on herself. Anzero wandered aimlessly around the castle, and when she passed the kitchen, she heard some noises inside. After hearing the sounds, Anzero sneakily approached and peeked in, almost bursting out laughing at what she saw. It turned out that her teacher, Princess Celestia, was secretly eating cake in the kitchen, and the way she was eating was completely opposite to her usual serious, elegant, and dignified demeanor as the ruler of Equestria. Anzero thought this was a perfect opportunity to test her camera, so she quietly took it out and aimed it at Princess Celestia's face. After taking a picture and developing it, Anzero couldn't help but smile at the embarrassing moment of her teacher, Princess Celestia. When she felt it was about time, she prepared to check on Princess Luna, thinking that if she guessed correctly, Princess Luna should be sleeping during the day. So Anzero went to Princess Luna's room, arrived at the door, and instantly teleported inside, where she saw Princess Luna sprawled out on the bed. Anzero's lips, which had just been pressed down, couldn't help but curl up again, internally mocking, wow, this is truly a match made in heaven. I have to document this. Anzero took out the camera and snapped pictures of Princess Luna's sleeping posture from various angles. Princess Celestia nodded but didn't say much, as there would be plenty of time to gather later, even though both of her students were in Ponyville. This left her, as their teacher, feeling quite bored in Canterlot. But there was nothing she could do. After all, she was the ruler. So she thought, hurry up and grow up, Twilight. I'll hand this position over to you. Haha, then I can retire. Twilight had no idea that her teacher was contemplating how to pass her position to her. The first to step up to challenge was Rainbow Dash, who performed a high-difficulty spin followed by a dive, executing very advanced flying maneuvers. However, Trixie used magic to control Rainbow Dash and turned her into a tornado, causing her to dizzyingly crash to the ground, resulting in Rainbow Dash's failure. The second to step up was Applejack, who showcased her cowboy skills by twirling a lasso and ultimately throwing it to catch a rope hanging from an apple tree. However, Trixie used magic to control the rope, snaking it around Applejack's four hooves before knocking her to the ground, and then using the rope to pluck an apple and stuff it into Applejack's mouth, leading to Applejack's complete defeat as well. Applejack and Rainbow Dash looked at the increasingly arrogant Trixie, their eyes constantly darting toward Twilight, hinting at her. Applejack said, "We should let a unicorn who can use magic go up." Rainbow Dash added, "And one who knows a lot of magic." Applejack continued, "It has to be a knowledgeable unicorn." Rainbow Dash agreed, "Exactly." Twilight, noticing her friend's anxious glances toward her, started to feel nervous. Finally, Trixie stepped forward to ease the tension, saying, "Okay, you don't have to say anything. I'll challenge her. Even though I'm a lady, I won't back down in this situation." The third challenger was Trixie, who used magic to pull down the curtain, creating a beautiful outfit for herself. However, Trixie used magic to turn Trixie's hairstyle into a messy bird's nest, and it was an entirely mismatched green. Trixie panicked and ran out crying. "Oh, that horrible green is the scariest color." Trixie's words immediately reached a certain green-maned pony. Trixie looked at the audience and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Did you see that? The greatest and most versatile Trixie. Now no pony should question her, right? In reality, you don't need to worry at all. You can fully trust your friends, and I believe your friends will trust you too." Twilight, who had originally been happy, said disappointedly. But I still don't want my friends to think I'm showing off. And Zero nodded, saying, you should decide what to do about your own matters. Just then, a beastly roar sounded, and Suelong rushed in a panic, saying, Twilight, something is coming. Twilight, hearing the roar, uncertainly asked, is it the thing I think it is? Suelong nodded, it's exactly what you think it is. Twilight quickly ran out and saw a young Ursa and Major charging into Ponyville, nearly about to harm Trixie, Snip, and Snail. Twilight first used magic to break the reeds, creating a very calming sound, and then controlled a water tank to fly over the farm. Finally, after explaining her concerns, her friends clarified to Twilight that they only disliked boastful ponies, not those with special abilities. Trixie looked gratefully at Aunt Zero, but her stubbornness still made her say, thank you. But the greatest and most versatile Trixie does not need pity. After releasing a smoke bomb, Trixie pulled her wagon and left. And Zero looked at the stubborn Trixie and smiled helplessly. Twilight wrote a letter about this experience and sent it to Princess Celestia. Chapter 9, Fluttershy's Trial. Near Ponyville. Outside Fluttershy's home, Fluttershy first fed a few fish to the beavers, then flew up to a tree to feed some little birds with worms. After that, she flew next to a small house and saw a rabbit eating a carrot, saying, don't eat too fast. Angel, you don't want a stomachache, do you? After hearing this, Angel immediately tossed the carrot aside and turned his head away. Fluttershy gently said, are you sure you don't want to eat a little more? Angel ignored her and hopped away. Fluttershy flew in front of Angel, saying, it's not activity time yet. I know you want to run, but please eat 3 more bites. Angel turned around and shook his head. Fluttershy said, 2 bites. Angel shook his head again. Fluttershy pushed the carrot closer to Angel, pouting, can you just eat 1 more bite? Please. Seeing this, Fluttershy sighed helplessly, and then she heard Angel coughing. After a moment of guessing, Angel finally turned Fluttershy's head in that direction. Then Ruru saw a mountaintop emitting black smoke drifting towards Ponyville. On the streets of Ponyville, Ruru ran out and explained what was happening, but it was clear that due to Ruru's timid and introverted personality, her voice was very small, almost inaudible. Even when she tried to tell her friends Yumbao and Beaky about this, her voice was so soft that they didn't notice anxious Ruru at all, as they were busy with their own matters. In the end, it was Ziyue who stood by the bridge and said seriously to everyone, listen up. A cloud of smoke is spreading towards all of Ponyville. The ponies were very panicked upon hearing this. Ziyue comforted them, saying, but I just received a letter from Princess Celestia, and the smoke is not caused by a fire. Ruru let out a sigh of relief and said, oh, thank goodness. However, Ziyue's next sentence frightened Ruru. It's caused by a dragon. Ruru stammered, a dragon? Ponyville. Oak Tree Library. Ziyue was packing things to take. Applejack asked in confusion, what would a dragon be doing here? Sleeping. Ziyue continued. Princess Celestia's letter says that he was taking a nap, and the smoke was caused by him snoring. Beaky added, that doesn't sound healthy at all. He should see a doctor. Rarity said, at least he isn't breathing fire out of anger. Applejack asked Ziyue, so what should we do now? Yumbao interjected, we should kick his butt, like this, and lifted a statue. Ziyue quickly used magic to stabilize it. But Yumbao flew over and Ziyue had to levitate the statue. Although the statue avoided disaster, Yumbao crashed directly into a bookshelf. Ziyue then said, we should persuade him to sleep somewhere else. Princess Celestia has entrusted us with this task. We can't let her down. If we fail, Ponyville will be shrouded in smoke for 100 years. Anling watched her passionate friends and the nervous Ruru and silently thought, wow, I'm getting a bit excited too. If I didn't know that even if you guys fail, Princess Celestia would solve it, and if this is a test, I might really be getting into it. They arrived outside the Oak Tree Library, just in time to see the friends who had gathered, and it seemed like they were just missing her. Ziyue looked at her friends and said, all right, everyone, we have to reach the mountaintop before dark. It said that the dragon is in a cave at the top. Applejack looked up at the towering peak and exclaimed, wow, it must be really cold up there. Yumbao confidently said, of course, the higher you climb, the colder it gets. Ruru looked at her friends and then at Ziyue, walking over and whispering, Ziyue. Ziyue, engrossed in the map, didn't notice Ruru's words and said to herself, we should go this way to reach the top faster. Ruru continued, Ziyue, I think I should stay in Ponyville. Ziyue instinctively said, Ruru happily exclaimed, oh, that's great. I'll stay in Ponyville. Ziyue then realized what Ruru meant and hurriedly said, you have to go. We need an animal expert. But don't worry. Suelong will help you take care of your animal friends. Ruru looked at Suelong holding the little animals and the small animals standing nearby, then saw Angel constantly stepping on Suelong's head, causing the little animals to scatter. Ruru quietly said, I don't think Suelong can fully handle this task. Yuanbao walked over and quietly said to Ziyue, "Do you think bringing Ruru is a good idea? That pony is afraid of her own shadow." Ziyue replied to Yuanbao, "I believe in Ruru, and only she can communicate with the animals. She might be able to help us." However, when she saw Ruru truly afraid of her shadow and hiding in the grass, she couldn't help but sigh. But Ziyue didn't give up, she said to her friends. "Then let's set off." So, Ziyue and her friends took the reluctant Ruru to the foot of the mountain. When they arrived, Ruru fearfully said, "It's so high." Yuanbao, hearing this, said speechlessly, "It's just an ordinary mountain." Ziyue led her friends step by step up the mountain, and Rarity excitedly said, "I heard dragons love to collect gems. It would be great to get one if we have the chance." Beaky mimicked a dragon's voice, saying, "Wow, you want a gem? I'll give you one." The friends burst into laughter upon hearing that, but Ziyue said seriously, "There's nothing funny about this. Ruru, you are the animal expert. What should we do if we encounter a dragon?" Ruru? Looking down, they saw Ruru hiding in the grass, and Yuanbao shouted, "What are you doing? Are you waiting for the dragon to send you an invitation?" Beaky, upon hearing this, took out an invitation and said, "Oh, I have an invitation." Then, fireworks burst out from the invitation, startling Yuanbao. Yuanbao gave Beaky a speechless glance, then said to Ruru, "I know you're scared, but at least try." After hearing this, Ruru took a deep breath and attempted to flap her wings, slowly flying up. However, when she heard the dragon's roar, her wings instinctively closed, and she fell to the ground. Ziyue, frustrated, said, "Oh, dear, we can't just wait here." Applejack walked over from the side, took Ziyue's map, and looked at it. Ziyue looked at Applejack in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" Applejack explained, "I'll bring Ruru up from another path to catch up with you." After thinking for a moment, Ziyue realized this was the only feasible solution and reluctantly nodded. Then they reached halfway up the mountain, waited for a long time. And even Rarity and Beaky played almost hundreds of games. Finally, they waited for Applejack, who brought Ruru along. However, what followed was the most torturous part for the ponies. Ziyue and her friends jumped over one by one, leaving only Ruru. However, seeing the distance below made Ruru very scared, and she closed her eyes, realizing that the distance from this side to the other side was less than a meter. Everyone sighed helplessly. They then began their journey to the mountaintop again. And Ziyue reminded everyone quietly as they walked, "We are currently in a collapse zone, so try not to make any noise." Ruru, upon hearing this, became very nervous. Thus, the friends cautiously advanced slowly, but just when Yuanbao flew past a tree, she accidentally knocked off a leaf, which happened to float slowly down onto Ruru's back. As Ruru walked, she felt the sensation on her back and thought it was a collapse, shouting loudly, "It's collapsing." Fortunately, Applejack quickly covered Ruru's mouth with her hoof as she shouted, and everyone looked around nervously. After a while, seeing that nothing was wrong, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, the rubble and dirt on the mountain began to collapse downward. Applejack was the first to react and shouted loudly, "Everyone, run." The friends quickly realized this and hurriedly ran forward, ultimately escaping without injury. Applejack asked, "Is everyone okay?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Ziyue looked helplessly at the landslide ahead and said, "It's fine. We just have to climb another slope." Everyone reached the top of the slope and then began to slide down. At that moment, Ruru lost her balance and started to slide down, colliding with Jinshi, and then bumping into Beaky and Applejack. Finally, she slid straight to the ground. Jinshi apologized, saying, "It's all my fault." However, Yuanbao looked at Ruru and said, "I don't think it's your fault." Ruru shyly lowered her head. As they continued walking, Yuanbao flew over to Ziyue and asked, "Do you still think bringing Ruru along was a good idea?" Ziyue paused and replied, "We'll find out soon enough, because we've arrived." Ahead was a huge cave, from which thick black smoke billowed, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars. Ziyue assigned tasks to the little ponies and slowly entered the cave, only to realize that Ruru had not followed. After repeated inquiries from Ziyue's friends and amidst the dragon's roars, Ruru finally confessed her fear. She was not afraid of the mountain, but of the dragon. Ziyue, feeling helpless but determined to try, entered the cave and attempted to persuade the dragon, but clearly failed. Next, Jinshi, who seemed closest to success, continuously praised the dragon, making it feel good about itself. However, when Jinshi mentioned gems, the dragon realized the pony wanted to take its gems and promptly kicked Jinshi out. The third was Beaky, whose attempt ended quickly as well since she wanted the dragon to learn to share, but was also quickly expelled. Yuanbao, being impulsive, flew in and kicked the dragon after seeing her friends fail. The result was that the dragon was driven out of the cave, but it also got very angry. In the end, the dragon sent the friends flying in front of the rocks. Ruru heard the commotion, peeked out, looked at her friends lying on the ground, and then at the dragon. Finally, she gathered her courage and had a fierce argument with the dragon, eventually making it cry. In the end, the dragon left with the gems. Ziyue also wrote about this experience in a letter to the Cosmic Princess. Chapter 10, Pajama Party. Ponyville Park. The Pegasus ponies were putting dark clouds up in the sky, while the ponies on the ground were picking up fallen branches. Jinchi reattached a broken branch to the tree and, seeing the messy leaves, thought it looked very ugly. She transformed the messy leaves into the shapes of two ponies and nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Applejack threw a rope and pulled the branch down again. Looking at Jinchi, Applejack said, "If it's broken, just throw it away. You only care about decorating things." Jinchi retorted, "What's wrong with decorating? Look at how messy you made Ponyville Square." Applejack replied helplessly, "If we don't take down the branches, they will fall on the ponies during a heavy rain." After hearing this, Jinchi had nothing more to say, but seeing the Pegasus ponies in such good weather blocking it with dark clouds, she couldn't help but say, "I really don't understand why those Pegasus ponies have to block such nice weather today." Applejack explained, "Come on, think about it. Last week we missed a light rain. So today we need to make up for it with a heavy rain to replenish the missing water." After saying this, she kicked the big tree, causing some branches to fall. Just then, light rain began to fall, and Jinchi panicked, saying, "Oh no, the rain will ruin my carefully styled hair." Applejack said, "I think you should finish your work first." But Jinchi ignored her and ran around looking for a place to hide from the rain, panicking, "Applejack, you have to help me." Applejack, feeling helpless, also looked around and found that they could hide under a bench, saying, "Why don't you hide under the bench first? And I'll help you after I finish my work." Jinchi looked at the mud under the bench and said, "No, I don't want to get my hooves dirty." Applejack, feeling frustrated, said, "You always have to be so picky about everything. You don't care about anything else." Jinchi laughed dismissively, "Haha, what you're saying makes no sense." They started arguing, and in the end, Jinchi and Applejack glared at each other. Jinchi said first, "I think we should go our separate ways to avoid saying things we might regret." Applejack replied, "Well, you said it first." Then Applejack and Jinchi began to slowly back away from each other, but at that moment, a sudden thunderclap echoed in the sky, causing both to hug each other tightly. Jinchi trembled and said, "Maybe we should stay together after all." Applejack also trembled and said, "I think that's a good idea." The wind howled, and heavy rain poured down. Applejack went under the bench, but Jinchi stubbornly refused to join her. Applejack said from under the bench, "It's still dry down here, although my hooves are a bit wet." Jinchi turned her head and said, "No matter what, I won't hide down there." Just then, they heard someone calling their names and turned to see Ziyue standing at the entrance of the oak tree library, beckoning them over. After hearing this, both Jinchi and Applejack hurried over without hesitation, but just as they were about to enter, Jinchi stopped Applejack, saying, "Hey, wait a minute. Can you be a bit cleaner when you enter someone else's house? Look at the mud on your hooves." Although Applejack was a bit unhappy, she obediently went outside to find a faucet to wash her hooves. Ziyue, excited, said, "Oh, that's great. You can stay here. Suelong has to go to Cantlot for something. So tonight, it's just us, and I just happen to have my personal book on how to throw a pajama party. It's going to be so much fun." After hearing this, Jinchi's expression momentarily cracked, and she quietly said, "Oh, I just remembered I have something to do at home. I think I'll leave. Especially since I'm with Applejack." After saying this, she looked out the window at Applejack, who was biting the faucet. But Ziyue didn't hear her and continued excitedly. And in the pajama party activities, there are also activities about dressing up. After hearing this, Jinchi first glanced at the content of the book on pajama parties, and her eyes lit up. Then Ziyue and Jinchi began to dress each other up, applying mud masks on each other's faces. When Applejack came in and saw this scene, she angrily said, "You two wait a minute. You let me wash the mud off my hooves, but you are putting mud on your faces." Jinchi laughed and said, "Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a mud mask. Come on, let me put some on you." Without waiting for Applejack's consent, she reached out with her muddy hoof and smeared mud all over Applejack's face, then placed 2 slices of cucumber over her eyes. After Applejack stuck out her tongue and ate the cucumber slices, she said, "It actually tastes pretty good." After hearing the commotion, Anling came out to check, only to find that Ziyue, Jinchi, and Applejack were dressing each other up. But when she saw Applejack looking gloomy with mud all over her face because of Jinchi, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, saying, "Ha! Ziyue, how old are you all? Still playing with mud? That's just too funny." After saying this, she couldn't help but roll on the ground, holding her stomach. After hearing this, Ziyue and the others had a serious expression and exchanged mischievous glances before slowly approaching Anling. It wasn't until they were almost next to her that Anling realized, looking at the 3 little ponies coming closer with mischievous smiles. Anling couldn't help but shiver and stammered. What do you want? Don't come over. Lying on the side, feeling hopeless. Anling not only had a mud mask on her face, but her mane was also curled up by a curling stick. Ziyue, Applejack, and Jinchi couldn't help but burst into laughter at this sight. Ziyue picked up the book and checked a box on it, then looked at the book and said, Next. We will start the second activity of telling ghost stories. Who will go first? Applejack said, I'll go first. Once upon a time, there was a spoiled ghost who was extremely spoiled, and in the end, had no friends to play with. Jinchi, I think you must have heard of this one. Jinchi replied, I've never heard of it. It's my turn now. Once there was a messy ghost who was very messy, and almost no little ponies played with him. Applejack couldn't help but say, This story is made up by you, Jinchi. Jinchi glared at her and said, Which ghost story isn't made up? Just as they were about to argue, the lights suddenly went out, startling Applejack and Jinchi. Ziyue spoke in a spooky tone. Let me tell a legend about the headless ghost horse. Once upon a time, there were several little ponies having a sleepover party, just like us now. And the weather was the same. Just when one little pony thought she was safe, the headless ghost horse suddenly appeared behind her. The headless ghost horse is coming. Jinchi and Applejack looked at Ziyue, who was covered with a blanket, thinking she was the headless ghost, and they screamed while hugging each other. Ziyue quickly threw the list aside, then went to the sleepover party activity guide book and checked off the second activity of telling ghost stories. Anling signaled for them to continue, as if she wasn't there. Applejack was roasting marshmallows by the fire, while Jinchi taught Ziyue how to make a delicate dessert with marshmallows. Jinchi used magic to place cookies on top of the marshmallows and said, Just place them slowly like this, and it's done. At that moment, Applejack came over and took a bite, saying, It tastes pretty good. Jinchi looked at this scene and gritted her teeth, saying, Oh, at least be polite. Applejack retorted, I wanted to take a bite, but you interrupted me. So I ate it. Ziyue checked off the third activity of roasting marshmallows in the book, then looked at the next activity and said, The next activity is truth or dare. Applejack immediately spoke up. Then do you dare to go out and get your mane wet? Jinchi was about to refuse. But Ziyue said, You have to go. That is what the book says. Then she stared at Applejack and said, Do you dare to dress up nicely? Applejack, upon hearing this, panicked at first, but in the end, she had no choice but to dress up, putting on an elegant dress. Ziyue saw the increasingly intense argument and realized something was wrong, saying, Truth or dare doesn't seem to be played like this. Let us move on to the next activity. After Ziyue brought the book over and looked at the next content, she asked in confusion, What does pillow fight mean? Jinchi proudly raised her head and said, No, I don't want to play such a rough game. But as soon as she finished speaking, she was hit by a pillow thrown by Applejack. Jinchi looked at Applejack and said, You did that on purpose. After saying that, she immediately retaliated by throwing a pillow back. The pillow fight became more intense, and they started using magic and ropes. In the end, Ziyue could only helplessly call for a stop, so they lined up to go to bed. However, while sleeping, Jinchi and Applejack began arguing again over the sheets, eventually waking Ziyue up. At that moment, a thunderclap sounded, and everyone looked out the window to see a lightning bolt striking a tree. When the top of the tree was about to fall and hit the nearby house, Applejack quickly pulled the broken branch over with a rope. As a result, it crashed right into the window of the oak library. Applejack tried to get the book out, but as a single little pony, she couldn't do it. So she sought Ziyue's help. However, Ziyue was focused on her book, seemingly unable to be disturbed by anything. Feeling proud, Applejack ultimately sought Jinchi's help. But Jinchi was busy putting the fallen books back on the shelf, and didn't listen to Applejack's words. However, when Applejack apologized and admitted her mistake, Jinchi had no choice but to risk getting dirty and turn the branch into several wooden carvings. When there was only a small piece left, Applejack planned to kick it out. But when she saw Jinchi looking at her seriously, she had to give up the plan and instead picked up the small wooden piece with her mouth and threw it outside onto the ground. After Jinchi also apologized and acknowledged her mistakes, everyone happily laughed together. At this moment, Ziyue seemed to finally realize what was going on and looked at her reconciled friends, ultimately deciding to complete the remaining sleepover activities. She also woke up Anling, who was sound asleep, and then started the fourth activity of the sleepover party, guessing riddles. Anling watched Ziyue, Applejack, and Jinchi playing the riddle game, and as she watched, she gradually became sleepier and leaned against Ziyue's back, slowly falling asleep. Ziyue felt something unusual, looked over, and saw Anling sleeping next to her. Instead of waking her up, she just smiled gently. Then she used magic to lift Anling and place her aside, covering her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. Applejack and Jinchi saw this scene and let out an Annie laugh. Upon hearing this, Ziyue blushed. Chapter 11. Rumors on the streets of Ponyville. Ziyue looked at the sky and exclaimed, "Wow, the weather is really nice today." Suilong replied, "Yuanbao must have gotten up and cleared the clouds in the sky." Ziyue said, "With such nice weather, the ponies will definitely come out to bask in the sun." However, looking at the empty streets, with one or two ponies closing their windows, Ziyue shook her head and said, "I haven't heard anything." Suilong speculated, "Could it be because of my bad breath?" After saying this, he breathed out a puff of green fire. Ziyue looked at Suilong speechlessly and said, "It's about the same as usual, but I don't think that's the reason." Suilong then made an even more absurd guess. "Could it be because of zombies?" Ziyue replied while walking, That's unlikely." Suilong insisted, "It's unlikely, but it could still be possible." Just then, Ziyue heard what seemed like a pony calling her and looked towards the candy house. She saw Biji waving her hoof and saying, "Ziyue, Suilong, come over quickly. Don't let him catch you, hurry up." Ziyue and Suilong quickly ran into the candy house, where Biji shone a flashlight at them. Ziyue squinted her eyes as they were dazzled. Suilong fearfully asked, "Is it a zombie pony?" Biji teased Suilong, saying, "Zombie pony." Suilong jumped in fright and hugged Ziyue's neck, almost choking her. Ziyue angrily said, "There are no zombie ponies in this world." Then she curiously asked Biji, "Biji, what are you doing hiding here alone?" Biji shook her head and replied, "I'm not hiding here alone." At this moment, Ziyue finally saw that inside the candy house were her friends, Anling, Jinshi, Yunbao, Ruru, Biji, Applejack, and Applejack's sister, Apple Lily. Ziyue then changed her words and asked, "Okay, what are you all hiding here for?" Applejack walked to the window and pointed outside, saying, "We are all hiding from her." Ziyue and her friends looked outside and saw a strange little pony wearing a cloak, digging in the ground with its hooves. Suddenly, it turned its head and looked this way. The friends were all scared and hid away, while Ziyue rolled her eyes in frustration, feeling confused. Then Ziyue looked at Anling and asked, "Anling, what are you doing hiding here with them?" Anling explained helplessly, "It's not that I want to hide here. I came to Candy Block to buy some cupcakes and leave, but these guys wouldn't let me go, so I waited here until you arrived." Biki interrupted, saying, "We are protecting you from Keela's harm." The friends nodded in agreement. Apple Lily looked at Ziyue and said, "Did you see?" "Ziyue, it's Keela." Apple Gyre said sternly. "Apple Lily, I told you not to mention that name." Ziyue said in confusion, "I just saw it glance over here." Then she was interrupted by Biki, who said, "It glared over here fiercely." Ziyue pushed Biki away and continued, "And then you all hid for no reason." Apple Gyre retorted, "You call it no reason? Protecting family and friends is not a reason? My little sister saw Keela and was shaking nonstop." After saying that, she kept shaking Apple Lily. Apple Lily rebutted, "I wasn't. Plus, I'm not a kid anymore." Ruru said, "Keela is mysterious." Yunbao said, "So evil." Biki made a strange expression and said, "It's so creepy." Ziyue, feeling helpless, continued to look out the window and then saw Keela take off its hood, revealing a black and white pattern. The friends were all astonished. Jinshi disdainfully said, "Look at those patterns, they're so flashy." Ziyue replied, "Those patterns are natural for him because Keela is a zebra." After hearing this, Jinshi fainted again, holding her forehead. The other little ponies curiously asked, "What kind of pony?" Ziyue had to explain, "Zebra. I've seen them in books. They should live on a mysterious continent." But how did he end up here? At that moment, Anling raised a hoof and said, "Oh, I know this." The friends turned to Anling, waiting for her to continue. Anling cleared her throat and said, "Zebras should come from a tropical continent. Although they can't use magic like unicorns, they have their own unique magic and can make potions. I think Keela is probably living in the Eternal Freedom Forest now." Apple Gyre said, "The Eternal Freedom Forest is not normal at all. The plants grow by themselves." Ruru added, "Animals take care of themselves." Yunbao said, "And the clouds in the sky move by themselves." After hearing this, Jinshi fainted again. Biki said, "Keela is so evil. I even wrote a song about it." Then Biki sang a song she wrote for Keela. Ziyue still didn't believe it and said, "But all of this is hearsay. What bad things has Keela done?" Yunbao replied, "Keela comes to Ponyville every month." Jinshi added, "And Keela always hides near the shops." Ruru said, "Keela also digs in the ground." Just as Ziyue was about to say something, Anling laughed loudly, holding her stomach. "Ha! Your imagination is so rich. Wow. I don't know whether to laugh at your creativity or at your ignorance. The strange things you've mentioned about the Eternal Freedom Forest. You think they're abnormal because you've never seen them? And those things Keela has done, they're just a bit odd, but far from being bad. So you all freak out over such minor things. You little ponies are really interesting, huh?" Ziyue looked at the laughing Anling and asked in confusion, "Anling, I feel like you know something?" Anling slowly stopped laughing and said mysteriously, "Well, I do know something, but I can't tell you." However, I can tell you that if a little pony can get close to Keela, they might find out the truth. Apple Lily's eyes lit up when she heard this, looking at the arguing Ziyue, her friends, and her sister. When she looked at Anling winked at Apple Lily and nodded. After Apple Lily went out, she secretly followed Keela all the way to the Eternal Freedom Forest, and just as she passed a patch of blue flowers, Apple Gyre's voice came. Apple Lily, come here. Apple Gyre ran to the blue flowers, and of course, the other 5 little ponies followed. In the end, Keela disappeared in a puff of smoke. After Apple Gyre scolded Apple Lily, she started arguing with Ziyue, but in the end, it seemed that none of the friends believed them, and they parted ways unhappily. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Ziyue lay in bed, continuously dreaming about what happened today, and finally fell asleep without realizing how late it was. In the morning, Ziyue woke up, looked at her messy reflection in the mirror, and said with a smile, "Oh, Keela cursed my mane." But when Ziyue styled her hair with a comb, she found her horn had become soft and panicked, saying, "Keela cursed my horn." Then, after waking up Suelong, they searched for the reason for this change, and finally, Suelong found a book about the supernatural. However, Ziyue didn't believe it at all. Just then, Beaky walked over, sticking out her tongue, wanting to say something but unable to. Besides sticking out her tongue and drooling, Beaky couldn't make herself clear, and at that moment, Yunbao crashed into the wall, and after bumping around, finally crashed in. Yunbao then said, "Beaky, I just want to say, we have all been cursed by Keela." Jinshi, whose mane had become very long, also said, "I think so." Apple Lily came over carrying a very small Apple Gyre. Apple Gyre said, "I've already said it once. I really don't want to say it again." Ziyue looked at Ruru in confusion and said, But Ruru looks fine." Jinshi looked at Ruru and said, "I don't see any problem either." Ziyue asked Ruru, "Do you have any problems?" But Ruru just nodded and shook her head, not speaking. Finally, it was Apple Gyre who said, "If you have a problem, just say it." Ruru reluctantly began to speak, "I really don't want to talk about this." Everyone was shocked because Ruru's voice now, how should I put it, sounded very masculine. Suelong couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha, you all look so funny now." Long-maned Jinshi, running Yunbao, long-tongued Beaky, little Apple Gyre, and rough-voiced Ruru, and this name is hard to come up with. Anling, standing on the stairs, couldn't help but say, "Why not call her soft horn crab Ziyue?" Suelong excitedly said, "Oh, that name is great, very fitting." Ziyue first glared at Anling, then told Suelong, "Stop laughing and keep looking for books about this condition." Ziyue and her friends discovered that Apple Gyre and Apple Lily were missing, so they hurried to Keela's place. Anling invisibly followed behind, watching Ziyue and her friends barge into Keela's home and confront Keela. In the end, it was Apple Lily who explained the situation. It turned out that Keela came to Ponyville to buy herbs each time, but every time the door was closed. Ziyue and her friends learned the truth and apologized. After that, Ziyue and her friends took Keela to Ponyville to explain the situation. And then they went to the beauty salon for a medicinal bath, before finally returning to normal. At this point, Ziyue realized and said to Anling, "You knew all along, didn't you?" Anling suddenly looked into the distance and said, "Look over there." Taking advantage of Ziyue turning her head, he hurriedly escaped. Anling didn't even listen and even quickened his pace. Ziyue suddenly seemed to have thought of something mischievous and then went to borrow some of Keela's toxic joke pollen and antidote. It would be around evening when they would reach the Oak Tree Library, so Ziyue sneakily went upstairs to Anling's room, looked at the sleeping Anling, and applied a bit of the toxic joke pollen on him. Ziyue was very excited and thought to herself, "Anling, what kind of effect will this have? I'm really looking forward to it." Anling had no idea what kind of things he would experience the next day, nor did he know how vengeful Ziyue could be. Chapter 12, The Catastrophe of the Century. Somewhere outside Ponyville, Ro was singing while picking flowers, and at that moment, a little squirrel came over with a dandelion and tugged at Ro's tail. Ro turned to the squirrel and said, "Thank you, little squirrel, but remember, these flowers are for the cosmic princess. Only the most beautiful will do." Just then, a gust of wind blew by, scattering the dandelions the squirrel was holding, leaving only the root. Seeing this, the squirrel immediately ran away. Just as Ro was about to pick another flower, she suddenly heard a loud call and immediately got scared and hid. At that moment, a blue round insect landed on a rock. Ro saw this cute creature and immediately leaned over to say, "Hello, little guy. I've never seen an insect like you before." The blue insect flew over to an apple and just stared at it. Ro thought the little insect was hungry, so she squished the apple into pulp and pushed it in front of the insect, saying, "Go ahead and eat, little guy. You must be starving." The blue insect looked at it, opened its mouth wide, and ate all the apples in the nearby basket, then flew into Ro-Ro's mane. Ro-Ro was stunned for a moment and gently said, "It seems you really were starving, little guy." Looking at the adorable blue insect, Ro-Ro said, "Oh, you are just too cute. I have to introduce you to my friends." Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Ziyue was using magic to hold a feather duster, constantly sweeping away dust, and then said to Suelong, "Oh, hurry up and clean, Suelong." Suelong helplessly replied while moving books, "If you tidied up a bit yourself, it wouldn't be so messy." Ziyue awkwardly changed the subject and said, "The Cosmic Princess is coming tomorrow." Suelong looked at the nervous Ziyue and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say this was just an informal visit?" Ziyue retorted, "As long as it's about the princess's visit. It won't be easy." Suelong was putting books on the ladder and said, "I think you should tidy up the books regularly." But just then, he lost his balance and fell down. Ziyue saw this and rushed over, using the feather duster to sweep away the dust, saying, "Suelong, I want this place to be spotless, so don't mess around." Suelong angrily replied, "I think we should divide the work to avoid disturbing each other." After hearing this, Ziyue thought it was a good idea and said, "Oh, that sounds great. I'll go inspect the work, and you clean the Oak Tree Library." After saying that, she handed the feather duster to Suelong and went out the door. Suelong was about to suggest switching tasks, but Ziyue had already closed the door. Anling came over and patted Suelong's shoulder, saying, "Let me help you." Then he cast a spell, and with a flash of light, the messy books and dust in the Oak Tree Library were neatly arranged and cleaned. Suelong looked at Anling gratefully, and Anling said, "It's no problem at all. I'll go accompany Ziyue now." After saying that, he hurriedly went after her. Anling looked at Ziyue walking ahead and quickly followed. Ziyue saw Anling and asked in confusion, "Anling, is the library cleaned up?" Anling nodded and said, "Yes, I used magic to clean it all up." Ziyue was obviously happy and said, "Anling, then come inspect the work with me." So they continued until they crossed the bridge and saw the banner set up in Ponyville. Ziyue looked at it and asked in confusion, "Why isn't the banner welcoming the Cosmic Princess finished?" A pony explained, "Because there wasn't enough space left." Ziyue angrily said, "Warmly welcome the Cosmic Prince. What kind of banner is this? Take it down and rewrite it." After saying that, she went to inspect the next place. Anling looked at it and used magic to lengthen the banner a bit and filled in the missing words, then hurriedly followed after Ziyue, passing by a pony watering flowers. The pony said, "Now that's perfect. Keep up the good work." Anling nodded as he passed by and hurried to catch up with Ziyue. Ponyville, Sugar Cube Corner. After Ziyue and Anling entered, Ziyue asked Mrs. Cake, "Mrs. Cake, how's the food preparation going?" Mrs. Cake looked a bit awkward and said, "I had prepared enough, but..." She didn't finish her sentence and just looked at a certain spot. Ziyue looked over and discovered that Pinkie Pie was continuously eating the food meant for tomorrow. Just as Pinkie was about to eat a cake, Ziyue stepped forward to stop her and angrily said, "Pinkie, what are you doing here? This is for the Cosmic Princess." Pinkie awkwardly laughed and said, "Haha, I was just tasting it first. I think this is good enough for the princess or the king." After saying that, she tried to take a bite again. Ziyue looked at Pinkie expressionlessly. Just then, Ro-Ro suddenly ran and wanting to say something, but when she saw Ziyue and Pinkie, she quietly said, "Oh, sorry, did I interrupt you?" Pinkie, while eating cake, said, "Not interrupting at all. Ro-Ro, do you want a piece too?" Ziyue looked at Ro-Ro in confusion and asked, "Do you have something to say, Ro-Ro?" Ro-Ro looked at Ziyue and Pinkie excitedly and said, "Look at what I found in the forest, a cute little guy." Just then, 3 adorable insects flew out. Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, they're so cute. I've never seen such adorable insects before." "Ro-Ro, where did you find these?" Ro-Ro replied, "I found this one by the edge of the forest. As for the other 2, I don't know." Ziyue looked at another one and said, "Ro-Ro, can you give me one? They're just too cute, and it could keep Suelong company so he won't disturb me while I'm studying." Ro-Ro nodded and looked at Pinkie, saying, "Pinkie, do you want the other one?" Pinkie shook her head in disdain and said, "What are you talking about? A fairy fly? I'm off to find my big one." After saying that, she left. Ziyue helplessly shook her head and said, "Don't mind her. Pinkie is always like this." Ponyville, Carousel Boutique. Rarity was designing the dress for Rainbow Dash to wear tomorrow, but Rainbow Dash was being very uncooperative, fidgeting, and constantly complaining. Rarity couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Rainbow, stop moving around." After Rainbow moved a bit, she said, "Wearing this dress is too troublesome. I just can't help but want to fly." Rarity shook her head and refused. "No way, I haven't finished yet. Besides, don't you want to look beautiful when you meet the Cosmic Princess?" At that moment, Ziyue walked in and looked at the dresses on the mannequin, saying, "Wow, Rarity, the dresses you designed are so beautiful." Just then, a noise sounded. and both Rarity and Rainbow Dash curiously walked over to see that 3 fairy flies had emerged from Ziyue's mane. Yunbao looked at the 3 fairy flies and said, "Wow, what are these 3? Ziyue, confused, replied, "I want to know how they got here. Just a moment ago, there was only 1, and now there are 2 more." Yunbao said, "I want 1. Jinchi added, "I want 1 too, they are so cute." At this moment, Biki walked over and said, "Friends, do you know where I can find an accordion?" When she saw that her friends were ignoring her, she raised her voice and said, "Come on, this is important." "Oh, fine, I'll just find it myself. Thanks, bye." After saying that, she left. Anling thought for a moment and decided to follow her to help Biki look for the instrument. That night, in Ponyville, at the Oak Tree Library, Ziyue was mumbling to herself in her room. "The decorations for the banquet are all ready. There shouldn't be any problems. Oh, I really hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow." She then looked at Suelong and the fairy flies and said, "Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Let's just go to sleep." The night passed without incident. The next morning in Ponyville, at the Oak Tree Library, Ziyue was awakened by the sound of many snoring. She groggily opened her eyes and saw several fairy flies lying on the bed, unable to help but shout, "Suelong." The fairy flies then messed up the organized bookshelves, and Ziyue struggled to pack them into her bag. Meanwhile, Yunbao, just waking up, found herself covered in countless fairy flies, which clung to her no matter where she went. Jinchi, on the other hand, had the fairy flies help her, and she finally learned how they reproduce. She packed the fairy flies into her bag and went out to figure out what to do with them. However, she encountered Biki, who wanted Jinchi to help find the instrument too. But Jinchi thought it was time to figure out how to handle the fairy flies, so she didn't agree to help Biki. In the end, Ziyue, Jinchi, and Yunbao took the fairy flies to find the expert on animals, Ruru. However, when they opened the door, the situation was even worse. Hundreds of fairy flies flew out. Just when everyone was at a loss, Applejack arrived with a cart full of apples. After understanding the situation, Applejack directed her friends to gather the 10 fairy flies and then chase them out of Ponyville and into the forest. Finally, Yunbao came up with an idea and began to create a tornado, sucking the fairy flies in one by one. But at that moment, Biki arrived with a pair of gongs, and when the gongs flew into the tornado, it caused the tornado to disintegrate. As the tornado fell apart, the fairy flies floated back towards Ponyville, and the friends began to blame Biki for the chaos. Biki, in turn, blamed her friends for losing the gongs she had just gotten. Ziyue brought her friends to Ponyville and, seeing the chaotic scene, suddenly had a bright idea. She could use magic. Without hesitation, Ziyue cast a spell, and a flash of white light passed. The fairy flies really stopped eating food. However, there was one problem. They started eating everything else except food. Applejack had already gone to her dessert orchard to prepare when the fairy flies showed up. And to her surprise, they were no longer eating food, but were now eating everything else. Ponyville streets were in chaos as ponies ran around in panic. And even Ziyue began to perform. Just then, music made from different instruments started playing. Ziyue thought it was the Cosmic Princess's band coming, but to her surprise, it was Biki. Even more unexpectedly, the fairy flies began to hop along behind Biki. The friends exchanged glances and hurriedly followed her to greet the Cosmic Princess. When the Cosmic Princess and Anling got out of the carriage, the friends bowed and greeted her, except for Ziyue and Anling, who didn't have to bow. Ziyue awkwardly tried to find a topic to talk about, even bringing up the unreasonable question of whether there was traffic on the way, saying, "How could there be traffic in the sky?" The Cosmic Princess looked at the bouncing fairy flies behind Biki and immediately recognized that the situation in Ponyville must be terrible. Before leaving, Ziyue reported on their friendship insights. Ziyue and her friends apologized to Biki, and Biki, if she really didn't have any issues, admitted that even she didn't understand herself. This scene left Ziyue and her friends dumbfounded. Chapter 13, Sending Winter, Welcoming Spring. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Suelong sleepily said, "Mom?" Ziyue angrily replied, "It's sending winter and welcoming spring." Suelong sleepily said, "It's not, Mom," and went back to sleep. Ziyue, wearing warm clothing, said, "Suelong, today is the first day of spring, so all the ponies in Ponyville are sending winter and welcoming spring." DeLong, lying under the covers, said, "Who would send away winter? Don't we use magic like in Canterlot?" Ziyue explained, "Ponyville was established by Earth ponies, so they never use magic to send away winter." After getting dressed, she took out a checklist and said while checking items off, "Scarf, check. Saddle, check. Boots, check. Suelong not getting up, check. Oh right, I forgot about Anling." But Anling just turned over and continued sleeping. Ziyue, feeling helpless, decided to use her ultimate technique. She lifted Anling's blanket, causing Anling to curl up into a ball. Anling, who was warm under the covers, suddenly felt a chill and instantly lost all drowsiness. Anling sleepily exclaimed, "Ah, Ziyue, what are you doing? It's not even light yet." However, Ziyue didn't hear her at all because she was stunned by Anling's voice, which sounded very, how should I put it? Very feminine, even weak, evoking a sense of protectiveness. At that moment, Anling realized why her voice had changed like this. She then saw Ziyue giggling and immediately understood it was the effect of a prank. Anling then chased after Ziyue, determined to take revenge, and they playfully tussled. After a while, Ziyue and Anling got dressed and stepped outside. However, they found that it was still dark outside, and there wasn't a single pony in sight. Anling, expressionless, raised an eyebrow at Ziyue. In Ponyville, outside the town hall, Ziyue, carrying Suelong, looked at the nearly assembled ponies in their team uniforms and said, "I'm sure these uniforms were designed by Jinshi. The blue ones are for the weather team, the green ones are for the plant team, and the brown ones are for the animal team. I wonder what color uniform I will wear." Suelong sleepily said. The mayor stands in front of the town hall and says, "Since you all have your uniforms, let me create a new record for sending winter and welcoming spring. Now, find your captains." Ziyue, along with the other ponies, found her team and nervously said, "Oh no, which team should I join, and what do they represent?" Then Anling watched the ponies who inexplicably started singing and could only inwardly sigh. Ponies really can sing anytime, anywhere, but it sounds pretty good. Ziyue looked at the busy ponies and wondered, every pony has divided into teams, what should I do? Just then, Yunbao flew by and said to the flying ponies in the sky, "All right, you can take off now." After watching the flying ponies leave, she landed back on the ground. Ziyue approached and greeted, "Yunbao, what are you doing?" Ziyue eagerly asked, "Can I help with anything? I can help you clear the clouds." Yunbao remained silent and simply flapped her wings. Ziyue only realized at this moment that she was a unicorn, not a Pegasus, so she didn't have wings. Disappointed, she said, "All right, I don't have wings." Yuanbao apologized and then flew away with the flying team. Ziyue looked at Anling and asked, "Anling, what do you think I should do?" After thinking for a moment, Anling replied, "How about you don't do anything at all?" "Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm just being honest. As a unicorn who can't use magic, it's basically impossible for you to help." Upon hearing this, Ziyue's previously excited mood suddenly turned a bit dejected, and she lowered her head. Anling hurriedly comforted her, saying, "How about we go to Jinshi? Maybe she needs help." After hearing this, Ziyue's previously lost mood immediately brightened as she said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go." After saying that, she pulled Anling and Suelong, who was lying in the grass beside them. Outside the carousel costume shop in Ponyville, Jinshi was weaving a bird's nest. When Ziyue, Anling, and Suelong arrived, they saw Jinshi had just finished weaving a beautiful bird's nest. Ziyue looked at the nest and exclaimed, "Wow, Jinshi, this bird's nest you made is really beautiful." Jinshi humbly replied, "It's nothing." Then Ziyue looked at the many nests Jinshi had already woven and curiously asked, "Jinshi, why are you making so many bird's nests?" After listening, Ziyue suddenly realized and nodded, then eagerly asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Jinshi thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you help me weave a bird's nest? I'll teach you how to do it first." Then Jinshi demonstrated step by step and finished a beautiful bird's nest. When it was Ziyue's turn, Jinshi guided her from the side. But as for the final product, well, let's just say it was very much in line with the wild style of a bird's nest. Suelong didn't care about that and laughed out loud. "Ha, the little birds can use this as a toilet." Anling hurriedly covered Suelong's mouth, while Jinshi began to comfort Ziyue, saying, "Ziyue, what you made is actually okay. It just needs a little improvement." Then Jinshi started to salvage the bird's nest. Taking this opportunity, Ziyue pulled Anling and Suelong and escaped from there. At the Ponyville Lake, Beaky was skating on the ice, effortlessly performing various professional moves. Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Beaky, you skate really well." Beaky replied while skating, "Thank you, Ziyue. I was born knowing how to skate when I was just a little pony." Ziyue watched the lines Beaky skated and said, "Skate along the lines, and when spring arrives, the ice will part along the lines." Beaky, as if knowing why Ziyue was there, said, "Do you want to help, Ziyue?" After putting on her skates and struggling to stand still, Ziyue couldn't help but hesitate, saying, Maybe I should just forget it." But Suelong was not pleased and said, "Hey, didn't you say you would help? Hurry up." After saying that, he gave Ziyue a push. Ziyue was pushed by Suelong and slid forward, trying to control her balance in a panic, but it was no use. After struggling to stop, she tried to slide again, but before she could control it, she rushed forward quickly, and there was no way to stop. She crashed into Beaky and Suelong, creating a snowman made up of Ziyue on the bottom, Beaky in the middle, and Suelong on top. As for Anling, he had already moved far away while Ziyue was skating, knowing the plot, and thus avoiding being knocked over. Suelong laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha, Ziyue, you are truly a genius of chaos." Biki comforted her, saying, "Suelong, don't say that. Actually, Ziyue, you skated pretty well. I was like this when I first skated too." Ziyue's previously blank eyes suddenly filled with hope as she eagerly asked, "Really?" But Biki dampened her spirits, saying no. "But did it make you feel a bit better?" Ziyue forced a smile and replied, "A little bit." After thinking for a moment, Biki said, "Maybe Ro needs your help. Ro is a little pony who needs to wake up many animals, and she might be overwhelmed." Somewhere outside Ponyville, Ziyue, Anling, and Suelong watched Ro shake a bell in front of a burrow, and two little hedgehogs yawned and came out. Ziyue couldn't help but say, "So cute." Ro nodded but sighed as she looked at the many burrows, saying, "Sigh, there are still so many little animals to wake up." Ziyue stepped forward excitedly and said, "I can help. Just leave it to me, Ro." Ro nodded and handed the bell to Ziyue. Ziyue walked to a burrow, shook the bell, and eagerly said, "I wonder what animal I'll wake up." At that moment, several recently awakened snakes slithered out of the burrow. Because Ziyue was afraid of encountering snakes again, she gave up. Somewhere in Ponyville, Applejack was watching the earth ponies pushing a snowplow to clear the snow on the ground. Ziyue approached wanting to help. But Applejack thought Ziyue was too small and wanted to refuse. However, unable to withstand Ziyue's enthusiasm to help, she reluctantly let Ziyue try. Ziyue walked to the back of a snowplow, wanting to push it, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move it. At that moment, Ziyue remembered what Suelong had said. If you use magic, you can definitely do it. Ziyue cast a life magic spell, and the snowplow moved forward. Ziyue quickly pressed against it to avoid being discovered. Suelong immediately noticed that Ziyue had used magic and excitedly said, "Aha, you're listening to me." Applejack also sensed something was off and said, "What?" The snowplow kept accelerating, and even when Ziyue wanted to stop it, it was useless. Just as the snowplow rolled over a large snowball, Anling appeared and used a melting spell to dissolve the snowball, conveniently canceling Ziyue's life magic. Finally, Ziyue left, as she almost caused a disaster and felt embarrassed to stay. At the Ponyville town hall, Ziyue hid in a bush while Suelong wanted to comfort her. But Suelong's comfort felt more like a stab. Just then, a quarrel broke out. It turned out Applejack wanted Rainbow Dash to hurry up and melt the snow. But Ro wanted to go slower because if they went too fast, the little animals' homes would be flooded. During this argument, the mayor stepped in and said, "Stop arguing. Because of this, last year we were late for the winter wrap-up, and the birds' nests have only just been completed. The ice skaters are skating too much. Is there anything worse than this?" Applejack replied, "There really is. If we don't hurry to plant the seeds, we won't have food to eat." Just then, a little pony came over with bad news, saying some pony accidentally lost the seeds. On Rainbow Dash's side, a pony led a flock of birds in the wrong direction. While everyone was arguing, Ziyue stood up to organize things and completed one task after another. The good news is that Ziyue received an official Ponyville uniform, and she was very happy because she felt she had contributed. Moreover, the winter wrap-up was not late. Ziyue wrote a letter about her experience and sent it to Princess Celestia. Chapter 14. The Arrival of New Friends. A unicorn with Klein blue skin, deep blue mane, and blue eyes, whose cute symbol is an indigo butterfly, slowly walked towards Ponyville. Ponyville School. Teacher Caney was talking about the cute mark. "We are not born with cute marks. My backside was once blank too. Fortunately, later on, when I was your age, I got my cute mark, which represents me. I want to use knowledge to nurture my students so that they can bloom like flowers. So who can tell me? Little pony, when can one get a cute mark?" At that moment, a little pony raised its hoof and said, "Usually, you get a cute mark when you discover your own talent." Teacher Caney nodded and said, "That's right, Tricks." Then she continued, "A cute mark appears only when you discover that your talents are different from other little ponies. Whether you wish for it or pray for it, you cannot get it in advance." Just then, Tiara, sitting to the left of Apple Lily, passed a note to Apple Lily, and at that moment, Teacher Caney happened to see it. Teacher Caney angrily said, "Apple Lily, can't you wait until after class to talk about things?" The note that Apple Lily was holding fell to the ground and turned out to be a blank piece of paper. Tiara mocked, just like some little pony's blank backside. "Ha ha." The classmates started laughing upon hearing this. Apple Lily looked unhappily at her own blank backside. After class, Apple Lily walked out of school and was on the road when Trix said beside her, "Don't be upset. I still have some mint sticks here. Eat them and you will feel better." Apple Lily shook her head and said, "No." I think at that moment, Tiara and Silver walked over. Tiara said, "I really don't know why we have to listen to a class about cute marks. Waiting for a cute mark is outdated." Then she looked at Silver and said, "You have one, and I have one too." But looking at Apple, Lily, and Trix, she said, "Of course. Some little ponies don't have one. But don't worry, I will still invite you to this week's cute mark party." Silver also said, "Of course. The only two little ponies without cute marks at the cute mark party." Tiara proudly said, "Of course, we need to celebrate. Celebrate me and my cute mark." Then Tiara and Silver left, laughing and chatting. Apple Lily angrily said, "This is too much." At Sweet Apple Acres, Applejack was picking apples on the ground while Apple Lily kept saying beside her, "This isn't fair. This is just unfair." Unable to take it anymore, Applejack said, "Stop going in circles. You will get your cute mark sooner or later." Apple Lily replied, "I don't want to eventually have one. I want one now. I don't want to go to the cute mark party. I don't want to go." "Applejack, you have to go, you know. I was the last one in class to get my cute mark, but when I got my cute mark, I was very proud because I knew I would manage the sweet apple orchard in the future. You know what? Granny Smith was also the last in her class. And so was Mactosh." Apple Lily, feeling annoyed, walked to a barrel and said gloomily, "What you're saying doesn't make me feel better at all. It makes me think this is our family tradition." For some reason, Apple Lily suddenly got excited and said, "This is a family tradition, a family tradition. Your mark is an apple, Granny Smith's is apple pie, and Mactosh's is half an apple, so my cute mark must be related to apples. Apples, apples." But while jumping, she accidentally knocked over the basket full of apples. Applejack looked at this scene helplessly. At Ponyville Market, Applejack was loudly promoting, "Come buy delicious and nutritious big apples." Meanwhile, Apple Lily was kicking apples like balls, sending them flying onto someone else's easel. But Apple Lily then clung to a little pony who had just walked by, insisting that they buy apples. In the end, the pony had no choice but to take out money and bought a few apples. Then she went and dumped the apples into another pony's bag, putting on a performance that made it seem like if you were given something, you have to buy it. Applejack could only helplessly give the pony a whole cart of apples, apologizing. Finally, Applejack said, "I'm sorry, my little sister. I can't let you help me sell apples here anymore." Apple Lily wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only sigh in disappointment. Seeing this, Applejack comforted her. "You can see who in your class still doesn't have a cute mark. You can go to the cute mark party together." After hearing this, Apple Lily's eyes lit up, but she still stubbornly said, "Are you sure you don't want me to stay and help?" Just then, a little pony with a tennis racket asked, "Hey, who dirted my tennis racket?" Applejack helplessly covered her face with her hoof and said, "I am very sure it was me." Apple Lily cheerfully went to Trix's house, but unexpectedly, Trix got her cute mark while making candy, which shocked Apple Lily. In the end, Apple Lily sat by a well, with rain falling from the clouds formed above her due to her gloomy mood. Rainbow Dash saw this, dispelled the clouds above Apple Lily, and asked what happened. Apple Lily spoke quickly and said a lot, in summary saying, "This afternoon is the cute mark party, but I still don't have a cute mark. However, Applejack said I would get one eventually, but I don't want to eventually get one. I want one now." After hearing this, Rainbow Dash patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, little one. I will help you get your cute mark. After all, I was the first in the class to get a cute mark." Then Rainbow Dash had Apple Lily do some leg stretches and try various things. The first attempt was juggling. Apple Lily started tossing the balls, and it was okay at first, but after a few seconds, she fell to the ground, and the balls fell one by one. The second attempt was gliding, standing on a cliff with a glider on her back. Apple Lily rushed forward, but accidentally fell and barely stopped before falling off. The third attempt was karate. After putting on her karate uniform, Apple Lily jumped at the sandbag in front of her, kicking it, but ended up bouncing back to the ground. The fourth attempt was flying a kite. At first, the kite flew well in the sky, but for some reason, it started to fall and crashed to the ground, losing its wings. The fifth attempt was the Super Pony Ice Skating Competition. Apple Lily was sliding forward, looking at the fierce opponents behind her, but lost control and rolled, knocking all the opponents to the ground. By a tree in Ponyville, Rainbow Dash was looking at her notebook to see what else had not been tried. Apple Lily was lying beside her, looking at the sky when suddenly, she heard Tiara and Silver's voices. Apple Lily hurriedly jumped into the bushes to hide. Silver was saying, "Your dress for the party looks really nice." Tiara proudly said, "Of course, I want to be the center of attention at the party. I really don't know how terrifying that is." Just like that, Tiara and Silver walked away, laughing. Apple Lily, in despair, said, "I think I will never find what I'm best at in my life." Pinkie Pie suddenly popped up from somewhere and said, "I think you're best at eating cupcakes." Apple Lily widened her eyes and said, "Eating cupcakes?" Rainbow Dash, confused, said, "Eating cupcakes?" Pinkie bounced away, and Apple Lily said to Yuna, "Thank you so much, Yuna. I can learn a lot from you. But now I have to go eat cupcakes. See you at the cute party, bye." At the candy house, Apple Lily kept searching for cupcakes, saying, "Where are the cupcakes? I need to eat them now." But Pinky said, "There are no cupcakes here, but you can make them." After thinking for a moment, Apple Lily replied, "Making a cake for a cute badge sounds good too." The kitchen became a complete mess. Apple Lily bit into a tray of burnt items, while Pinky took a bite and said, much better than the previous trays." Apple Lily eagerly tried a bite and then spit it out, disappointed, saying, "It seems I'm not a good pastry chef. I'll just accept my fate." At that moment, Pinky pointed at Apple Lily's bottom and said, "Look at that." Apple Lily looked at the white spot on her bottom and guessed what the cute badge could be. Pinky blew a puff of air and said, "It's flour. It's flour. I guessed it right." Apple Lily's excitement turned into disappointment again. Just then, Ziwa walked in, looked at the messy kitchen, and asked in confusion, "What happened here?" Pinky approached with the tray of burnt items and asked, "Ziwa, do you want to try some?" Ziwa looked at the burnt pieces and politely said, I think I'll pass. It looks delicious, but I'm not hungry right now." Apple Lily looked at Ziwa expectantly and said, "Ziwa, can you help me turn that into a cute badge?" Ziwa initially wanted to refuse because she knew it wouldn't work, but couldn't resist Apple Lily's persistent pleading. So she reluctantly agreed to try. Ziwa cast a spell on Apple Lily's bottom, and a cute badge appeared. Apple Lily was very happy, but after a few seconds, the badge disappeared again. Apple Lily begged Ziwa to try again, and Ziwa reluctantly agreed to continue trying. After many attempts, the cute badge kept disappearing after a few seconds. Apple Lily, feeling hopeless, said, "I think I won't go to the cute party." "No way, I'm not going." The scene shifted. Apple Lily saw the little ponies coming to the candy house for the cute party and quickly hid, muttering to herself, "How could I be so silly? How did I forget that the cute party is being held at the candy house?" Apple Lily looked at the entrance in the distance, constantly avoiding the ponies coming and going. Just as she was about to reach the entrance, she was pushed in by Applejack, who had just entered. At that moment, Tiara and Silver noticed and walked over. Apple Lily looked around, grabbed a tablecloth, and made a simple skirt. Tiara and Silver approached, mocking Apple Lily, demanding that she show her bottom. Apple Lily took advantage of Tiara's desire not to let other ponies steal her spotlight. So in the end, Tiara and Silver left. Just as Apple Lily was about to continue towards the entrance, she accidentally stepped on her skirt, crashing into the wall, stopping the music. The ponies in the venue all looked over, and Tiara and Silver seized the opportunity to ridicule Apple Lily for not having a cute badge. But at that moment, two ponies stood up to defend Apple Lily, explaining that even if she didn't have a badge now, it meant there were infinite possibilities in the future. In the end, the three ponies became the center of attention, sitting together and getting to know each other. It turned out one was a little unicorn named Sweetheart Baby, and the other little Pegasus was named Eye-Catching Lulu. In the end, Sweetheart Baby, Eye-Catching Lulu, and Apple Lily formed a cute team to search for cute badges together. Ziwa watched this scene, smiled with satisfaction, and wrote a letter about the experience to the Cosmic Princess. And Zero observed the scene and smiled as well, saying to a nearby blue unicorn named Brilliant Blue, "These three little ones have a special future for my cute badge." Brilliant Blue nodded and replied with a smile, "Yeah. It's clear that the fate of these three little ones has begun to turn." After hearing this, Brilliant Blue blushed and said, I don't understand what you're saying." And Zero continued to laugh and said, "Oh really?" Brilliant Blue couldn't take it anymore, hurriedly saying, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first, bye," and then quickly escaped. And Zero watched the panicking Brilliant Blue run away and muttered, "What a shy guy, but this relationship, TSK, is really something to look forward to." Then he thought of Ziwa and couldn't help but wonder, by the way, does Ziwa have feelings for me? I certainly have feelings for her. It's really torturous. Maybe I should confess to Ziwa when I get the chance. After making up his mind, and Zero joined the cute party. Chapter 15, The Leafy Connection. Ponyville, Sweet Apple Acres. Yuna threw a horseshoe, and it landed very close to the wooden post. Applejack said, "Not bad, for a flying guy." Yuna replied, "Really? Can you throw better than me?" Applejack threw a horseshoe, but it was a bit worse than Yuna's throw. Applejack exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, how could this happen?" Yuna laughed and said, "Looks like I throw better than you, being a flying guy. The rules are whoever lands closest to the post wins." Applejack said, Okay, throw again." Yuna threw a bit too hard this time, sending it out of bounds. Applejack couldn't help but tease, "Wow, Yuna, you threw a bit too far this time." Yuna shrugged it off, all right, but I still threw closer. Can you beat me?" Applejack bit the horseshoe, aimed, and then threw it. The horseshoe hit the wooden post perfectly. Applejack exclaimed excitedly, "Now that's the normal level for Sweet Apple Acres." Yuna said in disbelief, "I lost." Applejack laughed and said, "Actually, you're not bad, but you're still a bit behind me." Yuna challenged. Okay, Applejack, do you think you're the strongest athlete in Ponyville? Applejack arrogantly replied. I do say I'm the strongest athlete in all of Equestria. Maybe that's a bit boastful. Yuna countered, I think I am. Applejack, do you dare to have an Iron Pony challenge with me? Let us see who the real strongest athlete is. Applejack replied, full of fighting spirit. Bring it on, Yuna. Then they high-fived with their hooves. Somewhere in Ponyville, Ziyue and Zero and Suelong watched Yuna warm up, and finally, Ziyue asked Applejack, so what are you two preparing to do? Applejack replied, Iron. Yuna interrupted, Iron Pony Challenge. Applejack added, we set up many events to compete between us. Yuna interrupted again, who has the best athletic ability? Ziyue asked, so what am I here for? Yuna thought for a moment and said, I don't know what she is here for. Applejack helplessly said, to be our referee and score. Yuna replied, right, someone has to record my heroic and graceful figure. Suelong stood on Ziyue's back and announced, hello little ponies. Welcome to the first Iron Pony Challenge. And Zero watched Suelong standing on Ziyue's back, maintaining an expressionless face, but internally he was roaring, originally standing on Ziyue's back. Suelong couldn't help but feel a shiver, sensing that he was about to have bad luck. Ziyue looked at the empty venue speechlessly and said, oh, Suelong. Who are you talking to? Suelong glanced around and pointed in one direction, saying, them. Soon, Jinchi walked over, Ruru flew over gracefully, and Biki hopped over. Suelong excitedly said, let the competition begin. The 5 little ponies cheered. The first event was the barrel obstacle race. Applejack went first, and she ran by like the wind, dodging the barrels, but accidentally hit one while passing. In the end, Applejack's time was 17 seconds, but because she hit a barrel, she received a 5-second penalty, making her final time 22 seconds. Applejack looked at the nervous and sweating Rainbow Dash and comforted her. Hey, don't be nervous, it's just a game. Rainbow Dash shot off like the wind, even faster than Applejack, and didn't hit a single barrel, finishing with a time of 18 seconds. The barrel obstacle race was won by Rainbow Dash. Ruru changed the score next to Rainbow Dash to a 1. Then, they began the second event, the hind leg strength competition. Since Applejack went first in the previous round, this time it was Rainbow Dash's turn. Rainbow Dash kicked out a good score, and the little ponies cheered, throwing flowers and horseshoes for her. After Applejack went up and kicked, she directly broke the measuring device. The little ponies cheered even louder for Applejack. Rainbow Dash was stunned, and Applejack walked over and kicked an apple tree, causing an apple to fall and hit the still shocked Rainbow Dash, bringing her back to her senses. Ruru changed the number next to Applejack to a 1. The third event was the wild horse competition. On the stands were Granny Smith, Maytosh, and Apple Bloom, cheering for Applejack in the arena. Suelong nervously said, why are you looking for me? Anling, hearing this, thought to herself with schadenfreude, who told you that you're the only creature standing on 2 legs here? If not you, then who? Applejack started shaking her body continuously, and Suelong was tossed around. After a while, Suelong couldn't hold on any longer and was thrown onto a haystack. Rainbow Dash emerged from the haystack, swinging Suelong around, and Suelong was thrown out in just a few seconds. In the end, Rainbow Dash won for throwing Suelong out the fastest. So the score next to Rainbow Dash changed from 1 to 2. The fourth event was lassoing. Applejack performed various moves and finally threw the lasso to catch Suelong. Meanwhile, Rainbow Dash had accidentally tied herself up and got stuck to a tree. Ruru changed the number next to Applejack from 1 to 2. The fifth event was juggling balls. Applejack had never played before, so she only juggled a few times before the ball was thrown to Rainbow Dash, who often juggled 2 balls at once. The Pegasi cheered for Rainbow Dash, throwing flowers. Ruru changed the number next to Rainbow Dash from 2 to 3. The sixth event was throwing hay bales. Rainbow Dash threw a good distance, and then began to stick out her tongue to mock Applejack. However, after just a few seconds of mocking, she was hit by a hay bale thrown by Applejack. The Earth Ponies cheered for Applejack. Angel, who was on Ruru's back, changed Applejack's original 2 to 3. The seventh event was hoof wrestling. Rainbow Dash won decisively against Applejack. The original score of 3 to 3 became 4 to 3. The eighth event was long jump. Applejack jumped an excellent distance, but when Rainbow Dash jumped, she realized her landing spot was shorter than Applejack's, so she immediately flew up and landed ahead of Applejack. The ninth event was helping chicks across a mud pit. Applejack splashed mud on the chicks, causing them to scatter. Rainbow Dash, using her wings, protected 8 chicks as they crossed the mud pit, so she won in the end. Then came the final event, tug of war. Rainbow Dash was about to be pulled into the mud pit by Applejack when she flew up. Applejack couldn't help but say, Rainbow Dash, you're cheating with your wings. However, because Applejack was biting the rope, Rainbow Dash couldn't hear clearly. After Applejack let go of the rope, she intended to say it again, but fell down instead. Rainbow Dash was very happy because she won in the end, but Applejack insisted that Rainbow Dash only won by cheating with her wings. In the end, Applejack and Rainbow Dash decided to have a rematch in tomorrow's Leaf long distance race. Anling couldn't help but roll her eyes and said to Ziyue, "If you ask me, this competition was unfair from the start." Ziyue asked in confusion why. Anling explained, because one is a Pegasus and the other is an Earth pony. The Pegasus has wings, but lacks strength. The Earth pony has strength, but no wings, so in the end, it comes down to which events require wings more or require strength more. That pony will win. After hearing this, Ziyue nodded in realization and then asked, Anling, do you think tomorrow's Leaf long distance race will be fair? Anling nodded, saying, it should be fair because Rainbow Dash won't be able to fly with her wings tomorrow. So it will come down to who has better stamina. Then she mysteriously added, of course, it also depends on whether they really compete fairly tomorrow. Ziyue, though a bit puzzled by what that meant, decided not to ask further. Ziyue, carrying Suilong and Anling, went to find the location for the Leaf treasure hunt race. Suilong was very excited, and Ziyue asked in confusion, Suilong, this Leaf long distance race is only for little ponies. Why are you so excited? Suilong replied eagerly, because I want to be a commentator again. However, when they arrived at the race site, Suilong's excitement suddenly turned to disappointment. As Beaky was already there in a hot air balloon commentating, Ziyue reached the starting line, and when Rainbow Dash and Applejack saw her, they were very surprised. But when they heard Ziyue was going to participate in the Leaf long distance race, they couldn't help but laugh. Because Ziyue spent all her time reading books and hardly did any exercise, Suilong went to Beaky's hot air balloon, wanting to say he wanted to be a commentator too. But after opening his mouth, he ultimately gave up. Beaky, as if she knew, invited Suilong to join her in the hot air balloon as her commentary assistant. The little ponies at the starting line prepared as they heard it was about to start, and when the signal sounded, they all dashed off. As for Anling, the scene shifted. Anling arrived at a hill, looking at the cosmic princess who was already sitting there. She walked over and said, "My dear teacher, what brings you here?" The cosmic princess turned to look at Anling and gently replied, "Oh, my dear student, I came here after finishing my political matters." After Anling sat down and watched the race, the cosmic princess also fell silent, watching the competition. Yunbao and Applejack were originally running ahead of the other ponies. But after Applejack tripped over a rock, she thought Yunbao had done it. Ziyue slowly approached to explain that she had accidentally fallen herself. Yunbao and Applejack then began to compete, neither willing to back down, but at that moment, Yunbao accidentally tripped over a rock. Yunbao thought Applejack had tripped her, and Ziyue came over to explain that she had fallen by herself, but it was clear that Yunbao did not believe her. In the end, they started a competition where they were either tripping each other or causing obstacles for one another, and eventually even started cheating. Anling watched this scene and couldn't help but cover her face with her hooves. Princess Celestia laughed and said, "These two really have a lot of energy." When they finally reached the finish line, both Applejack and Yunbao placed last, while Ziyue achieved a good 5th place. Ziyue's tactic was to wait until the other ponies were exhausted before sprinting at the end. Afterwards, Applejack and Yunbao recognized their mistakes and apologized to each other. At that moment, Princess Celestia stepped forward, and everyone bowed to her, while Ziyue went up and affectionately nuzzled her neck. Applejack and Yunbao exchanged a glance and then resumed their competition, causing the fallen leaves to shake as they ran by. Anling looked at the two ponies running and couldn't help but sigh. What a friendship of leaves. Chapter 16. The Dress Dilemma. Ponyville. Carousel Boutique. Rarity was holding a design draft, looking self-satisfied as she said, "Oh, Opal, can you imagine me wearing this dress at the running of the Leaves celebration?" Opal fell to the ground with a yelp. Rarity muttered to herself, "Yes, I designed this dress myself." Opal lay on a piece of fabric. But when Rarity started the sewing machine, the fabric rolled up. As Rarity sewed, she said, "Opal, you could lie somewhere else." Opal jumped onto the table and yelped again. Rarity thought Opal wanted to help, so she placed some needles and threads on her, and Opal stood unsteadily, rolling her eyes at Rarity. Applejack, Ziyue, and Anling opened the door and walked in. Applejack greeted Rarity, saying, "Hi there, Rarity." Ziyue quickly interjected, "Shoo, can't you see Rarity is concentrating on her work?" Applejack asked in confusion, "What do you mean Rarity is working on?" Ziyue glanced around and said, "It looks like she's making clothes." Applejack then realized and awkwardly said, "Oh right, this is the place for making clothes." Just when Rarity was about to burst, she turned around and smiled, asking, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Ziyue apologetically said, "Rarity, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask if you could sew a button on my dress for the running of the Leaves celebration." After saying that, She took out a very old dress with a broken button from her saddlebag. Rarity looked at the old dress and said, "No, no, no, you're my friend. I can't let you wear this old dress to the celebration. Don't worry, I'll design you a new dress." Ziyue politely refused, saying, "Oh, you're too generous, Rarity. But I can't let you do that. It would be too much trouble. This one is actually fine." Rarity insisted, "Please, Ziyue, I must design you a dress." Ziyue wanted to say something else, but Rarity interrupted, waving her hoof. "Don't say any more. I don't want to hear you say no." In the end, Ziyue had no choice but to reluctantly agree, saying, "Oh, okay, thank you, Rarity." Then Rarity looked expressionlessly at Applejack beside her and said, "Let me guess. You don't have a suitable dress either." Applejack casually replied, "I'm just going to wear my work clothes." Rarity asked in surprise, "You can't be serious, Applejack. You need at least a formal outfit for the running of the leaves celebration." After thinking for a moment, Applejack refused, saying no. Rarity thought for a moment and suggested, "Then what if I made some small improvements to your work outfit? Would that be okay?" Applejack considered it and said, "That could work. But don't make it too flashy." Just then, a voice came from above, "Watch out below." A blue figure crashed from the ceiling and landed in the mannequin pile. Yunbao emerged, apologizing, "Sorry, I didn't practice the new move well." Rarity thought for a moment and then excitedly said, "I want to design a dress for you to wear at the running of the leaves celebration. Each of you will have one. And then I can hold my own fashion show." Yunbao asked in confusion, "What celebration? What dress?" Ziyue exclaimed, "Wow, that sounds amazing. But isn't that a bit too much trouble for you?" Rarity replied while making dresses, "Not at all. And it's just perfect advertising for my shop." The friends began to cheer happily. At that moment, Applejack walked over to Rarity and said, "But if you count your own dress, you'll have to make dresses for 7 ponies in total. Can you handle that?" Rarity smiled as she worked on the dresses, saying, "Oh, Applejack, it's not as troublesome as you think." Then Ziyue, Applejack, and Anling left to avoid interrupting Rarity while she worked. Days later, Ponyville, Carousel Boutique. Rarity had her friends close their eyes as they entered the boutique, and when they reached the 6 completed dresses, she said, "Okay, you can open your eyes now." Ziyue and the other ponies gasped in awe, staring at the 6 dresses. Rarity excitedly introduced, "What do you think of your dresses? Applejack, don't they really suit you? And how about this one? Do you like it, Ziyue? Each dress is designed according to your personalities." "Oh right. I spent a long time picking the color for Yunbao's dress, and it turned out beautifully. Don't you think, Yunbao? You'll definitely love it. It's very natural. And of course, there's Pinkie Pie's dress, in pink, your favorite color." Lastly, Anling's dress took the longest to make because it was designed to match Anling's unique temperament, so it took longer than the others. Aren't they all wonderful? However, it seemed the friends were not very fond of the dresses, and they asked in confusion, "Don't you all like them?" Anling spoke up, saying, "Oh no, I really like it, but I just don't want to wear a dress." Although there was a bit of dissatisfaction with that aspect, overall Anling was still very satisfied. The friends hesitated for a long time before Yunbao finally summed it up, saying that while the dresses looked great, they weren't what they wanted. Rarity adjusted her emotions and smiled, saying, "Oh, that's okay. This kind of thing happens often. We can just redesign them." The friends originally wanted to refuse, thinking that since the designs were finished, they shouldn't trouble Rarity to redo them. But Rarity insisted that she must make her friends happy, and in the end, they naturally agreed. Rarity looked at the dresses and muttered to herself, "I really am asking for trouble." In the final days, Rarity worked day and night to create the dresses and even asked her friends about their requirements for their dresses. Of course, during these days, Jinchi was so focused on rushing to make dresses that she didn't even take the time to carefully do her makeup, which made her mane look dull and lifeless. It's worth mentioning that Ro actually had some basics in designing clothes. However, to be honest, Ziyu and the others probably had a slightly skewed understanding of design, as they suggested some bizarre requests, such as wearing rain boots with the dresses, or putting a bird's nest on their heads, or tying a few balloons to their dresses, or adding some streamers. Even more outrageous was when one of them brought a medieval helmet. It couldn't be said to be ugly, but it was certainly very ridiculous. Finally, at noon on the day of the fashion show, the dresses designed according to their requests were completed. Obo looked at these outfits with disdain and walked away. Jinchi didn't even want to look and said, "Oh, Obo, this must be the ugliest dress I've ever designed." Jinchi closed her eyes and said, "All right, I've made them according to your requests. Don't spare my feelings. If you don't like them, feel free to voice your opinions." The friends looked at the dresses and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ziyu, oh my gosh. Ro, it's so perfect. Yunbao, it's just too cool. Applejack, wow. This is the best outfit I've ever seen." In the end, the friends all spoke up, saying, "This is the dress we wanted." Upon hearing this, Jinchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ziyu stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Jinchi." Baichi also bounced over and asked, "Do you like these dresses too?" Jinchi forced a smile and said, "Oh, as long as you're happy." Just then, Sui Long rushed in, panting, and said, "I have good news for you all. Do you know the fashion emperor? Ziyu, the super fashionista from Camelot?" Sui Long continued, "That's right. He heard that Jinchi is going to hold a fashion show. Well, actually, I told him. He specifically came from Cantelot to see your work, Jinchi." Applegyre. "Oh my gosh, Jinchi, you can sell a lot of clothes to this guy. Your fashion shop is going to be a hit." The friends congratulated Jinchi, but what they didn't know was that the dresses they requested would ruin Jinchi's fashion shop. Although they thought they looked great during the fashion show, the ponies found them ugly, and even the fashion emperor publicly stated that it was simply a mishmash. And Ling, after thinking about this, looked at her friends and sternly said, "Enough is enough." The friends looked at Ling with fear and confusion. Although Ling always had a blank expression in front of other ponies, she was gentle with her friends. She had never lost her temper like this before. And the ponies found it scary when Ling was angry. Ling softened her tone a little when she saw her frightened friends, but still said seriously, "Do you think this is a good thing?" "It is indeed a good thing, but the dresses designed based on your requests may satisfy you. But what about other ponies? You don't understand how to design dresses. How can you give suggestions?" "Oh, well, although Ro does understand design. Who has ever seen a dress with a bird's nest on it? The most important thing is that this fashion show is very important for Jinchi. And just because your friends are generous doesn't mean you can make excessive requests." After hearing this, the friends suddenly realized that they were close to ruining Jinchi's career and all apologized to her. Jinchi said it was okay, but her dresses were still not finished. The friends exchanged glances and together helped Jinchi make the dresses. Finally, just in time for the evening fashion show, Jinchi's dresses were finally completed. Before the fashion show began, many ponies had already gathered at the venue, and the fashion emperor had already taken his seat early, waiting. When the lights went out, the spotlight hit the curtain, and then Sui Long began to narrate in an animated manner. After various special effects, the friends walked out from behind the curtain, and upon seeing them, the ponies gasped in admiration, saying it was just too beautiful. The fashion emperor was so stunned that his glasses fell off, and he was at a loss. The last to appear was Ling, who really didn't want to wear a dress, especially in front of so many ponies, but for her friend Jinchi, she had to go for it. Ling walked out elegantly in a dress, wearing hoof boots and a black crown embedded with rubies. The ponies present, including the fashion emperor, were completely mesmerized. Ling exuded an aura of dark charm, and it felt as if anyone who looked at her for too long would fall into her allure, especially with her red eyes and black dress enhancing the effect. In the end, the fashion show concluded successfully, and Ziyu wrote a letter to Princess Celestia sharing this experience. Chapter 17, Baichi's Premonition. Somewhere in Ponyville, Ziyu was focusing on casting a spell, while Sui Long was balancing a stone on a branch on her head, with leaves wrapped around her neck. Suddenly, a magical scene unfolded. The leaves around Sui Long's neck transformed into a suit, and then the branch in her hand became a magnificent cane. Sui Long looked at a certain spot, and Ziyu helplessly said, "Focus, Sui Long." As Ziyu cast her spell, she added, "This magic requires our concentration to succeed. There's no other way." Ziyu struggled to cast her magic, and just as she was about to successfully turn the stone on Sui Long's head into a hat, Sui Long looked away again. She wobbled and fell to the ground, with stars spinning around her head. Ziyu looked at Sui Long angrily and said, "Sui Long, didn't I say to concentrate?" Sui Long took a moment to react and said, "I'm sorry, Ziyu." Ziyu also looked over and noticed Baichi, who was nervously hiding with a hat shaped like an umbrella, dodging around, running from the bushes to under a house, and then hiding behind a rock. Ziyu shook her head and said, "Don't mind her, she's always so neurotic." Sui Long, however, said, "But it seems even more exaggerated than before." After sitting down, Baichi covered her twitching tail and murmured, "My tail is twitching." Ziyu and Sui Long walked over, and Ziyu curiously asked Baichi, "What are you dodging around for?" Baichi brought her tail close to Ziyu and said, "My tail is twitching. Do you know what this means?" Ziyu thought for a moment and awkwardly said, "I don't know. Sorry, I really don't know." Baichi then continued, "My tail is twitching. It means something is going to fall from the sky, so you better find cover." Ziyu dismissively said, "Oh, Baichi, there's nothing in the sky." But just then, a frog was about to land on Ziyu's face when Ling suddenly appeared out of nowhere and cast a rebound shield. The frog bounced off the shield and coldly thought to itself, "What a joke. I haven't even kissed Ziyu yet. Why does this frog get to do it first?" The frog was startled by Ling's fierce gaze and jumped away in fright. Bai Chi secretly whispered from behind the screen. I guess that frog was saying help. This pony's gaze is so scary. I want my mom. At that moment, Ro flew over with a cart and apologetically said, Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Ziyu. Are you okay? I saw that the pond was full of frogs, so I was preparing to take some to the swamp. At this moment, Biki took off her umbrella hat and happily skipped away. Ziyu looked at Anling and asked in confusion, What are you doing here? Anling explained, I was planning to go to Cantlot to discuss some matters with the Cosmic Princess, so I came to let you know first. Ziyu nodded, indicating she understood, and Anling then bid her farewell. Ziyu looked at Suilong and said, Let us go, Suilong. Let us practice somewhere else. Suilong excitedly said, Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Biki said something would fall from the sky, and a frog really did fall down. Ziyu skeptically replied, Oh, come on. That was just a coincidence. A frog happened to fall from the sky. There's no other explanation. It's just a coincidence. At that moment, Biki came over again, complaining about her twitching tail. My tail is twitching again. Ziyu nonchalantly said, Don't worry, Biki won't have anything fall from the sky. But before she could finish, she fell into a pit. Luckily, Suilong reacted quickly and jumped down. Suilong worriedly said, Oh my gosh, Ziyu fell down. Is she going to be okay? Biki looked at her tail and said, Don't worry, my tail isn't twitching anymore. After saying that, she tossed the umbrella hat and happily bounced away. Humming a tune, Suilong looked at Ziyu in the pit and laughed. Haha, Biki is really amazing. At that moment, Apple Jarrer came over and asked in confusion, What happened? Suilong explained, Ziyu fell into the pit, and it was predicted by Biki. Ziyu climbed out of the pit and retorted, That's not true. To be honest, while two coincidences are a bit unlikely, it's still more plausible than predicting the future with a twitching tail. After hearing this, Apple Jarrer panicked and hid under a stall, nervously looking at the sky. Suilong comforted, Don't worry, the prophecy has come true. Ziyu looked at the panicking Apple Jarrer in disbelief and asked, Wait, don't tell me you believe this too. Just then, Biki came over again and said, My ears are twitching. Suilong asked nervously, What does that mean? Biki looked at Ziyu with a strange expression and said, You need to take a bath. Ziyu laughed and said, What? That sounds ridiculous. I don't need to. While Ziyu was speaking, Apple Jarrer and Suilong had already stealthily hidden far away. At that moment, a carriage passed quickly, splashing mud all over Ziyu. At the Sugar Cube house, Ziyu was taking a bath when Biki walked in and said, That is how it is. My little movements represent what I predict. For example, if my back itches, it means I'm going to have good luck, and if my knees ache, it means something scary is going to happen. Ziyu nervously asked, So, do your knees ache now? Biki shook her head and said, No, but my shoulder hurts a bit, which means there's a crocodile in the bathtub. After saying this, she stuck her head into the bathtub and pulled out a small crocodile. Ziyu, like a startled cat, jumped to the other side of the bathtub and fearfully said, Then why don't your knees ache? That's not just scary, it could scare someone to death. Biki retorted, Not at all, this is my pet. The pet crocodile is named Gammy, and it has no teeth, see? Gammy, seemingly to prove Biki's words, bit various parts of Ziyu from her feet to her head. Ziyu helplessly nodded and said, Okay, I get it. After leaving the Sugar Cube house, Ziyu said to Biki, But I still don't believe you can predict the future. Biki replied, Isn't predicting the future just like your magic? Ziyu countered, Magic can be referenced in books, while predicting the future is non-existent. Biki rebutted, Not at all. Sometimes my body has a combination of feelings. They continued walking until they reached the Oak Library. And just as Ziyu was about to enter, Biki's combination feeling kicked in. Ziyu was knocked into the door by Suilong, who had just opened it. Ziyu asked in confusion, I didn't see a rainbow. Biki explained, That's my other combination. The feeling warns to be careful of the door. In the library basement, Ziyu locked Biki's front hooves and put a strange machine on Biki's head with another unknown machine nearby. After setting everything up, Ziyu said, All set. If you have a feeling again next time, this machine will record it. More than an hour passed, and Biki's feelings didn't appear, leading Ziyu to give up and say, Okay, I don't care what the principle is. After saying that, she went upstairs, and Biki pulled out her fixed hooves and bounced after her. Just as they were about to reach the door, Biki suddenly started making various movements and slowly backed away. Ziyu, unfazed, continued walking forward and was hit again by the door Suilong opened. Suilong looked at Biki and asked, Biki, did you see Ziyu? Biki bounced over and nodded. Suilong looked at Ziyu behind the door in confusion and asked, Ziyu, why are you hiding behind the door? Ziyu, confused, replied, What? She fell from the door to the ground and said, This is ridiculous. I have to find out the truth. Thus, Ziyue put on an explorer hat, grabbed a pen and notebook, and began observing Biki in the grass. At this moment, Suilong also came over and joined in. It's worth mentioning that Ziyue even gave Biki a scientific name called Biki Monster. Ziyue and Suilong observed Biki's every move in the grass, and just then, Biki scratched her itchy nose and hid under a horseshoe statue. Ziyue proudly said, "See, only a twitching tail means something is going to fall from the sky, not an itchy nose." But just then, a swarm of bees flew over, and Suilong quickly ran away. Ziyue didn't see the swarm of bees behind her. So what happened next? Those who understand know. Ziyue, with a band-aid, stealthily followed Biki to Sweet Apple Orchard. After that, Biki sniffed the flowers, and her combination feeling appeared again. Suilong, hearing this, hurriedly hid to the side, while Ziyue looked at the half-open door behind her nonchalantly. However, just a few steps later, she was suddenly rolled into the cellar by the door that opened suddenly. In the end, Suilong pushed Ziyue, who was in a wheelchair and bandaged, following Biki to the park and asked Suilong to record her observations. However, just when she mentioned Biki's twitching tail, Suilong panicked and ran away, forgetting the immobile Ziyue. While Ziyue was still puzzled as to why Anling pushed her away, she happened to see the spot where she had just been, with many things falling from the sky, especially the last piano that fell, making her tremble uncontrollably. Biki bounced along the road, and at that moment, Applejar happened to walk by and asked in confusion, "Biki, what are you doing?" Biki cheerfully replied, "Oh, I'm letting Ziyue and the others follow me. They think I don't know." When Ziyue arrived, she overheard Biki's words and angrily said, "You already knew. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Biki laughed and said, "Oh, if I get caught, then it wouldn't be called following." Ziyue was instantly speechless. Just then, Biki started shaking uncontrollably. Biki said, "Although I don't know what this means, it must be something big, and it's happening in the frog marsh." Suilong said, "Ruru is still in the frog swamp." Ziyue was skeptical, but when she saw her friends quickly heading towards the frog swamp, she could only helplessly follow. When they arrived and saw Ruru was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment, a monster with 4 snake heads appeared. Ziyue said, "This is the 4-headed snake." Then everyone ran towards the mountaintop together. Although the snake was very large, its speed was limited in the swamp. After reaching the mountaintop, Ziyue looked across. One by one, they jumped over from the stone pillars. To buy time for her friends, Ziyue went over and held back the 4-headed snake, then looked at some already collapsed stone pillars. Finally, taking a deep breath, she prepared to jump over, but just as she was about to fall into the swamp, a bubble suddenly appeared, bouncing Ziyue to the other side. In the end, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at that moment, Biki was still trembling. When Ziyue realized that this big event was not about the 4-headed snake, she transformed into a little fire horse, and Anling secretly took a photo upon seeing this. When Ziyue believed in Biki's premonition, Biki also stopped shaking. It turned out that the big event was Ziyue believing in Biki's premonition. Oak Tree Library. Ziyue and Biki wore umbrella hats. After Suilong wrote the letter, Ziyue went out to play with Biki. Just as Suilong was about to send the letter, the cosmic princess landed on the balcony, took Suilong's letter, and then flew away. Suilong couldn't help but exclaim, "This can really fall from the sky." Chapter 18, Rainbow Sonic Boom. Somewhere in Ponyville, Rainbow Dash was seriously asking Ruru, "Alright, what have you learned?" Ruru quietly said, "To let go." Rainbow Dash, "Right." Ruru, "To be loud." Rainbow Dash, "Very good." Rainbow Dash, "And one more important thing." Ruru hesitated for a moment, then said, "To have passion." Rainbow Dash nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good. You know all the cheerleading tricks. Now give me a cheer." Ruru said very softly, even without enthusiasm, "Hey." Rainbow Dash kept urging Ruru to raise her voice, but no matter how hard Ruru tried, her voice remained the same. Even taking a deep breath barely made a sound. Seeing this, Rainbow Dash finally collapsed on the ground, speechless. No matter what Ruru did, her voice was so tiny. Ruru, still confused, asked, "Was that too loud?" Rainbow Dash prepared herself on a cloud. Ruru was on the ground, very quietly cheering for her. Finally, Rainbow Dash dived into the sky and began her second performance, continuously circling the clouds, then the second, and then the third. Ruru watched below, her eyes dizzy, and admired. "Wow, that's amazing." Then Rainbow Dash began her third performance. The Rainbow Sonic Boom, first spinning in the sky a few times, then rapidly diving down. Air currents formed in front of Rainbow Dash. And just as the air currents formed a corner, suddenly, Rainbow Dash stopped and was bounced away. After placing a book on the shelf, Ziyue said, "Thank you all for helping me organize these books. Studying this weekend has been really exhausting." Jinchi, Applejack, and Beaky stood by, just about to say something when they suddenly heard a noise getting closer. Everyone turned to look out the window and saw a blue figure approaching rapidly. Just before crashing in, Anling quickly reacted and summoned a barrier with magic to block it. Rainbow Dash slowly slid down from the barrier and landed on the ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as they had just organized the bookshelf, and if it got messed up, they would have to organize it again, which would be very tiring for the ponies. At that moment, Ruru slowly flew in, standing at the window and looking at Rainbow Dash, saying, "Wow, Rainbow Dash, you are so amazing. Is it because I cheered for you?" Rainbow Dash said angrily, "The performance just now was really not perfect." Ruru replied, "It wasn't that bad. I liked your cloud-turning move more." Rainbow Dash said irritably, "When I said not perfect, I wasn't talking about my performance, but about you. Your cheer was so quiet. Can that even be called a cheer?" The friends looked on in confusion, and Ziyue curiously asked, "What are you two arguing about?" Ruru, thinking she had disturbed Ziyue and the others, said very softly, "Were we too loud? I'm really sorry." Rainbow Dash sighed helplessly and explained, "Sigh, I have to go to Cloudsdale to participate in the Best Young Flyer competition. Would you come to watch?" Ziyue asked curiously, "What's that?" Beaky excitedly explained, "It's a competition for young Pegasi. Some fly really fast, while others are very graceful." As Beaky spoke, she ran around and then directly did a ballet move, but since she hadn't practiced, she fell to the ground. Applejack said, "Rainbow Dash, I really want to see you show off in the competition." Rainbow Dash was very happy because her friends could come. "That would be great. I really hope you can go." But when it came to Ruru, Rainbow Dash couldn't help but sigh and said, "Ruru is really enthusiastic, but her cheering voice is just too small." At that moment, Beaky stood up and said, "Oh, I really hope to see your Rainbow Sonic Boom. That must be the most amazing thing ever. Even though I haven't seen it, I believe it will look very beautiful." Ziyue asked curiously, "What is a Rainbow Sonic Boom?" Beaky said in disbelief, "You haven't heard of it? Oh, you really should go out more. The Rainbow Sonic Boom is a legend. To fly like a Pegasus, flying particularly fast and breaking the sound barrier, a rainbow will appear at the same time." Applejack added, "And Rainbow Dash is the only one who has ever done it." Rainbow Dash humbly said, "That was a long time ago. I was just a kid then." Beaky, "You can still do it now, right?" Rainbow Dash hesitated for a moment before saying, "Of course, I'm the best Pegasus in Cloudsdale. I could do it even with my eyes closed." Ziyue, "So if that's the case, then the championship is yours?" Rainbow Dash excitedly said, "The champion gets to spend a whole day with the Wonder Bolts. They are my idols." Then she looked helplessly at Ruru, who was still very quietly cheering, and said, "Well, I'll go rest first. I need to stay in peak condition before the competition. You better practice loudly. My cheer squad must live up to my performance." After saying that, she flew out the window. Ruru said to her friends, "She has practiced the Rainbow Sonic Boom over 100 times, but not once has she come close to succeeding. I don't know if my cheering a little louder could help her." After saying that, she also flew out of the window. Jinchi said to Ziyue, "Ziyue, you need to quickly find a book that can help us enter Cloudsdale. Rainbow Dash must be very nervous." Applejack said, "Nervous? What are you joking about? The noise she made earlier was louder than a tuba in a marching band." Jinchi replied, "Oh, come on. I've organized many fashion shows, and I know who gets stage fright. We need to find a way to help her. Hurry up and look." Ziyue could only go to the bookshelf to search. But at that moment, Beaky brought a book about flying magic to Ziyue. Ziyue asked in surprise, "How did you find it so quickly?" Beaky replied, "Hopping. I'm good at spelling." Ziyue rolled her eyes after hearing that, but continued to flip through the books. She then found a page with a spell that could make a pony fly for an entire day. After reading it, Ziyue said to her friends, "All right, who wants to be the first to try it?" The friends looked left and right, but avoided looking at Ziyue. Just then, Jinchi gritted her teeth and stepped forward, saying, "I'll do it. For Yunbao, I'm willing to do anything." A white light began to glow from Ziyue's horn, and Jinchi slowly floated up. Soon, a cocoon formed around her, made of white magic. After a while, Jinchi emerged from the cocoon, sporting a pair of beautiful butterfly wings on her back. The friends couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." After taking a break, Ziyue said, "This spell consumes too much magic power, so it can only be used on one pony at a time. But I found another spell that can help us walk on clouds." Yunbao and Ruru flew over one cloud after another, eventually reaching a city made of clouds. That was Cloud City, made up of flying ponies. Yunbao kept reminding Ruru, "When it's time for the competition, you must cheer loudly." Just as Yunbao and Ruru were landing on the cloud ground, 3 little ponies approached. One of them looked at Yunbao with a sneer and said, "Look, isn't this the pony that was expelled from the Flying Pony Academy?" The other 2 companions laughed along, saying, "Yunbao." Yunbao retorted, "That's not true. Just as the three ponies were about to mock her, Ruru shouted, "You can't laugh at Yunbao." However, seeing that the other ponies were already looking at them, Ruru, though a bit scared, still bravely said, "If you have the ability, wait until the competition. Just watch, if you have time." The preceding words were quite imposing, but the last sentence instantly lost its momentum. One of the three ponies said, "We'll come to watch. Goodbye, Yunbao, huh?" Yunbao, feeling defeated, said, "I'm done for. I definitely won't pass the young aviator competition, and I might even be exiled by the cosmic princess." Ruru looked behind Yunbao and said, "Jun Jun." Yunbao replied, "Of course it's true." Ruru took a deep breath before saying, "No, I mean Jinchi." Yunbao turned around in confusion and was surprised to see Jinchi flying in the sky with a pair of beautiful butterfly wings. Even more surprising was that her friends were flying up in a hot air balloon and stepping on the clouds without any issues. After hearing Ziyue's explanation, Yunbao suddenly understood. Yunbao and Ruru decided to take their friends on a tour of Cloud City. With Jinchi flapping her wings, all the flying ponies marveled at how beautiful the wings were. Jinchi grew more fond of her wings and had no intention of hiding them, because who wouldn't want to hear others praise them? Then, wearing a white hat and a white uniform, she followed Yunbao and Ruru on the tour. The first stop was the place where snowflakes were made. To their surprise, every snowflake was handcrafted. However, since Jinchi didn't retract her wings, the wind blew, scattering the sculpted snowflakes into the sky. Yunbao could only helplessly lead her friends and the guilty Jinchi to the next tour spot, as they couldn't let Jinchi ruin winter. The second stop was the place where rainbows were made. Biki, looking at the colorful rainbows, couldn't help but take a bite, only to change her expression and say, "So spicy," before running off to find water. Yunbao, watching Jinchi flaunting her wings in the sky and receiving compliments from the flying ponies, grew increasingly anxious. Ziyue noticed something was wrong and asked worriedly, "Yunbao, are you okay?" Yunbao pretended to be casual and said she was fine, but Jinchi's next words completely flustered her. For some reason, one of the ponies suggested that Jinchi participate in the young aviator competition, and more importantly, Jinchi actually agreed. When the competition began, the Lightning Pegasus team first performed flying stunts. Then the Cosmic Princess flew to the front row and sat down, with Amling beside her. Yunbao was extremely nervous in the waiting room, while Jinchi kept preening herself. Yunbao kept trying to swap her number with other ponies, but in the end, only she and Jinchi were left. Finally, Yunbao and Jinchi appeared together. Yunbao was already tense. And now it was worse, because Jinchi had changed the music that originally belonged to Yunbao. This led to Yunbao crashing into a wall during her first performance. And during the second performance, she accidentally knocked a cloud toward the Cosmic Princess. But fortunately, nothing happened. For the third performance, during the Rainbow Sonic Boom, Yunbao shot up, and Jinchi followed. At the peak, Jinchi's butterfly wings were burned up by the sun. Jinchi screamed as she fell, and the Lightning Pegasus team attempted to fly down to save her, but were taken down by Jinchi's 3 strikes. In the end, Yunbao broke through her limits and created a rainbow. From the center of Yunbao, a circle of rainbows formed and continuously expanded outward, creating a magnificent sight. Amling captured this stunning scene. Yunbao surpassed her limits and saved Jinchi and the Lightning Pegasus team. Because Jinchi's butterfly wings were burned off, she could only sit in a hot air balloon, and at that moment, the Cosmic Princess announced Yunbao as the champion of the young aviator competition. The Cosmic Princess wanted Ziyue to share her thoughts on friendship, but Ziyue let Jinchi speak, as she had learned more this time. Indeed, Jinchi learned that even though she had new wings, she shouldn't constantly show off in front of her friends. Amling, watching the scene of the friends embracing, couldn't help but think, soon, it will happen. This plan will definitely come to fruition. Chapter 19, New Character Story. In a white space, suddenly, a figure appeared. A young boy who looked about 17. The boy smiled at the screen and said, "Ahem, this is my first appearance, so let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Mo. As for why I am here, it's simple, because a new character from one of my readers is about to appear." Then Wang Mo secretly looked around and whispered to the screen, "To be honest, she has a bit of a temper, and she's quite a fun person." Then Wang Mo pretended to be serious and said, "All right, enough small talk. Let's get into the main story." In a city in the far north of Pony Maria, amidst wind and snow, 2 black ponies were wandering back and forth in the city. In their arms, they held a black foal with golden eyes. The cute mark also being golden. Just then, a group of ponies holding torches and pitchforks seemed to be searching for something, and at that moment, they spotted the 2 black ponies holding the black foal. One of them shouted, "Quick! That cursed one is here." The 2 black ponies immediately panicked and began to flee, escaping the city and running into the surrounding forest. The 2 black ponies, carrying the foal, kept running through the dark forest until after several hours. They finally stopped when they saw no ponies chasing after them. The stallion kept watch around them in case of danger, while the mare fed the black foal some milk. At that moment, a white portal suddenly appeared in front of them. The stallion cautiously protected the mare and the foal behind him, just in case there was any danger, while the mare tightly held the foal in her arms. Just then, a figure stepped out from the white portal. Wang Imo looked at the vigilant two black ponies, a male and a female. He comfortingly said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. The most important thing is, even if you want to resist, do you have the strength to do so?" In the next moment, Wang Imo casually threw a palm-sized white energy ball at the nearby mountain, and immediately, half of the mountain's peak vanished. It disappeared silently, without any explosive aftershock, just like that, as if it had vanished into thin air. The two black ponies stared in shock, but they still didn't relax their guard. The stallion among the two cautiously asked, "Who are you? What do you want? What is your purpose? A family cursed by the world brings disaster and misfortune wherever they go, don't you think?" Tyazeld and Lilitina. Tyazeld and Lilitina were very shocked because their family had never been known by any pony. Even the ruler of Ponyland, Princess Celestia, was unaware of their family's existence. Wang Imo didn't care about their shocked expressions and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, your family is now down to just the two of you. Oh, and this little one." Tyazeld looked at Wang Imo warily and said, "What do you want?" Wang Imo smiled lightly and said, "Don't be nervous, just listen to me. Don't you want to know why your family is cursed?" Tyazeld and Lilitina looked at Wang Imo in confusion and asked, "Do you know?" Wang Imo nodded and said, "I do know. This world exists with both harmony and discord. Where there is good, there must be evil. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Therefore, this world needs balance. Now that Princess Celestia rules Ponyland, the world has been harmonious for 1,000 years, leading to light surpassing darkness and good surpassing evil. At this time, something is needed to restore balance, so the world cursed your family, causing disaster and misfortune wherever you go." Tyazeld and Lilitina's expressions darkened, feeling sorrow and despair upon hearing that their family was cursed simply to balance the world. Wang Imo continued, "Actually, I have a way to help you lift this curse, but I cannot do it. The first reason is that the time is not right, and the second reason is that I cannot intervene. At least, it cannot be me who helps your sister lift the curse. It must be this little one in your eyes who explores the truth and lifts the curse themselves." After hearing Wang Mo's words, Tyazeld and Lilitina looked worriedly at the child in their arms, who was still sleeping. Wang Imo closed his eyes, sensed the time, and said, "It's almost time. I will send this little one to the orphanage. As for you two, I will send you to my own space. In that space, you will fall into a deep sleep, but of course, you can wake up whenever you want. In that space, you can observe the scenes of your child." Tyazeld and Lilitina wanted to ask why this had to be done, but Wang Imo seemed to anticipate their question and spoke first. "I know you want to ask why I am doing this. The reason is simple. This is something that this little one must go through because only in this way can they grow. You cannot always be by their side. That wouldn't help this little one, it would harm them." After thinking for a moment, Wang Imo asked, "By the way, have you given this little one a name?" Tyazeld and Lilitina exchanged glances and then said in unison, "Let's call her Tialu." Wang Imo thought for a moment after hearing the name and said, "That's indeed a name. All right, I'll send you to my space first, and then I'll take this little one to the orphanage." With that, Wang Imo opened the white portal once again, and the three of them, the two ponies and the foal, entered the mysterious white space. Then he said, "All right then, I'll take this little one to the orphanage." Tyazeld and Lilitina first kissed Tialu, then reluctantly handed her over to Wang Imo. Wang Imo looked at the little one in his arms and nodded. He opened the white portal again and walked in, and the next moment, he arrived at the orphanage's door. Then, Wang Imo conjured a basket, placed Tialu inside, and added a piece of paper with her name written on it. He knocked on the door and then disappeared. A mare opened the door, looked around, then down, and found Tialu in the basket, bringing her inside. Wang Imo, in the mysterious white space, watched this scene along with Tyazeld and Lilitina. "My name is Tialu. I am a Pegasus with a black body and mane and golden eyes. Since I became aware, I have had no parents. The headmistress told me that a caregiver found me one night, but never saw my parents. Only a piece of paper with my name on it. Because of my body color, the other ponies in the orphanage whispered about me, and I was teased and bullied, called a freak. Because of this, I had no friends to play with, and my personality gradually became one that disliked interacting with other ponies. Finally, after living for over a decade, I became an adult and could leave the orphanage, so I decided to travel to Ponyland. During my travels, I was pleasantly surprised to find that when I encountered fierce beasts, I could summon 5 black pillars, which not only had strong attack power, but also provided defense. However, I also noticed a golden ring appearing around my neck. My journey had both happy and unhappy moments. I was happy to gain powers, but unhappy because of my body color. No matter where I went, there were ponies whispering about me and laughing at me. I was already used to it. As it wasn't the first time, I had become accustomed to the ridicule and whispers from the guitar-playing ponies in the orphanage, as well as the looks of fear and disgust. Because of this, I treated other ponies coldly and indifferently, never interacting with them. Even when other ponies spoke to me, I would only nod or shake my head. Thus, I explored various places in Ponyland until I finally arrived at a village not far from Canterlot. To my surprise, the ponies here did not whisper about my color, nor did they ridicule or look at me like a monster. On the contrary, they were very friendly and warm. This gradually warmed my originally indifferent heart, so I decided to settle down here. I first found a job and then rented a house. I also made many friends, such as Anling and Ziyue who live in the library, Xinchi who is a fashion designer here, Yunbao who cleans the sky, Ruru who lives on the edge of Ponyville, taking care of animals and loves them, and Applejack who lives in Sweet Apple Acres, where the apples are very delicious. Pinkie Pie, who makes delicious desserts in Sugar Cube Corner, even threw me a welcome party when I arrived in Ponyville, which made my previously reclusive personality gradually become more active. In the mysterious white space, Wang Imo watched this scene and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Well, things have finally come to a perfect end." He then looked at the sleeping Taosierd and Lilitina, murmuring, "I think it's better for you to stay asleep for now, because I feel that if you wake up now, you'll just worry for nothing. So just sleep for a while. When the time comes, I will let you out. For now, just sleep slowly. After all, I don't want anything unexpected to happen." After saying that, he looked at the screen and smiled. Basically, everything has come to an end now. As for the rest, let's just follow the plot. After all, things are pretty much the same no matter how you put it. Chapter 20. The Cute Legion's Sleepover. Ponyville. Carousel Boutique. Sweetie Belle watched her sister Rarity running around in a flurry in the store. Rarity was looking for something while running, saying, "Where did I put it? I thought I couldn't forget." Then, in a state of despair, she muttered to herself, "How can I possibly finish this?" Sweetie Belle stepped forward and asked, "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Sweetie Belle, "I can help." Rarity, "No need." Sweetie Belle, Rarity, "No, thank you." Sweetie Belle wanted to say something else, but Rarity said, "Just stand there and don't make things worse for me." Sweetie Belle, "But..." Rarity forced a smile and said, "Just stand there and don't cause me any trouble." Rarity looked at the fabric on the floor and then glanced around, saying, "Where did I put the ribbons?" Just then, Sweetie Belle said, "I found it." Sweetie Belle was standing on a chair, trying to support the sewing machine, but accidentally knocked the ribbon onto the floor, hitting a mannequin. When the mannequin fell, it knocked over a ball of thread on the table, causing the ball of thread to bounce around the room. In the end, the Carousel Boutique was filled with a series of popping sounds, and everything became chaotic as if it had gone through a storm. Rarity stared blankly at the mess in the store, and Sweetie Belle, seeing the situation was bad, said, "Okay, I'll just stand here and not move. I won't cause you any more trouble." After saying that, she sneaked away. Sweetie Belle looked at Rarity, who was tidying up, and said, "At least let me help you clean this up, okay?" Rarity replied while cleaning, "No need, you've already helped enough." Sweetie Belle lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, sister, I thought I could earn my cute mark." After saying that, she looked at her empty flank. Rarity sighed helplessly and said, "I understand, but I need to finish this before the deadline. I can't afford any chaos. Once it's cleaned up, I can continue working. I've already wasted a lot of time and need to hurry." At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Rarity said grimly, "What now?" Fluttershy quietly said, "Oh my, I saw the sign saying please come in. I thought it was okay to enter. I'm so sorry." Fluttershy, "It's fine, Rarity. Opal is in the basket." Opal jumped out of the basket looking very clean. Rarity asked in surprise, "She looks so radiant. How did you do that? Every time I get close to her, I get scratched by her claws. Did you use the stare on her?" Fluttershy quickly denied, No. I wouldn't and couldn't do that. It's not something I can control. It just happens unconsciously. I'm just good at communicating with animals." Rarity jokingly said to Sweetie Belle, "Maybe you can use Opal for your cute mark instead of a butterfly." Sweetie Belle walked over to Opal and said, "Oh, maybe I'll be good at communicating with animals too." Opal waved a paw at Sweetie Belle, and immediately, some of Sweetie Belle's mane got cut off, and Opal showed a mischievous smile. Sweetie Belle looked at the mane on the floor and said, "Oh, maybe I can't." After that, she ran away. Rarity and Fluttershy couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Then Rarity said to Fluttershy, "I'm really sorry, Fluttershy. But I can't keep you for dinner because if I don't finish the order, I'll be in big trouble. Sweetie Belle, confused, asked. But you haven't eaten anything? Rarity explained. No, dear, what I mean is, I have to finish 20 special long dresses tonight and deliver them to Canterlot. After saying that, she took out a very luxurious piece of golden fabric. Fluttershy looked at the beautiful golden fabric and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's so beautiful, but how can you possibly finish 20 pieces tonight? Rarity, well, Just then, Sweetie Belle suddenly interrupted. Oh, maybe I can help. But seeing Rarity's expressionless face looking at her, she immediately changed her mind and said, maybe I can just stand aside and watch. Rarity then turned to Fluttershy and said, I'll do my best. Fluttershy said while walking away, oh, okay, I won't disturb you anymore. Just then, Apple Bloom and Scootaloo rushed in and said hello to Fluttershy as they passed by. Hi, Fluttershy. Then they greeted Rarity as well. Hi, Rarity. Finally, they ran up to Sweetie Belle and said, hi, Sweetie Belle. Sweetie Belle, who had been sitting on the floor feeling down, instantly brightened up upon seeing her two friends. Saying, Scootaloo, Apple Bloom. Scootaloo asked, are you ready? Sweetie Belle replied seriously, of course. Today is our cute Legion's big operation. Apple Bloom said, we're definitely going to find our special talents tonight. Scootaloo added, even if it takes us all night. Apple Bloom asked, are you all ready? Scootaloo replied, of course we are. Then they all shouted together, the cute Legion is having a sleepover at Rarity's house tonight. The loudness of their voices made Fluttershy and Rarity cover their ears. Sweetie Belle, wearing a cloak, said, look, this is the uniform I made for our cute Legion. Fluttershy walked over and curiously asked, what is the symbol on your cloak? Fluttershy closed her ears again since the three little ones were extraordinarily loud. Scootaloo said with enthusiasm, we're going to fight to complete our mission. Apple Bloom added, find our cute marks. Sweetie Belle lifted her cloak and said, look at this special golden silk I made my cloak from. Doesn't it look great? Seeing this, Rarity quickly ran to the sewing machine, looked at a piece of golden silk that was missing 3 rectangles, and exclaimed in despair, Sweetie Belle, look what you've done. This is the last piece of golden silk, and now I have to weave another one. I really hope I can make it in time, but I'll have to work all night. That means I won't be able to take care of you anymore. I'm sorry, kids. But the cute Legion's sleepover is probably cancelled. If I want to finish these robes on time, I won't be able to take care of you. Sweetie Belle wanted to say something, but Rarity interrupted her, saying, there's nothing to be done. It has to be this way. The 3 little members of the cute Legion all lowered their heads in disappointment. At that moment, Fluttershy came over and said, I think I can take care of them tonight. After Rarity's repeated persuasion, Fluttershy insisted on taking care of the 3 little members of the cute Legion tonight. And even a golden halo appeared above their heads. After Rarity agreed, the 3 little members of the cute Legion shouted together again. The cute Legion is going to sleep over at Fluttershy's little house tonight. Fluttershy couldn't help but say, how cute. Then it dawned on me that the cute trio had already run out, so I hurriedly followed them. Roro couldn't help but fantasize, saying, maybe we can have a lovely little tea party tonight, weaving tales for each other and taking turns telling fairy tales. When the cute trio passed by Zu, she was still dizzy from the excitement, but eventually stabilized and smiled at the cute trio. Then she turned to greet Roro, saying, hello, Roro. Roro greeted back, hello, Zu. Where are you headed? Zu replied, I'm planning to cross the Eternal Freedom Forest today to get some tea from Kula. Roro asked, you'll be careful crossing the Eternal Freedom Forest, right? Zu nodded, of course. What about you? What are you doing with them? Roro explained, Jinchi has to work late tonight, so I'm here to take care of them. Zu exclaimed, wow, it sounds like every little pony is busy today. Can you handle these 3? Roro responded, what? You mean these 3 little cuties? The cute trio cooperatively came over, standing together with golden rings above their heads. Shortly after Zu left, Enling greeted Roro. Roro curiously asked, Enling, where are you going? Enling sighed and said, sigh. Zu said I look undignified sleeping without pajamas every night. So she insisted I go to Jinchi's today to buy a pair. But I'm a colt. Does it really matter if I don't wear pajamas? After hearing this, Roro couldn't help but laugh and said, do you think it's possible that you look too much like a filly? So Zu subconsciously said that? And Ling felt even more frustrated and replied, all right, enough talk. Goodbye, Roro. Roro nodded and said, goodbye, and Ling. Then she took the cute trio to her little house. Once they arrived at Roro's house, the cute trio ran around excitedly, even scaring the little animals into hiding. In the process, they even turned Roro's table into a piece of art. Eventually, the cute trio boldly decided to go on an adventure in the Eternal Freedom Forest. But fortunately, Roro stopped them. Reluctantly, Roro had to send them upstairs to sleep. Although the cute trio was very reluctant, They finally went upstairs and lay on the bed. Seeing the cute trio lying on the bed, Ro decided to sing a lullaby to help them sleep, and even invited Sweetheart Baby to join in. However, Sweetheart Baby turned the lullaby into rock music, and the final high notes startled the little chicks in the coop outside. Taking advantage of Ro's moment of distraction, the cute trio dashed into the coop, thinking of becoming chicken catchers, and Ro quickly realized what was happening. After seeing the cute trio sound asleep, Ro went downstairs to lie on the sofa. After Ro left, the cute trio sat by the window, looking outside, when they noticed a little chick wandering into the eternal freedom forest. Finally, the cute trio sneaked out the door while Ro wasn't paying attention and ran into the eternal freedom forest. It wasn't long before Ro realized it shouldn't be so quiet. After going upstairs, she discovered the cute trio was missing. Ro then flew toward the eternal freedom forest and, on the way, found Ziyu, who had been turned into a stone statue, and suspected there was a cockatrice nearby. Eventually, she found the cute trio, and at that moment, the cockatrice also stealthily followed them, glaring at them. Seeing the frightened cute trio, Ro gathered her courage to glare at the cockatrice and used the stare technique. She defeated the cockatrice's petrification and made it restore the already petrified Ziyu and the little chicks. In the morning at Ro's house, she explained to Ziyu what happened the previous night, and Ziyu prepared to write a letter about the experience to send to Princess Celestia. At that moment, Jinchi also came over, and Ro asked, "Are you all set?" Jinchi nodded, "Yes. And it's all thanks to Enling who helped me conjure up a piece of golden silk yesterday and assisted me in quickly making the robe, allowing me to deliver it this morning." No matter what Jinchi said, the cute trio continued to play on their own, and only when Ro spoke did they follow Jinchi out. Interestingly, Jinchi gave Ro an opal that she had hung on herself. Enling looked at the black pajamas Jinchi made for him and couldn't help but question, "Is this a pajama? If you told me it was a gown, I would believe it. Most importantly, I wear this thing to sleep every night, and oh." He finally broke down and yelled. Chapter 21, The Cute Trio Performance. Ponyville. Somewhere in Sweet Apple Acres, Applejack was walking along the little path in the apple orchard with the cute trio. Apple Bloom couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking us?" Sweetheart Baby looked around and said, "I've never been here before." As Apple Bloom passed under some leaves, she accidentally hit the face of Daring Do. Apple Bloom quickly said, "Sorry." Daring Do asked, "Are we there yet?" Sweetheart Baby, looking confused, asked, Where are we going?" "What? I don't know what we're doing." Applejack then stopped and said, "We're here." Apple Bloom asked, "Where are we?" Daring Do replied, "I don't know either." Sweetheart Baby looked ahead and asked, "What is that?" Applejack pointed to an old, dilapidated treehouse and said, "Dear cute trio, welcome to your new cute trio club." The cute trio stood in silence, staring blankly. Applejack awkwardly added, "Well, you don't have to rush to thank me. Let me show you around." After climbing up the tree, she said, "This was my club when I was young. It has been idle for a long time, and of course, it's quite remote. It's big and no one comes to bother you, so it's all yours. However, it just needs a bit of cleaning." Daring Do raised an eyebrow and asked, "Cleaning? Do you mean tidying up or a complete overhaul?" Apple Bloom looked at the dilapidated treehouse and asked, "Applejack, are we going to turn this into our new club?" Applejack leaned against the wall and said, "Maybe you can earn the cute cleaning badge." Just then, the wall collapsed, not far from the Oak Library in Ponyville. Daring Do was drawing the Oak Library on paper. She had already drawn many patterns of places before, and after finishing, she put the new directory into her bag and rode her scooter. She sped out, dodging ponies and executing several cool moves to avoid obstacles. Finally reaching the cute trio's secret base. Apple Bloom was busy painting when she saw Daring Do coming on her scooter and said, "Daring Do, those look amazing." After Daring Do took off her helmet, she looked at the refreshed cute trio secret base and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Apple Bloom, did you do all this?" Apple Bloom nodded and said, "Yes, I repaired the broken shutters, sanded down the splinters, renovated the roof, and painted." Daring Do exclaimed, "This is so cool. By the way, what is Sweetheart Baby doing?" Apple Bloom and Daring Do followed the singing voice and found Sweetheart Baby cleaning the benches and tables while singing. "Apple Lily, you're here?" "Sweetheart Baby, I told you, just follow the beautiful singing and you'll find her." Eye-catching Lulu asked, "What lovely song are you singing?" Sweetheart Baby said, "I'm creating a new theme song for our adorable team." Apple Lily and Eye-catching Lulu said at the same time, "That's so cool. Eye-catching Lulu, teach us quickly." At that moment, Apple Gyre was at the window listening to the adorable team's three little ones singing the new theme song. Everything was perfect, except for the part where Eye-catching Lulu dropped the cup at the end. Apple Gyre looked at the refreshed treehouse and said, "You've made this place look brand new. I'm even thinking of joining the adorable team." By the way, what are you planning to do next? Apple Lily walked over and said, now we have a secret base for the adorable team. Eye-catching Lulu pointed to a map on the wall and said, and there's a map of Ponyville. Sweetheart baby, and we have a new theme song for our adorable team. Apple Gyre asked in confusion, theme song? Apple Lily, now we need to find our own talents. Eye-catching Lulu, start a new adventure. Sweetheart baby, earn our adorable emblem. Then the adorable team said with great enthusiasm, Apple Lily, we will conquer all hardships. Eye-catching Lulu, defeat thousands of troops. Sweetheart baby, travel across mountains and rivers. Until the last line, it broke the originally spirited atmosphere. Apple Lily, eat around every household. Apple Gyre, it seems you already have your own plan, so I will go, pick apples and fruits everywhere. Goodbye. After saying this, she left. Eye-catching Lulu, I'll go find our adorable emblem too. Then they both said together, let's go. The first location is Sweet Apple Orchard. The three little ones of the adorable team, topped with snacks, poured them into the pig trough, then released the pig herd who rushed in, making the adorable team all dirty. In the end, the three little ones looked at their backsides together and found nothing there. The second location is Candy Cube House. The adorable team put 5 or 6 candy cubes into a machine and started it. However, the tail of the new directory accidentally got stuck. And then the remaining 2 little ones of the team also got stuck in. Finally, the 3 little ones of the adorable team came out of the Candy Cube House, all covered in candy, and looked at their backsides with anticipation, but still found nothing there. The third location is the Carousel Boutique. The 3 little ones of the adorable team decided to dye a pony. Apple Lily was outside calling customers, while Sweetheart Baby and Eye-catching Lulu were responsible for dyeing the pony. In the end, they dyed that pony's hair into rainbow colors, and the pony ran out crying. Sweetheart Baby and Eye-catching Lulu came out too, and the 3 little ones of the adorable team looked at their backsides together, and as expected, found nothing there. The fourth location is the Apple Forest in Sweet Apple Orchard. The adorable team played a mini-game on the table, and then the 3 little ones once again looked at their backsides with hope, but still found nothing there. The fifth location is the Snowy Mountain. The 3 little ones of the adorable team tied themselves with a rope and slowly descended, finally reaching the top of the mountain, but accidentally fell down. It turned out that the height of the mountaintop was only as high as 2 adult ponies. Then the 3 little ones looked at their backsides again, and still found nothing there. The sixth location is the lake. The 3 little ones of the adorable team wore swimming gear and swam in the water. However, shortly after they started swimming, they went into a panic because a giant squid was chasing them. Then the adorable team went to the last location, the Oak Tree Library. Ziyue and Teacher Caney walked into the Oak Tree Library. After seeing Ziyue enter, Suelong quickly explained, "This has nothing to do with me." Ziyue and Teacher Caney looked at the messy library, and Ziyue asked in confusion, "What happened here?" Apple Lily, "If we act as librarians, we definitely won't earn the adorable emblem." Suelong crossed his arms and said, "Humph, I don't think so either." Ziyue shot a glare at Suelong. Suelong, confused, asked what's wrong. Ziyue began her lecturing mode. "Girls, I think your method is wrong. Rather than trying in fields you're unfamiliar with, why not try in fields you like?" At this moment, Teacher Caney walked over and said, "Girls, I have a place that's very suitable for you." After saying this, she took out a flyer from her saddlebag. Apple Lily looked at the content and started to read, "Showcase your talents." Eye-catching Lulu immediately followed with, "Let all ponies see." Sweetheart Baby, perform at the Ponyville School Talent Show. Teacher Caney, we have set up 3 awards, Best Drama Award, Best Comedy Award, Best Magic Award, which will definitely help you discover your talents. Apple Lily excitedly said, "This is the perfect stage for us to discover our talents." Apple Lily, juggling. Eye-catching Lulu, performing. Sweetheart Baby, magic tricks. Apple Lily, square dance. Eye-catching Lulu, tightrope walking. Sweetheart Baby, tiger training. And Zero, listening on the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes, internally complaining, "Wow, the first few were okay, but what are the last 2? Tightrope walking and training tigers. Can ponies really do that?" Ziyue couldn't help but correct them. "Dear girls, I think you still don't understand what you really like to do. What are you best at?" The 3 little ones of the adorable team first went to the Carousel Boutique to get some rare fabrics, then went to the general store to borrow a fan. Apple Lily couldn't help but ask, "What do we need this fan for?" Sweetheart Baby mysteriously said, "Trust me, this is the right thing." Then Eye-catching Lulu said, "Okay, 6 thick wooden boards, 1 plywood, a box of nails, for cans of paint, for brushes. Do we need anything else?" Sweetheart Baby, "Yes. We still need a manual on how to use these." Apple Lily shrugged, indicating she didn't know how to do it. Then they went back to the Oak Tree Library to borrow a book about ghost and monster designs. Ziyue couldn't help but ask, "Wow, What do you want this book for? The three little ones of the adorable team didn't explain, saying they would know soon enough, and then left. Ziyue asked Suilong next to her, do you know what they plan to do? Suilong shook his head, knowing. But I don't know if they want to know or are afraid to know. The three little ones of the adorable team put the things they gathered in their secret base and decided to use these things to participate in tonight's talent show. Apple Lily wanted Sweetheart Baby to be the lead singer, but Sweetheart Baby wanted to design costumes and scenery. Apple Lily wanted eye-catching Lulu to choreograph the dance moves. But eye-catching Lulu wanted to be the lead singer, so in the end, they let Apple Lily choreograph the dance moves. The process was not very smooth, as Apple Lily had never danced before, so she had no dance foundation and couldn't dance at all. Eye-catching Lulu was in the same situation. She had never choreographed songs before, so she couldn't come up with any lyrics. Sweetheart Baby had also never done costume and scene design, so the design she came up with could only be described as unsatisfactory. In the end, although the process was not very smooth, the result, well, okay. The result wasn't very good either. One could say it was barely passable. When evening came, the talent show started. The first to perform was Shizmip and Snail, showcasing their magic, and I can only say these two clowns are perfect for the comedic role. The second act was ice skating, and after that, it was time for the final performance by the cute core. During this process, it's worth mentioning a little piece of knowledge about stage plays. Wishing good luck on stage can bring bad luck, so instead, one should wish for a broken leg. Ziyue came over to see the cute core, but realized something seemed off, as the three little ones were in an area they weren't good at. As for the result, it surely wouldn't go smoothly. When it was the cute core turn, Ziyue wanted to wish for a broken leg, but upon seeing Apple Lily fall, she quickly changed her words to, good luck to you. Once the cute core performance started, how was the performance? Anling expressed that she didn't know what the other ponies thought, but she found it really cool. After the performance, the ponies snapped out of their daze and began to laugh, while the originally happy expressions of the cute core turned to disappointment. When they reached the stage for the award ceremony, the cute core was surprised to receive the Best Comedy Award. Ziyue watched this scene and prepared to write a letter about this experience to Princess Cosmos. Anling thought to herself, looks like I need to act on my confession plan quickly. Chapter 22. Jinchi captured by the Diamond Dog. Ponyville. Carousel Boutique. Jinchi was mysteriously working on a garment, and after embedding the last gem into the outfit, she pulled up the curtain. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jinchi turned her head, closed her eyes, and said, you're here. Welcome to Carousel Boutique, where every outfit is trendy, stylish, and beautiful. But when she saw who had come in, she was taken aback and exclaimed, Sapphire Shores, the pop diva of Ponyville. Sapphire Shores walked by Jinchi, greeting her, good afternoon. Miss Jinchi. Sapphire Shores continued, of course I know, darling. I'm familiar with many new generation designers, and besides, Pony Fashion Magazine loves you. Jinchi excitedly murmured to herself, oh my goodness, if this is just a dream, please don't wake me up. Jinchi asked Sapphire Shores, do you need any help, Miss Shores? Sapphire Shores, while looking at the dress, said, don't be shy, just call me Sapphire. Upon hearing this, Jinchi couldn't help but chuckle and then asked, what do you need help with, Sapphire? Sapphire Shores replied, I have what you need, Sapphire Shores. Prepare to appreciate the most unique treasures in the fashion world. After saying this, she pulled open the curtain to reveal a white outfit adorned with various gems, dazzling and eye-catching. Upon seeing it, Sapphire Shores' originally calm eyes widened, and she exclaimed, this is simply extraordinary. I want it. Jinchi excitedly asked, really? Sapphire Shores added, of course it's true, and I want 5 more sets, each with different gems. Jinchi thought she hadn't heard clearly and asked, what did you say? Sapphire Shores replied, they need to be interchangeable. Jinchi glanced at the now empty boxes and fainted. As Sapphire Shores walked away, she remarked, I do have that effect on ponies. Jinchi, shaking her head, said, that won't do. That's Sapphire Shores. Besides, this is also an opportunity. After hearing this, Anling nodded and said, all right then, I have other matters to attend to, bye Jinchi. After saying this, she left. Ponyville. Somewhere in the mine. Jinchi was searching for gems while walking, and Suilong was pulling a small cart, saying, Sapphire Shores, the pop diva of Ponyville. She's not only beautiful, but also talented. After saying this, he noticed Jinchi looking at him disapprovingly, and quickly corrected himself. But compared to you, she's nothing. You are more beautiful and talented. Jinchi replied, a lady wouldn't be jealous. Suilong nodded before teasingly saying, of course not, but you are indeed a bit annoyed, right? Jinchi, a lady wouldn't be annoyed, though I am a bit surprised. I must find many gems to decorate her performance outfit. Jinchi pointed to a spot and said, Suilong, start digging here. Suelong continued to dig with his claws and eventually uncovered a small pile of gems. Staring at them with wide eyes and drooling. Wow, they look really tasty. Just as he was about to dive into the pit to eat them, Jinchi stopped him. Suelong, I promised I would give you some gems, but we need to find more first, or we won't be able to make clothes for Sapphire. Suelong, looking disappointed, placed the gems in the cart, and Jinchi urged him to hurry, as there were still many gems to find. After Suelong made a gentlemanly gesture, he quickly pulled the cart to catch up. Jinchi found another small pile of gems, and Suelong began digging again. Jinchi went to another spot and found another small pile of gems. This time, Suelong wanted to be quicker, so he used his tail as a shovel. He then started to get creative, using his tail to tap on the ground where Jinchi had confirmed there were gems. Suelong looked at the small cart full of gems. Unable to hold back his drool, Jinchi said to Suelong, You are quite patient, Suelong. I've decided to give you a gem. She then took out a blue gem and handed it to Suelong, who looked at the gem and then at Jinchi, muttering, Why? This is so wonderful. Jinchi saw her horn glow blue again and hurriedly urged Suelong to catch up. After digging out more gems, her horn lit up again, this time pointing to a tree. Jinchi felt it was very strange. Why would gems be in a tree? Then a dog jumped down. Jinchi nervously said, Hello, sir, I'm Jinchi, and this is my friend Suelong. Who are you? The dog approached Jinchi and said, You can call me Diamond Dog. Jinchi, watching the approaching Diamond Dog, stepped back and said, Oh really? No wonder you have such a taste for gems. I know gems are a girl's best friend, and now I see they're also a dog's best friend. Are you also looking for gems? The Diamond Dog nodded while getting closer and said, Yes, yes. But I didn't realize you were better at finding gems, so now we have to capture you. After saying this, 2 more Diamond Dogs emerged from the ground. Suelong managed to hold off the 2 Diamond Dogs, but was caught from behind by the first one that had appeared. Suelong watched as Jinchi disappeared into the hole and couldn't help but shout to the sky, Jinchi no. Then their friends Ziyue, Applejack, Beaky, Ro-Ro, and Yunbao rushed to the mine. Ziyue looked at Suelong, who was breathing heavily. Suelong, have you caught your breath? Suelong took a few deep breaths before saying, Yes. I think I'm feeling a bit better. Ziyue asked, Can you tell us what happened? Yunbao added, You only mentioned Jinchi, the woods, gems, dogs, holes, and that they took her away and we need to save her. Applejack commented, Not many can understand that, Suelong. Suelong explained, I'm sorry. Here's the thing. Some really ugly dogs suddenly appeared. Ziyue asked in confusion, Ugly dogs? Suelong explained, Yes, they call themselves Diamond Dogs, and they wanted to take Jinchi away, and then they disappeared into the hole. After listening, Applejack said, It sounds easy, we just need to find that one entrance and rescue Jinchi. When they arrived at the scene, the friends were stunned because there were many entrances. Beaky couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my gosh, there are so many entrances here. Ziyue, okay, girls, let us get started. Ziyue and her friends approached several entrances to see if anyone was inside, but suddenly a pair of eyes appeared, and the entrances began to be buried one by the surging dirt. Ziyue and her friends ended up covered in dirt, and Ziyue looked at the continuously buried entrances and said to her friends, Hurry, we need to find an entrance to crawl into. Meanwhile, in the capital of Cantrelot, Princess Cosmos was watching Ziyue and the others through a telescope and couldn't help but laugh. Anling secretly took photos, as this was a very amusing piece of Black history, and maybe one day when bored, she could look back on it. It's worth mentioning that Princess Cosmos also took a few pictures. After all, this was a moment of her studentess embarrassment, so she had to keep a few as souvenirs. The scene shifted. However, after trying various methods, they still couldn't get inside before the entrances were buried. Applejack looked at the buried entrance and said, I'm already used to crawling in the dirt, but Jinchi, she won't touch any mud except for mud masks. Then Ziyue and her friends began to fall into a fantasy. They started trying to dig a hole in the dirt pile they had already bought, but every time they dug, they were disturbed by the Diamond Dogs, which made Ziyue and her friends go around in circles. In the end, Ziyue and her friends lay on the ground, gasping for breath, giving up the idea of digging a hole to crawl into. Ruru couldn't help but say, Those scary things are coming out from everywhere. Jinchi must be terrified. Then Ziyue and her friends fell into another fantasy. The friends anxiously thought of ways. Suelong noticed one entrance that wasn't buried and finally took out a gem that Jinchi had given her. Then she pulled out a fishing rod from somewhere, tied the fishing line to the gem, and slowly lowered it down. Ziyue, Suelong, you are so generous, willing to sacrifice a gem of your own to save Jinchi. Then Suelong, lost in her own thoughts, kept giggling and then pouted, preparing to tease Applejack when she saw it. All right, great romantic. Just then, the fishing rod straightened, and due to the force of pulling something, Suelong was dragged to the entrance and was about to fall in. Applegyre quickly went up and bit Suelong's tail, and upon seeing this, Ziyue quickly bit Applegyre's tail, followed by Yunbao, then Ru, and finally Biki. After a series of tugs, they finally reached an open area. But the headache was that there were many entrances here. Fortunately, Suelong said, the diamond dogs will definitely take Jinchi to the path with more gems. Then she hinted that Ziyue would definitely have the magic to find gems. After Jinchi was taken to this place by the 3 diamond dogs, they let Jinchi find and dig out gems. But who was Jinchi? She was a lady and definitely wouldn't do such things. In the end, the 3 diamond dogs had Jinchi pull the cart, and along the way, Jinchi kept complaining, which the 3 diamond dogs could no longer tolerate. In the end, they agreed to listen to Jinchi on everything, and then Jinchi had the diamond dogs decorate the place and sat on a chair, making the diamond dogs pull the cart and dig gems. When the 3 diamond dogs were pulling the cart, they finally realized that they were dogs and that horses should pull the cart. So no matter what Jinchi said, they insisted that she pull the cart. But one diamond dog said, "Go, mule." Upon hearing this, Jinchi couldn't help but start crying, and the diamond dogs couldn't take it anymore. No matter how they coaxed her, Jinchi kept crying endlessly. The diamond dogs covered their ears, already unable to endure Jinchi. Ziyue and her friends were ridden by the diamond dogs lurking here, but within a few minutes, they were thrown out again. Finally, they heard a chaotic sound from one of the holes. Suelong knocked down a long rock column from the rock wall to use as her sword, then pulled Ziyue by the rope around her mouth and said, "I'm here to save you. Jinchi, charge forward, Ziyue." Ziyue was very angry because Suelong was treating her like what, but in the end, she helplessly agreed. After all, this was her child. When Ziyue and her friends entered, they were stunned by the scene before them, as they saw Jinchi chasing after the 3 diamond dogs, and the 3 diamond dogs, upon seeing Ziyue and her friends, said, "Hurry and let them take Jinchi away. Taking the gems away is fine too." In the end, each little pony pulled a minecart full of diamonds as they left, and the 3 diamond dogs finally breathed a sigh of relief as their task was completed. Just then, Anling appeared and gave some very high-quality gems, even more valuable than the gems Ziyue and her friends had just taken. Then Anling instantly teleported away again. After all, she couldn't let Ziyue and her friends discover any clues, or it would be terrible if they were found out. Ziyue prepared to write a letter to Princess Cosmos about this experience. Chapter 23, Model Turmoil. Ponyville Beauty Salon. Ruru was looking at fashion magazines when Jinchi walked in, apologizing to Ruru. "I'm really sorry, Ruru. I promised to come for beauty treatment, but ended up being late." Then she looked at the shop assistant and said, "Let us get started." Then, Jinchi and Ruru, dressed in pajamas, were in the sauna room steaming. Jinchi looked at Ruru and said, "I have to tell you, I encountered something big on the way here." Ruru, worried, said, "I hope it's not a bad thing." Jinchi shook her head and said, "Of course not. It's because I was stopped by a big shot wearing a hat on my way here. She is MlPFanfic." Ruru, puzzled, said MlPFanfic. They then started the second project, applying mud masks. Jinchi, she is the most famous fashion photographer in all of Pony Maria. I couldn't believe it when she saw my hat and exclaimed loudly, "It's unbelievable." Ruru, that is such a high compliment. Jinchi said while getting her corners polished. She wants to come to my shop to take some photos. Ruru, that is great. Then they moved on to the massage service. Jinchi said while being massaged, "Do you know what this means for my fashion career?" Ruru, "Of course I know what it means. I'm really happy for you." Jinchi, "But I need a pony to be my model, who must be beautiful and elegant, just like you." Ruru, "Oh, don't joke around." Jinchi, "This opportunity is rare." "I'm not joking." Ruru, "I'm afraid I won't do well." Jinchi, "No pony can be as beautiful and elegant as you." Ruru, "But." Jinchi, "No buts." Ruru, "Surely there is someone more suitable than me." Jinchi, "Please." Ruru, "Someone who knows fashion better." Jinchi, "Please." Ruru, "Or someone who is more natural in front of the camera." Jinchi, "Please, please, please." Ruru looked at Jinchi's pleading eyes and sighed helplessly. If this is really important to you, I'm willing to help." Jinchi happily said, "Thank you, thank you." After Ruru left the beauty salon, she comfortably said, "Spending an afternoon like this really makes me happy." Jinchi, "Isn't that right? I was so worried you wouldn't agree to be my model that I was sweating. Oh, it seems I'm about to break out in acne again. I thought of a way, and that is to do it again." Xiaoma Valley. Carousel Fashion Store. Jinchi looked at Ro, who was dressed in fashion, and seriously said, "She hopes to see confidence and elegance." Ro repeated, "Confidence and elegance." Jinchi looked at the dim lights and said, "Make it brighter, or the fashion will be ruined." Ziyue helplessly adjusted the lights brighter, and Jinchi looked at the headpiece and said, Oh, we need to add some feathers to the headpiece. Biki, bring over the feathers. Biki bounced over with a basket, and after Jinshi took a few feathers and inserted them into the headpiece. She looked and said, we need sequins, more sequins. Sui Long, with a look of obsession, held the sequins and came over to Jinshi. Jinshi controlled the sequins, which all fell onto Ro, and then looked carefully and said, we also need ribbons. Sui Long took out 2 ribbons and placed them on Ro's head. Jinshi, no, take it off. Sui Long took it down again. But Jinshi then said, no, let's add it back. Sui Long put it back on, and Ro looked angrily at Sui Long. Jinshi walked around Ro and then went to the back and said, oh, it's all crooked here. Bring me some bobby pins. Sui Long immediately ran over after hearing this, with bobby pins stuck on her back. After Jinshi took some bobby pins, she sent Sui Long away again and realized she had spoken a bit harshly and said, sorry, I might have been a bit strict because I was too nervous. Ziwa looked at Sui Long with bobby pins on her back and asked worriedly, does it hurt? Hearing this, Ziwa couldn't help but roll her eyes, while Anling silently complained, goodness, I've seen desperate fans, but I've never seen one this desperate. Sui Long turned around and mysteriously looked at Ziwa and Biki and said, I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise not to leak it. Ziwa, I promise. Biki, I promise, if I leak it, just poke my eyes out. Sui Long kept signaling Ziwa and Biki to come closer until they were almost face to face, and then whispered, I found out I like Jinshi. Biki was very shocked after hearing this, even covering her mouth, and then calmly said, I promise I won't say anything. Ziwa said indifferently, oh, come on, every little pony in Xiaoma Valley knows. At this moment, Biki leaned over and said, Ziwa, you promised Sui Long you wouldn't say anything. If you say it, you will lose your credibility with your friends. Ziwa, but Biki, forever. Ziwa, all right, I promise I won't say anything, but I'm sure Jinshi will understand your feelings. Sui Long, not knowing when, had put on a white short-sleeve shirt with a red heart printed on it, and inside the heart was Jinshi. Anling couldn't help but silently complain. Goodness, it's even written on the shirt, and when did this shirt appear? Just then, the doorbell rang, and Meizhao Finisha and her 2 assistants entered. Meizhao Finisha, Meizhao Finisha, have arrived. Jinshi was about to greet her and said, it's truly an honor for you to grace our store. Before she could finish her sentence, Meizhao Finisha directly bypassed her and went straight to the model, set up her camera, and said, let us start now. After taking a few photos, Meizhao Finisha said, that's enough, we're done. Then she left. Ziwa asked in confusion. It seems she didn't take many pictures, right? Ro apologetically said, I'm really sorry, Jinshi, I messed it up. Jinshi, while taking off the headpiece, said, that headpiece was too big, and there were too many sequins. I'm such a self-righteous fool. But just then, Meizhao Finisha ran back in and said, it seems I, Meizhao Finisha, have found the next fashion superstar in Xiaoma Valley. Jinshi excitedly asked, really? Meizhao Finisha nodded and said, yes, and I, Meizhao Finisha, will help her become a fashion superstar in Xiaoma Valley, famous across Zymalia. Tomorrow we will continue shooting in the park. Jinshi excitedly said, did you hear that? I'm about to become a star in Zymalia. Ro, then congratulations. Jinshi, I thought I had messed it up. Jinshi, oh, how could that be? I knew you would do great. After saying this, she couldn't help but start jumping up and down in excitement. Sui Long, who had been stepping on her tail, still looked at Jinshi with an obsessed expression, and Ziwa rolled her eyes helplessly and then pulled Sui Long away. Anling said to Ziwa beside her, I estimate Jinshi will be disappointed. Ziwa asked in confusion, what do you mean? Anling explained, because what Meizhao Finisha wants isn't Jinxi's fashion, but Ro's natural elegance. It's a bit hard to explain, but that's just how it is. Ziwa, maybe you're overthinking it. Anling hummed a few times and said, we'll see. Xiaoma Valley, Carousel Fashion Store. Biki, Ziwa. And Sui Long walked in, and Biki bounced and asked, how is it? How is it? Jinshi, wearing the newly knitted black cloak, said, not much. It turns out Meizhao Finisha wants not me, but Ro. Ziwa. Oh, poor Jinshi. Is there anything we can help with? Jinshi shook her head and said, I just want to be alone right now. Ziwa was about to comfort her when Sui Long pushed her out. And then she tried to go in, but Ziwa and Biki pulled Sui Long out too. Then Ziwa and Biki angrily looked at Sui Long, and Sui Long said, what's wrong? I thought she really didn't want to be alone. Ro is now a huge star, with apples sold in Sweet Apple Acres featuring her image, and most importantly, various ads also have her portrait, and all the fashion magazines are featuring Ro. Ro was surrounded by various ponies taking pictures, and after a long escape and hiding, she finally arrived at the Carousel Fashion Store. After talking with Jinshi for a while, They decided to set a time at the beauty salon, and then she was pulled by MyLittlePony to participate in various model shows. Xiaoma Valley Beauty Salon. Ziyue looked at Jinshi, soaking in the hot spring, and when Jinshi saw Ziyue arrive, she complained, "Oh, I've been waiting until my hooves are wrinkled." Jinshi, it seems Ro-Ro's job is so busy that she can't even care about her old friends. Ziyue, I think Ro-Ro definitely can't get away. Jinshi, of course she can't, because she's a big star now. It would be better if a star fell down. Ziyue said incredulously, Jinshi, how can you say that? Ro-Ro is your good friend. Jinshi said irritably, I know. I should be happy for her, but I just can't help but be jealous. Please don't tell her. Ziyue, I promise you, if I tell others, I will lose credibility with my friends. At this point, Biki popped her head out of the soap basin and said, forever. Then she sank back down, which startled Ziyue. After soaking, Jinshi changed into a new outfit and left. And just after Jinshi left, Ro-Ro hurried in and said, sorry, I'm late. Did Jinshi already leave? Ziyue, sorry. Ro-Ro, I'm really too depressed. I can't help but want to scream. Then she let out a very small scream. Ziyue asked, are you feeling better? Ro-Ro sighed and said, not really. But can I tell you something? But you have to swear, just like Biki did. Ziyue nodded and said, I swear if I say it. Let a needle poke my eyes out. As a result, she forgot to close her eyes while poking, and it really poked her eyes. Ruru sighed and said, I don't want to be a model, but Jinshi hopes I will, so I can't let her down. Ziyue was about to say that Jinshi actually didn't want Ruru to be a model when Biki suddenly popped up, shaking her head and saying, forever. Ziyue ultimately didn't say anything, as she had sworn an oath that she could not break, especially with Biki supervising her. While walking down the streets of Pony Valley, Ziyue and Ruru were chatting, and during this process, Ziyue initially wanted to reveal her thoughts while Biki was absent, but Biki appeared again, shaking her head. However, something Ruru said inspired Ziyue. Everyone loves the graceful Ruru, so if Ruru becomes less graceful, would they still like her? And beautiful Vanessa might find other ponies to replace her. Ziyue then went to the candy house and shared her plan with Biki, which was to make Ruru do ungraceful things and keep it a secret. Behind the stage, Ziyue explained her plan to Ruru, while in the audience, Jinshi, dressed beautifully, prepared to watch. Ruru slowly walked out, and Ziyue used magic behind the stage to control Ruru into doing ungraceful things, which the ponies initially didn't like. However, Jinshi took the lead in saying nice things, and because Jinshi's outfit was very beautiful and fashionable, many ponies followed suit. Finally, in the dressing room, Ruru and Jinshi confronted each other, with Ruru expressing that she didn't like being a model. Jinshi admitted that she was jealous of Ruru being a model. Throughout this process, Ziyue wanted to explain everything but held back until they finally confronted each other, and Ziyue wanted to shout out this secret. However, she misspoke and said that Suilong liked Jinshi instead. In the end, at the beauty salon, Ziyue wrote a letter about this experience, preparing to send it to the Cosmic Princess, but Suilong was fanning Jinshi. Ultimately, Anling helped send the letter, and after Ziyue saw it, she also wanted to learn this magic. Anling said she would teach her when she had time. Chapter 24. The conflict between the buffalo and the ponies. On a train traveling through a desert, in the last carriage, Applejack was telling a story to an apple tree. Just then, Jinshi walked in and said, Applejack, who are you reading to sleep? An apple tree? Applejack, feeling guilty, replied, ahem, it's being transplanted to a new place, which is very hard for the tree. And Bloomberg is my favorite apple tree. Jinshi said indignantly, that's not fair, Applejack. You gave a tree a private luxury carriage, while I have to squeeze with other ponies in one carriage. How can I get my beauty sleep? Applejack replied, but the purpose of our trip here is for Bloomberg. It needs to rest well so I can send it to my relatives in Appaloosa. Jinshi responded, you talk as if it's your little baby. Upon hearing this, Applejack rushed to comfort the apple tree, saying, don't cry, Aunt Jinshi is just talking nonsense. Bloomberg is a big apple tree. Jinshi couldn't help but say, the one who should be crying is Aunt Jinshi, humph. After saying that, she turned and left the carriage. That night, on the train traveling through the desert, Ziyue, Biki, Yunbao, and Ruru were excitedly discussing things. Suilong couldn't help but complain, let me sleep for a while. I roasted those snacks for you, and now I'm exhausted. Yunbao pointed at the popcorn beside her and said, speaking of which, some of the popcorn isn't fully popped. Suilong nodded and said, all right, then directly breathed out green flames, burning the popcorn next to Yunbao. Ziyue looked and said, maybe we really should sleep. After all, we have a lot to do tomorrow. Just after the lights went out, Yunbao's voice sounded. Biki, are you asleep? Yunbao, holding a candle, leaned over and said helplessly, if I were asleep, How could I ask you if you're asleep? Biki realized how silly her question was and couldn't help but laugh a few times. Yunbao asked, do you think when we get to Appaloosa, we really have to carry that apple tree all the way to the orchard? Biki replied, what tree? Is it Bloomberg? Yunbao said helplessly, what else could it be? Is it Ruru? Biki laughed and said, Ruru is not a tree, silly. Ziyue then chimed in and asked, what are you talking about? Biki explained, Yunbao thinks Ruru is a tree. Yunbao retorted, I didn't say that. I just meant. Before she could finish her sentence, Ziyue interrupted, did you say she is a tree? Yunbao stammered, no. Okay, actually yes. Ziyue pressed, you know she's not a tree, right? Biki added, how could Ruru be a tree? At this moment, Ruru also joined in and said, actually, I wish I were a tree. Ziyue exclaimed, she has a big temper. Ruru replied, a very fiery dragon. The friends couldn't help but laugh, but just then, Jinchi shouted loudly, everyone be quiet. Early in the morning, as the sun rose, the train traveling through the desert suddenly collided with a herd of buffalo that appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Ziyue and her friends, who were sleeping in the carriage, were awakened by the noise. After being jolted awake, Ziyue and her friends were very confused about what had happened. They all rushed to the window to look outside and discovered that a herd of buffalo was running alongside the train. Ziyue exclaimed, it's a buffalo stampede. Ruru added, wow, there are so many buffalo running together. Jinchi had a different focus and said, I really like their headgear. Ziyue worriedly remarked, aren't they too close to the train? Then the running buffalo began to charge toward the ponies pulling the train, causing Ziyue and her friends to bounce around the carriage. Meanwhile, Suilong was comfortably lying in bed, completely unaffected by the noise outside, proving that dragons have excellent sleep quality. Once the collision stopped, Biki hurried to the window and exclaimed, look, a circus performance. The dizzy ponies quickly gathered at the window to see. They saw buffalo stacking on top of each other like a human pyramid, with a little buffalo on top. Biki, always eager for excitement, said, oh, do a backflip or a jump. In the midst of her words, the little buffalo had already jumped onto the carriage and started running toward the rear carriage. Yunbao sensed something was off and said, I feel like this isn't a circus performance. After saying this, she flew out of the open window and stood on top of the carriage, confronting the little buffalo. Where are you rushing off to? The little buffalo, surprised to see Yunbao, charged straight at her, and Yunbao had to fly up to avoid it. As she flew alongside the running little buffalo, Yunbao said, wow, you look so strong. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Seeing that the little buffalo ignored her, Yunbao flew ahead again to block its path, saying, I just want to know where you're going. But before she could finish, the little buffalo dodged her again and continued running. Yunbao, unwilling to back down, flew in front of the little buffalo once more and complained, hey, I'm talking to you. The little buffalo, surprised, then performed a flip in the air and landed steadily before continuing to run toward the rear carriage. After seeing this, Rainbow Dash hurriedly flew over. The little wild bull looked back at the relentless pursuit of Rainbow Dash and quickly hid under the carriage upon seeing what was ahead. Rainbow Dash was puzzled at first, then crashed into a sign and slowly slid down. Ziyue and her friends were astonished upon seeing this, but soon, Applejack reacted and said, they captured Blumbo. Ziyue anxiously said, and Suilong. Upon seeing the stolen carriage accompanied by Suilong's calls, Rainbow Dash covered her head and said, that sleepyhead Suilong. Really, and that little wild bull. We'll see about this. After Applejack and her friends hurried down, a pony wearing a cowboy hat appeared in front of them. Applejack quickly said, Breben, listen. But before she could finish, Breben interrupted, Applejack, you need to mind your manners. You haven't introduced me to your friends yet. That's not good. Applejack anxiously said, Breben, something terrible has happened. But Breben interrupted again, yes, it's indeed terrible. Your train was 7 minutes late, which is enough time for you to have a good look around Appaloosa. Then Breben pushed Applejack and her friends to the town center and began introducing them, like the horse-drawn carriage of Marla. Then he pointed to a little pony painting and said, that's the horse that draws Marla's carriage. Applejack wanted to say something after watching, but couldn't find the opportunity and was pushed in front of a tavern by Breben. He started introducing, this is our tavern, Salt Bar. Then they saw a little pony being thrown out. He continued introducing, first the Sheriff Silver Star, then 2 dancing places, and finally arrived at a place filled with apple trees. Applejack looked at Breben, who was continuously talking about irrelevant things, and finally couldn't take it anymore, shouting, Breben. Upon hearing this, Breben finally stopped and asked, what's wrong? Then the friends started explaining all at once, and Breben managed to understand about 70 to 80%, then sighed. You say those wild bulls want to take away all the apple trees you see, but we rely on these apple trees to feed our families. That's not fair. Meanwhile, Rainbow Dash was secretly hiding behind a rock and observing, but at that moment, Pinkie Pie suddenly popped out, startling Rainbow Dash. However, because they were too loud, they ultimately attracted the attention of the wild bulls and were surrounded. At that moment, Swailong suddenly emerged from the wild bull group to rescue them. In the end, Rainbow Dash and Pinkie were brought into the wild bulls' territory and were treated very well, while Swailong and Pinkie were enjoying themselves. And only Rainbow Dash was thinking about how to escape. Just then, the little wild bull they had seen during the day suddenly appeared, and upon seeing him, Rainbow Dash's determination to leave strengthened. But at that moment, the little wild bull suddenly stopped Rainbow Dash and explained, "I'm really sorry, but we have our reasons for doing this. We run on that land every day, but after those frontier ponies came, they filled it with apple trees, which is unfair to us." Swailong stepped forward and said, "I think we should take them to meet Chief Thunderhoofs." Finally, after Chief Thunderhoofs spoke very slowly, he was ultimately interrupted by Little Bold. Otherwise, he might have continued talking. In summary, the frontier ponies had occupied the land where the wild bulls had run for generations and filled it with apple trees. In the end, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie, and Swailong rushed to catch up with Little Bold overnight and finally arrived in the morning. They happened to see Applejack and her friends preparing to set off, and upon seeing Rainbow Dash, Pinkie, and Swailong, Applejack and her friends excitedly asked about their well-being before finally asking what happened. At that moment, Little Bold and Breben stepped forward. Rainbow Dash and Applejack wanted Little Bold and Breben to talk, but it ended up with Rainbow Dash and Applejack starting to argue. Finally, Pinkie proposed a suggestion, and the wild bulls and ponies sat together, watching Pinkie perform a song about sharing. After the performance, Chief Thunderhooves and Sheriff Silverstar exchanged glances and prepared to voice a common thought they had reached. Ultimately, amidst the expectant gazes of the wild bulls and ponies, they said that the performance was really terrible. In the end, Chief Thunderhooves declared that if those apple trees were still there by noon tomorrow, they would destroy the apple trees and the town. Sheriff Silverstar also defiantly said, "You can bring it on." In the end, the negotiation ended unhappily, and Ziyue and her friends were constantly persuading both the wild bulls and frontier ponies for a better solution. But the result was clear, neither side listened. Finally, at noon, the frontier ponies had built their defenses, and the wild bulls had gathered on the hillside. At this tense moment, Chief Thunderhooves glanced at Little Bold next to him, sighed helplessly, and prepared to withdraw. Just as everyone sighed in relief, Pinkie suddenly appeared and started singing the sharing song, which Chief Thunderhooves took as a provocation. In anger, he charged down, and the wild bulls followed suit. The frontier ponies, seeing this, hurriedly threw apple pies, but still, the wild bulls broke through the defenses in the end, leading to a melee between the frontier ponies and wild bulls. At that moment, Chief Thunderhooves selected a target and charged, and that target was Sheriff Silverstar. Upon seeing this, Sheriff Silverstar hurriedly searched for apple pies, but found none, and just at that moment of crisis, an apple pie came flying from nowhere and hit Chief Thunderhooves. After being hit, Chief Thunderhooves fell to the ground, motionless. The wild bulls and frontier ponies looked at this scene in sadness, and as Chief Thunderhooves lay there with pie on his face, he immediately stood up and said he had come up with a better idea. Oh, that is to let the frontier ponies leave a path for them to run and agree to leave those apple trees behind, but they needed apple pies in exchange. This was a good resolution to the conflict between the two sides. Ziyue smiled at this scene, and just then, Dark Zero suddenly appeared next to her and quietly said, "Not bad, right? If this conflict isn't resolved, I would personally step in to eliminate all obstacles." And as he spoke, his eyes lit up with a red glow. Ziyue was startled by Dark Zero's words and incredulously said, "Dark Zero, how can you say that? Is there really no other solution?" Dark Zero shook his head and helplessly said, "Ziyue, this is the truth. If other beings do not accept new changes, they will be eliminated by history, which is unchangeable. Of course, there is a way, and that is for you to set up a friendship school in the future to provide other races with lessons on friendship. Perhaps the world will be more harmonious in the future." At first, Ziyue's expression darkened upon hearing Dark Zero's earlier words, but upon hearing the latter half, her expression began to firm up. Dark Zero looked at this scene and silently thought, although I can't directly speed up the process, giving Ziyue a psychological preparation is also good. For you all, I would spare no effort. Chapter 25. The Universe Princess's Pet Soft Little House. Ruru looked at the little mouse sitting in the wheelchair and said, "We're home, Mr. Mouse." After saying that, she pushed the mouse in the wheelchair to a small hole where another mouse and a little mouse were waiting. Ruru advised, "Don't use that leg. Remember to follow what I told you, and I believe you'll recover soon." Just after the mouse family left, Angela rushed over, holding a clock and constantly pointing at it. Ruru asked, "Did you find a clock?" Angela shook her head and then mimicked the clock's hands turning. Ruru asked, "Do you want to become a clock?" Angela shook her head again and began to run in place. Ruru said, "Do you want to run?" After thinking for a moment, Ruru said, "There's no time left. Are you going to be late?" Angela nodded vigorously and pointed to a clock tower outside. Ruru then realized and said anxiously, "I forgot something very important. The brunch for the cosmic princess at the candy house." She began to pace back and forth, muttering to herself. "The princess is coming to Ponyville to celebrate with the citizens. We all promised to attend, and I completely forgot. Do I look okay? Should I wear a dress? Or maybe I shouldn't go?" At that moment, the sound of an instrument indicated that the party should have started, and Ruru hurriedly ran out. Angela sighed in relief. But just then, Ruru ran back in to give more instructions, then ran out again, repeating this 3 or 4 times. After finishing, she flew to the candy house. Ponyville, candy house. Rainbow Dash jumped out of the house, looking at the 2 royal guards standing expressionlessly at the door, and asked, "What do I have to do to become a royal guard for the princess like you?" She then made a series of silly faces, but the royal guards remained expressionless. Staring straight ahead, Rainbow Dash said helplessly, "Okay, you win. You're really impressive." After that, she flew back into the candy house. Not long after, Ruru arrived, sighing in relief. "I finally made it." But as she entered the candy house, the 2 royal guards spread their wings to block the entrance. The guard on the left said, "Halt." The guard on the right immediately added, "State your name." Just as Ruru was about to leave, Ziwa, passing by, hurriedly told the royal guards, "It's okay, gentlemen. She's a guest." Upon hearing this, the royal guards lowered their wings. Ruru sighed in relief and walked in, saying to Ziwa, "Phew. Thank you, Ziwa." Ziwa replied, "I'm really glad you could come, Ruru. It wouldn't be as fun without you." Suelong was responsible for baking pastries, while the cake couple served the pastries. Mrs. Cake looked at the cosmic princess and asked, "Is there anything else you need, my dearest guest? Or should I say my most esteemed guest?" Ruru explained why she was late. "Sorry, I was taking care of a sick patient today, so I arrived late." Ziwa nervously said, "Speaking of which, the cosmic princess seems to like animals. I hope she does. Of course she will." Ruru exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Ziwa. I thought I was the only one who would be nervous in such an occasion." Ziwa replied, "That's not it. I just hope the princess will recognize my friends." Ruru asked in confusion, "But haven't we already met?" Ziwa explained, "I introduced them in my letter, but this is a formal introduction, and I hope everyone will make a good impression on her." Ruru comforted her, saying, "I think you have nothing to worry about. After all, this is a casual gathering." Just then, they heard a shout from Jinchi, who didn't want the other ponies to dirty her gift. Ruru remarked, Maybe it's not so casual after all." Then, at the dining table, Applejack looked conflicted, staring at the various foods and not knowing where to start eating, eventually deciding not to eat at all. Ruru reassured her, "It's okay. Even if our friends don't do perfectly, the princess probably won't notice." But just as she finished speaking, Pinkie Pie bounced over and excitedly started eating cake, pie, and chocolate fountain. Finally, she even ran to the cosmic princess's table and asked, "Do you still want this?" The cosmic princess, upon seeing this, wasn't angry. She just looked at Pinkie Pie gently. The cake couple, seeing this, panicked and took Pinkie Pie to another place. Then served the cosmic princess a new small cake and a cup of tea. Mr. Cake apologized, saying, "I'm truly sorry, Your Highness." The cosmic princess, feeling quite uncomfortable, could only say it's okay. She elegantly took a bite of the cake and finished the tea. Mrs. Cake, upon seeing this, hurriedly asked Mr. Cake to refill the teacup that the wild boar princess had just finished. The cosmic princess said thank you, then finished the tea, after which Mrs. Cake refilled the cup again. The cosmic princess thanked her again and finished the tea once more. Mr. Cake refilled the cup again, and after the cosmic princess drank, Mrs. Cake filled it again. The cosmic princess rolled her eyes and pretended to make a drinking sound. She smiled and said, "Spilled." Mr. and Mrs. Cake laughed awkwardly. Ziwa nervously lowered her head, looking for a crack to hide in. At this moment, the cosmic princess noticed Ruru next to her and said, "What about you, dear? Your name is Ruru?" Ruru nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The cosmic princess continued, "Ziwa told me in her letter that you like to take care of and help the little animals in the forest." Ruru responded, "Yes, I do love taking care of little animals." The cosmic princess nodded and said, "As a princess, I also care for every little animal. All my subjects are important to me." Meanwhile, from inside a cage, continuous coughing and feather dropping could be heard. The scene shifted. Then, there was a frantic attack on the surroundings, leaving the area devoid of any weeds or trees, making it very open instead. If there were ponies here, they would notice that Anling's eyes were now bloodshot, exuding an aura of darkness, malice, and brutality, as if she were the darkest source of this world. Moreover, Anling's cute symbol was flickering with a black light, as if foretelling something. Only Anling herself knew what it meant. After a while, Anling finally broke free from this uncontrollable darkness, took a deep breath, and murmured to the direction of Ponyville. Then she firmly stated, "No matter if it succeeds or not in the end, it cannot affect Ziyue and the friends." Anling vanished without a trace, as if she had never been there, leaving only the disordered ground as proof of her presence. At this moment, a white portal appeared, and Wang Imo slowly walked out, looking towards Ponyville and murmuring, "Oh, have I arrived so soon? It seems the exciting part is about to begin. I really look forward to it." After finishing, he disappeared into the white portal. When Anling arrived at the candy house, she happened to see the ponies gradually dispersing, along with the Cosmic Princess and the mayor heading towards the town hall. Notably, Anling also saw Ruru sneakily taking what seemed to be the Cosmic Princess's pet, Philomena, which she remembered was a phoenix, and was probably in the process of rebirth. Anling watched Roro slowly walk away, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. "Roro, could it be that you don't know that taking away the Universe Princess's pet has already been discovered? After all, even if the Universe Princess forgot, how could the royal guards forget? This must have been intentional. I can only say that these little ponies are really naive." When Anling entered the candy house, he heard Ziyue say, "Phew, luckily we didn't cause any big trouble." Anling glanced at the already empty cage next to him and silently added in his heart, "That's not necessarily the case." Roro first placed Philomena on the bed, then got a thermometer and covered her with a blanket, but the temperature kept rising. Roro then took the blanket off and put ice cubes on her. But Philomena still couldn't stop shivering. After several attempts, the thermometer finally broke. Roro placed some medicine on the dining table, but Philomena refused to eat. In the end, Roro tried some bird food, hoping to mix it up, but it was completely ineffective. Roro then attempted to make a bowl of soup, but Philomena refused to drink it as well. She tried using a humidifier, but that didn't work either. Not only that, but Philomena also lost some fur. First, there was incense, then a bath, but nothing worked. After that, she applied ointment, but it was still ineffective. In the end, Roro could only wrap Philomena with a bandage. When Ziyue came in and saw this, she was taken aback. Roro explained the reason. Then Ziyue began her old habit of thinking about the worst-case scenario and reluctantly decided to treat Philomena first. She started force-feeding medication, then put on a bite-proof collar and locked her in the cage. Finally, while trying to feed her medicine soup, Philomena escaped. Ziyue and Roro hurriedly chased after her, and a chase ensued at the fountain, in front of Ziyue and her friends, including the newly arrived royal guards. Philomena even struck a few poses when she was almost dying. Then she fell down, turning into a pile of ash. Roro held the ash and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. At that moment, the Universe Princess happened to arrive and asked what happened. Ziyue stepped forward to explain the situation, and then she and Roro began to argue over who would take the blame. The Universe Princess said nothing, just walked over to the pile of ash, squatted down, and said, "All right, Philomena, stop joking around. You've scared everyone." Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The pile of ash rose into the air and transformed into a magnificent phoenix. The Universe Princess explained that Philomena was a phoenix, and during the process of rebirth, she turned into a pile of ash after shedding her feathers, ultimately being reborn. Philomena took this opportunity to play a prank on everyone. She apologized and gifted Roro a phoenix feather. It's worth mentioning that young Bao whispered something to Philomena, and then Philomena flew up to the cage, using her feather to tickle the royal guards' noses. The originally expressionless royal guards were also amused, and in the end, everyone laughed happily together. Anling watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such a beautiful world, such pure little ponies, it really makes one want to protect them. Chapter 26, Fated Destiny. Somewhere in the forest, on a tree platform, Sweetheart Baby uncertainly asked Zing Zing Lulu. "Zing Zing Lulu, are you sure? I've never heard of any pony playing with a flying rope before." Zing Zing Lulu replied, "To be honest, I haven't played with it either, but Suilong told me it feels awesome." After saying that, she jumped down. Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily were pulled down along with her, and because there were 3 little ponies, the connection point of the rope caught fire from the friction due to the high temperature. Most importantly, the weight of the 3 ponies caused them to stop midair. The result was predictable. They fell directly down, but fortunately, there were trees below, which cushioned the fall, so nothing serious happened. However, Zing Zing Lulu, Apple Lily, and Sweetheart Baby fell onto the tree and then landed on the ground, getting tree sap and pine needles all over them. Apple Lily, dazed, asked, "Did you see anything?" Zing Zing Lulu pointed to herself and said, Only tree sap and pine needles, no cute marks found. Sweetheart Baby suggested, why don't we try another method? Zing Zing Lulu replied, good idea. Do you know where we can find a cannon? The other two ponies looked terrified. But fortunately, Zing Zing Lulu gave up and said, it's useless. We won't get any cute marks in the end, just covered in sticky tree sap. Sweetheart Baby suggested, we could play some less dangerous games, like smelling flowers or having a pillow fight. Apple Lily got a bucket of water for the other two ponies and said while washing herself, I think we should try asking ponies with cute marks how they got them. Sweetheart Baby agreed. I think that's a good idea. Zing Zing Lulu also agreed. So let's go find the coolest ponies in Ponyville. Apple Lily said, Applejack. Sweetheart Baby said, Twilight. Zing Zing Lulu rolled her eyes and said, come on, I'm talking about the coolest one. She's the fastest, the strongest, and isn't afraid of anything. Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily said in unison, Rainbow Dash. Zing Zing Lulu had to make it clearer. I'm talking about the best flyer. Sweetheart Baby said, Row Row. Apple Lily said, Row Row. After hearing this, Zing Zing Lulu could only helplessly say the name. No, it's Young Bao. Apple Lily thought for a moment and said, oh, right, what you said seems quite reasonable. Sweetheart Baby chimed in, of course. Zing Zing Lulu excitedly raised her hoof and said, let's go ask Young Bao how she got that mark. So off they went. Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily joined in the hoof bump, but forgot that Zing Zing Lulu was still sticky with tree sap, resulting in them getting stuck together. On the path, Zing Zing Lulu rode her scooter, pulling Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily behind her, and just then, several little rabbits suddenly jumped out of the bushes. The three little ones from the cute brigade were very confused about what was going on. At that moment, Applejack jumped out from the bushes and bumped into the three of them, with Apple Lily landing on top of Applejack. Looking at Applejack's cute mark, she asked, Sister, how did you get your cute mark? Applejack replied, didn't I tell you before? Zing Zing Lulu, dissatisfied, said, hey, weren't we supposed to ask Young Bao? Apple Lily chimed in, we can ask whoever we can. Zing Zing Lulu reluctantly compromised and said, all right then. Applejack then began to recount, but like you, when I was a little kid, I didn't want to deal with mud all day. I wanted a more elegant life, like Annie Orange and Uncle Orange. So I went to the big city of Manhattan to try my luck. That place is Ponyville, and I knew I would find my future there. For some reason, it suddenly clicked for me, and I finally knew where I belonged. My cute mark appeared at that moment. Just then, the three rabbits that had stolen the apples provoked Applejack again. Seeing this, Applejack angrily chased them and shouted, you thieves, stop right there. Sweetheart Baby remarked, what a touching story. Apple Lily nodded in agreement. Zing Zing Lulu, however, said, I think it's more like mushy. Then she urged Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily to hurry up and get on the scooter to find Young Bao. Ruru suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, and Xingmu Lulu hurriedly hit the brakes. As a result, the car flipped over because of the sudden stop. Then they saw Ruru directing a group of little ducks to cross the road. Ruru gently said, you really should be more careful. Why are you in such a hurry? Xingmu Lulu replied, we are going to find Yun Bao and ask him how he got his cute mark. Ruru said, then you really found the right person. If it weren't for Yun Bao, I wouldn't have gotten my cute mark. Xingmu Lulu's eyes lit up with excitement as she said, really? Ruru nodded and said yes. That was at the summer flight training camp. Then she began to tell the story. Do you know? I was a very shy child when I was young, and I wasn't very good at flying. I had never seen so many beautiful animals. Butterflies couldn't fly as high as the clouds, and I had never been to the ground. I don't know why I had the ability to communicate with animals in a different way, and it was at that moment that my cute mark appeared. Xingmu Lulu anxiously asked, wait, what happened next? What was the result of the competition? Ruru shook her head and said, I wasn't at the competition site, so I don't know the result. Xingmu Lulu urged, let's go, cute brigade, we need to find Yun Bao. I've been listening to music for so long. Sweetheart Baby said, I think my sister might know where Yun Bao is. Then, Xingmu Lulu, Sweetheart Baby, and Apple Lily were brought by Jinchi to be models. And it was at that moment that Jinchi began to tell how she got her cute mark. I tried every possible way I could think of, but the costume just didn't work. That night was the performance. I didn't know where my horn would take me, but unicorn magic always works. And I knew it had to do with my love for fashion. It even related to my cute mark. I just knew it was my destiny. Just then, a rainbow appeared, splitting a rock in half, and many gems fell out. At that moment, my cute mark also appeared. Xingmu Lulu couldn't take it anymore and said, I really can't take it. So far, the stories we've heard about how to get a cute mark are just preachy. Jinchi replied, right, Xingmu Lulu? My story hasn't even finished before you interrupted me. Xingmu Lulu said, let's go, sisters, we need to take action, we should find Yun Bao. Then the three little ones of the cute brigade sat outside the restaurant listening to Ziue tell how she got her cute mark. I lived in Canterlot when I was young and always wanted to participate in the summer festival to see Princess Celestia raise the sun. At that time, I also saw the most beautiful and moving scene. Since then, I have worked hard to learn magic. My parents decided to let me go to the Unicorn Genius School run by Princess Pig. That has always been my dream. But I encountered a problem. I had to pass the entrance exam. I knew this was the most important day of my life. My future depended on my performance that day, and I was about to mess it up. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Sweetheart Baby looked at the excited Ziyue bouncing around and said, Okay, we are really happy for you, Ziyue. Xingmu Lulu said, Yes, very happy. Then she whispered, Let's take this opportunity to sneak away. Just as Ziyue was bouncing around excitedly, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. The nearby ponies were staring at her in shock. Ziyue then stopped and smiled awkwardly. Ailing, who was silent on the side, quietly took out her camera and snapped a photo, adding another embarrassing picture of Ziyue to her collection. Xingmu Lulu said irritably, Oh, why can't we find Yunbao? Are you looking for Yunbao? Biki asked. If I were Yunbao, I would definitely be at the candy house. Of course, if it were someone else, they would also be at the candy house. Hey, I have an idea. Do you want to go to the candy house? Sweetheart Baby said. We actually want to know how Yunbao got his cute mark. Biki replied. Then do you want to know how I got my cute mark? Apple Lily and Sweetheart Baby both looked at Xingmu Lulu, who sighed helplessly and said, Okay. Biki excitedly said, Let's get started. Then she began to tell how she and her sisters grew up in a quarry in the suburbs. Nobody spoke, and there were no smiles. And there were only stones everywhere. At that time, we were preparing to push the stones from the south to the east. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky, and then a rainbow appeared. I had never felt so happy before. I was so happy that I wanted to laugh for the rest of my life. I wanted the people I knew to smile too. Teacher, rainbows don't appear often. I have to think of a way to make everyone smile. So I threw a party to make my family smile. After finishing her story, Biki inexplicably said, This is how Ponyville was built. Xingmu Lulu, hearing this, hurriedly stopped the car, thinking she had heard wrong, and said, What? Apple Lily pointed ahead and said, Wow, we've arrived. Biki walked while saying inexplicable things. I'll tell you later how I got my cute mark. It was really exciting. Sweetheart Baby said, Let's go. Biki is always like this. Upon entering the candy house, they found Ziyue and her friends there. And of course, most importantly, Yunbao was also there. Xingmu Lulu excitedly said, Yunbao, you're here. Yunbao walked over and said, I heard you've been looking for me. Is there something you need? Xingmu Lulu replied, To find you and hear how you got your cute mark story. I've had a hard time finding you today. Yunbao began to tell. Back in the competition at the flight training camp, to defend Ruru's dignity, I had to choose to fight alone. I had never flown like that before. I had never felt so free. The speed, the passion, the feeling of the wind blowing through my mane, I loved it. I loved it so much. Later, I realized that compared to flying fast, what I liked more was winning. Most people thought the sonic rainboom was just an old legend. But that day, I proved that the legend was true. I turned the impossible into possible. I got my cute mark through that competition. After hearing this, the three little ones of the cute brigade couldn't help but exclaim, Wow. Just then, Ruru walked over and said, Wait a minute. The explosion sound and the rainbow I heard were caused by you, Yunbao. If you hadn't scared the little animals at that time, I wouldn't have discovered that I could communicate with animals. Biki also said, I saw it too, and then saw the beautiful rainbow and learned to smile. Jinchi said, I got my cute mark because of an explosion I couldn't explain. Ziyue sighed. What a coincidence. If that explosion hadn't happened, I would have messed up my entrance exam. Yunbao, I think you also helped me get my cute mark. Biki excitedly exclaimed after overwhelming Yunbao. You have a part in all our cute marks. Ruru asked, Do you know what this means? We already had a special bond before we met. Jinchi added, We have always been the best of friends. And we didn't even know it before. Applegyre walked over and said, Come here. Then Ziyue and her friends all hugged together. Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily felt very warm. But only Xingmu Lulu said, Oh, this is so cheesy. Let's go, cute brigade. I think we should use the zip line one more time. Then Sweetheart Baby and Apple Lily hugged winking Lulu, who sighed helplessly. At that moment, Biki looked at the Dark Zero standing on the other side and asked, Dark Zero, you haven't told us how you got your cute emblem, have you? Dark Zero, who had been standing aside, was taken aback by Biki's words, then looked at the cute emblem on her rear, which was a star made of white and black intertwined. She murmured, The darkness represents my terrible past, and just as I was about to fall into the abyss, I saw that white hope. So I became who I am now, living for redemption until I complete my own mission. The other ponies didn't hear clearly, but only Ziyue, who was very close to Dark Zero, understood everything. Ziyue didn't ask Dark Zero about her past, because every pony has their own secrets and shouldn't pry. Friends, though a little disappointed, still hugged each other, and someone pulled Dark Zero in, resulting in her being included in the hug. Ziyue looked at Dark Zero's helpless expression and secretly laughed. Well, now it was clear who pulled Dark Zero in. Ziyue wrote about this experience in a letter and sent it to Princess Universe. Chapter 27, Jealous Suelong. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Ziyue watched Suelong preparing things for tonight and said, the meteor shower tonight is going to be spectacular. Suelong, while placing fruit on a small cart, replied, that sounds amazing. Ziyue said, you know, this meteor shower only happens once every 100 years. Suelong, while playing with an apple, said, a once-in-a-century event. Ziyue looked at the time and said, we need to hurry, I don't want to be late. Ziyue asked, did you bring the pen and ink? Suelong replied, of course. Ziyue asked, what about the scroll? Suelong responded, got it, and I also brought a telescope, apples, bananas, juice wine, and my special triple nut vanilla cookies. Ziyue saw the crumbs of the cookies stuck to Suelong's mouth and couldn't help but laugh, saying, hey, you ate some. Ziyue went downstairs while saying, you guessed my thoughts again, Suelong, you really are my #1 assistant. Suelong pretended not to hear and said, sorry, I didn't hear you. Ziyue had to repeat, I mean you really are my #1 assistant. Suelong said, I still didn't hear clearly. Ziyue said, I mean. Then realized that Suelong had heard her but wanted to praise herself a bit more, smiling and saying, all right, let's go. But just as they reached the door, Suelong realized she seemed to have forgotten something and said, wait, I think I forgot to bring the astronomer's yearbook and encyclopedia. Suelong asked, what astronomy? Ziyue replied, that blue book that has stars, the moon, planets, and the universe written on it. Suelong nodded and said, okay, got it. Then she ran to the book area, moved a ladder, climbed up, and took out one of the blue books, then dusted it off. Just as she was about to sneeze, she held it back. But when she opened the book, she couldn't hold back and sneezed out green flames, burning the contents of the book to ashes. Ziyue urged, hey, what's taking my #1 assistant so long? Ponyville, somewhere on the hill. Suelong said guiltily, maybe someone borrowed it, and you don't need that book. You can name those stars and planets yourself. You're super smart and very knowledgeable. Suelong said, but I'm sweet-tongued. Ziyue praised, and you're still my #1 assistant. Suelong said, of course. Then she spread the picnic blanket on the grass, placed the fruits and scrolls, and set the juice wine aside. Yunbao came over eating an apple and said, wow, Ziyue, I really envy you for having such a good assistant. If someone could help me run errands, that would be great. At that moment, winking Lulu jumped up excitedly and said, me. You can ask me to do anything, Yunbao. Yunbao said, oh really? Little one, would you like to help me throw away some garbage? Winking Lulu picked up the apple core and went to throw it away. Jinshi and Sweetheart Baby also came over at this time. Jinshi said, we should really thank Suelong for preparing so much. She's amazing. Suelong grinned and said, okay. Then noticing Jinshi had indeed stopped talking, she said, go on. Biki rubbed Suelong's head and said, I say, Suelong, who would have thought such a big dragon would be so cute in her childhood? Jinshi praised, Suelong, you're really a little star. I made a little bow just for you. Then she tied it around Suelong's neck. Suelong, feeling elated, said, oh, enough, you don't need to say more. I already know, Ziyue, it's your turn. Ziyue helplessly said, Suelong, that's enough. Suelong shyly said, yes, enough. Just then, Sweetheart Baby looked at the sky and said, everyone look. The meteor shower is coming. The friends immediately gathered around, and Sweetheart Baby hurriedly ran to Jinshi and jumped onto her back. The friends looked at the spectacular meteor shower and couldn't help but exclaim, how magnificent. After finishing her cookie, Biki said, wow, these cookies are so delicious. Ziyue said, these are made by Suelong. Speaking of which, Suelong, can you pass the juice wine? At that moment, everyone noticed that Suelong had already laid down on the ground and fallen asleep. Jinshi said, oh, poor little one, she's completely exhausted. Biki joked, juice wine mixed in Suelong. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Dark Zero felt a bit thirsty, drank a cup of juice nearby, and said, this tastes good. What's it made of? It just feels a bit off. Biki explained, this is juice wine. After hearing this, Dark Zero nodded and said, oh, so it's juice wine. Wait, what juice? Then Ziyue and the friends noticed that Dark Zero's face was visibly turning red. Ziyue and the friends were surprised because although this was called juice wine, it had very little alcohol, yet they never expected it to get a pony drunk. Moreover, Ziyue and the friends were shocked to see that Dark Zero's eyes were also turning red. Dark Zero, hiccuping, drunkenly said, hic, I am the Dark King. This world must be under my control, ha ha ha. Then looking at Ziyue and the friends, as well as nearby ponies, she wickedly smiled and said, "You little ponies are all my subjects, so why don't you quickly submit to your king, the Dark King?" Dark Zero's nearby dark powers began to gather on her back, forming a pair of black wings, which then unfolded, looking down at the ponies. Ziyue and the friends were very anxious, wanting to try to wake Dark Zero up. But Dark Zero coldly snorted and said, "You little ponies seem to not want to submit, then disappear." Then she shot a beam of black magical light from her horn. And just as it was about to hit Ziyue and the friends in a critical moment, a golden barrier blocked the black magical light. Princess Universe appeared in front of Ziyue and the 6 ponies, spreading her wings and watching Dark Zero warily. Dark Zero looked at the white alicorn and disdainfully said, "You think you can stop me? That's just ridiculous." Then she attacked Princess Universe. Seeing this, Princess Universe hurriedly met her. After all, behind her were her students and subjects. So she absolutely could not retreat. A golden light and a black light continuously collided in the air, but as time passed, Dark Zero gradually fell behind. Due to a momentary gap, Dark Zero was accidentally hit by an attack and fell directly to the ground, creating a crater. The Cosmic Princess also landed in front of the 6 ponies of Ziyue, watching the crater warily. After a while, Dark Zero crawled out, furious, and said, "You will never defeat me. I will destroy this place." Then began to gather dark power, preparing to explode. Upon seeing this, the Cosmic Princess wanted to quickly take the 6 ponies of Ziyue away, but she felt that she wouldn't be able to stop it in time. However, Ziyue quickly ran toward Dark Zero when the Cosmic Princess was not paying attention. The Cosmic Princess wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Ziyue was already beside Dark Zero. Finally, Ziyue fainted, quickly supporting Dark Zero and worriedly looking at the approaching Cosmic Princess, asking, "Dark Zero, what happened?" The Cosmic Princess first sensed Dark Zero's physical condition and then said, "There are 2 extremely opposing forces within Dark Zero's body, one light and one dark, originally sealed." For some unknown reason, the dark power began to awaken slowly. This time it was because of drinking alcohol, which blurred the consciousness, leading to the uncontrollable dark power. As long as she doesn't drink alcohol, it should be fine. Oh, and by the way, Dark Zero is not in any serious trouble right now, so you can rest assured. Ziyue and her friends breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but the Cosmic Princess looked at Ziyue with a strange expression. The Cosmic Princess could sense that Ziyue's feelings for Dark Zero were not merely those of friends. It seemed to transcend friendship and had elevated to love. The Cosmic Princess was shocked by her own thoughts. Could it be that her student Ziyue liked another student, Dark Zero? If so, should she expedite her retirement plans? And after retiring, Dark Zero could help Ziyue when she ruled Pony Maria, which would be wonderful. The afternoon of the 2nd day after Dark Zero fainted. She lay in bed, her eyebrows twitching slightly before she slowly opened her eyes, feeling something pressing down on her. Looking to the side, she found that Ziyue's head was resting on her body. Dark Zero moved uncomfortably. Ziyue woke up because of the movement, and upon seeing Dark Zero awake, she couldn't help but embrace her and began to choke up. Dark Zero, seeing Ziyue sobbing while holding her, hurriedly comforted her. "Ziyue, I'm fine now. I just lost consciousness after drinking fruit juice wine. Can you tell me what happened afterward?" Ziyue began to recount what happened after Dark Zero lost consciousness, saying that she had gotten a pet that night, an owl named Aro. Initially, she wanted Aro to keep her company while sleeping with Suilong, but unexpectedly, Suilong became jealous of Aro and tried hard to help her. In the end, Suilong even falsely accused Aro of bringing dead mice into the house. After Suilong left home, Ziyue and Aro followed Suilong's trail of tomato juice down to a cave, where they found Suilong being attacked by an adult dragon. Aro stepped forward to attract the adult dragon's attention, allowing Suilong to escape successfully. Finally, Ziyue and Suilong managed to escape from the dragon's clutches thanks to Aro leading the way through the dark, dense, eternal freedom forest. In the end, Suilong apologized to Aro. After finishing her story, Ziyue told Dark Zero, "And I wrote a letter to the Cosmic Princess about this experience." Dark Zero nodded, internally complaining, "Every time something happens, I have to write a letter to the Cosmic Princess. Does that really need to be said?" Ziyue looked at the time and said, "Since you're fine now, I'll go out first." Dark Zero nodded, "Good night." Ziyue also nodded, "Good night," then left Dark Zero's room and closed the door. After a sigh, Dark Zero murmured, "It seems to have gotten more serious. What should I do?" After thinking for a moment, she said firmly, "No matter how things turn out, I cannot harm my friends." Chapter 28, Gummy's Birthday. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Ziyue was reading a book when she heard a knock on the door, opened it, and said, "Oh hey Pinky." Then it was directly to Rarity, where she changed into a suit, even dressing Gummy in one. Then at Applejack's house, she used a small firecracker she could carry. As for Rainbow Dash's house, it was in the sky. So Pinkie took a hot air balloon up to sing to Rainbow Dash, explaining her purpose. By the time she got to Fluttershy's, she was almost hoarse from singing. When she arrived at Sugar Cube Corner, Pinkie couldn't help but murmur in regret while walking. I think next time I should just send invitations, then collapsed on the floor. Ponyville. Sugar Cube Corner. Ziyue and her friends were playing. Rainbow Dash and Applejack were competing to bite apples, and Applejack successfully bit into an apple. Rainbow Dash, not bad. Let's see mine. Just as Rainbow Dash was about to lean in to bite the apple, Pinkie came over and said, "Hey, girls." Rainbow Dash, "Hi, Pinkie." Applejack, "Hello, Pinkie." Pinkie happily said, "I'm so glad you could come to Gummy's birthday party." Applejack, "Of course, I wouldn't miss a party." Rainbow Dash, "Me neither. As long as it's a party thrown by Pinkie, I'm in." Then she dipped her head into the water and bit an apple. Pinkie, "Oh, just one apple. But don't worry, there are plenty of surprises in the bucket." Rainbow Dash curiously asked, "What other surprises?" Pinkie, "I won't tell you, silly. You'll have to find out yourselves." Then she left. When Rainbow Dash popped her head out, she got bitten on the nose by Pinkie's pet alligator and quickly tossed it aside. Applejack couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Rarity, seeing Pinkie coming over while drinking fruit juice wine, said, "Pinkie, this wine is really good. Is this the one you mixed at the spring gala?" Pinkie shook her head. "No, this is Gummy's favorite." Nearby, Gummy had already immersed himself in the wine, and Rarity couldn't help but spit it out, but had to endure the discomfort and continue drinking. Upon hearing the music, Pinkie excitedly said, "Cool, this is my favorite tune." Then she ran to the side to dance. Rarity, seeing that Pinkie had left, hurriedly spat the fruit wine into a nearby flower pot. Ziyue and Fluttershy were dancing nearby, and Pinkie asked while dancing, "Are you having fun?" Ziyue, "Of course." Fluttershy, "Your parties are always the most fun, Pinkie." Pinkie, "The reason it's the most fun is that all my friends are here." Then, getting too carried away in her dancing, she accidentally bumped Ziyue and Fluttershy into the wall. Pinkie excitedly said, "Everyone come here, Gummy wants to dance." Ziyue and Fluttershy stumbled out from the wall and wobbled over. Then everyone joyfully danced together. Applejack said while walking, "Phew, I'm so tired. I think the last time I danced was at your party. Thanks for the invitation." Rainbow Dash, "Goodbye, my little birthday pony." Rarity, "Pinkie, you threw another great party." Fluttershy, "So much fun." Beaky looked at Ziyue. "Are you really not staying?" There's still cake left. What she didn't expect was that Ziyue casually mentioned something that Beaky took seriously, and then excitedly said, "We should do it again." The Cosmic Princess had just raised the sun. Ponyville. Oak Tree Library. Ziyue was lying in bed, asleep, when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. So she groggily got up and opened the door. After yawning, Ziyue said, "Hey, Beaky." Beaky hopped in and said, "Let us do it again." Ziyue asked in confusion, "What?" After opening the letter and reading it, Ziyue said, "Welcome to Gammy's birthday after party, this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Beaky continued, "Our good friends, I invited everyone. We can sing, dance, play games, eat cake, and ice cream." Ziyue asked with a strange expression, "This afternoon? You mean this afternoon today?" Beaky replied, "Yeah, today." Ziyue looked around and said, "Oh my gosh, I hope I can go today, but my study progress is a bit behind." Then she used magic to stack the books on the bookshelf into a little mountain. Feeling guilty, she said, "I have to really focus on my studies now." Beaky peered in and saw the towering stack of books, then said, "I understand. After all, studying comes first." Beaky comforted her, saying, "But don't worry. We'll save you some cake." Ziyue replied, "Thank you." Before leaving, Beaky reminded her, "Oh, right, Ziyue, books are meant to be read, not to be chewed on." Ziyue said, "I'll remember that." In the sweet apple orchard, Applejack was pulling a cart full of apples, preparing to take them into the barn when Beaky suddenly popped out. Applejack was startled and said, "Oh, hey, Beaky, what are you doing here?" Beaky excitedly said, "Are you ready to get your hooves moving?" Then she hopped around excitedly saying, "Come join us for Gammy's birthday after party this afternoon. Let us sing, dance, eat cake, and ice cream." Applejack asked with a strange expression, "This afternoon? You mean this afternoon today?" Beaky replied, "That's funny." Ziyue asked the same thing, and the answer is, of course, this afternoon. Applejack nervously said, "Well, I might not be able to go today because I have to pick apples, right? Picking apples. That's my job. I have to pick these apples." Then she gave a fake smile at Beaky. After thinking for a moment, Beaky said, "Well, okay, even if only 3 of us attend, it's still a party." After Beaky left, Applejack sighed in relief. At the Carousel Boutique, Suelong placed a trash can nearby, then ran back in front of Jinchi and obsessively asked, Is there anything else I can do, beautiful? Jinshi sniffed the smell from Suelong and turned her head away in disgust, saying, maybe you could take a shower now. How should I put it? You smell like an apple core soaked in dragon sweat while holding rotten licorice. Upon hearing this, Suelong thought it was a compliment and floated up happily, but Jinshi gently pushed him, causing him to float away. Jinshi then noticed Biki nearby, looked at the hat on her head, and said, oh, Biki, I like your new hat. It's very modern. Do you need something? Biki replied, this afternoon is Gami's birthday after party. I'm here to deliver invitations. Jinshi asked with a strange expression, you mean this afternoon? Today, yes, this afternoon? Biki replied curiously, how strange. Every pony I meet says the same thing. Jinshi, feeling guilty, turned her head away and said, ahem, is that so? Biki excitedly continued, because we had so much fun at Gami's birthday party, I thought it would be even more fun to have an after party. Jinshi said, I might not be able to go today because, oh right, I need to wash my hair. Biki asked in confusion, you need to wash your hair? But your hair isn't dirty at all. Jinshi replied, not dirty? Biki confirmed, no. Jinshi quickly ran to the trash can, stuck her head inside, and while holding back the stench said, ugh, so dirty, I have to go. After saying that, she ran into the carousel boutique and closed the door. Biki stroked her chin and said, Ziwa isn't going. Applejack isn't going. Jinshi isn't going. Oh well, even if there are only 2 guests, it's still a party. In Rarity's little house, Yunbao asked, this afternoon? Ruru said, you mean? Biki interrupted, nodding affirmatively, yes, it's today, this afternoon. Then Yunbao and Ruru came up with increasingly absurd excuses for not helping others look at houses, even inventing that they had to show a bear going on a trip a house. But surprisingly, some ponies believed them, and that pony was Biki. In the candy block house, Biki muttered to herself, today is really strange, it seems like my friends are all busy. Applejack has to pick apples. Jinshi has to wash her hair. Ziwa has to chew on some books, and now the more I think about it, the more I feel like these are all excuses. Then she saw Ziwa sneaking around, hiding and peeking as she stealthily entered the candy block house. Biki became even more convinced of her thoughts, saying, that doesn't look like reading books at all. Biki secretly tied a string to 2 cans and lowered them, eavesdropping on their conversation. The gist was that Mrs. Cake seemed to have given Ziwa something, but Ziwa didn't want Biki to know. At the end of the conversation, Ziwa saw the can above, tried to pull it, and as a result, Biki also pulled on the string. When the string between the cans snapped, one of the cans landed right on Ziwa's mouth. And after the can fell, Ziwa's mouth turned into a round shape. An unnoticed Dark Zero secretly filmed this scene. It was Ziwa's embarrassing moment, and it had to be recorded well. Biki watched as Ziwa came out of the candy block house, sneaking around and constantly looking around vigilantly while tiptoeing. After disguising herself, Biki decided to follow Ziwa along with Gami. Thinking her cover had been blown, Biki changed to a disguise of a piece of hay. Ziwa brought the box to the carousel boutique, rang the doorbell, and Jinshi came out. After Ziwa handed the box to Jinshi, she left. Jinshi took the box to a secret corner and handed it to Ruru. Biki accidentally bumped into the wall while turning around and bounced right in front of Ruru. Ruru was startled and quickly flew away with the box. While Biki was feeling down about her party, Yunbao flew by and greeted her, then quickly realized it was Biki. Yunbao hurriedly flew away, and no matter where Yunbao flew, Biki was always one step ahead, waiting for her, even if it was at the highest peak. Biki would be there waiting for Yunbao. Yunbao, feeling helpless, had no choice but to fly towards the barn in Sweet Apple Orchard. And as soon as she entered the barn, Applejack quickly closed the door. Biki angrily knocked on the door with her head and shouted, I know you're all in there. Applejack opened the door slightly and nervously said, Hey Biki. Biki wasn't buying it and went straight to the point. I want to go in and take a look. Applejack awkwardly said, Well, I mean no. I'm saying it's not okay, but it is okay, but it's not. Biki replied, But Yunbao went in. Applejack explained, Yunbao brought me some materials because I'm planning to renovate the barn. It's under renovation inside. Just as Applejack finished speaking, sounds of renovation came from inside the barn. Biki felt it was very suspicious. Although she couldn't go inside, she could peek to see what was happening inside. Applejack watched as Pinkie Pie kept trying to peek inside, eventually giving up and closing the door slightly, causing Pinkie to get stuck and have to abandon her efforts. After Pinkie left, Ziwa and her friends let out a sigh of relief. However, Pinkie did not give up. Instead, she sought out a little pony who might know about the situation, or rather, a dragon. Suelong was tied to a chair by Pinkie, and then somehow, she got a light to shine on Suelong, continuously trying to get the answers she wanted. But Suelong had no idea what she was talking about, and could only pitifully say, I can tell you whatever you want to hear. Pinky angrily exclaimed. My friends don't like my party at all. They don't even want to be friends with me anymore. Suelong remained clueless, just repeating what she said. Pinky, who had been excited just a second ago about knowing the truth, suddenly felt dejected, her mane drooping down. After Ziyue and the others finished setting up, Yongbao volunteered to go get Pinky, and Anling accompanied her. Upon arriving at the candy house, they saw Pinky, with her mane drooping, talking wildly to a carrot, a bag, and a stone. Ultimately, Anling had to use magic to levitate Pinky and forcibly brought her to the barn. When the friends saw an angry Pinky, they were puzzled. But after hearing her explanation, they realized it was all a misunderstanding. Finally, with their explanations, Pinky learned that today was her birthday. After the party, Ziyue wrote a letter and sent it to the Cosmic Princess. Chapter 29, The Galloping Gala. Ponyville, near the Carousel Boutique. Jumping on a trampoline, Pinky excitedly shouted, I can't believe the Galloping Gala is tonight. How awesome. Ziyue, unable to take it anymore, said to Pinky, Pinky, stop making noise. I'm trying to read. At that moment, Jinchi came out of the Carousel Boutique and saw Pinky bouncing on the trampoline, quickly approaching to stop her. Pinky, stop jumping. If you sweat too much, I won't let you wear the new dress. Upon hearing this, Pinky quickly hit the brakes mid-air and landed on the ground, then looked over at Ziyue, who was reading seriously, and asked Suelong beside her, Ziyue, what are you doing? Suelong replied, Ziyue is preparing some amazing magic for the gala. Jinchi walked over, puzzled, and asked, where is everyone else? At that moment, Applejack, Yongbao, and Ruru also arrived. Applejack said, what is the rush? We're here. Ziyue closed her book and said, got it, let us start. Yongbao asked in confusion, start what? Ziyue didn't explain but turned to Suelong and said, let us go, Suelong. Upon hearing this, Suelong placed the apple she had prepared on the ground. Pinky guessed, apples? Are we making apple pie? Suelong replied, sure, just watch. Ziyue cast a spell, and after a transformation, the apples on the ground turned into a very fancy apple carriage. The friends couldn't help but exclaim, it was truly magical. Ziyue humbly said, thank you, this is just the beginning. Ruru, have your animal friends arrived? Ruru nodded and said yes. Then, 4 little mice walked down from Ruru's head. Ruru looked worriedly at Ziyue and asked, is everything going to be okay? Ziyue reassured her, don't worry, I promise it'll be fine. Then, Ziyue cast a spell, and the 4 little white mice, after a flash of white light, transformed into how should I describe this? They should be called mouse horses. The friends didn't know how to describe it either, and could only summarize it with one phrase. It was very bizarre. Just then, Opal stealthily emerged from the bushes, looking at the 4 mouse horses and pounced on them. Ruru gasped, Opal, no. At that critical moment, Anling yawned and used magic to control Opal in midair. Ponyville, beauty salon. Pinky looked at a button on the ground and pressed it, only to be blown away by a giant hairdryer in front of her. Suelong knocked on the door outside and said, open the door, let me in. Yongbao walked over and said, coming, Suelong. Jinchi blocked the door and said, not so fast. We're still getting dressed. Applejack said, Jinchi, we usually don't wear clothes. Hearing this, Jinchi reluctantly opened the door, walking in while saying, sorry, Suelong. But some of us have principles. Anling was doing her hairstyle on the side, silently complaining, why am I here? Don't I look like a colt? Suelong entered excitedly, saying, Ziyue, I can't believe we're going back to Canterlot. After all, that's our hometown. And the most important thing is we get to spend a wonderful night together. Yongbao replied, that's uncertain. Jinchi said, we'll see when the time comes. Applejack added, we'll all definitely be busy. Pinky chirped, busy having fun. Suelong said a bit sadly, oh, okay. Ziyue comforted her, don't worry, Suelong. We will definitely have time together. Anling looked at Jinchi, who was approaching with makeup supplies, and resolutely said, no, you can't make me. Jinchi, I will never wear makeup. I'm a colt. After thinking for a moment, Jinchi said, then can I give you a light makeup? Anling looked around at the nearby friends, and then helplessly said to Jinchi, okay, fine. After all, what could she do if she didn't compromise? Jinchi would definitely get their friends to hold her down, leaving no room for negotiation. On the way to Canterlot, Suelong sat outside the carriage, driving it, and excitedly said, when we get to Canterlot, I'll take Jinchi to see the royal jewels, take Applejack to see the golden apple tree, and take Pinky to the best donut shop. However, she soon realized that her friends were all excitedly discussing their own things, and didn't pay any attention to what Suelong had just said. Suelong said, oh, okay, let us hurry up, go. Then she cracked the whip, and the 4 mouse horses sped up after a series of neighs. Upon arriving in Canterlot, Suelong jumped down from the carriage, first opened the carriage door, then bowed gentlemanly as Ziyue and her friends got down one by one. Suelong stole a glance and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, You all look so beautiful. Ziyue said, I can't believe we're finally here. Everything we imagined will come true tonight. It's going to be the best night. Then, Ziyue and her friends couldn't help but start singing. And nearby ponies unconsciously joined in. Suilong couldn't contain her excitement and said, this is the best night because we get to spend it together. Before she could finish her sentence, Ziyue and her friends ran towards their goals. Suilong looked at her friends scattering in different directions, resting her chin on her hoof, and said, the gala, okay. Ziyue sighed. After Ziyue walked up the steps to the hall, she saw the Cosmic Princess with her eyes closed and said, hello, Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess opened her eyes and, seeing Ziyue, happily said, Ziyue, I'm so glad to see my lovely star student. Ziyue replied, I have so much to tell you. The Cosmic Princess gently said, I hope you can stay by my side all night. We have so much to talk about. Ziyue immediately moved next to the Cosmic Princess and said, that's exactly what I hope you'd say. On Jinxi's side, upon entering the hall, she happened to see the Blue Blood Prince heading outside. Jinxi excitedly said while walking, hurry up, Jinxi, don't go too fast, but I don't want to lose him. I need to act cool, but I don't want to lose him. After coming out, she saw the Blue Blood Prince in the garden and couldn't help but say obsessively, this is all my dreams. Ruru looked at the little birds flying by and said, oh my, it's a meadowlark. Ruru followed and heard a whistling sound. Ruru thought it was the meadowlark and excitedly said, I think he must be calling me, just like I imagined. Then she hurried towards the source of the sound. On the other side, Applejack set up her apple food stall, and just then, a member of the Lightning Pegasus team walked over. Applejack asked, hey there, buddy, are you hungry? The Lightning Pegasus member replied, I am starving. Applejack, what would you like? Caramel apples, apple pie, or fried apple sticks? The Lightning Pegasus member pointed to the apple pie and said, I want that biggest apple pie. After paying, the member took the pie and left. Applejack excitedly said, I sold something in just a minute, just like I thought. At that moment, another member of the Lightning Pegasus team walked over and looked at the one holding the pie, saying, the show is over, still hungry. Huh, Gao Fei? Gao Fei nodded, was about to speak, but at that moment, the pie he was holding fell. Just then, Yunbao rushed over and quickly caught the pie before it hit the ground. Gao Fei, you saved it, thank you. Yunbao, hey, no problem. At that moment, another Lightning Pegasus member said, hey, I know you. You're the one who saved us. The champion of the best flyer competition. That member said, wow, Yunbao, thank you for saving us again. At least saving Gao Fei's pie. The member extended an invitation. Do you want to join us? Yunbao nodded and said, sure. Yunbao couldn't help but excitedly mumble to herself, I'm going to make friends with them. Beaky looked at the dance hall and couldn't help but excitedly say, shiny dance floor. Beautiful party ponies and a high-class band. Shiny, beautiful, high-class, let's dance. Beaky couldn't help but bounce around, going here and there. But the ponies here seemed not to like it. Beaky uncertainly said, is this what I imagined? On Jinxi's side, she was smelling a rose when the Blue Blood Prince walked over, introduced himself, and Jinxi hinted at the rose. After the Blue Blood Prince picked it, Jinxi was very happy, thinking it was for her, but it turned out he wore the rose himself. On Ruru's side, thinking it was a meadowlark, it turned out to be a gardener whistling while cleaning the garden. Ruru shyly said, oh well. Then she went to another place and saw small animals in the garden, excitedly coming over. But the small animals seemed very shy and quickly hid when they saw Ruru. Ruru couldn't help but blame herself. Oh Ruru, you really are a big mouth. On Yunbao's side, wanting to make friends with the Lightning Pegasus team was not just Yunbao. Noble ponies kept following the Lightning Pegasus members to chat. Yunbao wanted to approach them to share flying techniques, but the Lightning Pegasus members didn't notice at all. On Ziyue's side, as time passed, every pony participating in the Galloping Gala came to see the Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess looked at a pony that came and said, welcome to the Galloping Gala. Ziyue, Princess, I'm so happy to be with you. The Cosmic Princess, yes. Me too. Just then, another pony walked over, and the Cosmic Princess had to stop the conversation, saying to the new pony, good evening, welcome to the gala. The Cosmic Princess wanted to chat with Ziyue again, but there were too many ponies coming, and she had no chance to talk to Ziyue. Ziyue couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the long line of ponies waiting to see the Cosmic Princess, it seems that finding an opportunity to chat with the princess is not an easy task. Applejack eagerly awaited ponies to buy her apple foods, but after 60 minutes, not a single item was sold. Applejack said sadly, this is so far from what I imagined. On Beaky's side, with her head resting on a table, she also said sadly, this is not what my dream was like. On Jinxi's side, the Blue Blood Prince placed a cushion, and Jinxi thought it was for her to sit on, but the blue blood prince sat on it himself. Jinchi also said sadly, "This is not what I dreamed of." On Ziyue's side, as more and more ponies came to see the cosmic princess, in the end, the cosmic princess didn't even have time to rest. Ziyue said sadly, "This is not what I hoped for." On Yunbao's side, Yunbao was blocked outside, feeling disappointed. This is not making friends at all. On Ruru's side, Ruru saw a little bird in a tree and wanted to go over. But when the bird saw her, it flew away. Ruru said sadly, "This is not what I expected." On Ruru's side again, Ruru made a trap to catch a small animal, but instead of catching an animal, she caught a gardener. On Yunbao's side, Yunbao tried to do something to attract the attention of the Lightning Pegasus team, but they completely ignored her. On Jinchi's side, Jinchi still didn't want to believe that the Blue Blood Prince was a selfish guy, trying to give him a chance to show his noble qualities. However, when they encountered a wet floor, the Blue Blood Prince had Jinchi sacrifice her cloak. On Biki's side, Biki first asked the band to play a different song and started singing, hoping to get the ponies in the dance hall to dance. On Ziyue's side, Ziyue tried to help the Cosmic Princess with the incoming ponies, but found there was still a long line behind. On Applejack's side, Applejack tried various things to get the ponies to notice her apple foods, but it was useless. On Yunbao's side, trying to do something in front of the Lightning Pegasus team to attract their attention initially succeeded, but other noble ponies pulled the Lightning Pegasus team away for a photo. On Jinchi's side, Jinchi was desperately hinting for the Blue Blood Prince to open the door, but he insisted that Jinchi should open it. On Ruru's side, Ruru was almost going crazy trying to get the small animals to come to her. On Biki's side, after finishing her song, a noble pony proudly said, "Little girl, this is not how a party is done." Biki misunderstood and thought it meant they wanted a big party. At that moment, Anling appeared and pulled Biki out of the dance hall, leaving her very confused. Anling explained, "Biki, I need to tell you, this is not the kind of party you want. This party is for those noble ponies to network with each other, not a happy gathering, but a hypocritical one." After hearing this, Biki lowered her head in disappointment. Still throwing a happy party. After all, the parties you throw are always filled with laughter and joy. After hearing this, Biki's originally disappointed expression returned to joy. Anling brought Biki to Applejack's side, just in time to see Jinchi and the Blue Blood Prince. The Blue Blood Prince hurried over to introduce himself to Anling and even narcissistically winked. After seeing it, Anling just wanted to vomit, completely ignoring the Blue Blood Prince, and instead went over to Apple Jewel, buying a fried apple. She started eating and loudly praised, "Oh, this fried apple is so delicious. Although simple, the taste is exquisite." The noble little ponies, who were originally uninterested, saw how beautiful, elegant, and noble Anling was, and how much she liked it. Other noble little ponies hurried to buy Apple Jewel's apple foods. When Jinchi saw the Blue Blood Prince approaching Anling to flirt, she realized that the Blue Blood Prince was just a selfish guy. Anling went over to Ro, saw her a bit frantic, quickly comforted her, and cast a closeness spell. She explained to Ro, "It's not your fault. It's just that the little animals here are very shy. With this closeness spell, they will become very friendly with you." As soon as she finished speaking, the little animals that were originally hiding from Ro came over to her, nuzzling against her affectionately. After that, Anling went over to Yunbao, secretly casting a proximity-reducing spell that would make other ponies unconsciously keep their distance from the pony affected by the spell. Anling saw that only Yunbao could approach Lightning and chat with the members of the Pegasus team, while other noble little ponies unconsciously kept their distance, and she nodded in satisfaction before leaving. Yunbao saw Anling's distant figure and knew that it was definitely Anling's magic helping her. Anling then went to Ziyue, casting a mirror spell to create a mirror image of the Cosmic Princess, then transforming the Cosmic Princess into the likeness of other ponies. This way, Ziyue and the Cosmic Princess had time to chat. After the party ended, Ziyue and her friends, along with the Cosmic Princess, went to the donut shop and happened to see Suilong enjoying a hot cocoa. Everyone was very happy because it was the best night, and they couldn't help but hug each other. The friends all knew that it was Anling who helped them have such a wonderful night, and they all thanked her. Anling said it was nothing as we are friends. Then Ziyue and her friends joyfully hugged together, of course, with a very helpless Anling among them. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at Anling's helplessness. Chapter 30, The Chaos Disaster. Canterlot. Sculpture Garden. Teacher Clay made an introduction as she walked. "This is Canterlot's Sculpture Garden. Today we will be investigating here. That statue over there represents friendship, while this one represents victory." Waking Lulu said, "If this is my cute logo, that would be so cool." Apple Lily sarcastically said, "Cool? We can only say that when we have the ability. Sweetheart baby, that's not how to say it." Waking Lulu, "I will definitely get it." Teacher Caney pointed to a sculpture nearby and said, "Kids, look here. This is a very interesting sculpture. What characteristics can you find? Apple Lily, it has eagle claws. Waking Lulu, bear paws. Sweetheart Baby, and a snake tail. Teacher Clay introduced. This creature is called a Draconequus. It has the head of a pony and a body made of various animals. What do you think it represents? Apple Lily, confusion. Sweetheart Baby pushed Apple Lily aside and said, evil. Waking Lulu pushed Sweetheart Baby aside and said, chaos. Sweetheart Baby retorted, it's not chaos, you idiot. Waking Lulu angrily looked at Sweetheart Baby and said, don't call me an idiot. You're the idiot. Then Waking Lulu insisted on her opinion. I say it's chaos. So it's chaos. Sweetheart Baby disagreed. No way. Apple Lily, we're all wrong. Then Apple Lily, Sweetheart Baby, and Waking Lulu ended up fighting each other. Teacher Caney watched this scene and shook her head helplessly. At that moment, when no one was paying attention, the statue began to emit a black glow from its chest. Then an old voice came over and said, actually, none of you are wrong. This statue represents boredom, which is the disharmony among ponies. Your current behavior is disorderly. So I punish each of you to write an essay reflecting on your actions. Let's go. I don't want anyone to be disorderly again. All the ponies didn't notice that the statue had already begun to crack. Yunbao was flying in the sky when suddenly a pink cloud floated past her. Yunbao quickly flew forward and grabbed the pink cloud. After tasting it, she said, cotton candy. At that moment, many pink clouds suddenly appeared from nowhere, flying around in the sky, and a large pink cloud gathered over Yunbao's head. Then a drop of chocolate-colored rain fell from the sky. Yunbao looked at the cloud above her and said, it can't rain before tomorrow. You can't. Before she could finish, the huge pink cloud above her started raining chocolate-colored rain. Apple Jewel was picking corn when she suddenly saw the pink clouds flying above and Yunbao chasing after them. Apple Jewel asked Yunbao, Yunbao, why is it raining today? Then she tasted it and said, this is milk. No, it's chocolate. No, it's chocolate milk. Linbao flew down and said, the weather in Ponyville is abnormal. Cloudsdale is experiencing a soda storm and is soaked. But don't worry, I'll fix the weather in Ponyville first. After saying that, he flew away. At that moment, Apple Jewel noticed that the corn had started popping into popcorn, burying the entire field. Beaky was eating in the sea of popcorn and said, how could this happen? Jinshi, carrying an umbrella, said, I heard you ran into trouble. Is there anything I can help with? But I don't want to get wet. Just then, the apples on the tree became enormous, causing the tree to bend down. Squirrels and rabbits began eating these giant apples. Ro said, Angel, you can't. This isn't right. How could this happen? It turned out that the rabbits that ate these apples had turned into long-legged rabbits. At that moment, Ziwe came over while reading a book. And after closing the book, she comforted, everyone, don't worry. I learned a new magic that can restore everything. Then Ziwe cast the spell, but with a flash of white light, nothing returned to normal. Ziwe incredulously said, my foolproof magic actually failed. What should we do now? Suilong, just give up. At that moment, Jinshi walked over to comfort her. Suilong, Ziwe will come up with a solution. Then she placed the umbrella she was carrying onto Ziwe's back. Ziwe thought for a moment and said, let's use another method. Yunbao, can you gather those clouds to a corner of the sky? Upon hearing this, Yunbao immediately gathered the pink clouds in the sky together. Ziwe, Apple Jewel, pull those unruly thunderstorm clouds down to the ground. Upon hearing this, Apple Jewel threw out a lasso and pulled them down. Ziwe walked over to Ro and whispered, Ro, I need you to do this. Ro pretended to say loudly, oh my, I really hope those little animals don't see these delicious and beautiful cotton candy clouds. I don't want to share them with them. Upon hearing this, the animals hurried over to eat together. Apple Jewel shouted, after you finish eating those cotton candy clouds, and this popcorn will be your treats. Ziwe, look, Suilong, never give up. As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't overcome. Suilong was about to speak, but suddenly burped, and a burst of green flames erupted, followed by a scroll dropping out. Ziwe opened it, took a glance, and said, hurry, girls, the Cosmic Princess wants us to meet her in Canterlot right away. Ziwe, Cosmic Princess, I've brought them all. Cosmic Princess, thank you, Ziwe. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the Cosmic Princess, who said seriously, please follow me. Then everyone walked through the glass-windowed corridor, and as they walked, the Cosmic Princess said, Ruru was startled by a bizarre creature outside the glass window and hurried to catch up with the group. Cosmic Princess, disorder is the spirit of disharmony and malicious disruption. Before we arrived in Pony Maria, he ruled over Pony Maria, filling it with unrest and distress. My sister and I, the Moon Princess, witnessed the miserable lives of the Earth ponies, unicorns, and Pegasi. So, after we discovered the source of harmony. We rose up and turned him to stone. Yimbao, well done, princess. Cosmic princess. I thought my magic could imprison him forever. But since my sister and I are no longer connected to the source of harmony, the magic has been broken. Ziyue, puzzled, said, you're no longer connected? Now I need you to use the source of harmony again. We must stop him before disorder plunges Pony Maria into endless chaos. Ziyue, but why us and not you? Pinky pointed to the stained glass window and said, wow, we're famous now. The Cosmic Princess explained, you have defeated powerful opponents using your friendship, showcasing the full potential of the source of harmony. Although my sister and I have used the source, only you can unleash its full potential. Only you can defeat disorder now. Ziyue, with a determined expression, said, leave it to us, Cosmic Princess. At that moment, I had to raise my hoof and say seriously, wait a minute, that eternal chaos will rain chocolate. It's chocolate rain. Ziyue walked over to the Cosmic Princess and said, we don't need to listen to her. We are honored to use the source of harmony again. After the Cosmic Princess opened the door, there was a magnificent box inside. Rare looked at the box and said, the source of harmony is for you. I want that box. The Cosmic Princess comforted, don't be afraid, children. I have great faith in you. I believe you can use it to defeat disorder. However, when the box opened, it was empty. The Cosmic Princess, upon seeing this, couldn't help but be shocked and accidentally dropped the box to the ground. Pinky, walking, said, well, if anyone wants to find me, look for me in the chocolate puddle outside. I want to drink my fill all day. The Cosmic Princess walked back and forth, saying, the magic protecting this box is very strong. Only I can open it. That is not right. Anling looked at the glass window of disorder, smiling, and said, disorder, what does immortality feel like? Disorder's glass window moved, and his eyes shifted to look at the little ponies first with a puzzled expression, then enlightenment, saying, oh, you are the soul from another world. Since you make me feel entertained, I can tell you that there are many definitions of immortality. For example, immortality can be a curse, or it can be a blessing. But for me, immortality is boredom, as if everything in the world is not interesting to me, even boring. Anling nodded and said, so what about meeting Ruru? Don't ask me how I know this, because disorder was born from chaos. Perhaps others have a past, present, and future, but I know that only disorder has none. So what was it like when you met Ruru? Disorder rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and said, before meeting Ruru, my life was boring, but after meeting Ruru, my life became colorful and interesting. Then, with a dark expression, he said, but I know Ruru is an ordinary Pegasus, and I am an immortal being, so Ruru will eventually leave me. I tried everything to change this, but it was useless because I cannot alter Ruru's fate line if she is just an ordinary pony. I could change it if it were just an ordinary little pony, but I met Ruru, the representative of the source of harmony, who is also an important factor in changing the future of the world, so I cannot change it. Anling, what if I told you I have a way to change their fate? Disorder did not get happy but instead asked in confusion, why do you want to help them? Just consider it a redemption for a soul that should have fallen into the abyss. Upon hearing this, Disorder couldn't help but laugh heartily. And this laughter attracted Ziyue and her friends, as well as the Cosmic Princess. The Cosmic Princess spread her wings to block the 6 little ponies and looked at Disorder, saying, Disorder. Disorder wandered around in the stained glass, saying, miss me? Little princess, I really miss you. Have you ever been turned to stone? Oh no. I haven't turned any little ponies to stone yet. The Cosmic Princess said warily, Disorder, what have you done with the source of harmony? Disorder, feeling bored, said, oh, little princess, you are still as uninteresting as ever. I can tell you, but I have to do it my way. Cosmic Princess, then I wish you good luck, girls. You must stop Disorder. Ziyue nodded with determination and then led her friends outside. After a while, the entire hall was left with only the Cosmic Princess and Anling. The Cosmic Princess looked at Anling and said, I know you talked to Disorder for a bit earlier, so what did you two say? Anling, mysteriously, said, Teacher, this is a little secret between us men, I can't tell you. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, Teacher, just know that I won't harm you. I'm doing this to help Ziyue. After hearing this, the Cosmic Princess opened her mouth, but ultimately did not ask anything. She just looked out the window and then noticed something was wrong. For some reason, Ziyue and her friends had turned gray. The Cosmic Princess realized that Ziyue and the others were affected by Disorder's magic. Canterlot, the royal maze, or more accurately, a big pit. Disorder laughed heartily on the side. The gray Pinky couldn't help but angrily say, Who are you laughing at? Disorder, while wiping tears of laughter, said, Oh, you little ponies are really going to make me die of laughter. Pinky immediately came over angrily and said, Then think clearly before you laugh. You'd better think clearly before you mock me, got it? Idiot. Ruru said sarcastically. Oh, really? Haha. Pinky, don't laugh. Ruru, haha. Pinky covered her head and shouted, don't laugh. Ruru, no, haha. Applejack said to Rare. Hey, Rare, this diamond is yours. Zua said we should divide it into 6 parts because we found it together. As soon as she finished speaking, she was kicked away by Rare, who then waved her fists and said to Applejack, don't even think about it. This is mine. All mine. Zua advised from the side. Girls, why do you have to do this? We should work together. Disorder sat on a sofa he had somehow gotten, eating popcorn and laughing, saying, oh, haha, this is just too funny. Zua walked over and said seriously, stop it. Disorder, this isn't fair. Disorder said sarcastically, oh, I'm unfair? I haven't introduced myself yet. Then he introduced himself. I am Disorder, the spirit of disharmony and malicious disruption. Hello. Zua, we haven't even reached the end of the maze, and you've already erased it. How are we supposed to find the source of harmony? Wushu, upon hearing this, laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world and said, oh, what? Ha ha, that's hilarious. Do you really think the source of harmony is in the maze? Zua, but. Wushu continued walking and said, keep looking, Zua. Maybe that friendship magic can help you. I must take my leave now. I need to create a little chaos. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and disappeared. Zua walked ahead while her friends followed, excitedly saying, hurry up, friends. They should be able to find some clues. Ruru sarcastically said, well done, Angel. I'm so proud of you. Just then, the sun in the sky fell down, turning it into night. Applejack lied, I can see much clearer now. Zua looked at the ground and said, Wushu actually turned this place into a soap road. At that moment, Wushu slid over and said, not bad, right? This is just my initial improvement of Ponyville. Beaky slid along and said, it looks fun, but it's really not fun at all. Wushu suddenly appeared, lifted Zua, wanting her to appreciate that Ponyville is the chaotic capital of the world. But just then, the sun in the sky fell again, and nothing could be seen. Wushu had to put Zua down and disappeared again. Zua remarked, Ponyville is the chaotic capital of the world. That depends on whether we agree. Ruru slid over and sarcastically said, don't worry, you can do it. Zua, all right, we have arrived. Please, everyone hurry inside. Applejack walked and said, I said I wouldn't go in at all. As she entered, she also became grayer. Ruru flew over, stepping on the flowers on the ground, saying, very willing. Then she also became grayer. Beaky said, I hate the library, and became grayer too. Zua looked at Jinshi, who was pushing a stone, and said, please, we need to hurry. Jinshi, while guarding the stone, said, save it, Zua. I know once I go in, you'll accuse your little thief Swaylong of stealing my Tom. Zua, Tom? Mizenki wiped the stone and became grayer. Zua helplessly said, without it, you won't go in, right? Fine. Then she carried the stone inside. Swaylong was lying on the ground sleeping, and just then, water splashed down, waking him up immediately. I looked at Ruru, who was flying in the air with a bucket of water, and asked, why did you do that, Ruru? Ruru maliciously said, because you were sleeping too peacefully. At that moment, with a loud noise, Swaylong came to Zua's side, asking in confusion what happened and why everyone had become so gray. Zua carried Swaylong into the oak library, and Ruru said, hey, do you know what is both wet and confusing? Zua, annoyed, said, oh, Ruru, I've had enough. The next moment, she was drenched completely. Ruru leaned over and said, your face, and then dumped the bucket on Zua's head. Swaylong asked in confusion, what's wrong with everyone? Applejack walked over and lied. Is it you, Sway, who led us astray? Zua was searching for books on the shelves and said, there's no time to explain. We need to find the Harmony Source reference guide before anyone does something regrettable. Swaylong, you mean the Harmony Source? I know where that book is. Then he climbed up the ladder and took down a book titled Harmony Source reference guide. Ruru saw this and snatched it away. Zua angrily said, Ruru, you better give that book back to me. Ruru sarcastically replied, no way. Then she threw it to Applejack. Zua, Applejack, give me the book back. Applejack lied. The book isn't with me, then threw it to Beaky. Beaky tossed it to Ruru. Zua ran and shouted, everyone, stop it. Swaylong seized the opportunity to tackle Ruru. Just when Zua was about to grab the book, Jinshi suddenly popped out and took it away. After a chase, they began a struggle for the book. In the end, Zua successfully obtained the Harmony Source reference guide, looked at her approaching friends, and loudly warned, everyone, step back. I need to look at this now. Zua opened the book and found the source of harmony inside, happily exclaiming, the source of harmony, they've been right here all along. Swaylong came over, excitedly saying, awesome. With the source of harmony, we can defeat Wushu. Ziyue approached excitedly and said, "Girls, the source of harmony, we found it." Then she looked at her indifferent friends and helplessly said, "You all don't care, do you?" The other 5 ponies replied in unison, "No." Ziyue looked at her friends angrily and said, "I really didn't expect my friends to turn into big bad guys now." After saying that, she placed the source of harmony around the necks of the 5 ponies. Then she put on her magic source and walked outside while saying, "All right, the last crown." Suilong couldn't help but say, "I say, Ziyue, did you forget someone?" Ziyue looked at her friends and replied, "Liar, grumbler, hoarder, and villain, basically all of them are here." "Suilong, what about Yunbao?" Ziyue thought for a moment and directly put the source of loyalty around Suilong's neck, saying, "All right, congratulations, you are now Yunbao." Ziyue continued walking, saying, "We need to hurry. If we're late, then no one should talk to each other." Upon hearing this, her friends immediately felt motivated, while Suilong murmured, "If Yunbao finds out I'm impersonating her, I'm definitely doomed." Anling sat on the sofa created by Wushu, eating popcorn, and said, "This popcorn you mentioned is really delicious. But I'm a bit bored. Why don't you just turn me gray too? Maybe that would be more interesting." Wushu, while eating popcorn, said, "Turning you gray is easy. But I doubt it would affect you since you're too complex, unlike these ponies who are relatively simple and singular." Anling rested her chin in thought and said, "Turning gray won't affect me. Then I'll just have to rely on my acting skills. All right, hurry up and change me." Wushu snapped his fingers. Anling transformed from black to gray. Anling looked at her now gray body and couldn't help but say, "Hey, you know what? I think gray suits me pretty well." Then she looked at Ponyville and said, "Wushu, let me help you modify your initially improved Ponyville. Let's create a game, of course, with punishments and rewards, and finally, something thrilling. Oh ho ho, this will definitely be more fun." Wushu watched Anling modify Ponyville and couldn't help but internally doubt, thinking, "Wow, this is even more chaotic than I, the king of chaos." Wushu felt it, and then said, "Ziyue and the others are about to come out. Aren't you going to hide?" Anling, "No need to hide at all. Otherwise, do you think I let you turn me gray for no reason?" When Ziyue, the 5 ponies, and a little dragon came out, Wushu teased, "Looking at these kids, found the source of harmony? I'm so scared." Ziyue, "Wushu, we have figured out your ridiculous riddle. And now we are going to defeat you." Wushu, wearing sunglasses, conjured a target on his chest and said, "All right, I am ready to be defeated by you all. Let's get started." Ziyue and 5 little ponies, along with a little dragon, formed a formation and then floated up. However, the crown above Ziyue's head emitted a rainbow. But when trying to connect to other sources of harmony, it failed to do so, and then Ziyue and the others fell to the ground. Wushu, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha, Wushu wins. The princesses will be so mad." After saying that, a tear rolled down his cheek, and that tear formed a broken heart on the ground. After that, Ziyue also turned gray and entered the oak tree library. Anling, seeing this, wanted to go comfort her. But after thinking about how Ziyue would probably cheer up after reading the letter from the Cosmic Princess, he decided she didn't need his help. So he followed Wushu to create some chaos and fun. Wushu and Anling sat on the sofa, eating popcorn and drinking chocolate milk while watching the content that appeared on the screen in front of them. The screen showed Ziyue bringing river crabs for support. First going to Sweet Apple Orchard, where she talked a lot about friendship. Finally, she used her horn to tap Apple Jar on the head, and Apple Jar regained her color. Then they went to Ro's little house. Because of Ro's fierce resistance, Ziyue and Apple Jar had no choice but to use force to control Ro and cast the memory restoration spell. Then they arrived at the carousel costume shop. Ziyue successfully restored Jinqi's memory with the memory restoration spell, and Jinqi threw the stone away, making her friends vow never to speak of it again. Anling saw the stone that was thrown away and hurriedly told Wushu to put it in the chaotic space. Wushu was puzzled and asked what they needed the stone for. Anling mysteriously replied, "This stone is very commemorative." The content on the screen continued. They then went to the candy house, where after restoring Beaky, Apple Jar pulled Beaky along. Beaky laughed heartily, saying, "Ha, I turned gray, this is so funny." They then went to Yunbao's residence, but found that Yunbao was not home. In the end, it was Beaky who discovered Yunbao lying on a cloud in the sky. Ro secretly flew up, trying to pin Yunbao down, but Yunbao woke up, and Ro asked if she could pin her down. The result was predictable. Yunbao flew straight out. Ziyue and the 4 little ponies were sitting in a hot air balloon, with Ro pulling the balloon in front. No matter how hard Ro tried to pull, she couldn't catch up to Yunbao. Finally, Ziyue provoked her by saying, "If you don't catch up, Wushu will win." Upon hearing this, Ro immediately accelerated and chased after Yunbao. Apple Jar successfully caught Yunbao and and pulled her to the ground. Then, Ziyue cast the memory restoration spell to restore Yunbao's memory. Anling looked at Wushu beside him and teased. Wow, you really made Ro mad, aren't you worried? Wushu, who had been expressionless, showed a brief crack in his demeanor but still pretended not to know, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, Ziyue and the others are coming. You better hide aside. Anling said nothing more and just moved aside to watch. Just as Wushu sat down on the throne, Ziyue and the others arrived. After a debate, Ziyue and the 6 ponies released the magic of friendship, turning Wushu back into a stone statue. Anling hurriedly propped up the statue when he saw it was about to fall. At that moment, the rainbow light released by the source of harmony spread outward, and Wushu's magic was dispelled, restoring everything to its original state. Ziyue and the 6 ponies were invited by the Cosmic Princess to Canterlot for an award ceremony. Finally, the Cosmic Princess pulled back the curtain to reveal a stained glass window, which depicted the scene of Ziyue and the 6 ponies defeating Wushu. Notably, not far away, there was a black figure, which was Anling. Chapter 32, Finding Trouble. Ponyville. Oak Tree Library. Ziyue picked up a quill while saying, quill. Suilong checked a list beside her and said, got it. Ziyue, ink. Suilong, got it. Ziyue, extra ink. Suilong, got it. Ziyue looked at the quill, ink, and parchment on the table and said, we have everything on the list. Suilong, right. Ziyue, since everything is ready, I can make a list of what I need to do today. Then she looked at Suilong and said, get ready. Suilong picked up the quill and said, okay. Ziyue, make a list of everything I need to do today. Upon hearing this, Suilong directly laid down on the ground. Anling, hearing this from the side, silently complained, speechless. Ziyue always makes the simplest things so complicated, but there's nothing we can do. On the streets of Ponyville, Ziyue looked at Suilong, who was dragging a long list behind her, and asked, how's it going? Suilong. Suilong picked up the list and said, let's see, we took the cloak to be washed. Return the blackboard you borrowed from Kai and I, and ordered new parchment and quills. Ziyue rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment, confused. Haven't we ordered these a few days ago? Suilong looked at the long list behind them and helplessly said, don't you know why we go through them so quickly? Ziyue changed the subject and said, it seems we can finish early. Is there anything else? Suilong looked excited and said, cupcakes. Candy house. Ziyue opened the box and looked at the cupcakes inside. Suilong was already drooling over the sight of these cupcakes. Ziyue counted and said, I only ordered 12. Mrs. Cake came out holding the desserts, set them down, and went back inside while saying, oh, I made one extra, thinking I'd give you one more. Ziyue pushed Suilong aside and said, you thought it through too much, but the frosting on the extra cupcake has already fallen onto another cake. You eat it. Mrs. Cake looked at it, saw the not-so-obvious difference, and said, oh, it seems so. Ziyue, I wanted to give the cupcakes to my friends during the picnic. I don't want anyone to think that other ponies got more frosting. Mrs. Cake, oh no, of course not. Just as Ziyue was preparing to evenly distribute the frosting, Anling couldn't stand it any longer and stopped Ziyue from wasting food. Anling used magic to evenly distribute the frosting on the cakes, then picked up the extra cake. Eating it while complaining, Ziyue, you know how to use magic to pick up tools to distribute frosting, but you don't know how to use magic to distribute it evenly? As for this extra one, of course, I'll eat it. Ziyue felt a bit embarrassed after hearing Anling's words, but when she heard the last sentence, she became somewhat speechless and said, all right, you eat. Oak Tree Library. Suilong looked at the list and said, looks like we're done. Ziyue was walking while putting the cake down and said, we're almost done. Suilong looked at the last item on the list and said, third confirmation of the list, confirming that nothing is missing on the list, done. Then he checked it off. Suilong threw the pen and paper aside, looking at his swollen paw and said, my paw is cramping. Then, while going downstairs, he said, luckily, today there's nothing to report to Princess Yuju because I can't write a word right now. Ziyue, with a somewhat collapsed expression, said, we haven't reported to the Cosmic Princess this week. Suilong asked in confusion, is that really bad? Ziyue replied in despair, very bad. Very bad. Of course, it's very bad. I should write to the Cosmic Princess every week. Tell her that I learned something. Not every 2 weeks, not every 10 days, but every single week. Ziyue was rummaging through her things and said, where's my calendar? Where's my calendar? Suilong took the calendar out of the drawer and said helplessly, of course, it's in the usual place. As Ziyue flipped through the calendar, she asked, when did I last write a letter? Suilong replied, last Tuesday. Ziyue asked, so today is? Suilong said, Tuesday. After Ziyue shouted, she quickly ran to the stairs, looked out the window, and then said with a terrified expression, if I don't write to her today, Then I'll be procrastinating. Suilong, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ziyue, lying on the bed with a look of despair, said, "I turned it in late. How could I do this? I've never turned in an assignment late." Suilong comforted her, "Come on. You're the most hard-working student in the world. You turn it in late just this once. I believe the princess will forgive you." Ziyue replied, "I can't take that risk. The princess is the ruler of all Ponyville. My fate is in her hands. What if she doesn't forgive me?" Suilong said, "I don't think the princess will." Before she could finish her sentence, Ziyue interrupted her, saying, "What if she thinks I'm not taking this important task seriously?" Suilong replied, "How could she think that?" Suilong added, "But how could you possibly fail?" Ziyue said, "She's my teacher. Do you know what teachers do to students who fail?" Suilong looked at Ziyue, who was lost in a terrible fantasy, and couldn't help but say, Ziyue, this is the most ridiculous thing I've heard all year." Ziyue firmly said, "You're right. I really have no reason to worry because I need to find a friend and solve the problem before the sun sets today and write the letter to the princess." Suilong sighed helplessly, realizing that Ziyue hadn't listened to anything she just said. Ziyue leaned over and said, "Is there anything you need my help with? Big or small? I can help you solve it." Suilong thought hard for a long time and finally said, "I can't think of anything." Ziyue took a deep breath and said, "That's okay. I'll go find a little pony who needs help." Suilong sighed helplessly, saying, "It won't end well." As Ziyue went downstairs, she saw Anling and immediately asked, "Anling, is there anything you need my help with?" Anling thought for a moment and wickedly smiled, saying, "Hee, Ziyue, if you can help me get a few of Applejack's roosters, I'd be grateful." Before she could finish, Ziyue interrupted, "Oh, don't even think about it. Applejack still needs those roosters to crow. Besides, you're a pony. How can you eat meat?" Anling shrugged and said, "Who says ponies can't eat meat?" Ziyue shook her head firmly, saying, "That's still not okay. At most, I can bring you a few cupcakes. I have to go now." Although Anling felt a bit regretful that she couldn't get a few chickens to eat, the cupcakes were still pretty good. As Ziyue walked along Ponyville Road, she looked around, hoping to find a little pony in need of help. Just then, she heard a scream from Jingqi. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over, opened the door, and said, "Don't worry, Jingqi, I'm here." Jingqi cried, "This is the worst, most terrible thing. I can't find my diamond ribbon." Upon hearing this, Ziyue excitedly said, "Don't worry, Jingqi, I'll help you." Jingqi then found the ribbon in the corner. Ziyue, not giving up, asked, "Jingqi, don't you have anything else you need my help with?" Jingqi thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there is one thing I need your help with." Ziyue's eyes lit up with excitement. "What is it?" Jingqi pointed to a measuring tape on the other side and said, "My measuring tape is over there. Can you help me get it?" Ziyue's initially excited expression dimmed as she said, "The measuring tape?" After placing the measuring tape by Jingqi, she left. Jingqi called out, "Ziyue, do you have something on your mind?" "Ziyue?" At that moment, Jingqi realized that Ziyue had already walked away. As Ziyue passed the dessert orchard, she saw Yunbao tearing down Applejack's barn and excitedly said, "Yunbao must be angry at Applejack. She's definitely furious." Then, Ziyue pulled Yunbao aside and began to ask, "Did something happen between you and Applejack?" Yunbao replied, "Applejack told me to tear it down." At that moment, Applejack popped up and said, "Yunbao, hurry up and tear it down." Hearing this, Yunbao flew into the sky and began to dive down. Ziyue quickly hid below the slope. Then there was a tremendous explosion, followed by a mushroom cloud rising, and even a rainbow sonic boom appeared. As Ziyue walked towards Ruru's little house, she said, "Oh really? I've wasted so much time. I should have come earlier. Ruru is always so timid, scared of this and that. She must really need my help as a good friend." Then she saw Ruru, a little pony, defeating a bear. Ziyue panicked and said, "Ruru is always a scaredy cat. How did she become so brave today? What should I do?" After Ziyue left, the truth was that Ruru was helping the bear with a massage. Ziyue lay on a lounge chair, a bit crazily talking to herself. "Oh, my studies are definitely over. Ziyue, don't give up. You can do it. Just pull yourself together." Suilong, watching Ziyue talking to herself, asked with concern, "Ziyue, are you okay?" "Ziyue?" But upon seeing Ziyue, who had fallen into some terrible fantasy, Suilong helplessly shouted, "Wake up! Ziyue, I'm really worried about your letter. It's almost driving you crazy. You've even forgotten about the picnic time. Why don't you relax and go hang out with your friends?" Upon hearing this, Ziyue excitedly said, "A picnic? I need to find my friends," and quickly ran off with the cake. Suilong said, "I'm glad you've regained your sanity." The friends were already at the picnic spot, just waiting for Ziyue. When Ziyue arrived, she collapsed, saying, "Something really terrible has happened, friends." The friends all asked with concern, "What happened?" Ziyue said, The time to write to Princess Celestia is almost here, but I haven't solved the problem yet. I'm going to procrastinate. Upon hearing this, the friends immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Applejack said, "Hey, I thought it was something serious." Pinkie Pie chimed in, "Yeah, we worried for nothing." Jinchi said, "Ziyue, this isn't really a big deal." Yunbao added, "Exactly." Ruru said, Seeing that her friends were completely unconcerned, Ziyue began to emphasize the importance of the situation repeatedly. But her friends just laughed and didn't take it to heart. Ziyue, seeing this, collapsed and shouted, then ran away. The friends began to worry about Ziyue watching this scene. Ziyue muttered to herself, "If there really isn't any trouble, then I'll create some trouble, so I can go find Anling." Then she went downstairs to find Anling, explaining the importance of the situation. Anling, looking at the somewhat crazed Ziyue, honestly felt a bit scared, but then got excited, thinking that something fun was about to happen. Anling's eyes sparkled as she said, "We can do this, that, and then that." After hearing this, Ziyue felt a bit worried, but seeing that time was running out, she decided to go along with it. Anling used dark magic to create a monster and then released it to wreak havoc in Ponyville. The little ponies screamed in fear and ran around after seeing it. At this moment, Ziyue stepped forward, ready to stop the monster as planned. However, Anling accidentally infused too much dark magic, resulting in the monster losing control. Just at this critical moment, the Cosmic Princess appeared and resolved the monster issue. Then asked Ziyue and Anling to come to the Oak Tree Library. The Cosmic Princess reprimanded Ziyue and Anling. Anling, feeling unconvinced, said, "Actually, this isn't such a bad thing. You see, after experiencing this monster attack, the little ponies should be more experienced next time." Ziyue responded, "Well, okay, I'll be quiet." Seeing the Cosmic Princess looking at him expressionlessly, Anling wisely chose to stop talking. Ziyue also explained her reasons for doing this. The Cosmic Princess said, "Ziyue, I don't actually need you to write me a letter every week." Just then, their friends came in, admitting their own faults and saying that as friends, they should have noticed Ziyue's problems and helped her sooner. Upon hearing this, the Cosmic Princess said, "All right, I will punish each of you to write a letter about friendship. Of course, to be written when an issue arises." As for how the Cosmic Princess knew, it was because Suilong sensed something was wrong and wrote to inform her. After the Cosmic Princess left, everyone wrote a letter to send to her, including Anling. Chapter 33, Nightmare Night. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Ziyue walked down leisurely, wearing a wizard's cloak and hat and a fake beard. Suilong uncertainly asked, "Are you playing the role of the scary grandpa from the Ponyville retirement home?" Ziyue angrily replied, "I'm playing the role of the bearded Starry Sky." Suilong blinked in confusion, clearly not knowing who that was. Ziyue explained, "He is the founder of the sheep transformation magic." Ziyue skeptically asked, "Haven't you read the book on unicorn history that I gave you?" Upon hearing this, Suilong felt guilty and didn't know what to say. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Suilong quickly changed the subject. "Someone's knocking. I need to go open the door." After saying that, he rushed to the door. When Suilong opened the door, he was startled to see 3 little ponies. Suilong went over to get the candy. Ziyue saw it was Granny Smith and said, "Happy Nightmare Night, Granny Smith." Granny Smith yawned and said, "I should have gone to bed 5 hours ago." Just then, Suilong brought over the candy, and Ziyue handed each little pony a piece. At that moment, a smaller pony squeezed in, accidentally tripping and tumbling, then saluted and said, "Pirate Pippi reporting for duty." Pippi excitedly exclaimed, "This is my first nightmare night in my life." Ziyue asked, "Is this your first nightmare night since moving to Ponyville?" Pippi shook his head and said, "No, it's my first nightmare night since I was born." Just then, Beaky, dressed as a chicken, came over and said, "Stop chatting. Hurry up and give me candy." Anling looked at Beaky in her chicken costume and couldn't help but think, what would the Cosmic Princess think if she saw this? Far away in Canterlot, the Cosmic Princess sneezed and looked around in confusion, wondering who was talking about her. Ziyue helplessly looked at Beaky and said, "Beaky, how old are you, and you're still playing this?" Beaky replied, "Free candy, why would I refuse? It's a must." Ziyue reluctantly handed Beaky a piece of candy and then adjusted her hat, asking, "Do you like it?" Beaky looked at it and said, "The costume is nice, Ziyue. You really look like a clown." Ziyue, slightly annoyed, said, "A clown?" Luckily, Anling and Suilong stopped her, and then Ziyue looked at Anling, who was not dressed up, and asked, "Anling, aren't you going to dress up?" Anling looked at herself and said, "Oh, wait for me." Then she cast a transformation spell, and in the next moment, where Anling had been standing, there appeared a black alicorn wearing deep blue armor. Suilong immediately hid behind Ziyue, starting to tremble. Ziyue was also stunned because the figure before them was Nightmare Moon. Anling, impersonating Nightmare Moon, began to laugh evilly and said, You will never see your dear son again." After feeling helpless, Enling transformed into another figure. Although Ziyue didn't object, she still asked with some confusion, "Enling, who are you impersonating? Why have I never seen this creature before?" Enling now had a black body with several hollow spots on her hooves, curved horns, deep green mane, and deep green transparent wings with holes, and her eyes were snake-like, giving off a very evil and frightening impression. Just by walking on the streets of Ponyville, the ponies kept their distance, not daring to approach at all. Enling saw this scene and nodded in satisfaction, then heard Ziyue's confusion and explained, "Oh, you mean this? This creature is called a chameleon, which can transform into any creature and will forcibly absorb the love of other beings to devour and grow stronger. As for me, I'm impersonating the queen of the chameleons, the Cocoon Queen." Upon hearing this, Ziyue helplessly said, "Can't you dress up as something less scary?" Enling rolled her eyes and said, "Today is Nightmare Moon. What else should I impersonate?" Ziyue, hearing this, felt a bit helpless but had no choice. In the end, she simply ignored it and looked at Suilong behind her, saying, "Have you seen this costume? It's all handmade." Suilong replied, "Ah, right, nice costume, old man." As Ziyue walked, she said, "Speaking of which, Bearded Starry Sky was one of the most important magicians in ancient times, having invented over 200 types of magic in his life. There's a bookshelf named after him in the Canterlot Magic Library. Maybe I should invite some ponies to talk about unicorn history. Everyone would surely enjoy it, right, Suilong?" Suilong, holding a pile of candy in the back, said while eating, "Yes, I like it." Suddenly, Ziyue stopped, and Suilong bumped into her, spilling the candy from his paws. Ziyue asked, "Suilong, are you hungry? Should we find something to eat?" She then saw Suilong lying on the ground with a pile of candy and sighed helplessly. Just then, someone came over with a small bag of candy and said, Ziyue, look, I've got so much candy." At that moment, from the roof, dressed in the Shadowbolt's uniform from the Eternal Freedom Forest, a shadow Pegasus pushed a cloud onto Beaky's head. Then, pressing hard, the next moment thunder sounded, and Beaky screamed and ran away, followed by the other ponies. Yunbao couldn't help but lie on the black cloud, laughing heartily. Ziyue helplessly said, "Yunbao, this isn't good." Yunbao replied, "Relax, old man. This is the best time of the year to scare people." Ziyue pointed at Suilong, who was still hiccuping. "Look, you scared Suilong." Yunbao, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Just for fun. Oh, someone else is coming." Then she pushed the cloud and went over. Ziyue saw Applejack waving and said, "Hello, Applejack. Happy Nightmare Night." Applejack looked at Ziyue and Suilong and said, "Hello, Ziyue. Hello, Suilong. Hey, Ziyue, nice costume." Suilong thought she was complimenting him and said, "Thank you. I'm dressed as a dragon." Ziyue corrected him, "Not you, Suilong. She is talking about me." Applejower looked at the beard and said, "Wow, you must be playing the role of a country singer." Ziyue's expression became a bit helpless. Suilong was secretly laughing beside them. Applejower continued, "Since you all are here, how about trying to bite an apple?" Just then, the clown played by the mayor started speaking. "Thank you all for coming to tonight's Nightmare Night. And now our Cola will tell you a story about Nightmare Night." "Ha!" Suilong commented. If she wasn't dressed like that, she might actually be more frightening. Ziyue couldn't help but laugh secretly upon hearing this. At that moment, a green smoke rose, and Cola, who had just finished dressing up, walked out mysteriously and said, "Come with me, little ponies, and let me tell you the legend of Nightmare Night." Thus, the ponies began to head to the place where the Nightmare Moon statue was located. In Canterlot, the Cosmic Princess was watching the moon from the balcony when suddenly a little chicken appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing it, the Cosmic Princess screamed and quickly flew up to the chandelier on the ceiling, unable to stop trembling. She was very puzzled. How could a chicken get into the royal castle? At that moment, green flames surrounded the little chicken, and in the next moment, it transformed into a black creature. The Cosmic Princess's expression turned serious, as she not only recognized what kind of creature it was, but also who it was. And she was very confused about how a changeling could be here. Moreover, it was the Cocoon Queen. The Cocoon Queen looked at the Cosmic Princess perched on the chandelier, and couldn't help but start laughing while holding her stomach, saying, "Ha! I didn't expect the teacher to be afraid of a little chicken." Upon hearing this, the Cosmic Princess realized that this was not the Cocoon Queen at all, but rather her carefree student who was dressed as the Cocoon Queen. Subsequently, under the loving care of the Cosmic Princess, Anling apologized and promised not to tell other ponies. Bringing the matter to an end, Anling rubbed her slightly swollen face and couldn't help but look at the Cosmic Princess with a pout, saying, "I say, teacher, even if scaring you is wrong, you don't have to hit me that hard." The Cosmic Princess felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, but didn't say anything. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, "Why are you here?" Anling's previously playful expression turned serious as she said, "I feel that the dark trial is about to descend. I estimate it will happen tomorrow, so I came to notify you in advance. You'd better be prepared because if I fail, you can let Ziyue and the others defeat me with the source of harmony." Then looking at the Cosmic Princess, who was about to say something, she interrupted. "I know what you're going to say. You don't want Ziyue to know, right? I don't want Ziyue to know either, but just relying on you and the Moon Princess, even with the Melody Princess added, won't work. Because once I am completely controlled by dark power at that time, my strength will be at least on the same level as chaos, which you won't be able to handle." The Cosmic Princess looked at Anling with concern, opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, said nothing. Anling saw this and comforted her, saying, "Teacher, you really don't need to worry too much. Besides, I might not necessarily fail." The Cosmic Princess finally looked at Anling with worry and murmured, "Anling, you mustn't have any problems." In the end, it could be considered a success. Then in Ponyville, Ziyue asked the Moon Princess to try participating in these mini-games to blend in with the ponies. Of course, the process was quite good, but when the Moon Princess saw Pippi fall into a barrel, she rushed forward to save her. At that moment, Beaky and the other ponies happened to walk over and saw this scene. Beaky screamed, "Nightmare Moon is going to eat Pippi." After waking up, Pippi hurriedly escaped. The Moon Princess was very anxious, her voice uncontrollably getting louder, and then she tried to participate in the mini-games to alleviate the pony's fear. However, it was completely ineffective. Finally, the Moon Princess exploded and announced that from now on, there would be no more celebrations for Nightmare Moon. Ziyue first tried to persuade the Moon Princess, and after that, she went to find Beaky, only to learn that Beaky knew the Moon Princess wouldn't eat ponies. She was just pretending to be scared during Nightmare Moon. After hearing this, Ziyue thought of an idea. She then had the Moon Princess dress up as Nightmare Moon, and, when the ponies arrived, shouted, "Ponies, your behavior is correct. From now on, I will only eat candy, not ponies." Following that, Ziyue encouraged the Moon Princess to try again, and the Moon Princess successfully began playing with the ponies. In the end, Yuno wanted to scare the ponies with lightning, but ended up getting scared by the Moon Princess behind her using lightning. Ziyue also wrote a letter about this experience and sent it to the Cosmic Princess. Chapter 34, The Dark Trial. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Anling was lying on her bed reading when suddenly she felt something was wrong with her body, as if something was about to burst forth. Anling thought to herself, "Not good. This is clearly a sign that her dark trial is coming." Anling hurriedly left her room, and after going down the stairs, she saw Ziyue sitting at the table having breakfast. She said, "Ziyue, I have to go to Canterlot for a bit, so I won't be having breakfast with you all." After saying that, she rushed off to Canterlot. Ziyue watched Anling leave in a hurry and felt something was off, but she didn't think too much about it and assumed it was something urgent. After Anling arrived in Canterlot, she first went to the royal castle and asked the royal guards to inform the Cosmic Princess that she had arrived and needed to discuss something very important. After a few minutes, the royal guards led Anling through the long corridor to the royal castle's discussion hall. After bringing Anling to this place, the royal guards left, as this was not a place a mere royal guard could enter. Once inside, Anling found the Cosmic Princess already sitting in a chair with a serious expression, waiting for her. Anling didn't waste time and directly got to the point, saying, "Teacher, my dark trial has come." Although the Cosmic Princess was mentally prepared, she still felt worried upon hearing this, but there was no time for more words, as it was already too late. The Cosmic Princess called for the royal guards and said, "Go inform the Moon Princess and the Melody Princess to come over. Tell them it's very important and needs to be discussed." The royal guards hurriedly left after hearing this. Just a few minutes after the royal guards left, Anling couldn't help but sway unsteadily, and black power began to swirl around her body. Although the Cosmic Princess was prepared, she was still shocked by the scene before her, as the dark aura emanating from Anling was very intense. After more than 10 minutes, the Moon Princess and the Melody Princess finally arrived late. The Moon Princess looked at Anling, who was surrounded by dark energy, and then turned to the Cosmic Princess and asked, "Sister, what happened to Anling?" The Melody Princess, although a bit puzzled about who this black pony was, did not ask further, but looked at the Cosmic Princess with confusion. The Cosmic Princess sighed and explained, "This is Dark Zero, my student." Strictly speaking, Dark Zero appeared from the sky when the Moon Princess and I were ruling Pony Maria together. At that time, Dark Zero emanated a dark and ominous aura, which can be said to be the embodiment of dark origins. Then we had a great war, and even when the Moon Princess and I joined forces, we were no match for Dark Zero back then. In the end, It was only through the power of the source of harmony that we managed to defeat Dark Zero. After defeating Dark Zero, we discovered that within Dark Zero's body, there was not only dark power, but also sealed light power. Now, the dark power within Dark Zero has completely broken free from its seal. Therefore, Dark Zero must undergo the trial of darkness and fully master the dark power. Otherwise, Dark Zero will go out of control, and at that time, Dark Zero will resonate with the darkness of the world, becoming the embodiment of darkness in this world. With power at least on par with chaos. The Cosmic Princess then looked at the Melody Princess and said seriously, "Melody, go activate the protective shield of the Shining Armor and guard Canterlot together with it. If anything seems off, summon Purple Melody and the others to Canterlot. Because only the source of harmony can defeat an out-of-control Dark Zero." She then turned to the Moon Princess and said, "Sister, come with me, just in case anything goes wrong." Thus, the Cosmic Princess brought the Moon Princess and the suffering Dark Zero, who was enduring the pain of dark corruption, to an open space a little distance away from Canterlot. Finally, upon reaching this open area, Dark Zero could no longer withstand it. The dark power surged from Dark Zero's body, enveloping it in a black sphere of light. In the next moment, the dark power of the world began to slowly converge towards this black sphere. At that moment, the originally clear sky started to darken. Black lightning crackled among the dark clouds, and the once bright sun turned blood red, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess both knew that the trial of darkness had begun, but they were still startled by the scene, as it was completely reminiscent of the end of the world. The ponies in Canterlot, witnessing this scene, were in a state of panic, completely unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, in the royal castle, the Melody Princess saw this and quickly wrote a letter to send out. The Shining Armor also activated the protective barrier, enveloping Canterlot in a pink shield. In a strict sense, all living beings in the world saw this black sky and the black lightning swirling within it. Most notably the blood-red sun. When Purple Melody and her friends noticed the abnormality in the sky, they had already gathered together. Upon receiving the letter from the Melody Princess, Purple Melody quickly took her friends and the source of harmony, boarded a train, and headed towards Canterlot. In the Canterlot sculpture garden, the statue of Chaos stirred, and then Chaos's nonchalant voice echoed, "Oh ho ho, things are getting interesting. I hope you can pass. After all, you're one of the few ponies I find interesting." After this remark, the sculpture garden returned to its original silence, as if the voice that had just spoken had never existed. As for Dark Zero, once enveloped by the dark power, everything went black for a moment, and then suddenly brightened. After that car accident, Dark Zero gradually stopped wanting to talk to others and make friends, becoming increasingly introverted. Humans are inherently social beings. If you become too different, the result is isolation and bullying. Dark Zero's already fragile heart shattered completely upon hearing about the passing of her grandparents. She knelt on the ground, holding her head and crying out in anguish. Why? Why must all this misfortune fall upon me? Why must my loved ones leave me? Ha. Am I just a disaster star? Why must everything happen to me? Why must all these tragedies befall me alone? I will make this world pay. The dark aura surged from all directions, and this illusory world shattered like a mirror due to the dark power. Dark Zero gradually fell into the dark abyss below, slowly sinking into darkness, eventually disappearing without a trace. Dark Zero's consciousness also became increasingly blurred as she sank into darkness, until she finally fell into a deep sleep. In the external world, the dark power that had been surging into the dark sphere slowly stopped and came to a halt. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess grew alert, as they understood that the result was about to emerge. The black sphere shattered, and in the next moment, a black-armored celestial beast appeared, with a physique similar to that of the Cosmic Princess. Its body was black, with blood-red dragon-like eyes, sharp teeth, and an aura of darkness and ominousness surrounding it. The surrounding dark power began to stir, filled with excitement, as if welcoming the arrival of the Dark Lord of the century. Dark Zero looked at the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess with a sinister smile and said, Look, isn't that my dear teacher, the Cosmic Princess? Do you like how I look now?" The Cosmic Princess remained silent, instead summoning her golden armor to envelop herself and then conjuring her golden spear. The Moon Princess also summoned her deep blue armor and blue spear. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess both knew that given the situation, Dark Zero had clearly lost control, with darkness now possessing her body. Dark Zero, seeing this scene, pouted and said, "Oh, you really are no fun. Since that's the case, I won't hold back." Dark power surged from within Dark Zero, forming black armor that enveloped her body. In the next moment, a long knife emanating dark energy appeared beside Dark Zero as the space shattered. Just as a standoff began. In the next second, 3 figures vanished from their spots, followed by booming sounds and continuous clashing noises in the sky. In the visible sky, golden and blue spheres of light collided with a black sphere. Occasionally, magic beams struck the ground, accompanied by the sounds of weapons clashing and armor colliding. Purple Melody and her friends followed the source of the sounds, eventually witnessing the golden, blue, and black spheres clashing in the sky. Dark Zero seemed to sense Purple Melody's arrival, stopping and instantly teleporting in front of her, looking at her with a wicked smile and saying, "Purple Melody, do you like how I look now?" Purple Melody was initially startled by the sudden appearance of the black celestial beast, but in the next moment, upon hearing its voice, she calmed down. Her friends were also startled, but after hearing Dark Zero's words, they looked at Purple Melody and Dark Zero with amused expressions. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess also looked at Purple Melody and Dark Zero with puzzled expressions, knowing that this was Dark Zero. Although the Melody Princess had informed them of the situation in advance, they were still taken aback. After that, the question from Anling gradually made her face turn red, and steam seemed to be rising from her head as her mind went blank, completely unsure of what to say. Anling saw this and immediately pulled Ziyue into her arms, saying with a charming smile, "As long as you are willing, once I successfully rule this world, I will make you my queen, and we will rule this world together. What do you think?" Ziyue, realizing that Anling was being controlled at that moment, pushed her away and shouted, "Anling, wake up quickly. We are good friends." Upon hearing this, Anling's previously charming expression turned angry. "Oh, it seems you want to oppose me too. Ziyue, then wait until I deal with Princess Universe and Princess Moon. Whether you want to or not, you will have to." Meanwhile, as Anling spoke, Princess Universe and Princess Moon had quietly approached to her left and right. Just after Anling finished speaking, she released golden and blue chains that restrained herself. Princess Universe shouted, "Ziyue, quickly use the Source of Harmony. Only the Source of Harmony can save Anling." After hearing Princess Universe's words, Ziyue and her friends closed their eyes and sent their prayers to the Source of Harmony. "Yinbao, I hope Anling can be safe. Ruru, Anling is our friend. Applejack, no matter what happens. Beaky, we all want to hope." The Source of Harmony seemed to have heard them, emitting a colorful beam of light towards the immobile Anling. In the dark space, Anling's previously blurred consciousness was illuminated in the next moment. Anling heard her friend's words and struggled to open her eyes, shouting, "No matter what, I want to be with my friends." The next moment, the dark space became bright. Outside, Anling's previously raging dark power slowly stabilized and began to flow back into her body. Anling returned to her original form, but this time she had grown a pair of wings. Princess Universe and Princess Moon were both very surprised. Even Anling herself was astonished, thinking, "Have I turned into a skyhorn unicorn?" However, Ziyue and her friends didn't care about this and excitedly hugged Anling together. Princess Universe and Princess Moon smiled as they watched this scene. The matter ended perfectly here. In the white space, King Imo suddenly appeared, murmuring, "It's time to meet my protagonist. After all, I've been looking forward to it." After saying this, he disappeared, leaving no trace, as if this white space had never existed. Chapter 35, Cute Bumps. Ponyville. Outside the bowling alley, Apple Lily excitedly said, "Cute Legion Dream. I can feel that we will get the cute bowling badge today. Eye-catching Lulu wow? Sweetheart baby yay? Apple Lily. After today, we can't call ourselves the Cute Legion anymore. We should call ourselves the Ball Legion. Eye-catching Lulu. That doesn't sound very cool." After thinking for a while, Apple Lily said, "How about we call ourselves the Double Bottle Sisters?" Sweetheart baby complained, "But there are 3 of us." Apple Lily smiled awkwardly. Eye-catching Lulu laughed secretly beside her. After racking her brain for a while, Apple Lily said, "How about we call ourselves the Bowling Dolls?" Sweetheart baby, bowling dolls, that sounds pretty good. Eye-catching Lulu, perfect. Apple Lily excitedly said, "Okay, it's decided. Let's go bowling." Sweetheart baby tried to push a ball, then pushed it hard, and the bowling ball rolled over, but it went crooked and didn't hit anything. However, Sweetheart baby wasn't sad at all. Instead, she looked up happily. Eye-catching Lulu and Apple Lily watched this scene, feeling very confused. The second turn was Eye-catching Lulu, who kicked the bowling ball with her hind hoof, causing the bowling ball to bounce out and almost hit a pony. Eye-catching Lulu smiled awkwardly at the ponies present, then quickly slipped away. Apple Lily picked up the bowling ball with her mouth and threw it. The ponies at the scene saw the bowling ball successfully knock down all the pins and cheered, with one pony winning the cute bowling badge. Hearing this, Apple Lily excitedly looked at her flank, but found it empty, then looked towards the source of the sound, discovering that another pony had won the cute bowling badge. She then became very puzzled, wondering where her bowling ball was, and looking forward, she realized that her bowling ball hadn't hit anything at all. Ponyville. On the street. Apple Lily walked down the road with a gloomy face. Sweetheart baby, bowling is still very fun, even though I only played gutter balls. Eye-catching Lulu tried to comfort Apple Lily, saying, yes, at least you managed to roll your ball down the lane. I think Mr. Goldpiece won't let us play anymore. After sliding for a while, eye-catching Lulu jokingly said, maybe I can win the cute destruction badge. Sweetheart baby laughed along with her. Sweetheart baby noticed that Apple Lily still looked unhappy. Eye-catching Lulu. Oh, come on, Apple Lily. Sweetheart baby, I know what you need to cheer up. Then Sweetheart baby handed Apple Lily a cupcake, saying, the cupcakes from Candy Cube House will definitely make you happy. Apple Lily still looked unhappy, saying, no, it won't. The scene shifted. Beaky said from the side, throw a party, it will surely make you happy. Apple Lily shook her head and said, no, it won't. The scene shifted again. In the carousel dress shop, Jinchi put a hat on Apple Lily, saying, a new hat will definitely make you happy. Apple Lily still shook her head and said, no, it won't. Finally, Apple Lily walked towards the Everfree Forest. No matter how eye-catching Lulu and Sweetheart Baby called her, it was of no use. In the end, they had to leave helplessly. While walking along the road to the Everfree Forest, Apple Lily accidentally tripped over a stone and fell down the slope. At that moment, Keela happened to pass by and saw Apple Lily, greeting her. Oh, which little one has come to see us? Keela felt strange and curiously asked, Apple Lily, what happened to you? Apple Lily didn't speak, but opened her mouth. Keela then noticed that Apple Lily had knocked out one of her front teeth and comforted her, saying, come with me to my house. I have medicine for that. So, Apple Lily went to Keela's house, where Keela first let Apple Lily find a place to sit. Then she began to look for the medicine to fix the dental injury. Apple Lily looked at the many bottles and jars in the room and exclaimed, Keela, you have so many medicines here, for all kinds of ailments. After finding the medicine that could repair the tooth, Keela came to Apple Lily's side and said, well, Apple Lily, you need to open your mouth. Apple Lily obediently opened her mouth. Keela dripped the medicine onto the place where Apple Lily's front tooth was missing, and a magical scene occurred. The missing part of Apple Lily's front tooth grew back at a visible speed, forming a new tooth. Apple Lily looked at her new tooth in the mirror and then said meaningfully, Keela, you have so many medicines, don't you also have? Before she could finish her sentence, Keela interrupted her. I do have many medicines here, but I don't have any that can help you get the cute badge early. Apple Lily felt a bit disappointed after hearing that, but when she saw Keela using beautiful flowers to make potions, she curiously asked, what is this? Keela replied while making the potion, this is the heart's desire. A rooster has stopped crowing and needs the heart's desire to make the potion. Then Keela realized there weren't enough plants and said, I need to go gather some more plants. Apple Lily, I'll be out for a bit. Apple Lily casually nodded. And after Keela left, she used the heart's desire to brew a potion for herself, drank it, and then left. In the Oak Library, Anling was lying in bed with his eyes closed, resting. Meanwhile, in the mental space, in a white area, a small black pony and a shadow were playing games on a sofa. Yes, it was Anling and Wong Mo, feeling frustrated. Threw his phone down after playing for a while, saying, I'm done. This is just getting more and more infuriating. Anling helplessly shook his head and put down his phone, then asked curiously, by the way, why did you bring me here? A few hours earlier, Anling had been lying in bed sleeping, and when he woke up, he found himself in a white space. There was a shadow standing in front of him. And after that person's explanation, he finally understood that this guy had sent him to My Little Pony. And what was most infuriating was that the tragedies he had experienced in the past were all arranged by this guy. After hearing the explanation, Anling exploded and didn't care what he said. He just wanted to teach Wong Mo a lesson. As for the result, it was obvious. How could a character from an author's pen teach their creator a lesson? Anling was forced to wear a skirt and play the mobile game Honor of Kings with Wong Mo. What was worse was that Wong Mo wasn't behaving. He lay on Anling while playing the game, leaving Anling feeling very helpless. He couldn't win, so he could only join in the game. Wong Mo said, actually, I came here just to say hello, to get to know each other. After a pause, he continued mysteriously, as for what will happen to you in the future, I can only say that if you stick to what you hope for, you will definitely succeed, and there might even be unexpected surprises. Alright, I won't say more. If I reveal too much. After that, he didn't wait for Anling to say anything and directly threw him out of the white space. Wong Mo stood alone in the white space, looking ahead, lost in thought. Finally, he muttered, sigh, I really envy you. If only I could also cross over to My Little Pony. Reality is just too cruel. After Anling woke up, he found it very noisy below. He opened his room and went downstairs, discovering that Ziyue and Applejack were looking for something. Apple Lily was spinning a hula hoop nearby and couldn't stop. After asking Suilong, he learned that Apple Lily had inexplicably gained the cute mark, but for some reason, she just couldn't stop. Eventually, Ziyue found in a book about pony medical mysteries that this condition was called cute bean, which had troubled many ponies in ancient times. It came and went without a trace, and no cure had been found. Apple Lily suddenly gained another cute mark and then ran outside. Ziyue and Applejack hurriedly followed her. On the streets of Ponyville, Apple Lily started performing plate spinning, then hula hooping, and couldn't stop at all, even starting to lift weights. The ponies, seeing this, panicked and ran into their houses, only daring to peek out from the windows. Just when Ziyue and Applejack were at a loss, Keela happened to arrive at that moment. Keela took out a seed and explained, "I do have a way to cure this condition, and it's this truth seed in my hand. As long as a pony speaks the truth, the seed will bloom into a flower, and eating it will cure this condition." After hearing this, Applejack tossed the truth seed into a small hole she dug in the ground. The truth seed accurately landed in the hole, and after burying it, Applejack shouted, "Whoever wants to tell the truth can come forward." No pony stepped up to speak the truth. In the end, Pinkie Pie couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Fine. I actually ate an extra cupcake." Ziyue and the others looked over, but the truth seed didn't react. Pinkie finally couldn't hold back and admitted to eating 2 cupcakes. However, the truth seed still didn't respond. Ziyue tried to say something, but nothing happened. Finally, Apple Lily couldn't take it anymore and spoke the truth, saying, "All right. I can't take it anymore. My cute mark wasn't earned through hard work. It's fake. I only said this because I wanted to get my cute mark quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, the truth seed sprouted a beautiful flower. The ponies didn't have time to admire it before Apple Lily swallowed it whole. All the cute marks on Apple Lily disappeared. At that moment, Sweetheart and Shining Lou also arrived. After Apple Lily apologized to them, she also apologized to Keela, who forgave her and expressed that she would still welcome Apple Lily to visit her home in the future. Ziyue asked Apple Lily to write a letter about this experience and send it to Princess Celestia. Anling watched this warm scene and smiled slightly, then took out a piece of paper. He saw a few large words faintly written on it, Project Unicorn. Otherwise, it would definitely attract some trouble. At least he needed to wait until he finished. Ziyue seemed to sense something and looked at Anling, but he just stood there smiling, showing no signs of anything unusual. Ziyue was very puzzled, thinking to herself, was it an illusion? But something fell off just now. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. She then went to send the letter Apple Lily had written. Chapter 36, Seeking the Best Pet. In Ponyville Park, under a certain tree, Rainbow Dash was sleeping, and the smile on her face indicated that it was a beautiful dream. In Rainbow Dash's dream, she was flying rapidly in the sky, performing several difficult aerial maneuvers when she suddenly heard a sound. Gulu. Rainbow Dash turned her head and saw Ziyue's pet, Oloy. She then said, "Come on, come chase me," and quickly flew away. Oloy, not to be outdone, also flew quickly after her. While soaring in the sky, Rainbow Dash suddenly heard a barking sound and looked ahead in confusion, only to discover something very strange. Oloy had Winona's head. Shocked, Rainbow Dash exclaimed, "Winona? Winona's head? Am I overreacting, or are you just too weird?" In the next moment, Winona's head disappeared and transformed into Angel's head, while Oloy's body changed to that of Gummy. Rainbow Dash said, "Angel Gummy? This is just too strange, it's almost scary." Then, suddenly, from Angel's mouth, Opal's head popped out, startling Rainbow Dash. She fell and was immediately plunged into darkness. When Rainbow Dash woke up, she looked at Opal beside her and Oloy, Winona, Angel, and Gummy below her. Breathing a sigh of relief, she said, "Thank goodness, that was just a dream." At that moment, Ziyue and her friends also arrived, chatting and walking over. And once they got there, they began to play with their pets. After Jinchi got her pet Opal down, she apologized to Yunbao, saying, "Oh, I'm really sorry, Yunbao. Our pet disturbed you. Say sorry quickly, Opal." Opal let out a hiss and then turned away. Jinchi awkwardly said, "She says sorry." Yunbao asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Applejack, while playing fetch with her pet Winona, explained, "We often participate in pet game days." Yunbao replied, "Really?" Applejack continued, "At the same time every week." Roro added, "Did you not know?" Then she realized that Yunbao didn't have a pet, so she quietly said, "She doesn't know." Then she lowered her head and started digging in the dirt. Ziyue said, "We were actually planning to invite Yunbao, but..." Before she could finish, Biki, who had popped up from nowhere, quickly interjected, "We really wanted to invite you." Then she ran over to Ziyue and said, "But Ziyue said you don't have a pet." Then she ran over to Jinchi and said, Jinshi, remember you always take a nap in the afternoon. Then she ran over to Applejack and said, Applejack thinks you wouldn't miss anything by not participating. Then she ran over to Ro and said, Ro, and I just nodded in agreement. Ro quietly said, please don't be mad at us. Yunbao nonchalantly said, I'm not angry. You're right. I'm a pony without a pet, so pet game day doesn't mean much to me. Applejack, while running to play with her pet, said, you're right. I don't think you'll be mad. Ziyue and her friends were playing with their respective pets. While Yunbao was lying on a tree preparing to sleep, she heard the laughter of her friends playing with their pets and couldn't stand it any longer. She jumped down and shouted, hey, wait for me. Just because I don't have a pet right now doesn't mean I will never want one. Upon hearing this, Ro, among the ponies, was the most excited. She quickly came to Yunbao's side, changing her usual quiet and introverted demeanor. Excitedly, she said, really? Do you really want a pet? Because I have many great options at my house. Then she pulled Yunbao towards her little house, flying and excitedly saying, I know you two will definitely become best friends forever. Yunbao felt helpless being dragged by Ro and eventually flew up to avoid being pulled along. Amling, leisurely observing, said, I have a pet, but strictly speaking, it can't really be considered a pet. It's a battle pet. Yunbao and Ro were about to fly away when they heard Amling's words and stopped, looking at Amling in confusion. Ziyue and her friends, who were originally playing with their pets, also turned their attention to Amling. After thinking for a moment, Amling said, let me explain what a battle pet is. The difference between a pet and a battle pet is that a pet can only be appreciated or kept company with the owner. When bored, you can play with a pet, but a battle pet is different. Battle pets fight alongside the owner. Of course, they can also be ridden. Coincidentally, I have some dark battle pets here, which is one of the abilities I gained after that dark challenge. After saying this, Amling prepared to demonstrate. Dark light shone from Amling's horns, and in the next moment, a black magic circle appeared. Then, a terrifying black figure emerged, with huge wings and blood-red eyes. It looked just like a western dragon, exuding a dark aura. Ziyue and her friends were so frightened that they were frozen. Amling shrugged and helplessly said, although it's a bit scary, this is the difference between a pet and a battle pet. As for Yunbao's battle pet, that depends on what kind of battle pet Yunbao wants. Amling added, also, Yunbao, if you want a battle pet, I can summon one for you. But it won't be alive. It will be made of my dark power, will only obey your commands, and won't have any emotions. Yunbao thought for a moment and shook her head, refusing, then forget it. I'll go choose a pet from Ro. After all, although this is cool, what she wants is a pet that can play with her. After a while, Ponyville, outside the town hall, Ziyue and her friends were cheering for the pets. Yunbao whistled to stop them, and then said seriously, everyone, do you think you qualify to be my pet? Don't worry, when the competition starts, you'll know who is suitable to be my pet. Only pets that can challenge their limits can become my pet. Any questions? Applejack quietly said to Ziyue next to her. I have a question. Does she know what pets need the most? Ziyue replied, care and attention. Oh, and peppermint. As for why peppermint was needed, it was because Ziyue got licked all over with saliva by Winona. Ro was pushing a turtle over and encouragingly said, you just need to do your best. Yunbao looked at Ro pushing a turtle and said, are you kidding, Ro? Why did you bring a turtle? Ro corrected while adjusting the turtle's shell. Strictly speaking, he's a land tortoise. He has always dreamed of being a pony's pet. Don't worry, he won't affect your competition. Yunbao looked at the slow-moving tortoise and firmly said, no way. Ro kept pestering Yunbao to let the tortoise participate in the competition. In the end, Yunbao, feeling helpless, had to agree. Then Yunbao loudly addressed the small animals present. All right, this competition will show us which ones possess the qualities I need in a pet. Speed, agility, courage, taste, coolness, and eye-catching. Ziyue asked in confusion, aren't these all the same thing? Yunbao replied, you can understand it that way, which is why Ziyue, you don't qualify to be my pet. After saying this, she was about to pat Ziyue on the head. Then they started the first speed trial. At the sound of the whistle, the animals flew out quickly, and after flying 2 laps, they stopped. The first place was a hawk. Meanwhile, the tortoise had just barely crossed the starting line. Yunbao looked at the tortoise and said, this is called embarrassing. The second trial was agility. Among the little animals, a hummingbird quickly passed through any obstacle. Yunbao let the hummingbird come over to high-five her. As a result, during the high-five, it almost fell because it didn't flap its wings, so Yunbao decided to deduct a point. The hummingbird flew away dejectedly. The third trial was courage. Yunbao placed Opal's favorite toy in front of a cage and then opened the cage. When Opal came out, it protected the toy and extended its claws in a threatening manner. The little animals trembled and didn't dare to approach. Only a butterfly flew up and used its wings to distract Opal, managing to get the toy that Opal liked. The tortoise tried to push the cage over to trap Opal, but was dodged by Opal, which then scratched the tortoise's shell with its claws. The fourth trial was taste. Yunbao took many photos with the competing little animals. There were many people, and the little animals had good taste. But it was only when taking a photo with the tortoise that it didn't turn out well. The fifth trial was coolness. Yunbao asked the little animals to shout, and the tortoise's call sounded like an old lady's cough. In the end, the hawk's call was much louder, making it the first place. The sixth trial was eye-catching. Yunbao thinks bats are quite eye-catching, toucans are not eye-catching, flamingos could be more eye-catching, but an owl that turns its head around is truly eye-catching. The tortoise retracts its head, and Yunbao helplessly says, "You've already performed, and I guess that's all you can do." The seventh contest is cool. Yunbao almost fell asleep watching the performances of the previous small animals, but when the bat used several glass cups to play music and then shattered them with ultrasonic waves, Yunbao was very satisfied. When it was the tortoise's turn, it just flipped over, and that was it. Yunbao sighed helplessly and said, "Listen, tortoise." Ruru poked her head out and said, "It's a tortoise." Yunbao irritably replied, "Whatever, you've already played. We both know who can pass and who can't, and you can't. Your courage is indeed commendable." Seeing that the tortoise had no reaction, Yunbao simply ignored it and flew away. Then Yunbao looked at the small animals that had been born and said, "You are all excellent contestants, but only one of you can come in first. So this is a crucial match. The final project to determine the outcome is to pause for a moment to create some suspense. Yunbao, and the final contest is to compete with me, Yunbao, to cross the Valley of Terror." Then he comforted the small animals. "Actually, the Valley of Terror is not scary, it just sounds frightening. I've flown over there countless times, so obviously, I'm at the front of the line. But whoever among you can cross the finish line with me will be my pet." Ziyue and her friends watched as one small animal after another crossed the finish line. But there was no sign of Yunbao. At this moment, everyone realized that a collapse had occurred on the other side of the valley. Just as everyone was anxious and worried about Yunbao, the tortoise slowly dragged Yunbao over. But in the end, the tortoise's speed was just too slow. Ziyue and her friends placed the finish line in front of the tortoise. After crossing the finish line, Yunbao looked at the falcon, then at the tortoise, and finally decided to choose the tortoise. As for why, Yunbao explained, "Because it was the tortoise that crossed the finish line with me." Only Anling knew that Yunbao chose the tortoise not only because it saved her, but also because she was touched by the tortoise's perseverance. However, there was a problem. The tortoise couldn't fly, but this didn't stump Ziyue. Ziyue created a magical flying device, and after putting it on the tortoise, it could fly together with Yunbao. Yunbao wrote a letter about this experience and sent it to the Cosmic Princess. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Volunteer Pegasus. Ponyville. Oak Tree Library. Anling sat in a chair, looking at the contents on the paper, which were as follows. Half-Day Unicorn Transformation Plan. As introduced below, Day Unicorn. Air Unicorn. Half-Day Unicorn. Ziyue, representing the source of magic, is one of the main individuals of the 6 sources of harmony. Therefore, in the future, although Ziyue will transcend into an air unicorn, over time, she will eventually rule Pony Maria and will have the ability to control the sun and moon, having reached the level of Half-Day Unicorn. Reason: the Day Unicorn possesses eternal life due to its own powerful magical energy. Step 1. First, go to the restricted book area of Canterlot to find a book on how to use the yellow magic bell. Then go to the cave at the top of Eternal Horseshoe Mountain to find the yellow magic bell. Step 2. The Day Unicorn Amulet can be obtained during Trixie's second revenge. Step 3. Need to head to the southern desert to find the ruins of the Pegasus Kingdom and locate the Eternal Tear, which is said to have formed from the tears of the Pegasus King. The story goes that there was once a Pegasus Kingdom that suffered an unknown attack, and as it watched its country being destroyed, the tears of the Pegasus King transformed into the artifact known as the Eternal Tear. The Eternal Tear is said to grant eternal life, suitable for Yunbao. Step 4. Let Applejack and Ruru go with me to find the former kingdom of Princess Celestia and Princess Luna, the ruins of the Day Unicorn Kingdom. To search for the artifact of the Day Unicorn Kingdom, the Day Unicorn Feather, which is said to allow ponies to transform into Day Unicorns. Backup plan. If the Day Unicorn Feather cannot be found, Applejack and Ruru can inherit the powers of the Day Unicorn through its legacy, but they cannot become Day Unicorns. At most, they can only become half-Day Unicorns. Step 5. The obtained artifacts and the magic contained within need to be injected into the Source of Harmony. And to complete this step, the Source of Harmony must agree. Step 6. At this point, the most crucial step is to find an opportunity for Ziyue and the 6 ponies to defeat an enemy that cannot be defeated with their current abilities, thus activating the magic within the Source of Harmony to allow Ziyue and the 6 ponies to transcend into half-day beasts. The most suitable enemy is. Note, to complete all the above steps, it is necessary to alter the original fate line of Ziyue and the 6 ponies. After disrupting it, there will be a chance to take advantage of the chaos and successfully complete this plan. Cost. Strictly speaking, while this does not count as changing a predetermined fate, it also alters the future trajectory of the world, so there will be penalties for changing fate. Currently, it appears that after the alteration, symptoms of weakness will emerge, and severe cases may even harm the body. Although it is unknown what will happen after a complete change, it will either lead to direct death or be erased by fate. When Anling went outside, she happened to see Yunbao quickly rushing down a dry well. And after a while, she saw Yunbao flying out while holding a small pony. Ziyue and her friends, along with other ponies, cheered for Yunbao's actions. Yunbao humbly said, "Why are there so many ponies here? Wow, this is actually not a big deal." The rescued small pony said, "For me, this is a big deal. Because you are my hero, Yunbao." Next, a baby carriage slid down the slope with a small pony on top. Yunbao quickly flew down, and just as it was headed for a cliff, Yunbao looked and finally managed to stop the rapidly descending baby carriage. The ponies cheered for Yunbao. Yunbao looked at the baby and exaggeratedly said, "Oh my, there's something wrong with this baby." The ponies below, upon hearing this, looked at her with worried expressions. At that moment, Yunbao lifted the baby and said, "Because this baby did not cheer for being the hero of Ponyville." The ponies below breathed a sigh of relief and continued to cheer for Yunbao. At that moment, some reporters were taking pictures of Yunbao. Yunbao posed in various ways. Just then, Xiamulu said, Yunbao should be suitable for some new terms to describe her." Ziyue secretly said to Applejack beside her, "I thought of a few new terms." Applejack replied, "I bet humble is definitely not one of them." That evening, after Yunbao finished taking pictures, she flew out in the shape of a lightning bolt, welcoming the cheers of the ponies as she flew away. Ziyue, but she is indeed amazing. A few days later, while resting on the balcony, an old man and woman saw that the fixed frame of the balcony had aged and, under the pressure of gravity, collapsed. Just at this critical moment, Yunbao first said, "Don't worry, your hero, Yunbao, is here." Then she flew over and steadily caught the falling balcony. The ponies cheered for Yunbao, and Yunbao, who originally was humble and unaccustomed to it, gradually lost herself in the constant cheers and praises and began to enjoy it. Ziyue looked at the scene and said, "I think Yunbao must have been overwhelmed by the heroics and turned into a tiger." Biki nodded and said, "Yes, that's absolutely correct." In the candy house, Yunbao was telling the little ponies about her heroic deeds, saying, "Then I swooped into the well. I knew it was dangerous, but that couldn't stop me. A little danger like this, how could I, Yunbao, be afraid?" She continued, "Speaking of which, I showed great heroism that day." Applejack said to Ziyue and Biki, "Not only did she show heroism that day, but also pride and arrogance." Suddenly, Yunbao pulled Applejack over and said, "Hey, Applejack, do you want to be remembered as my friend forever?" Applejack, puzzled, asked, "Remembered for what?" Then she was pulled in for a photo with Yunbao. Ziyue looked at Suilong, who was writing something, and asked, "Are you taking notes?" Suilong explained, "Yes, I feel honored to be writing Yunbao's autobiography." Ziyue, confused, said, "Well, since it's an autobiography, shouldn't it be written by her?" Yunbao, while taking photos, replied, "Maybe you common folks write your own, but I'm busy saving lives and don't have time for that. So I let Suilong be my ghostwriter. This way, I have time to do the brave things that other ponies dare not do. Yes, not every pony can be a hero. It takes a lot, and I'm more than willing to accept the challenge." At the Oak Library, Ziyue and her friends secretly gathered to discuss things. Ziyue said, "We can't let Yunbao continue being so arrogant." The friends nodded in agreement. Then Ziyue asked, "Do you have any good ideas on how to change Yunbao's arrogant ways?" The friends fell into thought, and over the next few hours, they proposed various methods. But none worked. Finally, Ziyue and her friends turned their attention to the sleeping Anling, who was dozing off at the table. Just as Anling was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt several gazes on him. He drowsily lifted his head and found Ziyue and the friends staring at him. After thinking for a moment, Anling said, "I actually have an idea. We can create a perfect hero together that will make Yunbao feel a sense of crisis, as if her title of hero is in jeopardy. Then, the ponies in Ponyville will like this new hero instead of Yunbao, and Yunbao will become very anxious and want to prove herself, only to realize that she can't compare at all. Then we can tell Yunbao the reason we did this. This will definitely be very interesting." After Anling finished speaking, it seemed he could already see Yunbao's embarrassed look, and he smiled wickedly, like a big villain. Ziyue and her friends exchanged strange glances at the evil smiling Anling. Although Anling's wicked smile was very unsettling, the idea was quite good. After thinking for a while, Ziyue and her friends all nodded in agreement with the plan. Jinchi ran out of the Oak Library to prepare the new hero's costume. Somewhere in Ponyville, Yunbao was signing autographs for the little ponies. Just then, a hot air balloon with a hole in it was rapidly descending. A pony asked, "Yunbao, aren't you going to save it?" Yunbao replied while signing, "Wait a minute. Let me finish this." After signing the last one, Yunbao flew out, but at that moment, a masked pony appeared and saved the pony in the hot air balloon. Then, they quickly ran away. The ponies cheered for the masked pony. The mayor even said, "We can call this masked mayor the brave hero." After Yunbao crawled out from under the hot air balloon, she disdainfully said, "All right, let me see who the real hero of Ponyville is." A runaway cart was sliding down a slope. Yunbao wanted to stop it, but her strength was too small to control it. Just then, the brave hero appeared and forcefully stopped the runaway cart with her hind hooves. Yunbao was shocked and said, "The brave hero is even stronger than me." We'll see. At a construction site, an accident occurred when a pony mishandled something and accidentally crashed into a building, causing it to start collapsing. Yunbao wanted to save the pony but couldn't get close due to the falling debris. At that moment, the brave hero appeared as if she knew where the debris would fall, avoiding it and saving the pony to safety. Yunbao managed to save one too, but that pony fell unconscious. Frustrated, Yunbao said, "The brave hero is faster than me, stronger than me, and even seems to predict things." At a dam, Yunbao pressed on a dripping spot, but this action caused a large hole to break in the reservoir. Yunbao was unexpectedly washed into the river by the water. Just then, the brave hero appeared and saved Yunbao with a fallen tree. Then, in Yunbao's astonished gaze, she used magic to repair the dam. Yunbao quietly said in midair, "She can even use magic. What can I do better than her? Wait, I can still fly." But before she finished speaking, the brave hero flew past Yunbao. The ponies below cheered for the brave hero. Yunbao said, "Oh, that's really rude." In the candy house, Yunbao listened to her friends praising the brave hero for all her deeds. Unable to bear it any longer, Yunbao said, "Stop it. Your teacher says the brave hero this and that. To me, it's nothing." Applejack teased, "Wow, looks like you're starting to get jealous of the little ponies." Yunbao retorted, "I am not." Suilong recorded this on the side. Unable to take it anymore, Yunbao decided to go out and see if any ponies needed help. After a long search, she couldn't find any ponies in need. Just then, Mingmu Lulu invited Yunbao to attend a ceremony to thank the brave hero. Upon hearing this, Yunbao's eyes darted around, knowing it was a ploy. After the mayor finished his speech, the brave hero came up to the stage from behind. At that moment, Yunbao jumped up, ready to unveil the brave hero's true identity. The brave hero reacted quickly and ran into the town. After a chase, Yunbao finally caught the brave hero. When she removed the mask, she was shocked to find Biki, and then several other brave heroes appeared, all of whom were her friends. Yunbao asked in confusion, "Why? Don't you want me to be a hero?" The friends explained, "No, we want you to be a hero, but we don't want you to become arrogant." Hearing this, Yunbao realized that she had indeed become a bit arrogant in the past few days. After apologizing, Yunbao wrote a letter about her experience and sent it to Princess Celestia. Of course, she wrote it herself, not letting Suilong write it. Chapter 38, The Grassroots Fairy. Canterlot. In a tower somewhere, Jinchi looked at the room in disbelief and said, "Here, I can live here." Princess Celestia said, "Ziyue told me you were planning to come to Canterlot and asked if I could host you." Princess Celestia added, "There's no need to be so polite." Suddenly, Jinchi teleported in front of Princess Celestia and said, "No, you're really too kind to me." Princess Celestia replied, "It's really nothing." Jinchi excitedly said, "I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." The Cosmic Princess wanted to say something else. "It's really nothing." Before she could finish her sentence, Jinchi interrupted her with another thank you. The pony delivering the luggage came over, trembling as he said, "Your luggage, miss." The Cosmic Princess finally found a reason and hurriedly said while walking, "You settle down first." The luggage delivering pony said, "Your Highness." As the Cosmic Princess walked out the door, she said, "Have a good time." Anling and the Cosmic Princess could still vaguely hear Jinchi saying thank you as they went down the stairs. Anling teased the Cosmic Princess, saying, "Teacher, are you feeling overwhelmed by Jinchi's enthusiasm?" The Cosmic Princess gently replied, "It's nothing. On the contrary, it's a good thing, much better than the noble ponies of Canterlot." Anling nodded in agreement, as the noble ponies of Canterlot were indeed very proud and disliked by many ponies. The Cosmic Princess looked at Anling and asked, "So what do you plan to do next?" After thinking for a moment, Anling said, "I want to go to the restricted section of Canterlot to find a book." The Cosmic Princess felt a bit troubled, as that was the restricted section, and generally, ponies were not allowed to enter. Seeing the troubled expression on the Cosmic Princess's face, Anling sighed and said, "Don't worry, teacher, I'm just looking for a book about an item." The Cosmic Princess curiously asked, "What item is it a book about?" After thinking for a moment, Anling pulled out the plan for the half-day horned beast transformation from the dark space and handed it to the Cosmic Princess to see. After receiving it, the Cosmic Princess began to read, and as she read more, her originally calm expression turned into shock. After finishing, she looked seriously at Anling. The Cosmic Princess said sternly, "Are you really going to do this? You should know how dangerous it is. You might even lose your life." Anling firmly nodded and said, "I'm very sure, and this plan must be completed. If anyone dares to stop me, they will become my enemy." After hearing this, the Cosmic Princess didn't know what else to advise, as she was well aware of her student's character. Anling would not give up until she achieved her goal. Thus, they walked together until they reached the restricted section of Canterlot. After searching around, Anling finally found her target. She then placed it into her dark space. And the Cosmic Princess was very shocked to see the book disappear into thin air. Because if she was not mistaken, there had just been a spatial fluctuation. The Cosmic Princess couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I didn't expect Anling to be able to create her own space. After Anling got the book she wanted, she bid farewell to the Cosmic Princess and headed to the train station. The Cosmic Princess watched Anling's figure grow more distant, murmuring with concern, "Anling, please don't let anything happen to you. After all, my other student still needs you." Indeed, the Cosmic Princess had already noticed that Ziyue had special feelings for Anling. And according to her observations, Anling seemed to have special feelings for Ziyue as well. After buying some warm supplies, Anling sat on the train to Eternal Horseshoe Mountain. When they arrived, Anling got off the train and found that she was the only pony who disembarked. Anling walked towards the peak of Eternal Horseshoe Mountain, facing wind and snow, and as she climbed higher, the blizzard grew stronger. Feeling helpless, Anling had to use a shield to fend off the blizzard. And when she reached halfway up the mountain, she saw a small cabin where a pony invited her in to escape the wind and snow. Anling nodded and went in, sitting in front of the fireplace and drinking the hot cocoa that the pony had handed her. After resting for a while, Anling felt it was about time and bid farewell to the pony, leaving a bag of gold coins for her. However, the journey was not entirely peaceful, as some dark creatures living in the shadows attempted to attack Anling. Anling nearly snorted and said, "You ignorant creatures, do you think you can lay a hand on me? You should check if you have the strength for that." Anling released a bit of dark pressure, scaring the dark creatures away. After arriving at the peak of Eternal Horseshoe Mountain, Anling finally saw the cave. However, when she approached to enter, she found that the cave was protected by a barrier, and the level of this barrier was very high. Anling estimated that even the Cosmic Princess would take a long time to break this barrier. Anling scoffed and murmured, "All right, you strange wind, do you think this can stop me? That's too delusional." Anling summoned her shadow blade and slashed down, the black blade light flashing as a crack appeared in the barrier. Anling pressed on, continuing to strike until the barrier shattered completely, taking only 10 minutes to break through. Anling checked the time and realized it was almost evening, and she seemed to have forgotten something. After thinking for a moment, Anling panicked and said, oh no, how could I forget Ziyue's birthday? What should I do now? I haven't prepared a gift." Just then, when Anling disappeared and reappeared, she found herself in a white space. Wang Yimou looked at the panicked Anling and sighed helplessly, knowing that she hadn't prepared a gift for Ziyue. He directly handed Anling a crystal figure of Ziyue. Just as Anling was about to thank Wang Yimou, he kicked her out of his white space. Anling rubbed her sore rear, dissatisfied, saying, "Can't you at least give me a heads up before you send me out next time? That hurt." Holding the gift, Anling arrived at the Canterlot Royal Ballroom, just in time to see Ziyue and her friends chatting. Ziyue said, "The Cosmic Princess generously lent us the Canterlot Royal Ballroom for the birthday party." Biki asked, "Are there any celebrities?" Upon hearing this, Jinshi panicked and hid behind Rainbow Dash, saying, "Where?" Her friends felt something was off, as Jinshi seemed unusually anxious today. Jinshi hurriedly changed the subject, saying, how did you all find the time to decorate this place?" Biki excitedly replied, "Oh, I always bring my party cannon when I go out. With one shot, the decorations for the birthday party are done. It's very efficient." Ziyue walked to the window and said, "I originally wanted to hold the party in the garden, but there is another party in the garden today." Upon seeing outside the window, Jinshi immediately panicked and hid behind a pillar. Anling sighed helplessly and stepped forward, saying, "Friends, how are you all doing?" Ziyue asked Anling, "What have you been doing in Canterlot all day?" Anling made up an excuse, saying, I was learning magic and flying skills with the Cosmic Princess. After all, I have a pair of wings now. Ziyue and her friends didn't suspect anything, as it was indeed the truth, and they didn't believe Anling would lie to them. Beaky excitedly shouted, "The party has begun." Just then, Rarity and Applejack, who were eating cake, got hit by cake thrown by Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash laughed heartily. But at that moment, she realized she seemed to be surrounded. Then everyone began to dance. Jinchi looked outside and murmured, "I guess I should show my face too?" She then quietly slipped out through the open door to the garden. Anling watched this scene, sighed helplessly, but did not say anything more. After Jinchi arrived in the garden, Fancy Pants came over to greet her, saying, "Jinchi, I knew you would come. Wait, what is that smell on you? It smells like cake frosting." Jinchi hurriedly found a very flimsy excuse, but it seemed that a little pony actually believed it. Jinchi nervously said, I'm a bit hungry after making the cake, so I'll go check what today's appetizers are." Then she ran over, and after entering the royal ballroom, she joined her friends in a game of blindfolded candy hitting. Then she ran to the garden to grab a snack, and when she ran back in, her friends found it very strange. Jinchi hurriedly pointed in that direction and said she forgot something, then ran back to the garden, saying, "I think I forgot to turn off the bathwater." Then she ran back in and found another excuse, saying, "I should go check on Opal." Then she ran back to the garden and said, "Is that the Cosmic Princess?" Then she ran back into the royal ballroom again, finding yet another excuse, saying, "I need to go to the restroom." Then she ran back to the garden, finding another excuse, saying, "Who wants some juice?" Yunbao curiously asked, what's the use of that hammerball bat?" Jinchi, not realizing what she was talking about, asked, "What hammerball bat?" Yunbao replied, "The one in your mouth." It was at that moment Jinchi realized she was still biting on the hammerball bat. After hurriedly throwing it away, she tried to find an excuse, but after a long time, she couldn't come up with anything coherent. Ziyue bluntly said, "You went to that party in the garden." Jinchi replied, "I." Ziyue interrupted, "Jinchi, you really surprised me." Jinchi frantically explained, "Ziyue, let me explain." But Ziyue cut her off, saying, "I never thought you were such a clever pony." Jinchi pleaded, "Ziyue, please understand me, I." Ziyue continued, "Those ponies are all so well dressed. The Galloping Gala is coming soon. You must be able to convince those ponies to buy your fashion. Really smart." Jinchi coughed, saying ahem. "Yes, that's what you think. That's right. It's the excuse you found." Ziyue replied, "Actually, you don't need to do this. You could just go outside and chat with them." Jinchi gratefully hugged Ziyue, saying, "Oh, thank you." "Ziyue, I thought you wouldn't understand me." Ziyue curiously asked, "What wouldn't you think I would understand?" Jinchi was about to head outside when Yunbao said, "Hey, I think we are your friends. They shouldn't mind, right? Come on, friends. Let them see what a Ponyville party is like." Upon hearing this, the friends hurriedly rushed outside. Jinchi saw this scene and desperately shouted, "No?" and ran out too. With Ziyue and the friends joining in, the original garden party began to feel, how should I put it? Very much like a party. Anling watched this scene and honestly felt it was awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of it. When she saw it on TV before, she thought it was awkward. Now that she was in it, it felt even more awkward. Ziyue's dancing was beyond words, and the surrounding ponies quickly distanced themselves from her. Fangsapan looked at Ziyue and said, "Excuse me, can I ask where you got that dress?" Ziyue replied, "Oh well, I'll tell you. It was made for me by a good friend in Ponyville." Fangsapan said, "Ponyville, no way." Ziyue replied, "Yes, her name is." Jinchi hurriedly walked over and interrupted, saying, "Fangsapan, come with me, I'll show you something on the other side of the room." Fangsapan said, "Please wait a moment. This lovely lady from Ponyville is about to tell me who made her dress." Just then, other ponies gathered around. Jinchi said, "Oh, there's really not much to say. It's just an old." Before she could finish, Ziyue interrupted, "Oh, Jinchi, don't say that. The dress you made is beautiful." The surrounding ponies looked at Jinchi in shock. Other friends also came to Ziyue's side, and Ziyue said, "We all think so." Fangsapan looked at Jinchi and asked, "Do you know these ponies?" Jinchi turned around, took a deep breath, and firmly said, "Yes, I know them. They may not be as fashionable as you, but they are the best, and they are also the most important ponies I know." 2 noble ponies among them said, "Just these little rascals? Don't be so funny." But Fangsapan said, "I actually think these ponies have a kind of simple beauty that all the beauties here would want." The 2 noble ponies who had just mocked Jinchi immediately came over. Jinchi walked to Fangsapan's side. Fangsapan asked, "Could you introduce your friends to me?" Jinchi replied, "I would be honored." Inside the room, Jinchi wrote while saying, "Dear Cosmic Princess, I want to tell you in this letter about an important lesson I learned during this visit." At that moment, the Cosmic Princess walked over to Jinchi and said, "Go ahead, I'm right here." Jinchi, hearing this, walked to the window and said, "I know that no matter where I am, I I should never forget that it is my hometown and friends that made me who I am, and I must always be proud and honored for them. The cosmic princess nodded and said, yes, that is indeed a very valuable lesson. The pony carrying the luggage said, that's right, but could you hurry up? I can hardly hold on. Then he was buried under a pile of luggage like a small mountain. Jinshi and the cosmic princess exchanged a secret glance and then smiled secretly. Chapter 39, Greed Insatiable. Ponyville, Oak Library. After Ziyue lit the candles, she closed the windows and mysteriously said, no distractions. Today is very important. It's bookshelf organizing day. Ziyue first used magic to take all the books off the shelves, then used magic to float them and put them back in their original places one by one. But just then, the sound of Suelong's laughter distracted Ziyue, causing the books to fall. Ziyue poked her head out from the pile of books and helplessly said, Suelong, what are you laughing at? Suelong was holding a fiery red heart-shaped gem and said, this is my birthday gift to myself. It's a fiery red gem. I've been saving for months, and it's almost ripe. After laughing a few times, he was about to go downstairs when he tripped over a tree on the stairs. Fortunately, Suelong caught the fiery red gem with his tail. Suelong looked at the books on the floor and said, hey, did you take my advice and turn the whole floor into a big bookshelf? Just then, Jinshi opened the door and said, is anyone here? Ziyue. Then she saw the fiery red gem in Suelong's claws and was shocked, saying, Suelong, is that a fiery red gem? That must be at least 20 carats. With no impurities, crystal clear. Suelong replied, and it's extremely tasty. Ziyue, while tidying up the books, said, Jinshi, do you need something from me? Jinshi replied, oh, of course, I just wanted to ask if you have any books about fashion. Then Jinshi regretfully said, did you just say it's tasty? Suelong excitedly responded, that's right, next week is my birthday. Ziyue came over and handed a book to Jinshi, saying, here, take a look at this book first. But her mind was completely not on the book. She was looking at Suelong, who was putting the fiery red gem into a box. Jinshi asked, are you really going to eat it? Suelong, I've never seen such a fascinating thing before. Suelong picked it up and asked, Jinshi, you like it, right? Jinshi replied, like it? I absolutely love it. After taking a deep breath, Suelong handed the gem to Jinshi, saying, then it's yours, Jinshi. Such a beautiful gem truly belongs to you. After receiving the fiery red gemstone, Jinshi excitedly said, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you so much. My little Suelong. After saying that, she excitedly kissed Suelong. Suelong immediately lay down on the ground, with many hearts popping up around her. Then she bounced away while saying, thank you so much, my little Suelong. Ziyue, seeing this, said, wow, Suelong, this is the most generous I've ever seen you, and I've never seen Jinshi this happy. Suelong obsessively said, I won't wash this half of my face again. Ziyue looked at the already decorated party venue and asked, is everything ready, Suelong? Suelong replied, everything is perfect. Ziyue walked over with a washcloth and said, not everything is perfect. Suelong questioned, what do you need a washcloth for? Ziyue stared at Suelong expressionlessly. Suelong firmly said, no, Ziyue, don't even think about it. I won't wash the face that Jinshi kissed. I'm serious. Ziyue looked eager to try something. Suelong quickly tried to escape, but Ziyue used magic to teleport her next to Ziyue. After trying this a few times, they accidentally brought Biki over. Taking advantage of Suelong's moment of distraction, Ziyue quickly used the washcloth to clean half of Suelong's face. At that moment, their friends arrived with gifts. Suelong exclaimed, are all these for me? Applegyre handed a gift to Suelong while saying, of course, little birthday star. Roro said, happy birthday, Suelong, and then handed over her gift. Yunbao questioned, didn't you know you'd receive gifts on your birthday? Suelong replied, this is my first birthday in Ponyville. Before, only Ziyue gave me a book. Ziyue originally wanted to take out the book she was giving, but feeling embarrassed after hearing Suelong's words, she hid it behind her. Jinshi took out a taffeta cloak she designed and said, speaking of gifts, I designed the latest taffeta cloak. I'm planning to make one for everyone. And it's all thanks to my little Suelong. The fiery red gemstone you gave me inspired me. Anling took out a big bag of gemstones and said, I don't know what Suelong likes, so I just brought a bag of gemstones. Suelong tried to lift it, but found the bag too heavy to pick up. Suelong took out a blanket from the gift box and said, thank you so much, Applegyre. I was just wanting a new blanket. Suelong excitedly said, I know I've limited you many times, but I feel it's still not enough. I really hope the party never ends. Biki, however, said, the party won't end because Mrs. Cake and Mr. Cake at the candy house prepared a surprise for you. Suelong excitedly said, really? After finishing, she ran out towards the candy house. Biki hurriedly said, I mean the party will end, but not right now. At the candy house, Suelong greeted, hello everyone. Mr. Cake said, Our little birthday star has arrived. Mrs. Cake said, I can't believe today is your birthday. I've thought of a new design for the sapphire cake. Suelong was walking with the sapphire cake when she accidentally bumped into teacher Kini, who was walking by. Suelong apologized. I'm so sorry, Kini. Kini replied, Oh, it's nothing. But why are you so happy? Suelong said, Because Mrs. Cake and Mr. Cake gave me a sapphire cake to celebrate my birthday. Kini said, Happy birthday, Suelong. Oh, I really wish I had something to give you. Then she took out a hat and handed it to Suelong. Suelong asked, Is this for me? Kini nodded and said, Of course, everyone should receive a gift on their birthday. Suelong, while cooking, mumbled to herself, Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake knew it was my birthday and gave me a cake. Kini knew it was my birthday and gave me a hat. This is really interesting. After saying that, she showed an evil smile. Just then, she saw Rikti playing with a ball and said, Hi, Rikti, that ball is really cool, you know? Today is my birthday. Then, while bouncing the ball, she walked, laughing evilly. Ha, this is unbelievable. Then she saw a pony drinking from a fountain and came over to say, Hey, Chinchin. Today is my birthday. She extended her claws and wiggled them. Chinchin said, Happy birthday, Suelong, and was about to leave. Suelong asked, Aren't you going to give me something? Like a birthday gift? Chinchin awkwardly said, But I don't have anything to give you. Suelong looked at Chinchin's flowers and said, Then give me those flowers. After saying that, she was about to reach out to take them. Ziyue happened to see this scene and quickly stopped Suelong, apologizing, Sorry, Chinchin. I think Suelong has gotten a bit carried away. Chinchin said, Oh, it's okay. Goodbye, happy birthday, Suelong. After saying that, she left. Ziyue looked at Suelong sternly and said, What are you doing, Suelong? Stealing other people's things as gifts? Suelong had a suddenly enlightened expression, realizing her mistake, and said, Oh, you're right, Ziyue. I don't know what got into me. I'll return the hat to Kini. After Ziyue left, Suelong became evil and smiled. Let me see who hasn't given Suelong a gift yet. Princess Cosmic had just raised the sun. In Ponyville, at the Oak Tree Library. Ziyue got out of bed and said, Speaking of Suelong, I had a really restless sleep last night and had a very strange dream. Then she noticed the clutter on Suelong's little nest and angrily said, I can't believe where all this stuff came from. After Ziyue sorted through the things, she was shocked to find that Suelong had actually grown bigger. Ziyue searched the books for information related to this symptom. Suelong panicked. What is wrong with me, Ziyue? Ziyue, while flipping through the books, said, I don't know. Do you remember what you did yesterday? Suelong replied, I remember I want to find something. Oh, I forgot. Can I have this globe? You probably don't need it, right? After saying that, she knocked the globe over onto the mess she made. Then she picked up another book and said, You don't need this book either, right? Ziyue took the book with concern and said, Suelong, I'm really worried about you. You were never this greedy before. Suelong snatched the book back and retorted, My arms weren't this long before either. After saying that, she realized what she had just said and quickly covered her mouth. Ziyue first took Suelong to see a doctor, but the doctor couldn't figure it out since they were used to treating ponies, not dragons. So Ziyue took Suelong to see a veterinarian. But the veterinarian also had no solution because they had never treated a dragon before. Finally, Ziyue took Suelong to Keela. After examining Suelong's body, Keela said, He is starting to mature. I can say that for sure. Ziyue, confused, asked, Mature? So he just grew up. But why does he always want to take other people's things? Keela explained while sprinkling mysterious powder into the potion pot. It's in a dragon's nature to be greedy. Satisfying greed leads to continuous growth, which also makes their greed stronger. If this continues, Suelong hoarding things will definitely keep growing, and eventually, he will become a big monster. Ziyue, upon hearing this, nervously asked, Are you saying the more things a dragon hoards, the greedier it gets? But how can we stop him? Keela thought for a while and said, If you don't want him to turn into a big monster, you must stop him from hoarding things. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Ziyue and Keela found that the things from the Clara family had all been taken away by Suelong. In Ponyville, Ziyue ran around looking for Suelong. Finally, hard work paid off, and she found Suelong. After closing him in, Suelong turned the books in the Oak Library into a pile. Ziyue had no choice but to close the books again, but suddenly there was a loud bang, and when she opened the door, she found a hole in the wall. Following the trail, Ziyue arrived at Sweet Apple Orchard, where she saw Applejack and Suelong running past with leaves and apples. Applejack tried to tie up Suelong, but after dodging, she ended up tying herself and Ziyue up instead. Fortunately, Rainbow Dash was nearby and came to help, hearing a soft scream and rushing over. When she arrived, she found Rarity hiding in a tree, and Rarity's chicken coop was also missing. They then heard Pinkie Pie scream and rushed over. They saw Pinkie throwing cakes at Suelong, but Suelong caught them all and took the remaining cakes away. Suelong grew larger and eventually broke through the roof, running outside. Ziyue and her friends were still suspicious of Pinky and chased after Suelong. Suelong first went to the carousel boutique, grabbed Rarity, and took a water tank to put all the things he had collected inside. At that moment, Rainbow Dash and Rarity were preparing to rescue Rarity, one trying to threaten and the other trying to plead. However, Suelong was very annoyed and used his tail to wrap around Rarity to swat away Rainbow Dash and Rarity, finally swatting them into the river. Just then, the Lightning Bolt team arrived, and Suelong was climbing a mountain as the Lightning Bolt team flew over, trying to stop Suelong from rescuing Rarity. But Suelong directly pinned them against the mountainside with the water tank. Rarity kept talking to attract Suelong's attention. Suelong looked at the fiery red gem and finally remembered his past. He then transformed back into his original form. The Lightning Bolt team, originally trapped in the water tank, was finally rescued due to the tank's fall. After realizing they were saved, the Lightning Bolt team, which had been huddled together in fear, became serious and flew away. Suelong decided to write a letter about this experience to Princess Celestia. Rarity designed taffeta capes for each pony, with each cape tailored to their friends' favorite colors and styles. Even Dark Zero loved his black taffeta cape. Chapter 40. The Magical Color Apples. Ponyville. Sweet Apple Orchard. Applejack was sleeping when she suddenly heard a commotion. She opened the window with Apple Bloom to look outside. They saw Granny Smith banging on a pot, running around while shouting, "The Timberwolves are howling again. The Timberwolves are howling again." At that moment, Big Mac also came over and said, "Yep." Granny Smith exclaimed, "It's time for the magical color apples to grow." Applejack, Big Mac, and Apple Bloom cheered. "It's time for the magical color apples to grow." Granny Smith told Applejack and Big Mac, "Silly kids, don't dawdle." Big Mac pulled a barrel, and Applejack placed the barrels under each magical color apple tree. Apple Bloom looked at Granny Smith and said, "We're ready." Granny Smith asked in confusion, "Ready for what?" Apple Bloom replied, "To make magical color apple jam." Granny Smith suddenly realized, "Oh right, but I have to remind you. Little one, making this requires many steps, and each step must be done just right, or there won't be any jam to eat. Here." Granny Smith handed a broom to Apple Bloom. Apple Bloom guessed, "Is this a secret ingredient for making magical color apple jam?" Granny Smith replied, "It's just a broom. Hurry and sweep, little one. I have to go do something." "Oh, I'm so old, I forget what I'm supposed to do in a blink." Just then, a strong wind blew, and dark clouds filled the sky. At that moment, the magical color apple trees, which had no leaves, suddenly sprouted leaves. Applejack observed. The leaves on the magical color apple trees came just in time. Just then, Rich came with his daughter Tiara and saw Granny Smith and Apple Bloom dressed in bunny costumes jumping over the watering can. Granny Smith was jumping and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tiara couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight. Granny Smith then looked at Rich and said, "Oh, it's Rich." "Hello." Rich replied, "Hello." Granny Smith, "I heard that the magical color apples will be ready for harvest in a few days. Is that right?" Granny Smith corrected him, "Actually, it's 4 days." Rich said, "That's great. As usual, can I buy the first 100 jars?" Granny Smith replied, "No problem, Rich." Rich said, "Just call me Old Rich." Granny Smith asked, "How's your dad doing lately?" Tiara looked at Apple Bloom with an exaggerated expression and said, "You really are too pitiful. Having to make magical color apple jam with Granny Smith." Apple Bloom excitedly replied, "What are you talking about? I've been looking forward to making magical color apple jam for years." Tiara pointed at Granny Smith and said, "I wasn't talking about the jam, but Granny Smith. You must feel so embarrassed wearing such ridiculous clothes." Apple Bloom wanted to explain. Granny said it's a potion. But before she could finish, Tiara interrupted, "Luckily, this is just a farm. If the ponies in town saw you, what do you think would happen? But don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Apple Bloom asked. "Granny is doing silly things." On the streets of Ponyville, Granny Smith urged Apple Bloom, "Hurry up, little turtle. We need to get everything we need." Then she started singing and dancing more and more. Other ponies looked over, and Apple Bloom felt very embarrassed and hurried to catch up. Granny Smith walked to a stall selling pots, bit one with her mouth, and ended up leaving her dentures behind, still unaware as she walked on. Apple Bloom, holding back her disgust, took the dentures down. Granny Smith talked to some bees, saying, "Hello, little bees, good bees." After saying that, she filled a glass jar with honey. Apple Bloom asked, "Isn't there a better way to get honey, Granny?" Just then, Tiara and Silver Spoon walked by, and Apple Bloom quickly hid. But she was still pulled out by Granny Smith, who loudly declared, "This is perfect for making magical color apple jam." At that moment, Tiara and Silver Spoon came over and burst into laughter. Apple Bloom felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Stop it, Granny. Those ponies are watching you." Granny Smith misheard. What? Those ponies are your friends? Then she greeted Tiara and Silver Spoon, saying, Hello, friends of Shorty. Silver Spoon replied, Hey, hello, Granny Smith. Tiara added, Hey, hello, Shorty. Apple Bloom had no choice but to bury her head in her hat. Granny Smith sighed, How cute. When I was little, kids weren't this pretty. Granny Smith said, I bought everything. Then, bouncing and humming a tune, Apple Lily had to use her hat to cover her head. Ponyville School. Chien Duo. By monopolizing the wholesale market, buying in bulk, and lowering prices, we have squeezed out all other gift markets. My old Suchong supermarket became the retail leader in Ponyville. But clearly, besides Tiara, who was eagerly listening, the other ponies had already fallen asleep. Teacher Caney. Thank you, Mr. Duo. Old Chien. Thank you for the wonderful speech you brought. It's truly our honor to have you join our Family Appreciation Day. Then Teacher Caney stepped up to the podium, picked up the paper, and said, All right, let us see which child will bring their parents to Apple Lily next Monday for Family Appreciation Day. Apple Lily awkwardly said, Teacher Caney, next Monday is the magical apple harvest day. Apple Gyre and Maytosh are busy picking apples, so they won't have time to come. Teacher Caney, do you have any other parents who can come? Upon hearing this, Apple Lily hurriedly shook her head. Tiara quickly answered, Teacher Caney, Apple Lily's Grandma Smith doesn't need to pick apples, she can come. Apple Lily panicked and said, Oh, but she can't. Teacher Caney. Oh, that is a great idea, Tiara. Apple Lily, please invite Grandma Smith to come next Monday. Just then, class was over. Apple Lily said in despair, Next Monday. All the ponies in Ponyville will laugh at me. Dessert Orchard. Apple Lily kept pleading with Apple Gyre to attend Family Appreciation Day. But Apple Gyre, while putting the watering can into the cart, said, Oh, I'm really sorry, Apple Lily, we just can't spare the time to accompany you to school. You know that. Apple Lily said a bit disappointed. I know after the 5th day, the magical apples will disappear. At that moment, the sky was overcast. The wind was strong, and crows were flying everywhere. Flowers bloomed on the branches of the magical apple tree. Grandma Smith, Apple Lily, Apple Gyre, and Maytosh couldn't help but exclaim. Then Grandma Smith said loudly, All right, you little lazy ones, why don't you hurry up and get to work? Apple Gyre said to Apple Lily, I'm sorry, Apple Lily, but don't worry, Grandma Smith will definitely have a lot of stories to tell you. Apple Lily, I know, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Cute Legion Secret Base. Apple Lily paced back and forth, saying, I will embarrass myself. I will look bad. I will be ashamed. I will ruin my reputation. Sweetheart Baby hurriedly stopped Apple Lily from saying more. Eye-catching Lulu couldn't help but comment. Do you think you're a dictionary? Sweetheart Baby, stop saying that. We're here to help you. Eye-catching Lulu also comforted. No matter what, we Cute Legion are a united front. We will find a way to help you postpone the lecture. Apple Lily said dejectedly, What can we do? Oh, I'm so worried I'm about to get sick. Sweetheart Baby pondered. Sick. Eye-catching Lulu thought of a solution. Got it, come on. Sweet Apple Orchard Farm. Grandma Smith placed a glass jar on the table, then walked back and forth like an officer, and then seriously slapped the table. As a result, she accidentally cracked one glass jar and threw it directly into the trash can. In the upstairs room, Sweetheart Baby smeared some mud on Apple Lily's face. New Morning Lulu placed a thermometer in boiling water, then took it out and put it in Apple Lily's mouth. Just then, Grandma Smith came over and said, What are you kids doing? Eye-catching Lulu. We were just looking for you, Grandma Smith. Sweetheart Baby, Apple Lily is sick. She might need to take a break for a whole week. Grandma Smith first looked at the thermometer, then placed her hoof on Apple Lily's forehead to check her temperature. Then she said, She fine, couldn't be better. Cute Legion Secret Base. Apple Lily said anxiously, The sun is about to set, tomorrow is Sunday. And we only have one day left to figure something out. Sweetheart Baby let Apple Lily and eye-catching Lulu come up to see. A meteor shower appeared outside in the sky. Apple Lily looked through the telescope and said, This is the 4th omen. Eye-catching Lulu pushed Apple Lily aside and looked over herself. Meanwhile, the flowers on the magical apple tree dropped, giving way to gray apples. Apple Lily quickly leaned in to take a look. Sweetheart Baby, this reminds me of a good idea. In a patch of grass somewhere in Dessert Orchard. Sweetheart Baby, since we can't postpone Family Appreciation Day, let us postpone the Harvest Day instead. Apple Lily looked at the gray apples on the tree and said, These apples don't seem to be ripe yet. Eye-catching Lulu. Picking early 1 ruined the apples. Apple Lily shook her head and said, I don't know. The magical apple tree has magic. Sweetheart Baby nonchalantly said, How much difference can it make? Then she kicked the trunk. As a result, she was shocked by the magical apple tree and bounced off to the side. Apple Lily thought for a moment and said, Since we can't kick the tree, let us just pick them directly. Apple Lily, eye-catching Lulu. and Sweetheart Baby tried to bite down on a magical apple, but accidentally bounced themselves into the pigsty. Apple Lily, does anyone have a better idea? Sweet Apple Orchard Farm. Teacher Caney walked over and knocked on the door, saying, "Hello, Grandma Smith. I heard from Apple Lily that you wanted to talk to me." Then she looked through the window. Grandma Smith said strangely, "Hello, Caney. I'm really sorry. I ate a sour pickle and can't stop hiccuping. I need to tell you that I won't be able to attend the lecture next Monday." Looking inside, it turned out that Apple Lily was imitating Grandma Smith's voice. Sweetheart Baby was upstairs controlling the rope. Eye-catching Lulu was in the kitchen controlling the rope. Teacher Caney, "Oh no, really?" Grandma Smith, "Absolutely. I have to shear the sheep and water the flowers. Water the flowers and shear the sheep." Teacher Caney regretfully said, "Oh, that's such a pity. Let us find another time." After saying that, she was just about to leave. Eye-catching Lulu, upon hearing this, excitedly accidentally let go of the rope. As a result, because eye-catching Lulu let go of the rope, Grandma Smith accidentally bumped into the ceiling and then woke up. Just in time to see Teacher Caney, who was about to leave, she hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Miss Caney. Are you here to buy something?" Caney shook her head and said, No. You came to tell me that you couldn't make it on Family Appreciation Day." Grandma Smith, "What are you talking about? I will definitely be there on Family Appreciation Day." Caney, "But didn't you say?" Before she could finish her sentence, Grandma Smith left. Teacher Caney helplessly shook her head and left. Grandma Smith was in the kitchen painting pink circles. Apple Lily said in despair, "I really can't believe she woke up. She usually never wakes from her nap. I really want to run far away and hide." Sweetheart Baby comforted, "All right, it's not you who should leave, but some ponies should." Then she revealed an evil expression. It was storming in the sky, but soon it cleared up and a rainbow appeared. The originally gray apples on the magical apple tree were also dyed in colorful colors. Apple Gyre excitedly said, "The magical apple harvest day can begin." Grandma Smith jumped up even more excitedly and said, "We can make magical apple jam tomorrow." At that moment, Lulu the mailman said, "Mrs. Smith, you have a letter." Then she quickly ran away. Mrs. Smith looked at the letter and said, "Oh, that's wonderful. Uncle Applejack wants me to visit him." Apple Lily placed the saddlebag on Mrs. Smith's back and said, "You can catch the 8 o'clock train. I've prepared everything for you." Apple Lily happily added, "That train will take a whole day, so I have nothing to do." Ponyville School. Teacher Clay, our Family Appreciation Day is honored to have Mrs. Smith with us. However, after a while, Mrs. Smith still hadn't arrived. Teacher Colorful asked curiously, "Apple Lily, has Mrs. Smith come?" Apple Lily replied, "I'm so sorry, Teacher Clay, but we have an urgent matter at home. She has already gone out of town." Just then, Mrs. Smith walked in and said, "Hello, children. I'm so happy to be here today." Apple Lily, a bit flustered and puzzled, asked, "How are you here? Didn't you miss the train?" Mrs. Smith explained, "No, I made it. On that train, I met Uncle Applejack." Uncle Applejack, upon seeing Apple Lily, started playfully ruffling her mane. Tiara sarcastically said, "We really want to hear what Mrs. Smith has to say, provided she can remember." Once Mrs. Smith sat down, she began to tell a story. "A long time ago, when I was little, Ponyville was very different from today because there was no Ponyville back then. That's right, children, our entire family were pilgrims. At that time, I was just a little girl. We traveled a long way, collecting new seeds and selling old ones. My father was the best seed collector in all of Ponyland. And then we, the Smith family, arrived in the most beautiful, grand, and magnificent city. This city was called Canterlot. I swear, it was beautiful not just before but also after. And it wasn't just its beauty. Because she appeared, the cosmic princess, the noblest pony in the world. That time, she stopped and looked at the seeds my father collected. The cosmic princess could see that we were exhausted and wanted to find a permanent home, and as the princess who ruled Ponyland, she knew of a place where we could settle down. My father was immensely grateful to the princess. We settled next to the Eternal Freedom Forest and planted our first apple trees, but fruit trees don't grow overnight. And we were very short on food at that time. We were told to be careful of the forest, that it wasn't suitable for us to go in. But I knew that since there were animals inside, there must be something to eat. That night was very dark. I admit I was scared. But there were plants growing everywhere, and before I knew it, I found myself in front of the most wonderful apple tree. I had never seen such colorful apples in my life, so I quickly started picking apples, and at that moment, the wood wolves appeared. I have never run so fast in my life. I did the one thing I had always wanted to do, which was to bang a frying pan against a bucket. And those wood wolves were scared away. My dad and I planted these special apple seeds, and suddenly, apple trees grew everywhere, just like that. And in the blink of an eye, mature apple trees shot up. Every year after that, I paid attention to various signs before the harvest of the magic colorful apples and found some patterns. When the apple trees began to grow, the wood wolves would howl. If we didn't pick the apples within a day, they would disappear, and our labor would yield the best-tasting apples in the world. Soon after, I started making magic colorful apple jam. Not only did I need to gather apples according to special patterns, but making the jam required the same. I learned to be friendly to bees. Otherwise, the honey mixed with magic colorful apples wouldn't be sweet enough. Who would have thought that even peeling a jar needed taming? Who would have thought that magic colorful apples like pink dots? But that's just magic, right? That's how it became interesting. Later, many ponies traveled from far away to the farm just to taste the magic colorful apple jam, including Tiara's great-grandfather. In fact, the first thing he sold was my magic colorful apple jam. And just like that, we built a beautiful little town with all kinds of different ponies. This is how Ponyville was established. Tiara could not stand the praises of the others and loudly said, "But she's just a strange old lady." Apple Lily retorted, "She is the most amazing pony in Ponyville." Then the ponies all jumped around with Mrs. Smith, playfully wearing bunny ears. It's worth mentioning that Tiara was also pulled into the fun by Moneybags. Applejack and Apple Lily couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dark Zero, meanwhile, was eating the magic colorful apple jam and laughing along. Chapter 41. Caring for the Cake Babies. Ponyville Hospital. Purple Joy and her friends were excitedly discussing. Applejack, I can't believe the baby is finally born. Purple Joy, Mrs. Cake and Mr. Cake must be so proud. Rare Gem, I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Pinkie Pie, I want to see the pony baby. I want to see, but which one is which? Mr. Cake opened the curtain and said, "This is our son, Buttercream." Purple Joy and her friends gasped in surprise. Mr. Cake opened the other side of the curtain and said, "And here is our daughter, Pumpkin Cake." Purple Joy and her friends were shocked. Only Pinkie Pie excitedly said, "Two babies to play with means double the fun. To celebrate your birth." Pinkie wanted to say something, but the nurse shushed her. When the nurse turned away, Pinkie quietly sang, "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday." But she was thrown out by the nurse. Mr. Cake explained, "Because my great-great-great-grandfather was a unicorn, and Cupcake's aunt and cousin's grandson is a Pegasus. That should be it." Rainbow Dash. "Oh yeah, once Buttercream grows up, he'll be flying everywhere." Purple Joy. "And we need to be careful with Pumpkin Cake." Rare Gem. "Because unicorns sometimes use magic randomly when they're young." Pinkie suddenly jumped in, holding a cake, and said, "Hurry and make a wish, blow out the candles. Since you're both 0 years old now, there are no candles." The nurse walked over, giving a warning shush. Meanwhile, Dark Zero was staring at the baby, thinking, what if the child I have with Purple Joy turns out to be an alicorn? Surely it will be a princess, but if it's a boy, what will he look like? Wait, he wouldn't look like me, would he? Thinking of this, Dark Zero began to question life. Oh no, rather question pony life. Thinking, if my future child looks like me, and if it's a girl, how would I feel a bit sorry for my future child? Wait, why am I thinking this? Pinkie bounced over with a cake, singing, "Wishing you a happy 1-month anniversary. Both of you are 1 month old. Time flies so fast. It feels like you just got born yesterday, but today you're 1 month old." Then Pinkie played games with Buttercream and Pumpkin Cake. "Mrs. Cake, is everything good here? Who wants a diaper change?" "Pinkie, don't worry, they're all fine." Then she picked up Buttercream, sniffed, and frowned, saying, "Oh, not good." Mr. Cake quickly came over with a diaper, swiftly changing Buttercream and Pumpkin Cake's diapers. "Mr. Cake, is anyone hungry?" Pinkie thought he was asking her, saying no. "I just had breakfast this morning." Mrs. Cake came over with 2 bottles and said, "Leave it to me." After drinking milk, Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake had a strange expression. Beaky said, "Oh, I know this. You are making faces." After saying that, she joined in. Mr. Cake explained, "No, Beaky. The little babies need help burping." After that, the little baby who was hit on the back burped and started playing with Beaky. Buttercake wanted to kick something but was stopped by Mrs. Cake, who said, Oh, you can't kick things around, Buttercake." When Pumpkin Cake tried to bite something randomly, Mr. Cake stopped him, saying, Oh, you can't bite things around, Pumpkin Cake." Beaky added, "Except for food." Mrs. Cake said, "Food? How could we forget that?" Beaky reminded, "You just fed the babies, remember?" Mr. Cake clarified, "It's not for the little babies. We are hosting a large banquet." Mrs. Cake said, "After having them, I forgot everything." Mr. Cake urged, "Hurry up, dear. We need to find a temporary nanny to help take care of them while we work." Beaky excitedly said, "I can take care of them. I want to take care of them. The babies love to play with me. Let me do it." Mrs. Cake said as she walked, so suddenly. "Who has time to help?" Beaky jumped up and down behind her, saying, Me, pick me, pick me." In Ruru's little house, Ruru apologetically said, "Oh, I love taking care of kids, but I can't go today. I promised Angel to go for a picnic. Are you mad at me? Please, don't be mad." Beaky hugged Angel and coaxed like a little baby. Pick me. I will take care of the little baby. At the Oak Library, Zue shook her head, saying, I have to finish the report for the princess, summarizing my other reports for her. Beaky dressed a book in a diaper and coaxed, Pick me. I will take care of the baby. In Sweet Apple Orchard, Apple Jotter kicked the apple tree and said, That hungry little caterpillar is coming over here. I must finish picking all the apples first. Beaky hugged a pile of apples and coaxed, Pick me. I will take care of the baby. Yunbao also shook her head, saying, I want to watch the Lightning Pegasus team's air slash. I have to go. After saying that, she flew away. Beaky kept throwing the little babies made of clouds, saying, Oh, pick me. As a result, she dropped one and it fell on its bottom. Beaky looked at the scattered cloud baby on the ground, smiled awkwardly, and quickly slipped away. At the Carousel fashion store, Jinchi shook her head, saying, Me? Take care of kids? No, but I'm honored you thought of me. Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake sighed and looked at each other, both wide-eyed. Mr. Cake asked, All right, Beaky, are you willing to help us take care of the babies today? Beaky said haughtily, I don't know. I have to check my schedule. Mr. Cake rolled his eyes internally, thinking about who had been following them all the way, wanting to take care of the little babies. Mr. Cake looked at Beaky and said, Okay, Beaky, are you sure you understand how much responsibility it is to take care of two little babies? Beaky said seriously, Don't worry, I can be very responsible. After all, responsibility is my motto. Life doesn't stop, and neither does responsibility. Mrs. Cake added, But this time you have to take care of both of them, not just play with them. You must be responsible. Beaky assured, Okay, don't worry, I will be responsible. While pushing a cake, Mrs. Cake threw a list to Beaky, saying, Oh, Beaky, this is your responsibility list. Beaky looked at the long list and said, Oh, this is long, but don't worry, it's a piece of cake for me. Mrs. Cake wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Mr. Cake, who said, We'll add frosting when we get there. Come on, dear, hurry up. Mrs. Cake reminded, Please take good care of my two little treasures. Beaky replied, No problem, Mr. Cake, Mrs. Cake. Everything is under Beaky's control. After watching Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake leave, she closed the door. However, within a few minutes, the two little babies began to cry loudly. Beaky said, Don't cry, two little treasures, look. After saying that, she started playing peekaboo behind the door, trying to coax the two little babies to stop crying. It didn't work at all. The two little babies kept crying. Beaky tried making various funny faces to cheer them up, but it was useless. Beaky racked her brain and finally came up with an idea. She began telling jokes, but it seemed she forgot that the two little babies were only a month old and couldn't understand what a joke was. As a result, the babies continued crying. Eventually, Beaky started singing, bouncing around, and accidentally knocked over a bag of flour, covering herself in flour. This barely made the two little babies start to laugh. Then she began to feed the babies, but it seemed she also forgot that Mr. Cake fed them milk. So the two little babies not only made a mess with the food, but also started crying again. Beaky watched this scene helplessly, went to get another bag of flour, and ended up covered in flour again, turning into a white version of Beaky. The two little babies couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing her. Beaky sighed, All right, it seems this is the only way. After preparing the bathwater, the two little babies were very uncooperative. After experiencing a game of you catch me and you hide, I snatch, Beaky finally managed to put the two mischievous babies into the bathtub. However, the moment they were placed in, they started crying again. Beaky blew bubbles, saying, Look, it's bubbles. Then she flew up with the bubbles. The two little babies stopped crying upon seeing this, but when Pumpkin Cake accidentally popped a bubble, they started crying again. Beaky said, Don't cry, look at this. Then she placed a rubber duck in the tub. Initially, the two little babies stopped crying, but when Beaky added more things to the tub, they began to cry again. In the end, they accidentally broke the water faucet, spraying water all over Beaky. Beaky came in with a bag of flour and said, Oh, don't push me anymore. Do you know what happens when water meets flour? However, the two little babies didn't care and continued to cry. Beaky, helpless, poured another bag of flour, resulting in herself becoming a paste. Beaky began to examine the contents of the list and then smelled a terrible odor. Following the scent, she turned her gaze toward Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake. Beaky secretly took a diaper, wanting to change the two little babies while they were unprepared, but accidentally ended up putting the diaper on herself. Just then, there was a knock on the door. When Beaky opened the door, she found Zue and Anling. Zue said, I finished my work, so I just came to see if you need help. Beaky quickly pulled Zue and Anling inside, gratefully saying, Thank you for coming today. You have no idea how miserable I've been. These two little babies are completely unreasonable and even lack a sense of humor. Zue replied, It's okay, Beaky. I know you need help, so I came. Beaky asked, What did you say? Ziyue continued. Taking care of babies is very troublesome. Some little ponies are just not cut out for this responsibility. Then Biki and Ziyue fell into an argument. Anling helplessly shook his head. After arriving in the room upstairs, he looked at the two little babies and said, "Hello, Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake." Upon seeing Anling, Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake greeted him with coos and crawled slowly to Anling's hooves, starting to nuzzle against him. Unable to resist, Anling began to gently stroke Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake with his hooves. However, he completely failed to notice the exchanged glances between Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake. And when Anling was distracted, they pounced on him, knocking him down to the ground. Then, Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake began to scratch at Anling's hooves playfully. Anling was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter, his face turning bright red. Biki and Ziyue, who were arguing earlier, suddenly heard Anling's laughter from upstairs. When they went up to check, they found Buttercake and Pumpkin Cake scratching Anling's hooves. At that moment, Anling was finally rescued, wanting to stand up, but finding his body weak and unable to rise. He could only watch as Biki and Ziyue took care of the little babies together. Mr. Cake and Mrs. Cake also asked Biki if she had time to help take care of the little ones. Biki originally wanted to say that she wouldn't have time in the future, but hearing the two little babies call her name, she finally agreed to help next week. Biki also knew that taking care of little babies wasn't easy, so she wrote a letter about this experience and sent it to the Cosmic Princess. Of course, this was after Biki woke up, as she was too exhausted and fell asleep immediately. Chapter 42, Hearth's Warming Night. Snowflakes were falling. On the train to Canterlot, Ziyue excitedly leaned out the window and said, "We're almost there." Yunyao also leaned out excitedly and said, "I can't wait." Roro leaned out too and exclaimed, "I'm so excited I could burst." Apple Jiao also leaned out and said, "Canterlot, here we come." Jinchi leaned out, wearing a Christmas tree-style hat, and said, "I hope I'm festive enough." Biki popped out from behind Jinchi's hat and said, "Look over there, that's Canterlot." Anling looked at the excited Ziyue and her friends, feeling a bit helpless, thinking, "Fortunately, this carriage only has us and no other ponies. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing. Even if you guys are excited, you shouldn't lean out of the window. It's too dangerous." Upon hearing this, Ziyue and her friends blushed a bit, feeling embarrassed, and promised they wouldn't do it again next time. At the Canterlot train station, Ziyue looked at the beautifully decorated Canterlot and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Canterlot is so beautiful at this time of year." Yunyao replied, "Yeah, I really wish every night could be Hearth's Warming Night." Apple Jiao, "There are so many things to see here. I feel like my eyes could pop out." Ziyue suggested, "I have a great idea. How about we walk around, look, and find highlights? I'll start with a big candy cane." Anling quickly chimed in, "I found a prominent Lululu with a tongue stuck to a candy cane." Yunyao said, "I found a little snow pony." Biki added, "I think I found a little pony eating a gingerbread house." After saying that, she rushed into the gingerbread house shop and took a bite out of a gingerbread house, saying, "This is me." Her friends couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the backstage of Canterlot, Ziyue said incredulously, "I can't believe the Cosmic Princess has let us perform in the most important stage play of the year. Do you know what an honor this is for us?" Roro anxiously replied, "I hope she doesn't give us such a big honor. I don't want to go on stage. I don't want all the ponies looking at me." After saying that, she buried her upper body in a prop box like an ostrich. Jinchi comforted her, saying, "Roro, dear, there's nothing to be nervous about." Roro finally peeked out, asking, "Really?" Jinchi pushed Roro in front of a mirror and brushed her mane, saying, "Because those ponies are all in their own towns preparing for the Hearth's Warming Parade. It's a tradition." Roro said hopefully, "So you're saying they're too busy to watch our performance?" Jinchi replied, "Not exactly. This is the Canterlot Parade, the grandest and most important performance in all of Ponyville. Many ponies will come to watch us." Roro gasped, "Many?" Jinchi responded, "Hundreds." Hearing this, Roro trembled in fear, saying, "Hundreds?" Jinchi added, "Even thousands." Jinchi shook her head helplessly. At that moment, the window was blown open by the wind, and Jinchi's hair was tousled. She turned to Apple Jiao and said, "Apple Jiao, could you please close the window?" Apple Jiao approached the window and saw Yunyao admiring herself in the mirror. Yunyao was talking to herself, saying, "Yunyao is so handsome." "Thank you, thank you." Apple Jiao replied irritably, "We're performing the history of Ponyville, not your personal show, Yunyao." Yunyao retorted, "It should be my personal show. I'm the star." Ziyue tried to pull Roro out of the box, saying, "Roro, come out of the box." Suilong announced, 2 minutes until we start." Biki said, "Ziyue, leave it to me." Jinchi exclaimed, "My hair." Biki tugged at Ziyue's head. Ziyue shouted, "Biki." As a result, Biki, feeling too cold, accidentally loosened her hooves, and Ziyue ended up in the box with Roro. Apple Jiao said, "You know, Heart's Warming Night is all about harmony and friendship." Biki, Ziyue Roro. And Jinshi couldn't stand the cold wind and snow coming through the window, shouting, "Close the window." Anling helplessly shook his head and said to Suilong, "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Once Suilong left, Anling stepped forward to close the window and said to Ziyue and her friends, "The performance starts in 2 minutes. You guys get ready. I'm going to watch you perform from the audience. Bye." After saying that, he left and took a seat in the audience. The curtains on stage opened. Suilong began narrating. Long ago, when the cosmic princess had not yet ruled over the land, the ponies had not discovered the beautiful land of Ponyville. They did not know what harmony was. It was a strange and dark era where ponies were like a scattered pile of sand. The ponies in the audience couldn't help but gasp. Suilong continued, "Yes, in that terrible era, there were 3 major pony tribes, the Pegasi, unicorns, and earth ponies. What caused their conflict? A mysterious snowstorm covered the land, destroying the fragile peace between the tribes. The hardworking earth ponies could no longer farm their land and shivered in the cold. The Pegasi's home wasn't much better. They were starving. The unicorns were even colder and hungrier. Even the magic of the unicorns could do nothing against the storm, and each tribe blamed the others. The more angry the ponies became, the worse the snowstorm grew, so they decided to hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with the storm. Each tribe sent their leaders, the daughter of the Unicorn King, Princess Platinum, the leader of the Pegasi, Commander Hurricane, and the leader of the Earth Ponies, Chancellor Puddinghead. Perhaps these 3 tribes could put aside their differences and come up with a plan to survive this disaster. However, the leaders of the 3 races could not think of any solutions and only blamed each other, and in the end, the meeting ended without any resolution. Thus, the pony leaders of each tribe decided to take their followers to search for new land. Although the little pony leaders faced difficulties, they eventually arrived at a beautiful new land, a place they had never seen before. Anling sat in the corner, enjoying the performance, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ziyue and her friends are really good at acting." At that moment, Anling felt 2 little ponies approaching her. One was a white unicorn, and the other was a dark blue unicorn. Anling immediately recognized them as the disguised Princess of the Universe and Princess of the Moon. Anling whispered a greeting, saying, "Hello. Teachers, what brings you here?" The Princess of the Universe replied quietly, "My sister, the Princess of the Moon, and I wanted to come and see the performance after finishing our tasks. To avoid causing unnecessary chaos, we decided to disguise ourselves." Anling nodded in agreement. As being a princess was not easy, not only would it cause a stir when going out, but they also had to bear the responsibilities of royalty. The Princess of the Universe then curiously asked, "My dear student, have you confessed your feelings to Ziyue?" Anling was caught off guard by the question, her face turning red as she stammered, Not yet, but soon." After hearing this, the Princess of the Universe nodded in satisfaction and smiled warmly. Even the usually cold and serious Princess of the Moon couldn't help but smile. Anling felt helpless. Why was her teacher so direct in asking this question? Well, she decided to continue watching the performance. The little pony leaders noticed that other tribal leaders were starting to argue over the land, and the attendants attempted to mediate a peaceful discussion. However, the leaders of the respective tribes were not listening and continued to argue. Just then, the originally clear sky began to snow heavily, and soon the area was covered in snow. Thus, the newly found paradise was buried under snow and resentment. It was no longer beautiful, but a vast expanse of white, no longer wonderful, but filled with howling winds. It was no longer picturesque, but frigid and desolate. One little pony in the audience couldn't take it anymore and said, "All right, continue the show." Although Suilong felt a bit helpless, he continued to narrate. The little ponies had to find a place to escape the blizzard, but the only place they could find was a cold, remote cave. As a result, the 3 tribes had to squeeze together, and none of them were pleased with the situation. The little pony leaders began to draw lines in the cave to mark their territories, and soon the leaders of the 3 tribes started to quarrel over a rock. Just then, snow slowly covered the cave entrance, and as the leaders of the 3 tribes continued to argue and blame each other, ice began to spread inside the cave. Eventually, the 3 tribe leaders were frozen into blocks of ice, and their attendants gathered together. At that moment, a whinny echoed from the top of the cave, and the wind demon appeared. Eventually, the attendants of the 3 tribe leaders opened their hearts and expressed that they did not dislike each other. They chatted and laughed. Just as they were about to completely freeze, a magic light shone from the horn of the unicorn leader's attendant, breaking the ice completely, and a heart-shaped flame formed above the cave. That night, the 3 of them kept the fire of friendship burning brightly as they shared stories and sang songs, including our current winter carols. In the end, the warmth of the fire of friendship, along with the singing and laughter, thawed the leaders, and their bodies began to defrost, even warming their hearts. The blizzard gradually melted away, and the three leaders agreed to share the beautiful land, vowing to live in harmony forever and naming the new land Pony Maria. Finally, they began to sing the winter carol. Backstage, Ziyue, the princess of the universe, chose us because we are the best example of good friends. Just then, the wind blew open the window again. Jinchi looked at Applejack and said, "Applejack, I thought you closed the window." Applejack replied, "Don't blame me. It was Rainbow Dash who wanted to close it. After all, she has wings." Rainbow Dash, why do I always have to do this? Why can't Ziyue use her magic? Then they started arguing again. At that moment, a whinny sound was heard. Rainbow Dash, I'll do it. Anling was secretly laughing from the side, as she was the one who made that sound. At that moment, Anling looked out the window and saw the friendship flame burning in the sky over Canterlot. Seeing this scene, Anling nodded thoughtfully and couldn't help but exclaim, "Friendship is truly magical." Chapter 43, Finding Applejack. Ponyville, Sweet Apple Acres. Applejack jumped over one obstacle after another and then tossed a haystack. Applejack, oh, Apple Bloom, I hope it will be like this. Ponyville, Town Hall. Rainbow Dash had just hung the banner when suddenly a lightning bolt struck. Rainbow Dash quickly dodged and looked to the other side, saying, "Be careful. Don't cause trouble or stir things up, okay?" Little Dazed, while jumping, said, "I really don't know what I did wrong." Just as she finished speaking, a cloud beneath her struck her. Rainbow Dash, "Yeah, I don't know either." Little Dazed, while flying backward, said, "You did a great job hanging that, Rainbow Dash." She accidentally knocked over a column behind her. Seeing this, Rainbow Dash hurriedly flew down to catch it, but because the column was too heavy, it still fell to the ground. Little Dazed poked her head down and asked, "Are you okay, Rainbow Dash? Can I help with anything?" Rainbow Dash, in despair, flew up and shouted, "No, don't help. For the sake of the princess of the universe, please just sit down and do nothing." When Little Dazed sat down, she ended up collapsing the wooden floor, and in a panic, she pulled Rainbow Dash down with her. Little Dazed, I'm sorry. The ponies in Ponyville cheered for Applejack. The mayor began to speak. "Little ponies, please quiet down and listen to me." Once the surrounding ponies quieted down, the mayor continued, "And I want to thank Applejack for her generous donation to repair our town hall." Anling looked over at the town hall and couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Wow, this town hall looks like a dangerous building." The ponies excitedly began to cheer. Beaky shouted, "Speech, speech." Applejack shyly said, "Oh, really, I'm not good at giving speeches." Beaky shrugged and said, "Oh, well then." Then she quickly left. Ponyville, train station. Ziyue and her friends, along with Applejack's family, were all present. "Granny Smith, I'm going to show those arrogant cowboy ponies what a real cowboy pony is like." Applejack, "I will, Granny Smith." Applejack turned around, ready to board the train, saying, "I will, Mayor." Beaky suddenly popped up and said, "And be happy, don't be nervous. If you have extra nervous energy, you'll do even better than before. Also, eating peanuts and toffee will give you strength." After saying that, she started eating the toffee she pulled from who knows where. Ziyue felt a bit helpless, but still said to Applejack, "Just do your best." Applejack promised, "I will do my very best." The train conductor said, "Those going to Cantlot, please board the train quickly." Applejack said, "I think that's calling me." Rainbow Dash replied, "See you in a week." The mayor added, "There are still many bonuses." Applejack said, "No problem." Ziyue and her friends waved their hooves to say goodbye. Beaky said, "Remember to drink more healthy cola." Everyone looked at Beaky with confusion. Beaky, not understanding, said, "What? Drinking gives you strength." Her friends felt a bit helpless. Beaky was always so different. At Sweet Apple Acres, after Ro and Rainbow Dash hung up the banner, Ro said, "Oh, I hope this party will surprise Applejack." Rainbow Dash questioned, "So that's why it's called a surprise party?" As Ro decorated, she said, "Oh, I hope Applejack doesn't get scared, because surprises are good. But getting scared would be terrible." However, just a few steps later, she was startled by Beaky popping out suddenly. Ro fell to the ground, softly saying, "Beaky, you scared me." After saying that, she bounced away. After Ro sighed in relief and prepared to continue, Beaky suddenly popped out again, shouting, "Surprise." Ziyue looked outside and said, "Lower your voice, Beaky, Applejack is coming." Beaky hid to the side and confidently said, "Don't worry, Ziyue, my lips are already warmed up." After saying that, she made various strange expressions. When the door opened, everyone shouted surprise. But upon seeing, they realized it wasn't Applejack, but the mailman. The mailman happily said, "Wow, I'm so surprised. How did you know today is my birthday?" Ziyue quickly took the letter and closed the door, leaving the mailman pony disappointed. Just then, Beaky brought out a piece of cake and placed it in front of the mailman. Apple Lily asked, "Who wrote this?" Ziyue, "What does it say?" Granny Smith said, "She loves her apple orchard." Apple Lily sadly said, "She loves her family too." Ro said, "Maybe she got hurt, is sad, or was scared." Rainbow Dash said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go find her." After saying that, she quickly flew out. Apple Lily said, "You are the best." Granny Smith said, "Thank you all." Anling waved a handkerchief, saying, "Safe travels, and good luck." On the train to Cantlot, Ziyue and the others were determined to find Applejack. After arriving at the station, they exchanged glances and decided to search separately. Everyone held black and white photos of the Apple family, asking around if anyone had seen this pony. While they were resting, thinking about where to search for Applejack next, a pony came over, looked at the photo, and pointed to a direction. Just as they were about to board the train, Anling said to Ziyue and her friends, "I'm sorry, Ziyue and friends, but I may not be able to accompany you to find Applejack." Ziyue asked, "Why? Do you have something going on?" The friends nodded in agreement with Ziyue's words. Looking at Anling curiously, Anling sighed and explained, "Actually, it's nothing serious. There's a place with mysterious fluctuations that requires me and the Cosmic Princess to investigate." Although Ziyue and her friends felt a bit worried, they decided to find Applejack first. Anling looked at Ziyue, who seemed hesitant, and said, "Even if you go, you won't be able to help. This matter is very unusual, and even the Cosmic Princess can't figure it out." After hearing this, Ziyue felt a bit unwilling but still listened to Anling. Anling then mysteriously said, "I can tell you that Applejack isn't in any danger. She just feels down." "All right. That's all I can tell you. I have to go now, goodbye." Meanwhile, the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess were sitting in the hall. Seeing them, Anling greeted, "Hello, teachers, how have you been lately?" The Cosmic Princess smiled gently and said, "Oh, my dear student, we've been doing well. How about you and Ziyue?" Anling nodded and replied, "Not bad. Some interesting things have happened recently." After chatting for a bit, they got to the main topic. Anling looked seriously at the Cosmic Princess and said, "Teacher, let's set off." Then she looked worriedly at the Moon Princess, who was also preparing to leave. "Teacher, are you sure you all want to go? Isn't it better to leave someone behind, just in case?" The Cosmic Princess shook her head. "It's unnecessary. If that mysterious fluctuation is harmful to us, we probably won't have any chance to resist." The Cosmic Princess, Moon Princess, and Anling spread their wings and flew towards the place where the mysterious fluctuation occurred. Upon arriving at the destination, the Cosmic Princess, Moon Princess, and Anling sensed the area to confirm it was the right place before landing. After folding their wings, they cautiously surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, Anling and the others felt a blur in front of them. The next moment, they found themselves in a mysterious white space. In front of Anling and the others stood Wang Yimou, who was munching on popcorn, saying, "Oh, you finally came. I was so bored that I played dozens of games of King." The Cosmic Princess and Moon Princess were very puzzled. "What kind of creature is this? Is it human?" Wang Yimou looked at the confused Cosmic Princess and Moon Princess with a bit of helplessness, murmuring, "Oh, what a hassle." After finishing, he snapped his fingers, and white light flashed before the Cosmic Princess and Moon Princess's eyes. Their puzzled expressions turned to realization. Wang Yimou nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Anling. "I called you here to help you practice the dark powers you just obtained." After saying that, without waiting for Anling to ask anything, he directly threw her into a practice area, a platform surrounded by seats. Wang Yimou moved the Cosmic Princess and Moon Princess to sit beside him and snapped his fingers to bring in Wushu to watch together. However, after a few hours, Wang Yimou ended the fight simply because he was tired of watching. He murmured, "If I remember correctly, at this time, Ziyue and the others are persistently pursuing, and Applejack has chosen to run away." Then she was chased and finally, Applejack sadly told the truth. It was really unexpected. "Oh right. Biki and Jinshi seem to have been pulled down." Chapter 44, Super Fast Apple Juicer 6000. Before the Cosmic Princess raised the sun, at Ro-Ro's cottage, a knock sounded. Ro-Ro yawned and said, "Who is knocking at the door? It's still dark outside." After saying that, she pulled off her blanket. Ro-Ro felt a chill and became a bit embarrassed. Rainbow Dash didn't care about that and directly pushed Ro-Ro out. Ro-Ro asked, "Oh, where are we going? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ro-Ro added, Rainbow Dash said seriously, "It's Biki. She always gets ahead of us and buys all the apple juice." Ro-Ro wanted to say something. But Rainbow Dash interrupted. "This year will definitely be different. This year I want to get there before sunrise and buy all the apple juice. Let her not drink. Watch her make a fool of herself. This plan is too perfect. I can also buy some apple juice for Pinky when she arrives, and then drink it drop by drop in front of her." But when they arrived at Sweet Apple Acres, they found a row of tents set up. "Oh my gosh. Rainbow Dash, it seems some ponies are thinking the same as you, said Rarity. After Pinky opened the tent, some balloons floated out. Rarity came over and greeted a disheveled Pinky, saying, "Oh hey, Pinky, I love your new look." Rainbow Dash asked in confusion, "Where did these ponies come from?" "They came here to camp. I told a few friends, and they thought it was a great idea, so it turned into a grand apple juice party." Then she looked at the long row of tents behind her and said, "Oh dear, a lot of ponies have come. I hope they don't sell out before you get to the front." Rainbow Dash's expression was a bit gritted. At Sweet Apple Acres, Twilight and Rarity looked helplessly at Spike, who was licking his tongue. Rarity looked at the sleeping Starlight leaning against her and asked with some confusion, "Starlight, what's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" After hearing Rarity's question, Twilight explained with a bit of helplessness, "Starlight, this guy suddenly got interested yesterday and said he wanted to write a novel. Then he stayed up all night, and this morning I had to drag him here. Otherwise, he would have just stayed in bed all day." The ponies in line heard this and excitedly discussed it with the ponies around them. Pinky bought lots of apple juice and swaggered past Rainbow Dash. Thus, the line of ponies slowly decreased, but the apple juice was also slowly dwindling. When it was Twilight's turn, she tightened the grip on Starlight leaning on her and reminded, "Starlight, it's our turn." Starlight, hearing Twilight's words, finally opened his eyes drowsily. After paying, he deliberately bought 2 cups of apple juice. Finally, after a long wait, when it was Rainbow Dash's turn, the apple juice had already sold out. Applejack looked at them and said, "I'm sorry, every pony, that's all we have for today." Just as Rainbow Dash was getting angry and wanted to say something, Starlight secretly pulled her aside and handed her a cup of apple juice. Rainbow Dash took it and happily drank without intending to say anything else. Starlight breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking to himself, Rainbow Dash seems to be the trigger for this whole incident. After calming her down, only those 2 con artist brothers are left. Although there was no disruption from Rainbow Dash, the ponies who didn't get apple juice still felt dissatisfied, causing a commotion. Applejack calmed them down, saying, "Wait a minute, every pony. We've done our best to increase production today." One pony who didn't get apple juice said unhappily, "You always say that." Applejack proudly replied, "What we say is always true. Because the apples from the apple family are produced with love, honesty, and the highest quality apples in all of Ponyville. I'm sorry, gathering these takes time." Because Rainbow Dash had her apple juice, she had no reaction to the hateful words Pinky said. At that moment, a machine resembling a steam train rolled in and crashed into the fence of Sweet Apple Acres. At that moment, a pair of twin unicorn brothers came down from it and immediately started singing, basically saying, "They have a machine that can produce apple juice, and it's of good quality, safe to drink, and tastes great, so hurry up and buy it." From the song, it was clear that the bearded one was Flim and the clean-shaven one was Flam. They demonstrated on site, first sucking apples from the trees into the machine, then demonstrating it live, guaranteeing no additives. After finishing the song, Starlight couldn't help but exclaim, "These 2 con artists really know how to fool ponies, in just this singing time." They got every pony excited. Apple Bloom said, "We have a deal." Granny Smith interrupted, saying, "Don't rush." Then Granny Smith, Applejack, Big Macintosh, and Apple Bloom began discussing the feasibility of the matter. Granny Smith first said, "I think that machine, no matter what, can't compare to our dedication to apple juice." Apple Bloom replied, "But if it's really good, we can make all the ponies in town happy." Applejack said, "That's uncertain, as we've always used the same method to make apple juice." Big Macintosh agreed. Then Flim and Flam, not knowing when, had gathered around. Flam said, "Let's make money together. You provide the apples." Flim continued, "And we provide the super-fast apple juice extraction machine." Then the 2 brothers said in unison, "And then we share the profits from selling the apple juice." Flam said, "3/4 for us." Flim added, "1/4 for you." Apple Bloom, not knowing what this meant, agreed directly, saying, "Deal." Applejack hurriedly stopped her and asked the crucial question, "Which side gets 3/4? Flam naturally answered, "Of course, it's us, no question about it." Flim added, "And we will also cast a spell on the machine for free to speed it up." Applejack looked at her family and said, "We mainly rely on selling apple juice for income in winter. If we agree to this, we will lose Sweet Apple Acres." Flim and Flam simultaneously asked, "So what do you say?" Big Macintosh, who usually didn't speak much, said, "No deal." Flam finally showed his true colors, saying, "Well, very good. If you refuse our generous offer to cooperate, then we can only become rivals." Applejack replied, "You wouldn't dare." Flam said, "Oh really?" After saying that, he winked at his brother Flim. Flim, seeing this, attracted attention by saying, "Don't worry, every pony, there will definitely be enough apple juice for everyone to drink." Flam threatened, "Once we drive Sweet Apple Acres out of the market." Starlight could no longer listen, standing in front of Flam and coldly saying, "First, You damaged someone else's private property. Second, you are maliciously competing in the market. Third, if I'm not mistaken, you must have done this kind of thing a lot, right? If I turn you over to the police, how many years do you think you'll get sentenced? Flam, who initially had a somewhat disdainful expression, suddenly felt that the black pony in front of him was not to be trifled with, and after hearing Starlight's words, he immediately panicked and stammered, "What do you want?" Starlight smiled and said, "Very simple. Now fix the fence you broke, and then you can compete with the Apple family to see who can make more apple juice." Of course, the premise is that the Apple family agrees to this competition. The Apple family originally disagreed with this competition, but under Flim and Flam's provocation, they still agreed to the match. Starlight said, "All right, let's have the competition tomorrow morning." At noon, at Sweet Apple Acres, Flim and Flam lounged on their sofa. The Apple family was warming up in preparation. Ponies gathered around to watch the excitement. The mayor announced, in this competition, the winning side will gain exclusive rights to Ponyville's apple juice. All right, is both sides ready? After hearing that both sides were ready, the mayor announced, "Then, let the competition begin." A pony flipped the hourglass over, signaling the start of the competition. Applejack was responsible for kicking the apple trees. Lily is responsible for picking apples and delivering them to Granny Smith. Granny Smith is in charge of distinguishing between good and bad apples, putting the good ones into the traditional apple juice press. Macintosh is responsible for running the press to extract the apple juice and then packaging it. The Apple family thought they were fast enough, but they never expected that Flim and Flam's super apple extractor could produce 3 barrels of apple juice. Rarity exclaimed in shock, "This is terrifying. The Apple family can only make 1 barrel at full power, while Flim and Flam can make 3. After thinking for a moment, Twilight approached the mayor and asked, "Mayor, can the honorary members of the Apple family help in this competition?" The mayor replied uncertainly, "I can't say for sure." Then he asked, "Flim and Flam, do you oppose the honorary members helping?" Flam said, "What a joke." Flim arrogantly added, "Even if all the ponies of Canterlot came to help, they'd still lose." The mayor said, "I think they agree. Applejack, what do you think?" Applejack, out of breath, said, "I think I'm glad to have other family members helping us." Twilight and her friends excitedly cheered, "Yay." Then Twilight said seriously, "All right, sisters, we can't let these guys steal our friend's farm." Then Twilight began assigning tasks. "Rarity, you help Applejack kick the apple trees." Rarity replied, "Got it." Twilight continued, "Pinky, you go help with picking apples." Pinky responded, "Yes, sir. At your service, sir." Twilight instructed, "Rarity, use your keen eyes to help Granny Smith sort the apples at the quality inspection station." Rarity replied, "No problem." Twilight asked, "Rainbow Dash, do you think you can help Macintosh with the juice extraction?" Rainbow Dash said, "I could do it with my eyes closed." With that, Twilight and her friends joined in, increasing their efficiency significantly. Twilight calculated, "They make 3 batches while we can make 5. The 2 brothers panicked and sped up the juice extraction process, but in their haste, they accidentally sucked in things other than apples. As a result, their product failed quality inspection, and soon they simply turned off the quality control feature. Because of this, the brothers' juice extraction speed increased. Rainbow Dash paused and said, "If we want to win, we have to cancel the quality control. Applejack, come help me." Applejack replied, "If we cheat to win, it won't mean anything." Twilight passionately said, "Let's do our best, ponies." Rainbow Dash reluctantly agreed, "Fine, let's speed it up." Thus, when the hourglass ran out, the competition ended, and the mayor began counting the number of apple juice batches produced by both sides. Finally, he announced that Flim and Flam had won. Flim and Flam mocked the Apple family, saying, "Oh, perhaps your future work won't involve apples anymore, and we will turn Sweet Apple Acres into Flim and Flam Winery." The onlooking ponies looked a bit sad upon hearing this. Applejack said, "Come on, every pony. Let's go drink some apple juice." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Although the surrounding ponies felt a bit down, they still went to try the apple juice. They soon discovered that the juice tasted terrible, mixed with twigs, sand, and pebbles. Just as the 2 brothers were about to escape in their super fast apple extractor 6000, Dark Zero stopped them and said, "You can leave, but this machine has to stay. You wouldn't want to spend your next life in prison, would you?" Although Flim and Flam were reluctant, they got out of the machine and escaped. Twilight asked in confusion, "Dark Zero, why are you leaving this machine behind?" Dark Zero explained, "This machine is really good. It will be convenient for the Apple family to use for apple juice extraction, and it's efficient." Twilight nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Applejack looked at the onlooking ponies and said, "Because of this competition, we made enough apple juice for everyone." The surrounding ponies cheered upon hearing this. Twilight and her friends happily drank the apple juice together. Dark Zero smiled happily at this scene. Applejack wrote a letter about this experience and sent it to Princess Celestia. Chapter 45. Side story, Wang Imo travels to other worlds. In a white space, a boy in black stood out in this expanse. Wang Imo looked at the screen in front of him and greeted, "Hello, everyone. I suppose you all know me, but I still want to introduce myself." Then, Wang Imo snapped his fingers, and a shadowy figure appeared. The shadow stood solemnly to Wang Mo's left and proclaimed, "Rejoice. This is the king who travels through time and space. The lonely, powerful one who knows the past, present, and future. A wandering soul." Wang Imo nodded in satisfaction, then snapped his fingers again, and the shadowy figure disappeared. He turned to the screen and said, "Oh, you ask why I'm called Wang Imo? Now I'm called the Wandering Soul? It's simple. I think Wang Imo is a bit too common, so I prefer to use my author name, which sounds cooler." Then, the Wandering Soul got to the point and said, "All right, enough about that. Next, there will be no plot related to our main character, Dark Zero. As for why, that's because we are about to travel to the My Little Pony multiverse. If you don't understand, you can think of it as traveling to other My Little Pony fanfiction worlds." What? Why are you traveling to other My Little Pony fanfiction worlds? Isn't it because it's too boring? The Wandering Soul cleared his throat and said seriously, "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's see which novel world we should travel to." After saying that, he pulled out a phone from somewhere, opened a certain novel app, and began browsing. After a while, the class leader finally found one and said to the screen, "I found it. Next, let's go to My Little Pony, Daily Life of Cultivating Ponies. Oh ho ho, maybe we can tease the main character of this book a bit." Then, the Wandering Soul looked at the screen in confusion and suddenly realized, "Oh, you ask why I'm not letting Dark Zero go or bringing him along." The Wandering Soul glanced around sneakily and whispered to the screen, "Actually, I wanted to bring Dark Zero. But the main character of the world we're going to is already with Twilight, and they have already confessed to each other, so we won't take Dark Zero along. Jealousy is a small matter, but I'm afraid if they meet, they'll end up fighting. So, we won't drag Dark Zero into that old trouble." As for why we won't follow the original plot, this episode was originally about Rainbow Dash getting injured and needing to be hospitalized, which is the episode that starts with opening a book is beneficial. If anyone is interested, you can go watch it. I won't write it because even if I did, the only difference would be that there's an extra Dark Zero. After saying that, the Wandering Soul jumped into the white portal. In the world of My Little Pony, Daily Life of Cultivating Ponies. In a mysterious room, the Wandering Soul stepped out of the white portal and looked around this room, which was more like an office. The Wandering Soul looked left and right and muttered to himself, "It really looks exactly like what was described in the novel." Then he walked to the desk and saw several colorful photos of Twilight and her friends, along with a few unfamiliar ponies. On the desk, there was also a large group photo in front of the Oak Library that wasn't finished yet. Looking at the progress, I couldn't help but complain, "Wow, no wonder it's you. Just how much are you slacking off? It's been almost a month, and not even 30% is done." While rummaging through things, I muttered to myself, "Strange, where did I hide it? It shouldn't be." After searching for about 30 minutes and still not finding what I was looking for, I decided to stop. A Wandering Soul snapped their fingers, and a black bag appeared in their hand. Opening it, they found exactly what they were looking for. The Wandering Soul grinned wickedly and said, I really want to see what that guy will look like after putting this on." A few hours later, a figure walked in through the office door, holding 2 bags of snacks. After entering, they looked up and saw someone sitting in their office chair. Surprised, they accidentally dropped the 2 bags of snacks they were holding, completely unaware. The Wandering Soul looked at the shocked person, appraised them, and greeted them. "Hello, I know you're surprised, but please don't be shocked. I'll explain everything slowly. If I'm not mistaken, you're the author of My Little Pony, Cultivation Pony Daily, right? I'm the author of My Little Pony, Light and Dark Creation, and you can call me the Wandering Soul." Then the figure asked, "Why are you here?" Though the figure found it strange, they still closed their eyes. After the Wandering Soul snapped their fingers and looked around satisfied, they secretly took out their phone and began taking pictures like crazy. Once they felt they had taken enough photos, they stopped. The Wandering Soul, suppressing a laugh, said, "All right, you can open your eyes now." The figure eagerly opened their eyes, and their initial excitement slowly turned into shock, then horror, and finally embarrassment. The Wandering Soul secretly said to the screen, "Let me tell you, it's a bunny-eared girl, the kind with black stockings." What? You ask why she didn't notice? Well, as clever as I am, I used a misperception spell, which is why when she opened her eyes, she discovered her clothes had changed. Just then, while no one was paying attention, Pinkie Pie secretly peeked in, took out a colorful camera, snapped a few photos, and then disappeared. The Wandering Soul shrugged and said, "It's nothing much, just wanted to come to your pony world and be a fun villain. But don't worry, I won't disturb your plot. After all, this is just a side story." Why? Because I'm just too bored. Seeing that the figure wanted to refuse, the wandering soul hurriedly interjected, but even if you refuse, it won't matter because I can go by myself, and you can't stop me. However, the figure warned the wandering soul, fine, you can go. But don't disrupt the plot, and don't do anything that could affect it. When the wandering soul saw that the figure agreed, they quickly assured, I'm just looking for fun, I won't cause you trouble. Alright, I'll leave now. When the figure saw this, they quickly stopped the wandering soul and pointed to their body, saying, Are you going to that world in this form? The wandering soul looked at themselves and exclaimed, Oh, how could I forget this? Wait a moment. Then they snapped their fingers, and with a flash of white light, the white-hooded boy standing there disappeared. In their place stood a white alicorn, the same size as Princess Luna, with a white body, silver mane, and a pair of divine golden eyes. The wandering soul said helplessly, This is the only pony form I have, and I don't necessarily have to have villain written on my forehead to be a villain. Do you understand? It's like hiding a knife in a smile. I'm just hiding darkness in a pure body. Alright, enough chit-chat, I'm off now. Bye. After saying that, a white portal appeared in front of the wandering soul. The wandering soul strolled into it, and after they entered, the white portal disappeared. Once the portal vanished, the figure sighed in relief, finally having gotten rid of that guy. Just then, a note appeared in front of the figure. They curiously opened it and read, I left a few things in your closet that you will definitely like. Take your time, don't rush. Those should last you for a while. Consider it a little gift I brought you this time. Hee, see you next time. The wandering soul. After reading it, the figure quickly destroyed the note, looked around to ensure no one else was there, and sighed in relief. They stealthily went to the closet, opened it, and looked inside. Then, feeling guilty, they glanced around again, and seeing no one else, they finally relaxed and planned to change outfits. In the Crystal Empire, near the train station, a white portal appeared, and out walked a white alicorn. Who else could it be but the wandering soul? The wandering soul spread their white wings and flew into the sky, shooting a white magical beam towards Multicolor and Zua. Multicolor was just about to board the train when they suddenly sensed danger. Instinctively, they deployed a shield for defense, barely blocking the magical beam attack from the wandering soul. The surrounding ponies panicked and fled upon hearing the explosion. Multicolor and Zua looked up at the white alicorn flying in the sky. If they guessed correctly, the attack just now came from this white alicorn. Multicolor summoned their weapon, keeping a wary eye on the wandering soul. The wandering soul pretended to be surprised, covering their mouth with a hoof and saying, Oh dear, blocked. Multicolor pointed their weapon at the wandering soul and demanded, Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The wandering soul feigned deep thought and then seriously replied, Because. Pausing for a moment, their serious expression broke into a grin. It's fun. Just look at your faces right now. Ha ha ha. It's too amusing. And look at these panicking ponies, the wonderful screams, and the chaotic scene all coming together. Isn't it beautiful? You don't think it's beautiful, do you? Probably only a villain would think it's beautiful. So I won't waste time talking. Let us just fight. The wandering soul summoned their white sword and charged at Multicolor and Zua. Zua and the 6 ponies summoned their weapons and met the attack head-on. Then the sound of metal clashing and magical explosions echoed in the sky. After a few hours, one by one, Multicolor and Zua gradually fell. The wandering soul looked at Multicolor and Zua, who were already defeated and lying on the ground. The wandering soul feigned regret and said, Oh ho ho, it seems you've lost, so you can disappear now? Just as Multicolor and Zua closed their eyes in despair, a few minutes passed, and the expected pain didn't come. Slowly opening their eyes, they discovered that the wandering soul wasn't attacking, but was instead taking photos, saying, This one is good, let us take a few more. Later, the colorful Zua and the others realized that the colors of their manes had swapped with those of their friends. The drifting soul looked at them, nodded in satisfaction, and then opened a white portal. Just as he was about to enter, he turned back and said to the colorful Zua and the others, Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I am the drifting soul, a little pony who loves to have fun. Of course, I acted as the villain purely to mess with you. After all, that's what makes it interesting. But I'm really glad to meet you. We'll see each other again next time, bye? Oh, and don't worry. The effect of your main color swap will wear off in 10 minutes. Then, in the stunned gazes of the colorful Zua and the others, the white portal vanished. Chapter 46, Love Festival. The Cosmic Princess had just raised the sun. Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly on the black pony lying in bed, whose sleeping posture was not very elegant. Anling squinted, dazed by the sunlight, and after getting out of bed, looked at the messy reflection in the mirror. The mirror showed a black pony with sleepy eyes and a mane that was a tangled mess from just waking up. Anling couldn't help but mutter in confusion, "Strange. My mane wasn't this messy when I used to sleep." Not wanting to overthink it, she grabbed a comb from the nearby table. But just as she started to comb her mane, she quickly stopped, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts. Why does it hurt so much?" Tears glistened on Anling's face, and her red eyes looked so pitiful that one couldn't help but want to protect her. The comb was still stuck in her mane, and Anling tried to get it out. The result was that the more she tried, the tighter it got, and each tug was very painful. In the end, Anling's mane was even messier than when she woke up, with the comb tangled even more tightly. Anling looked helplessly at her messy reflection in the mirror, but to be honest, if she looked for a while, it didn't seem too bad. Afterward, when Anling went downstairs, Ziyue stood there in shock, unsure of what to say. Suilong, being more direct, exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, Anling, what happened to your mane? Did you get blown up? Why is it so messy?" It was no wonder Suilong said this. Anling's mane was exceptionally chaotic today, with a comb still stuck in it. One would think, being a grown pony, she should know how to groom her own mane. Pushed along, Anling stuck out her tongue and said without a hint of self-awareness, "Is it really that messy? I think it's fine." Ziyue looked at Anling expressionlessly and raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "You tell me." Anling awkwardly laughed and said, "Haha, okay." Just then, Anling and Ziyue didn't notice a few pairs of eyes watching this scene from the window. Jinchi, Yunbao, Ruru, Applejack, and Beaky had already arrived at the oak tree library entrance and were peeking in through the window. Jinchi couldn't help but complain, "Anling, this blockhead. Can't she be a little more proactive?" The other friends nodded in agreement. Otherwise, they might have to wait until the end of this book to see Anling finally get the hint and confess. After thinking about it, the other friends found this very reasonable and nodded in agreement. Jinchi organized, "Yunbao, you're in charge of delivering the message. Once we're ready, you'll inform Applejack and Beaky." Yunbao confidently replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Jinchi continued, "Ruru, you and I will plan a day of activities for Anling." Ruru replied, "Okay." Jinchi said, "Applejack and Beaky, you two need to find a reason to distract Ziyue first. Once we're ready, we'll have Yunbao send a signal to notify you." Applejack replied, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Beaky said, "Understood, Commander, I'll make sure to complete the mission." Jinchi looked at her friends and said, "Now that everything is arranged, Anling's confession plan starts now." After Applejack and Beaky entered the oak tree library, they waited for Anling and Ziyue to come down. In Anling's room, she was leaning in front of the mirror while Ziyue was trying to remove the comb tangled in Anling's mane. This process inevitably caused some pain. Anling shouted, "Ouch, Ziyue. Can't you be gentler?" Ziyue replied irritably, "Serves you right. Who told you to tangle it up so tightly? Don't move around. If you do, it will hurt even more." Anling originally wanted to change positions because it hurt a bit, but upon hearing Ziyue say it would hurt more if she moved, she obediently stayed still, not daring to move. Ziyue couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Anling looked at Ziyue with a resentful gaze as she laughed. Ziyue was still laughing heartily, but when she saw the few glistening tears on Anling's face, combined with her red eyes, it made her look so pitiful that it evoked a protective instinct in Ziyue. Not surprisingly, Ziyue's ears turned slightly red as she tried to stifle her laughter. Anling was in pain and completely unaware of this moment. After an hour had passed, they finally managed to get the comb out and groomed Anling's mane. Once they were done, Ziyue and Anling went downstairs and just happened to see Applejack and Beaky waiting below. Applejack greeted them, "Hello, Ziyue, Anling." Ziyue and Anling replied, "Hello, Applejack and Beaky. What brings you here?" Applejack explained, "By the way, I need some little ponies to help me pick apples from the sweet apple orchard, but Jinchi, Yunbao, and Ruru have things to do today, so I came to see if you have time tomorrow." Ziyue thought for a moment and realized she had no plans for today, so she agreed, "All right, I'll go." "Anling, are you coming?" Anling initially wanted to agree, but when she saw Jinchi outside the window shaking her head frantically, although she didn't understand what Jinchi was up to, she still said, "I won't go. I have other things to do today." Ziyue didn't say much and simply replied, "All right then, Anling, bye." Anling said, "Ziyue, bye." After Ziyue and the others left, Jinchi and Ruru sneaked in. Anling, puzzled, asked, "Jinchi, what are you up to? Why did you send Ziyue away?" Jinchi rolled her eyes and said, "Isn't it because you're acting like a blockhead?" Anling felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. Was that really a personal attack? Anling wanted to argue, but Jinchi was not interested in hearing any excuses from her. Instead, she laid out her plan for Anling's confession. After considering everything, Anling agreed to the plan. Next, Anling, Jinchi, and Ruru discussed the day's itinerary. After countless brainstorming sessions and eliminating ideas, They finally came up with a plan a few hours later. Anling, Junshi, and Ruru were all very satisfied with today's itinerary. Anling picked up the plan list and began to read. Anling's confession plan. First activity, go to the antique shop and help Ziyue pick out a few items. Second activity, have a picnic in the park. Third activity, go to the library and read with Ziyue. Fourth activity, have dinner together at a restaurant. Fifth activity, Anling's confession. To be honest, Anling is quite satisfied with the plan, but the last thing he needs to wear is the dress for the galloping celebration when he confesses. Originally, Anling wanted to wear a suit, but was persuaded by Junshi that this would increase his chances of success in the confession. In the end, under Junshi's persuasion, Anling vaguely agreed. After pausing for a few seconds, Anling said, "Actually, I've already prepared those 2 promise necklaces." After saying this, he took out 2 crystal necklaces, one black and one purple. Junshi was very pleased and said, "Anling, it seems you're not that dense after all. All right, I'll go with Ro to the flower shop to prepare 99 purple roses." After saying this, she left with Ro. As for the 2 crystal necklaces, they were completely transformed into Anling's dark space by a wandering soul during the brief pause just now. Of course, these were not ordinary crystal necklaces. When the wearer encounters life-threatening danger, they release a protective shield to safeguard the wearer. Moreover, when one necklace's wearer is in danger, it can send a signal to notify the other necklace of the danger. Most importantly, these 2 items can gradually enhance the wearer's total magical power, as well as their comprehension and proficiency while worn. However, there is a limit. For instance, when Ziyue eventually becomes the ruler of Little Maria, her size akin to that of a cosmic princess, the effect of this necklace would diminish. Just then, Ziyue suggested, "Ziyue, let's go together to that antique shop you like and pick out a few things. How about that?" Without thinking, Ziyue eagerly agreed, saying, "Sure, that's great. So what are we waiting for? Let's get going." After saying this, she pulled Anling to the antique shop. In the antique shop, Ziyue was very excited, looking around and explaining the age and origin of the antique she picked up. As for Anling, he was nearly bored to sleep, yawning and saying, "Ah, Ziyue, isn't it about time?" Ziyue checked the time and felt it was indeed getting late. So she picked a few antiques she liked and bought them. After coming out, Anling said to Ziyue, "Ziyue, it's already this late. How about we go to the park for a picnic?" Ziyue looked at the sky and thought it was indeed time to eat, so she agreed. Anling said, "All right, let's first go to the candy house to buy some desserts, then we'll head to the park for the picnic." Thus, Anling and Ziyue went to the candy house to pick up the picnic sweets that Biki had already prepared. In the park, Anling and Ziyue lay on the picnic blanket, eating cupcakes. A gentle breeze blew on their faces, and a few young ponies were happily running nearby, showing pure joy. Anling and Ziyue thought about how nice it would be if time could freeze at this moment, but time continued to pass swiftly. Afterward, Anling and Ziyue went to the library to read books, and Ziyue ended up borrowing a few books she hadn't read before. Interestingly, Anling was so bored that he pretended to read by placing a book on his head, but he actually fell asleep. Ziyue noticed something was off and threw a book at Anling's head, startling him awake. The loud noise drew the disapproving gazes of other young ponies in the library. Anling awkwardly smiled a royal smile in response to the annoyed looks from the other ponies. Around the afternoon, Anling and Ziyue went to a restaurant for a meal. Fortunately, this restaurant offered a candlelit dinner package. Otherwise, Anling wouldn't have known what to choose. Ziyue felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, as if they were having a candlelit dinner, but seeing Anling happily enjoying his meal, she quickly dismissed the thought. As it grew dark, while walking down the street, Cloudsdale suddenly popped up and said, "Ziyue, my friends and I have prepared a surprise for you. Close your eyes, and I'll lead you there slowly. I guarantee you'll never expect it." Although Ziyue was a bit puzzled, she still closed her eyes. Cloudsdale thought it wasn't secure enough and put a blindfold on Ziyue before leading her away. Anling first went to the library to grab his dress and placed it in his dark space. Then he went to the confession location chosen by Junshi and was shocked to find not only his friends, but also his teacher, the Cosmic Princess, and the Moon Princess there. When Cloudsdale brought Ziyue over, the friends, the Cosmic Princess, and the Moon Princess quickly hid to the side. Although Anling was still a bit nervous, he used magic to hold the 99 purple roses, took a deep breath to calm himself before standing still. Anling nodded to Cloudsdale, indicating that it could be taken off. Cloudsdale removed Ziyue's blindfold and quickly flew to hide away. Ziyue opened her eyes groggily and saw Anling in his classic galloping celebration dress, holding the 99 purple roses, leaving her utterly stunned. Anling, not caring about her reaction, loudly declared, "Ziyue, during the time I've spent with you, I've realized that I have gradually fallen for you. It's not just friendship, but love beyond friendship. You are like water I encountered in the desert, so sweet. Like a glimmer of hope in my darkness. Without you, I find I cannot live. So I want to ask you, would you be my girlfriend? Ziyue, who was already stunned by the scene before her, completely malfunctioned upon hearing Enling's words. Seeing Ziyue's prolonged silence, Enling thought she was rejecting him, and his ears drooped in disappointment. Upon seeing Enling's dejected expression, Ziyue hurriedly exclaimed, I do. Hearing this, Enling's previously disappointed expression instantly turned joyful. He walked over to Ziyue and placed the purple crystal necklace around her neck. Then Enling and Ziyue embraced each other. At that moment, their friends, along with the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, emerged, clapping their hands. Ziyue, seeing her friends and teacher, couldn't help but shyly bury her head in Enling's chest. The friends, along with the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess, couldn't help but show a knowing smile at the shy Ziyue. In the white space, the wandering soul watched this scene and smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 47. The confrontation of light and darkness. This world was originally a chaos, and within this silent chaos, two powerful yet opposing energies were born. Light emerged from it, illuminating the chaos, but at the same time, darkness also emerged, enveloping the chaos. The two different energies collided, confronting each other. As time swiftly passed, who knows how many years later, from these two energies, powerful beings were born. Darkness and light slowly stepped out from their respective energies. Darkness looked at light and said, this place has always belonged to darkness. Whether in chaos or the world about to be born, it must exist in darkness. After saying this, it released a dark aura and charged towards light. Light emitted a sacred radiance, purifying the incoming dark aura. Light gently said, even though my nature is gentle, I will not allow you to do this, for I will fight for the world that is about to be born. Hearing this, darkness scoffed and said, arrogant, and summoned its dark spark gun, transforming it into a black energy sphere that charged towards light. Seeing this, light said no more and summoned his own radiant spark gun, transforming it into a white sphere of light that charged into the darkness. Thus, in this chaos, the spheres of light drawn by light and darkness continuously collided, either launching beams of light or dark rays to attack each other. The white sphere of light emitted dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire chaotic space, while the black sphere of darkness exuded a terrifying aura, devouring everything around it. The powers of light and darkness collided endlessly in the chaos, each impact triggering massive energy fluctuations that made the chaotic space tremble. The powers of light and darkness intertwined in the chaos, forming a breathtaking scene. After an unknown amount of time, both light and darkness paused. They realized a serious issue after battling for an unknown duration. Their powers restrained each other. Light could purify darkness, and darkness could devour light. Therefore, no matter how long they fought, it was meaningless, as neither could overcome the other. Just as they were in a stalemate, a rift opened in the chaos, and a wandering soul slowly emerged from within. The wandering soul chuckled, saying, "Oh ho ho, it seems you two have finished fighting." Light and darkness turned their attention to this suddenly appeared figure, becoming alert as they could not discern the figure's strength. The wandering soul noticed their wariness and casually remarked, "Relax, if I wanted to harm you, I could simply wait until you are exhausted and then come out to collect heads. That would be much easier, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, light and darkness, who had initially been wary, gradually relaxed, though they still watched the wandering soul with some caution. Seeing that light and darkness were still somewhat cautious but no longer hostile, the wandering soul continued, "The issue you two are entangled in is quite simple. Why not make a bet? I'll randomly select a soul from another world, and you both will bestow your respective powers upon that soul. If the soul chooses darkness and envelopes the world, then darkness wins. If the soul chooses light to save this world, then light wins. What do you think?" Light and darkness pondered this and considered it a good method to effectively resolve their problem. They both nodded in agreement. At that moment, darkness grinned mischievously and said, "Since it's a bet, we should wager something, right?" The wandering soul thought for a moment and said, "Yes, darkness is right. Since it's a bet, what do you want to wager against light?" Darkness looked at light with a sly smile and said, "Let us wager that if I win, then light must obey me in the future." Light, upon hearing this, not only did not refuse but gently replied, "All right, I accept this wager. If I win, then you, darkness, must also obey me." The wandering soul saw that the timing was right and said, "All right, since the wager is set, I need a portion of your primal powers. Once I choose the soul, I will infuse it into that soul. Light and darkness each took out some of their primal powers from within and handed them to the wandering soul. After receiving the primal powers from light and darkness, the wandering soul prepared to leave, saying, "Okay, I'm off now. After all, I need to select a soul." With that, the wandering soul opened a rift beside him and stepped inside. After the wandering soul entered, the rift disappeared as if it had never existed. Light and darkness both sighed in relief. This guy had finally left. If he had stayed, they would have felt quite uneasy. Just then, darkness sensed a strong, threatening aura directed at him, as if someone were plotting against him. Warily looking around and finding nothing, he finally set his gaze on Light. At that moment, darkness noticed a gentle smile on Light's face. Although it was very gentle, it sent chills down darkness's spine. Trembling, darkness asked, "Light, what do you want?" He stammered, "I warn you, don't do anything reckless." Light replied softly, "Oh, how could this be called reckless? After all, the wager has been established, so let us fulfill it ahead of time." After saying this, Light dragged the struggling darkness away. The wandering soul secretly watched this scene, unable to help but shake his head, muttering, "Poor darkness, he is probably in for it in the days to come." Shaking his head, the wandering soul thought it wasn't his concern and hurried off to select a soul from another world. And so, after an unknown passage of time, the wandering soul finally selected a suitable soul. When he returned to this chaos, he began calling out, "Light, darkness, I have chosen. Now we are going to create the world tree." The wandering soul was surprised to see darkness being supported by light and couldn't help but feel amused internally, saying, "While I think about it, I still need to get to work." He then said, "Now, we will combine our powers to create this world tree, with its leaves and branches representing different worlds combined together." Light expressed concern, "With your idea, don't you think our powers might not be enough?" The wandering soul, as if having made prior arrangements, said, "Don't worry, I'll handle the rest. You just need to provide your powers." Upon hearing this, light and darkness stopped questioning and, having come this far, could only brace themselves. Light and darkness began to release their powers continuously, and as their powers collided, they started to fuse and dissolve into each other. Seeing that the timing was right, the wandering soul also began to release his power. As the creative power released by the wandering soul merged with them, the opposing forces of light and darkness slowly began to fuse together. Finally, after these two completely opposite forces merged, the creative power continued to harmonize, and a world tree was formed in this chaos. The original chaos disappeared, replaced by a scene of natural harmony. Light and darkness, upon seeing their success, both sighed in relief and were very happy, preparing to celebrate. They originally intended to invite the wandering soul to celebrate with them. However, the wandering soul seemed to sense something, his expression slightly changing, and he made an excuse, saying, "I have things to attend to, so I want to celebrate with you. But don't worry, we will meet again." After saying this, he vanished from the spot. Light and darkness, seeing the wandering soul leave so hurriedly, assumed there was some urgent matter and didn't think much of it. In the outside world, several strange entities from another world prepared to devour this newly birthed world upon sensing its emergence. The wandering soul, witnessing this scene, looked somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected that just after its creation, it would attract several pests. The wandering soul charged forward and swiftly dealt with the strange entities from the other world in just a few moments. Just when the wandering soul let out a sigh of relief, a larger and more bizarre creature from another world appeared here. The wandering soul immediately felt something was off, because if it didn't reveal itself, it wouldn't be able to unleash its true power and would stand no chance against this creature. Just as the wandering soul found itself in a dilemma, a figure stepped out from a white portal. The figure summoned a white longsword and, with just one slash, dealt with the bizarre creature. The wandering soul saw the figure and sighed with relief, saying, "You finally made it. Otherwise, even if I wanted to deal with that big guy, it would take me some time." The figure smiled and replied, "I know your strength. It would be quite easy for you to handle this big guy." Surprisingly, there appeared two wandering souls here. Who else could it be but Chaos? Chaos, feeling a bit helpless, asked the wandering soul, "Why don't you do this yourself and insist on having me play your part?" The wandering soul casually replied, "Because I don't want to reveal myself so early, and perhaps the most important reason is that I'm too lazy to do it. It's too much trouble." Chaos was a bit speechless, thinking to itself, "I know you're lazy, but you don't have to say it out loud and so directly." Although Chaos felt a bit helpless, it still said, "All right, since everything is resolved, I'll take my leave. After all, being away for too long might have some consequences." After saying that, Chaos snapped its fingers and disappeared. The wandering soul looked at the soul in its palm and murmured, "When you arrive in the world you desire, will you choose the light of redemption or the darkness of destruction? This is truly something to look forward to." After saying this, it tossed the soul into the world tree. After some thought, it said, "Never mind, that would seem a bit too cruel. After all, I'm not a great saint. But I'm also not a great villain." So it decided to just erase the traces belonging to that soul in that world. After saying this, it snapped its fingers. The wandering soul smiled in satisfaction and said, "All right, this matter is finally settled. The rest depends on how things develop." After saying this, the wandering soul opened the white portal and stepped inside. As the wandering soul entered the white portal, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 48, Learning to Say No. In Ro-Ro's little house, after pouring pet food on the ground, Ro-Ro shook a bell and said, "It's lunchtime. Who is hungry? Everyone can have some. Don't fight over it. Eat slowly, my dears. Otherwise, we might end up with a mouse that ate too much." At that moment, Ro-Ro noticed Angel stomping its feet beside her. She gently poured the pet food into a bowl and said, "This is for you, Angel." But Angel kicked the bowl away, continuing to stomp its feet, and stared at Ro-Ro. Ro-Ro helplessly said, "All right, picky little one, you win. Carrots, lettuce, and apples are all delicious." After saying this, she placed them in front of Angel. However, Angel showed no interest and tossed them aside, then picked up a cucumber slice, took a bite, and immediately collapsed on the ground as if food poisoned. Ro-Ro, puzzled, asked, "Okay, then what do you want to eat?" Angel immediately got up and brought a book over, pointing at a very luxurious vegetable salad inside. Ro-Ro looked at it uncertainly and said, "I don't know about this. Can you make it?" But Angel didn't care about that and kept pointing at the very luxurious vegetable salad. Finally, Ro-Ro, feeling helpless, said, "All right, I don't want you to go hungry." Then she tried to smile and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to eat this little piece?" Angel responded by slapping her face with the book. Ro-Ro said, "All right, then I'll prepare a special meal for you." At the Ponyville market, Ro-Ro looked at her list and said, Next I need to buy asparagus." She arrived at the stall selling asparagus, but at that moment, a unicorn wearing glasses suddenly cut in line. Ro-Ro tried to reason, "Excuse me. I think you just cut in line." However, the unicorn showed no intention of listening, paid, and took the asparagus to leave. Ro-Ro said, "Excuse me. Did you make a mistake? I was in front of you." Just as Ro-Ro left the stall, an old horse stood in front of her. Ro-Ro attempted to reason, but the old horse was severely deaf. Ultimately, Ro-Ro watched helplessly as the old horse finished buying asparagus and left. But at that moment, two small ponies cut in front of Ro-Ro. One blue pony said, "I wanted to buy it yesterday." Ro-Ro, dissatisfied, said, "Hey." The blue pony replied, "Sorry. Step back, you took my spot." Ro-Ro looked down and wanted to say, but the other light pink pony interrupted, "Come on, can't you wait? Just forget it." Ro-Ro, lowering her head, stepped back and said, "All right, I'm not in a hurry." Ling, Jinshi, and Bai Chi originally planned to go to the market together to buy some things and happened to see this scene. Jinshi and Bai Chi were responsible for guiding Ro-Ro. Ling stepped forward to block the path of the two small ponies, looking unfriendly, and said, "You cut in line ahead of my friend. Apologize to her." The two small ponies were initially unwilling, but upon seeing Ling's cold gaze, they quickly apologized to Ro-Ro, handed the asparagus to her, and then fled in a panic. Ling said to Ro-Ro, "Sometimes, that's how the world works. The more timid you are, the more others will bully you. Sometimes you have to be a bit brave." Ro-Ro replied, "I'll try my best." Jinshi took out the list of items Ro-Ro needed to buy and looked it over, saying, "All right, let me see what else you need to buy." Ro-Ro replied, "I still need tomatoes." She approached the tomato stall, paid $1, and was about to leave. However, the vendor selling tomatoes said, "This tomato costs $2. Ro-Ro responded, "But last week, it was only $1. The vendor replied, "The price went up this week." Ro-Ro paid another $1 and said, "All right then, I don't want to argue with you." Bai Chi would not indulge the vendor. She shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" The vendor retorted, "I'm doing my business. Maybe you should try it." Bai Chi replied, "Selling tomatoes for $2 is too expensive. It should be $1. The vendor insisted, "I said it's $2. Bai Chi shot back, $1. The vendor replied, $2. Finally, as emotions reached a peak, Bai Chi suddenly said, $2. The vendor countered, $1. Bai Chi insisted, $2. "It has to be $2, or I won't buy it." The vendor declared, $1 is my final price. Bai Chi shrugged and said, "All right then." After saying this, she quickly took a gold coin and left with Jinshi and Ro-Ro. At that moment, the vendor realized he had been tricked. Thus, Ro-Ro, Jinshi, and Bai Chi walked together, chatting and laughing. Bai Chi said, See, standing up for yourself is quite fun. Roro replied, I think you're right. Jinshi asked, so, Roro, would you like to try it yourself? Roro responded, oh, all right. Roro saw a stall selling cherries and spotted a single cherry left. She quickly flew to the stall and said, great, you still have a cherry. I want to make a special meal for my little rabbit. She's very picky and must have a cherry on top of her dish. Here is your money. The stall owner said, wait, you say you really need this cherry, right? Roro nodded crazily and said, yes, I really need it urgently. And Ling couldn't help but cover her face with her hooves, thinking, it's over, the cherry seller is going to raise the price. Sure enough, the stall owner said, then, this cherry will cost $10. Roro, $10? She then looked at her friends. Her friends nodded at her. Roro tried to use the rare beauty strategy to persuade the stall owner. But clearly, the stall owner was completely unfazed. She then tried using Bai Chi's method. But the result was that when Bai Chi used it, the price went down, while when Roro used it, the price kept going up. Bai Chi and Jin Chi couldn't help but cover their faces with their hooves. It was really hard to watch. And Ling first stopped Bai Chi and Jin Chi, signaling for them to let her handle it. And Ling approached the cherry seller and coldly said, do you believe I can send you to the dungeon and keep you there for life? When the cherry seller saw Ling's cold, murderous gaze, he immediately backed down and sold the cherry to Roro for $1. In Roro's small house. With Ling's help, Roro bought cherries to make a super luxurious vegetable salad for Angel, successfully making Angel willing to eat. When Roro went out to get the mail, she found that the mailman had delivered the letter to the wrong address again. Just then, she saw a letter and began to read it. Incredible Iron Guard. Helping the punching bag break free from weakness and become confident at today's confidence seminar in the Forest Maze Center. Roro resolutely said, I vow to the universe, princess. I will no longer be a good person. At the Forest Maze Center, Roro secretly peeked her head out, looked around, and then timidly lowered her head and slowly walked in. She found a spot in the front, but as soon as she sat down, she was thrown to the back by other little ponies. The stage smoke rose, and a passionate music played. Iron Guard officially took the stage, showing off his muscles and said, welcome, friends. My name is Iron Guard, and today is the first day of your new life. If you are tired of being a good person, let me hear you stomp your hooves. If you are tired of being a punching bag, stomp your hooves. If you want to participate in this seminar for free, stomp your hooves. One little pony laughed and said, what is going on? What kind of joke is this? Iron Guard said seriously, this is not a joke. I am full of confidence, and I believe you will be 100 satisfied with the confidence building techniques I teach. If you are not 100 satisfied, you don't have to pay, but I will feel sorry for that little pony who doubts me. You don't doubt me, right? The little pony being stared at by Iron Guard said fearfully, no, sir. Iron Guard then shifted his gaze to the surrounding ponies and said, this is the first lesson. Never be shy, look them in the eye. Upon hearing this, the surrounding little ponies all felt it made sense. Iron Guard continued, okay. To prove that Iron Guard's techniques work for any pony, I need a volunteer. All the little ponies present raised their hooves, and only Roro slowly squatted down. The white goat saw Roro and signaled, and the gray goat relayed it to Iron Guard. Iron Guard heard this and pointed to the back. You in the back. Roro, confused, said who? Me? Iron Guard nodded and said, yes, you. I hope you can come up on stage. Roro swallowed and said, Iron Guard now? Roro had no choice but to go up, but was blocked by the white goat. Iron Guard, wow, he is blocking your way now. What do you plan to do next? Roro, politely walk around him. Iron Guard, wrong. Roro, then tiptoe past. Iron Guard, wrong. Iron Guard, wrong. If someone wants to block your way, show them some attitude. After saying this, he pushed Roro. Roro was pushed forward a few steps and knocked the white goat down. Roro hurriedly said, sorry. Iron Guard, don't say sorry, be tough. No matter if you are right or wrong, argue first. Then he came to the white goat and said, don't you watch where you're going? Now you try. Roro pretended to be fierce and said, next time, before I bump into you, you better get out of the way, because I want to feel very sorry for bumping into you. Iron Guard, seeing this, had stars in his eyes and quickly pulled Roro up. Look everyone. My method worked on this shy pony, and it works for any pony. Roro confidently said in front of the mirror, okay, I am ready for battle. Just like Iron Guard said. After seeing Mr. Gardner pouring too much water on her morning glory, she originally wanted to go over and reason with him. But her character made her a bit timid. But thinking of Iron Guard's words, she directly stepped on Mr. Gardner's hose and then let go. Mr. Gardner was sprayed all over with water. While walking on the road, when crossing a bridge, two little ponies pulling garbage blocked the bridge, chatting away. Ro tried to persuade the two little ponies to move a bit, but they completely ignored her and kept laughing at jokes. Ro fiercely said, "If someone wants to block your way, show them some attitude." Then she walked over and directly kicked over the garbage the two little ponies were pulling. The two little ponies then pulled their cart away. After arriving at the candy house, she stood in line to buy cupcakes. But at that moment, a little pony cut in line. Ro, didn't you see me standing in front?" The little pony casually said, "Maybe not." Ro fiercely said, "Maybe? That's a lie to children. Now go to where you should go." Looking ahead again, the little ponies in line saw Ro's fierce look and immediately retreated to outside the candy house. Bai Chi, wow, look at you now. Jin Chi, you've become so confident. Bai Chi, it seems that monster seminar really works. Ro admired. Iron Guard is not a monster. He is a minotaur, an inspiring master. His methods are really effective. Bai Chi took out a bowl of pink punch and laughed loudly. Ro thought she was mocking her, so she poured the punch all over Bai Chi. After Ro walked out, the other little ponies saw this and quickly stepped aside. Ro called a taxi, but was rushed by a little pony who sat down first. She then got into the taxi, beat up that little pony, and threw him to the ground, shouting, "No one can control the new Ro. No one." Then the taxi ponies quickly drove away with Ro. Bai Chi, old Bai Chi isn't sure if the new Ro's change is a good thing. Jin Chi, old Jin Chi thinks so too. And Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, now Ro's volume can rival the Canterlot royal accent." In Ro's small house, she first said to the mirror, "You must remember this, today belongs to you. No one can steal it from you." Then she fiercely said to the little animals, "Am I right?" After flying out, Ro found that the mailman had delivered the letter to the wrong address again and angrily sent the mailman away. Just then, a traveling little pony came over to ask for directions. As a result, when Ro opened her mouth, she accidentally dropped the letter into a puddle. Ro fiercely said, "If you dare to ruin my plans, then I will make you pay the price." After saying that, she threw the little pony out. Luckily, it landed on a haystack below. Jinchi and Biki wanted to go forward and tell Ro that what she did was wrong. However, Ro said, "What qualifications does the most amateur little pony in the sheepskin have to speak?" Then they started arguing, and in the end, Jinchi and Biki were brought to tears and ran away. Ro shouted angrily, "Taiwei is not a monster at all. He is a minotaur." Her voice was so loud that it shook the surrounding buildings. Ro looked at her fierce reflection in the water and cried, saying, "I am the monster." Then she walked into her little house and nailed the windows and doors shut with wooden boards. By the time Jinchi and Biki arrived, the place had become very desolate. Jinchi and Biki wanted to comfort Ro, but at that moment, Taiwei came over, saying he was there to collect Ro's tuition fees. Jinchi stepped forward and tried to persuade Taiwei in her own way, but was thrown aside by Taiwei. Biki went over to try to persuade Taiwei to come back tomorrow, and she succeeded in convincing him to return the next day. But at that moment, Ro accidentally sneezed. Taiwei wanted to go up and open the door, but was blocked by Biki. Then Taiwei threw her down, and after removing the wooden boards nailed to the door, he knocked on it. When Ro opened the door, Taiwei first said fiercely, Ro, I have turned you into a cold-blooded machine, and you are already very late in paying your tuition. Now I am here to collect it." Ro calmly replied, "No, because I remember you once said that if there is even a bit of dissatisfaction, I don't have to pay the tuition." Taiwei's fierce expression ultimately gave in to Ro's insistence, and he finally gave up on collecting the tuition and left. Angel wanted to be picky about food again, but under Ro's insistence, he took a bite of the vegetable salad, found it tasty, and continued to eat heartily. Ro wrote about this experience in a letter to Princess Yuzhu. Chapter 49, Time Travel. Before the Cosmic Princess had raised the sun, Ponyville, Oak Tree Library. Suilong said with a hint of sorrow, Ziyue. Suilong asked in confusion, "What are you doing walking back and forth at this hour?" Ziyue, pacing anxiously, replied, "To be honest. How can you sleep at this time?" Suilong took out an alarm clock and said, "It's 3 in the morning." Ziyue exclaimed in despair, "This is terrible, so scary, so tragic." Ziyue threw a calendar at Suilong and said, "Now do you understand?" While flipping through a notebook, Ziyue continued, "No, I just finished arranging this month's schedule, but I forgot to plan for next month." Ziyue held a schedule in front of Suilong and said, "See, I can move the Hay Committee meeting to next Tuesday." Suilong, climbing upstairs, said sleepily, "You woke me up from my ice cream dream for this." Anling, watching from the side, felt a bit helpless about Ziyue's fuss, but since she was his girlfriend, he had to help. Anling came to Ziyue's side and said, "Actually, if you read both Invisible Art and A Brief History of Canterlot at the same time, you can save half an hour on your schedule." Ziyue, excited after hearing this, said, "Oh, Amling, thank you so much." After saying that, she even excitedly kissed Amling's face. Amling was left stunned, feeling something wet touch his face, accompanied by the scent of lavender. Ziyue then realized what she had done and felt a bit shy, turning red. Ziyue just nodded and said nothing. Then, Ziyue began writing today's schedule, but at that moment, a gust of wind blew through, accompanied by a flash of white magical light. The next moment, after a huge white flash, there appeared a strangely dressed version of Ziyue. Well, to be precise, it was future Ziyue. Ziyue couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing another version of herself. Future Ziyue anxiously came to present Ziyue and said, "Ziyue, you must listen to me." But she was interrupted by Ziyue saying, "Who are you? I mean, you are me, and I am also me. How can there be two of me? This is not scientific. Your existence is not scientific." Future Ziyue, "Ziyue, please, you must listen to me. I bring you an important message from the future." Ziyue, "You say you come from the future? What's the future like? It must be terrible, right?" Future Ziyue, "Please, I don't have much time." Ziyue, "Did an epic war happen in the distant future?" Future Ziyue, "Actually, I come from next Tuesday morning. This question is not important." Ziyue, lost in thought, said, "I can't believe time travel really exists. How did you? How do I do it?" Future Ziyue instinctively replied, "The time spell is in the Cantrelot archive." Ziyue excitedly asked, "Really? There? I've never seen it." Future Ziyue instinctively said, "It's on the flank of the Whitebeard star." "Now listen to me." Ziyue interrupted again, asking, "Is time travel fun? Will it hurt? I have so many questions to ask." Before she could finish, Future Ziyue covered her mouth with a hoof and said, "I need to tell you something very important about the future. I only have a few seconds, so you must listen carefully. No matter what you do, do not." Before she could finish, Future Ziyue vanished into thin air. Ziyue began to anxiously talk to herself, saying, "Future Ziyue, no, what was she trying to warn me about? Her clothes, her hairstyle, that scar, she's such a mess. I mean, I am, or rather, I will be, She must want me to prevent a terrible event in the future, Anling had been watching from upstairs, murmuring, "Time loop, now begins." On the road in Ponyville, Beaky, with several balloons tied to her back, called out, "Hurry up, Ro-Ro, or the party can't start." Ro-Ro, poetically struggling with a small pile of party supplies, said, "I'm glad to help you, but can I carry the balloons next time?" Ziyue rushed over, accidentally knocking Ro-Ro over, and then, wearing funny glasses, loudly announced, "Listen up. Every pony, I have an important announcement." But the other ponies burst into laughter. Ziyue then noticed she was still wearing a funny mask, and quickly took it off, saying, "There's nothing funny about this. We are about to face a crisis. Just now, I met another me from the future. Hey, I'm not joking. The future me tried to warn me that before next Tuesday, we are going to face a terrible disaster." Applejack asked worriedly, "What kind of disaster?" Jinchi asked anxiously, "Then what should we do? How can we prevent it if we don't even know what the disaster is?" Ziyue replied, "We just need to work together to ensure everyone's safety." Then she began assigning tasks, saying, "Yunbao, you and the other ponies fly around Ponyville to look for any potential problems that could cause a disaster. Any problem." Yunbao, hearing this, said seriously, "Understood, Ziyue." After saying that, she flew away. Ziyue then looked at the other ponies and said, "The rest of the ponies will begin the Ponyville disaster prevention operation." Applejack and Jinchi went to the dam, repairing some cracks. Ziyue saw this and checked it off her list. Mrs. Cake was filling a water tank. Ziyue teleported over to take a look and checked it off her list. Macintosh was biting a rope while Beaky was repairing the bridge's pillar screws underneath the rope. Ziyue looked at it and checked it off her list. The cute Legion cleaned up all the trash on the ground. Ziyue checked off an item on her list while watching. Suilong was repairing some cracks in the Oak Library. After looking at it, Ziyue checked off another item on her list. Jinchi helped BG trim some excess mang. After seeing that, Ziyue checked off another item on her list. Applejack, it's very safe there. Jinchi looked at the leaves on Applejack and helped to remove them. Ziyue then looked at the clouds in the sky. Yunbao, My Little Pony says everything is safe from Ponyville to Los Pegasus. Ziyue, great, we've completed the list. But I still feel like the future Ziyue looks like she has gone through a terrifying ordeal. I'm very uneasy and always feel like we're going to run into big trouble, not just loose screws or leaking pipes. Just then, a beastly roar sounded. The ponies panicked and rushed into the cabin. Suilong asked in fear, "What is that?" Ziyue, "That's Cerberus. He was supposed to guard the gates of Tartarus. If he's here, then the ancient beast that the spare tire is guarding will escape and destroy Ponyland." Suilong, even more terrified, said, "Destroy Ponyland?" Ziyue, however, excitedly said, "Yes, this is great." Then she ran in front of Cerberus and said, "Hey, Cerberus, it looks like you need some obedience training, some magical obedience training." Cerberus let out a loud roar. Just as a fight was about to break out, Ruru appeared and kept scratching Cerberus, successfully taking him down. Ziwa looked at BG, who was screaming and running away, and said, "BG, can you lend me a ball?" BG took out a ball and said, "There are my balls all over Ponyville for emergencies." Ziwa used the ball to lead Cerberus towards the gates of Tartarus. When Princess Celestia lowered the sun, Ponyville, Oak Library. Suelong stretched and muttered to herself, "I hope Ziwa can experience more epic adventures. This is the best sleep I've had this time." Suelong walked over and asked, "Ziwa, what happened to Cerberus?" Suelong blew out a puff of green fire, which contained a letter. Ziwa touched her face and said, "Oh no." Suelong looked at the letter and comforted her. "It's nothing serious, just a lost dog flyer. I guess the princess hasn't heard that we found Cerberus." Ziwa was not troubled by this. Instead, she was worried about the wound on her face that resembled the future Ziwa's. This meant she hadn't changed the future. It would still come to pass. Ziwa anxiously paced around the library table. Suelong chuckled and said, "I don't know, but I think you should take a break. The floor is already worn out from your pacing." Ziwa completely ignored her and said, "I don't have time to listen to your lessons. What I'm thinking is very serious. I've done everything I can, but it's not working, so it's likely that it's not about what I've done but what I haven't done yet." So Ziwa stood there, deciding to stay motionless until next Tuesday. Seeing Ziwa standing still, Suelong boldly took out ice cream and started eating. Ziwa warned Suelong to think about how her stomach would hurt after eating ice cream. But Suelong continued to eat ice cream without a care. When Yunbao arrived and heard Ziwa say she would stand still to avoid future disasters, she found it ridiculous and said, "Ziwa, look behind you. There's a mouse." Ziwa straightened her body upon hearing this, but still did not move. Yunbao couldn't help but laugh. It turned out to be her prank. Suelong took out a feather pen and kept scratching Ziwa until she could no longer stand it and tossed Suelong aside. As a result, Suelong bumped into the wall and spat out green flames, which splashed onto Ziwa's head. Yunbao, "Oh no. Ziwa, what happened?" Suelong, "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. It was a total accident." Ziwa insisted on seeing what she looked like now. Finally, Suelong held up a mirror, and Ziwa's hairstyle was exactly like that of future Ziwa. Then Suelong took Ziwa to BG's house. After asking for a long time, they not only failed to find out what disaster was about to happen, but also got hit on the head by a flower pot that fell from who knows where. Ziwa then felt that doing nothing was not an option, and what she had done still wasn't working, so she decided to supervise everything. Because of this, Ziwa didn't sleep all night. As a result, she accidentally looked at the sun through a telescope, which hurt her eyes. Fortunately, there were eye patches hidden by BG all over Ponyville. Ziwa now looked like a pirate. Finally, Ziwa thought the last resort was to stop time. Later, when Princess Celestia lowered the sun, Princess Luna raised the moon. Canterlot. They found that right next to the window they came in through was the side view of Whitebeard Star Xian. And Zero looked at this scene and couldn't help but comment, "Wow," after going around in circles. It turns out the target location is right next to the window we came in through. Just then, a royal guard walked over. And just when Ziwa thought she had been exposed, the royal guard helped Ziwa open the door and then left. After entering, Ziwa, BG, and Suelong began to search frantically. However, it was already Tuesday morning, and Ziwa laid down in despair. After a few seconds, nothing happened. Princess Celestia passed by at this moment and said, "Good morning, Phil. I like your new hairstyle. Happy Tuesday." After saying that, she left. Ziwa suddenly realized that she shouldn't worry about things that haven't happened yet. At that moment, BG found the time spell, which turned out not to be able to pause time. BG comforted her, "Don't worry. This is now a problem for past Ziwa to worry about." After hearing this, Ziwa smiled and said, "Well, I guess you're right, BG." Suelong was then holding her stomach in pain. It turned out she had eaten too much ice cream and had a stomachache. Of course, Ziwa did not write a letter to Princess Celestia about this incident. However, Zero wrote about the experience in a letter and sent it to Princess Celestia, of course, as an observer. Chapter 50, Suelong's Pursuit. Ruru's Cabin. Yunbao kept pulling Ruru's tail, trying to drag her out of the cabin. Ziwa comfortingly said, "Come on, Vu. It'll be so much fun." Ruru desperately clawed at the ground, shouting, "How can dragons be fun? They are just scary, not fun at all." Ziwa, "But Ruru, the dragon migration happens only once in each era. Do you really want to miss such an opportunity?" Ruru held the door, not letting Yunbao push her out, and shouted loudly, "Even if you say that, I want to say yes." Ziwa teleported outside the door and looked at Ruru, saying, Don't be like that, Ruru. We don't want you to miss the opportunity. Ruru, what opportunity? The dragons? Those huge and terrifying fire-breathing dragons. Ziyue. Yes, exactly. Ruru refused and said, no thanks. But I'll pass. After saying that, she pushed Yunbao away, ran to the window, gently opened it, and then quickly escaped outside. Ziyue looked at the running Ruru outside the window, then turned to Yunbao, who had been stepped on by Ruru. Yunbao, with her eyes spinning, said, all right. I can only let you off the hook this time. Ziyue used a telescope to scan the sky and said, I don't see any dragons. Applegyre also looked through the telescope and said, I don't see any either. Beaky accidentally used the telescope upside down and said, I don't see any either. Yunbao exclaimed, damn it, we didn't miss them, did we? Ziyue replied, no, I think we came too early. Luckily we came early. So we can see every moment of the migration without attracting unnecessary attention. At that moment, Jinshi, dressed in a beautiful gown, stepped onto a red carpet. Jinshi greeted, hey, friends, am I the prettiest pony in the trench? Applegyre replied, you flaunting yourself like this in front of the dragon tribe might get you roasted. Ziyue helplessly said, you really are beautiful, Jinshi, but could you please show off in the trench first? After saying that, she also moved the red carpet and colorful confetti to another place. Beaky announced, everyone, please be aware, the dragon tribe is coming. Ziyue and her friends used their telescopes to look at a group of dragons flying in the sky. Unable to help but exclaim in awe, Ziyue said, it's amazing. Yunbao, however, complained, their movements are really terrible. Is that all they've got? A green dragon collided with a red dragon, sending flames spewing from the red dragon downwards. Luckily, Ziyue and her friends ducked down in time and weren't hit by the flames, but Yunbao was not so fortunate. Applegyre teased, what do you think of that move? Yunbao? Still terrible? Yunbao's face was slightly scorched, and she nervously said, not terrible at all, it's completely fierce. Jinshi added, and terrifying. Beaky chimed in, and super incredibly scary. At that moment, Suilong pushed a small cart to share desserts with the ponies, proudly saying, yes, never underestimate the power of our dragon tribe. Yunbao laughed, holding her stomach. Haha, right, Suilong, that apron you're wearing is the scariest I've ever seen. Upon hearing this, Beaky and Applegyre couldn't help but start laughing as well. Suilong responded, what's wrong with wearing an apron? When you accidentally drop blueberries on your scales. I mean fur, it's really hard to clean. Yunbao mocked, ha ha ha, hard to clean stains. And a terrible little dragon. Jinshi defended, don't say that about Suilong, Yunbao, he doesn't need to be like other dragons. Ziyue added, he doesn't need to learn from them. Jinshi played with the green scales on Suilong's head and said, just keep it this way, it's perfect. Suilong asked, I act differently from other dragons? Beaky replied, not at all. Applegyre added, why should you be like them? Jinshi said, yes. You have what those fierce and scary dragons can only dream of. Suilong asked hopefully, what is that? Jinshi said, you have a chubby, cute little face. Suilong blushed a bit and said, cute? Dragons shouldn't be described that way, right? Jinshi replied, a little Suilong, your face turned a lovely shade of red, making you look so beautiful. At this moment, Anling interjected, Suilong, if you want to be like those dragons, I do have a way. Suilong asked eagerly, what is it? Anling replied, after your last experience where you became bigger the greedier you got, I researched a spell. It can make you as big as those adult dragons without losing your sanity. After hearing this, Suilong thought for a moment but still refused, and then angrily walked out of the trench towards the Oak Library. That evening, at the Oak Library, Suilong lay on his little bed staring at the ceiling and said, what am I? Where did I come from? Ziyue couldn't take it anymore and said, I really don't know. I'll say it one more time. When we first met, you were just an egg. I don't know who you are or where I found you. Suilong asked, are you being honest? Is that all? Ziyue replied, I'm sorry, Suilong. Suilong got up and went to the mirror and said, I need to know the answer. I feel like I'm looking at a stranger. Then he lay on the floor and began to cry. Ziyue, feeling heartbroken, said, oh, Suilong, why don't we do some investigating to see what we can find out? Suilong asked, really, will you help me? Ziyue replied, of course. I believe we can find something. They ended up reading all the books in the library and discovered that ponies know very little about dragons. Suilong exclaimed, there is hardly anything about dragons. This is ridiculous. Ziyue agreed, I know. It's really hard to believe that ponies know almost nothing about dragons. Clearly, they are too rare and too scary to study. Suilong, with tears in his eyes, firmly said, it's okay, Ziyue, I must find out who I am. I've made up my mind. Just then, Jinshi and Bao walked in and greeted, hello, everyone. This startled Suilong so much that he hid behind a pile of books. Yunbao said, good morning. Do you want to go have breakfast together? Ziyue replied, that sounds great, I'm hungry. Anling, coming down the stairs while yawning, said, If you want to know about dragon knowledge, I can tell you a little, although I don't know much myself. Upon hearing this, Suilong, Ziyue, Yunbao, and Jinshi all turned to look at Anling. Anling cleared his throat and said, Ahem, the current Dragon King is called Torch. As for how the previous Dragon King died, it seems he was tricked to death by a certain tribe while passing a volcano. The current Dragon King Torch has a daughter named Flame. The Dragon King has the ability to summon all dragons, and the final migration destination of the dragon tribe is the Dragon Realm. Then he looked at Suilong and said, As for knowing who your parents are, that might be a bit complicated because there are thousands of dragons. Also, not all dragons are in the Dragon Realm. So to find your parents, you can look for dragons that match your physical characteristics and ask if they have lost a child. Of course, this might be a bit difficult since dragons are quite self-centered, and it's possible your parents didn't want you. Suilong, after hearing this, still firmly said, Yes, I've made up my mind. I want to know who I am and where I come from. The only way to achieve this is to join the great migration of the dragon tribe. Yunbao persuaded, Suilong, Don't talk nonsense, it's not a joke. They are huge, strong, and scary. Suilong replied, And I'm small and gentle, and I like wearing aprons. You see, that's exactly why I want to find them. Yunbao said, What I mean is, you'll get hurt. Jinshi also came over to persuade, Suilong. This time I have to agree with what Yunbao said. I don't want those huge, ugly, and fierce dragons to hurt your cute little scales. After packing his things, Suilong walked towards the door and said, I'm sorry. I've made up my mind. Jinshi panicked and said, Quick, think of a way to stop him. Yunbao rushed over to block Suilong. Jinshi said, I think that's indeed the case. Yunbao replied, This is indeed very risky, but I've done quite a few things like this before. Ziyue and Jinshi simultaneously said, We know. Yunbao said, Yes, your journey. Ziyue corrected, Exploration. Yunbao said, It's worth your exploration. I hope you can find the answer to who you are. Suilong looked at everyone, touched, and said, Thank you, everyone, I will. After saying that, he left with a determined look in his eyes. Jinshi waved her hooves and said, Goodbye, my little Suilong. Yunbao waved her hooves and said, Go find those big guys. Ziyue waved her hooves and said, We believe in you. After Suilong walked far away, Jinshi quietly asked, We're going to track him, right? Ziyue affirmed, Of course. Anling looked at the disguises Ziyue and the others had made and couldn't help but facepalm, saying, Do you really think you can disguise yourselves with this to go to the Dragon Realm? I have to remind you, those dragons don't like ponies, and their sense of smell is very sharp. Upon hearing this, Ziyue, Jinshi, and Yunbao threw the dragon disguise aside and stared wide-eyed at Anling. Anling helplessly said, All right, I have a way. I will cast an invisibility spell and a concealment aura spell. Then I'll transform into a dragon and take you over. After finishing, he first cast the invisibility and concealment aura spells, then used transformation magic to turn into a black adult dragon, flying behind Suilong with Ziyue and the others. Anling found an empty spot, landed, and lay down. He quietly said to the others on his back, You all go down and follow Suilong first. I'm not suitable to go down there. Originally, the young dragons were wrestling when Suilong came over and said, Excuse me, hello, my name is Suilong. A deep purple young dragon laughed and said, Are you sure your name is Suilong and not Shrimp Fragment? The other young dragons followed with laughter. Suilong replied, No, I'm very sure about that. At that moment, a fat young dragon came over and said, In my opinion, you're just a little guy. Just then, a red young dragon came over and said, All right, everyone, be serious. He will fly away, provided he has wings. Then the young dragons burst into laughter. Finally, the red young dragon asked Suilong to prove he was a dragon. The first contest was a fire-breathing competition. A white young dragon came up and breathed blue flames. The deep purple young dragon breathed green flames. Finally, the fat young dragon breathed out a huge flame. In the end, Suilong tried hard and breathed out green flames. And a letter fell out. Just as the red young dragon was about to throw the letter into the magma, Anling hurriedly flew over, snatched the letter, and said, Well, this belongs to me. Do you have any objections? The young dragons saw Anling, the black adult dragon, and hurriedly shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. Then they started the second contest, tail wrestling. This time, Suilong did not have Ziyue and the others disguised as dragons to fake the match, so he was unsurprisingly thrown out. The third contest began, the dragon battle. The other young dragons kept climbing up, and the red young dragon at the top needed to knock the others down. Taking advantage of his smaller size and not being noticed, Suilong successfully knocked the red young dragon down, but lost his balance and fell down himself. The fourth contest was magma cannonball. Standing on the magma, The other young dragons jumped down. Suilong took a few deep breaths and mustered the courage to jump down as well. As a result, there was not a splash from the magma at all. Suilong asked a bit dejectedly, "Am I really that bad?" The red young dragon shook his head and said, "No. Ponies wouldn't dare jump into magma. You're a strong little dragon." In the end, Suilong successfully gained the recognition of the other young dragons and joined them. The young dragons wanted to go steal eggs from the nearby phoenix. Suilong lured away the 2 adult phoenixes, and the young dragons arrived at the phoenix nest, only to find that the phoenix eggs had already hatched and were ready to catch the little phoenixes. Suilong successfully led the little phoenixes away from the young dragon's capture. When Suilong arrived, he happened to find a phoenix egg that had fallen in the grass. At that moment, the young dragons also came over and saw the phoenix egg Suilong picked up, wanting Suilong to smash the egg. Suilong looked at the phoenix egg, firmed his resolve, and refused to smash the egg. However, the young dragons were not happy about it and prepared to teach Suilong a lesson. Just then, Anling flew over and, after landing, said fiercely, "I'm protecting this little dragon. You all better get lost." The young dragons did not dare to say anything more and flew away. Suilong was a bit confused. He didn't know this black adult dragon. Then the black adult dragon transformed back into Anling, and Ziyue and the others revealed themselves as well. Everyone happily hugged together, with Anling included. After returning to Ponyville, Suilong wrote a letter about this experience and sent it to Princess Celestia. Of course, it's worth mentioning that during the letter-writing process, the phoenix egg successfully hatched. Chapter 51, Whirlwind Ruru. Ponyville. Yunbao was flying in the sky, throwing flyers and loudly announcing, "Attention all Pegasi, there will be a meeting tonight." Ruru, seeing this, hurriedly hid. 2 twin Pegasi, one of whom looked at the quiet little pony, read the content on the flyer, saying, "All Pegasi in Ponyville must attend." Yunbao shouted as she flew. "Tonight at the library. If you don't come, you're a silly mule." Coincidentally, there was a mule below. Yunbao apologized, "I didn't mean you." The mule said, "I don't mind." Ponyville. Oak Tree Library. Yunbao stood at the library entrance, watching Pegasi go in, saying, "All right, hurry up and go in, find a seat." After counting inside the library, she noticed one little pony was missing and realized Ruru hadn't come. She said helplessly, "Really?" Then she flew to a nearby tree and said, "And you too, Ruru." The tree opened its eyes, revealing it was Ruru in disguise. Yunbao pushed Ruru and said, "Hurry up, we're leaving." The movie narrated, "All living beings must rely on rainwater, the life-giving nourishment, in every corner of Ponyland. They depend on Cloudsdale to provide rain-filled clouds. However, some ponies may ask how Cloudsdale collects extra water. The power of tornadoes. Yes, tornadoes powered by Pegasi. A group of Pegasi combine the power of their wings to create a super tornado. The force is strong enough to lift water from the local reservoir and send it up to Cloudsdale. Pegasi, remember your super tornado must reach at least 800 wing power to draw water up to Cloudsdale. So next time you wonder where that extra rainwater comes from, just remember." But before it finished, the screen went blank because Suilong hadn't set up the player properly and accidentally broke it. Suilong looked at the other ponies awkwardly and said, "Ahem, let's take a break." Yunbao, at that moment, was giving a speech and said, "All right, Cloudsdale has chosen our Highland Reservoir as the water source for all of Ponyland. Do you know what that means? It means the Pegasi from Ponyville must deliver water to Cloudsdale. Not only that, but this time, the leader of the Lightning Pegasi team, Firebreath, will come to supervise the water usage records for the tornado's highest score. Last year, Pony Davia broke the score record with a staggering 910 wing power. But we can do better. I think we can exceed 1,000 wing power as long as every pony trains hard and continuously improves their own wing power." Just then, a cough interrupted. Yunbao looked at the little pony and said, "You better be coughing because you choked on popcorn. My supervised ponies are not allowed to get sick." Then Yunbao continued his speech. "So will we train hard?" The Pegasi present excitedly replied, "Yes." "Yunbao, will we show perseverance?" The Pegasi present excitedly replied, "Yes." "Yunbao, will we speed up?" The Pegasi present excitedly replied, "Yes." Anling looked at the emotionally stirred Pegasi and couldn't help but exclaim, "Yunbao really knows how to infect the little ponies with his emotions." At this moment, Yunbao realized that Ruru's original position had disappeared. Yunbao helplessly said, "This guy?" On the racetrack, Yunbao commented on the passing practicing ponies one by one. "Stretch your hips, Philian. Great agility, Chueyun. You seem a bit too agile, Huajian. Can someone help Huajian? You need to run faster, leading Do. Great running, Insu." After whistling, Yunbao said, "Let's work hard. We must do our best to break that record. Everyone is doing great." Then he quietly added, "Except for Ruo, everyone is doing well." At Ruo's cottage. Yuanbao knocked on the door and said, Ruo, I know you're inside. Tell me, why are you avoiding the tornado task? Ruo, open the door. Ruo opened the door wearing pajamas, with spots on her face. After weakly sneezing, she said, Hello, Yunbao. Yunbao, Ruo, what's wrong with you? Ruo weakly replied, I have ponypox. I'm really sorry. I really wanted to join the training today, but this ponypox really makes it hard for me to move. Yunbao, oh, you poor thing. You know there's only one way to cure ponypox. Ruo, I know, lots of bed rest. Then she was drenched with a bucket of water by Yunbao. Yunbao, it's cold water, those spots have been washed away. Ruo then tried to find another excuse. Oh, you know, I feel much better already. I want to take off my pajamas. Then she deliberately fell to the ground, painfully saying, Oh, my wings hurt so much. I think I can't fly. She was startled into flying up by Yunbao's sudden whistle. Ruo, okay, you know, oh Yunbao, what should I do? I really can't do it. Yunbao, what are you talking about? Last time you saved that chick that almost fell to the ground. Ruo, but that's different. That was an emergency. This tornado task feels more like a performance. You know, I don't like performing in front of others. Did you forget about flying camp? I can't sprint or fly fast. The little ponies are all watching me. I can't do it. Yunbao comforted her. It's really not that bad. Ruo, you're right. Yunbao, it's not just bad, it's terrifying. I really don't want to embarrass myself in front of so many little ponies again. Yunbao, don't say that. Ruo, there's no time for that. I mean, whether you have confidence or not, I need all the Pegasi to break the record, including you. I need every bit of wing power I can get. Ruo, but I don't think so, Yunbao. Yunbao sighed, lowered his head, and said while flying, Anyway, thanks. After struggling internally several times, Ruo said, Wait, I will go. Yunbao excitedly said, You will go? Ruo, I will go. Yunbao, you will join? Ruo, I will join. Then he excitedly hugged Ruo and flew around. On the racetrack, Ziyue was adjusting a machine that looked like a small fan. At that moment, two twin Pegasi walked over. One wild-looking Pegasus asked, What is this machine for? Ziyue explained, This is an anemometer. It can measure your acceleration and convert it into wing power, so we can determine who has the potential to break free from gravity. Any other questions? One quiet-looking Pegasus looked at Suilong beside him and asked, Yes, what exactly can this machine do? Suilong simply said, It can tell you how fast you're flying and how strong your wings are. Other Pegasi, upon hearing this, showed expressions of realization, understanding what the machine was for. After hearing a cough, Ziyue raised a bottle of disinfectant and said, Is that you again, Leadingdo? Please. We need a sterile environment right now. Leadingdo retorted, No, that's Huajian's voice. Yunbao flew over and said, Don't worry, Ziyue. He just wants to find an excuse to lie in bed and avoid tornado day. Why don't you be the first test pilot, Leadingdo? Leadingdo flew onto the racetrack and shot off in a quick straight line. Ziyue looked at the numbers on the machine and said, The measured wing power is 9. 3. The surrounding Pegasi began to praise Leadingdo. Yunbao also came to the racetrack, ready to try for himself. Yuanbao flapped his wings and quickly flew low across. The wind generated was quite strong. Ziyue, the measured wing power is 16. 5. Upon hearing this, other Pegasi started cheering for Yunbao. Anling felt a bit eager and said to Ziyue beside him, Ziyue, I want to try too. Ziyue nodded and said, Of course you can. After Anling arrived at the racetrack, he deactivated the invisibility spell on his wings. The surrounding Pegasi couldn't help but gasp, as Anling had horns and wings, making him look like a prince. Anling didn't care what the surrounding Pegasi thought, first flapping his wings. Then he started to flap rapidly. Anling transformed into a black blur, zipping past the machine, even creating a sonic boom. The whirlwind generated blew the surrounding Pegasi around. Ziyue shook his head, came to the machine and said in shock, The measured wing power is 35. The little ponies around couldn't help but exclaim, Listen up. If your wing power can reach over 10, then this weekend, we will definitely set a new wind speed record. We are the first. The surrounding Pegasi couldn't help but fly excitedly. Ziyue was responsible for watching the numbers on the machine. Suilong was responsible for recording. Yunbao looked at the list and said, Amazing. Ruo, it's your turn. Ruo looked at the surrounding Pegasi who had gathered, took a deep breath, and flew out. But for some reason, when she was about to reach the machine, she slowly stopped. Ziyue looked at the numbers on the machine and said to Yunbao, Tell her. Yunbao, no, you tell her. Ziyue, no, you say it. Seeing Ruo looking over, Yunbao could only helplessly say, Good job, Ruo. Your wing power is 0. 5. Ruo originally thought she would have no score, but there was still one, and couldn't help but feel hope in her eyes. However, Suilong, the master of backhanded comments, said, 0.5? That's not even 1. Then he was smacked on the back of the head by Ziyue. Ruoruo quickly ran away. Yunbao saw this and hurriedly flew forward, wanting to comfort Ruoruo to stay, but Ruoruo felt she still didn't have the courage and left. Ruoruo was by the river with small animals keeping her company. Finally, with the comfort of the small animals, she regained her confidence. Ruoruo finally became determined, and the small animals accompanied her to start special training. Although the process was very difficult, Ruoruo persisted and overcame her fear to fly in front of the little ponies. Ziyue looked at the data and said to the flying ponies, "Good job, Philian, you've improved a lot since last time." Yunbao, "That's great. We can definitely break the wind speed record." Just then, a squirrel came over, wanting to express something. "Suilong, what is it?" Ziyue said with a bit of exasperation. "Do I look like someone who can speak squirrel language?" At that moment, Suilong looked into the distance and said, "Who is that?" Ruru tilted her head and flew onto the runway, with the other animals following beside her. Ruru had a determined look in her eyes and flew out. She glanced at the numbers on the anemometer and incredulously said, 2, 3. This number must be wrong. I've been practicing so hard. Ziyue comforted her. "It's okay. This is still a significant improvement." Yunbao also reassured her. "You did great, Ruru." However, Ruru didn't think so, saying, "No, I didn't do well at all. I thought I overcame my nerves, but in the end, they still defeated me. I realized that tomorrow my wing power will definitely not reach 10. Yunbao, actually, you don't need to reach 10. Ruru, if the other Pegasi can reach 10 and you can only reach 2, 3. Suilong, the expert at throwing shade, interjected. "In fact, you only have 2, 3. He then got a light smack on the back of his head from Ziyue, signaling him to shut up. Yunbao stammered, unable to come up with a reason. "Ruru, it's absolutely embarrassing. I'm so sorry. Yunbao, I really can't do it." After saying this, Ruru left. Suilong said, "It's okay, Yunbao. You still have a lot of wing power to create tornadoes. You can lift several tons of water to Cloudsdale." Ziyue couldn't listen any longer and pulled Suilong away. Yunbao sighed and said, "If only we could pull Ruru out of her sense of defeat." By the reservoir, many Pegasi had already gathered. The captain of the Lightning Pegasus team, Fireball, also flew to the huge speedometer. Suilong told Yunbao that several Pegasi had called in sick due to feather flu. Ziyue calculated with an abacus and said, 8 Pegasi with feather flu won't be coming. Oh no, you might not be able to deliver water to Cloudsdale. Yunbao looked at the waiting Pegasi and Fireball beside the machine. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "We've come this far, how can we back down? We have to at least give it a try." Yunbao and the other Pegasi began to fly in circles and gradually formed a tornado. However, just when they were about to suck up the water, the tornado disintegrated. Although Yunbao's attempt failed this time, she didn't give up, because even if she fell, she wanted to fall while flying. She then started the second attempt, reaching 750 wing power. At this moment, Ziyue encouraged Ruru to fly up as well. After taking a deep breath, Ruru flew into the tornado. Finally, after overcoming her fear, Ruru successfully delivered the water to Cloudsdale. The Pegasi cheered for Ruru. Ruru wrote about this experience in a letter and sent it to Princess Celestia. Chapter 52, Secrets of Ponyville. Ponyville. School. The other ponies ran out of the classroom excitedly. Only Sweetie Belle and Daring Do walked out with their heads down, feeling dejected. Sweetie Belle said gloomily, "Can you believe it? Even the featherweight has a cute mark. And it got it before us." Sweetie Belle and Daring Do both sighed. "Sweetie Belle, I give up." Apple Lily walked over with a newspaper, excitedly saying, "I found it. All our questions are answered in here." After saying that, she threw the newspaper in front of Sweetie Belle and Daring Do. "Sweetie Belle, Pony News. How can the school newspaper help us get a cute mark?" Apple Lily was about to explain when Granny Smith called for her. "Apple Lily, Granny Smith, I'm coming." After that, she left. Daring Do looked at the newspaper and said, "Maybe this idea has some merit. Sweetie Belle, should we give it a try?" Sweetie Belle and Daring Do crumpled the newspaper and put it in a delivery box to help Zekara send some fragile items. However, they did not receive a cute mark. Sweetie Belle and Daring Do then shaped the newspaper into strips to help a bird build a nest. Again, they did not receive a cute mark. Then, Sweetie Belle and Daring Do made a boat out of the newspaper, but they still did not receive a cute mark. And of course, since the newspaper is made of paper, what happens when paper meets water is self-evident. Secret base of the Cute Brigade. Apple Lily was reading the newspaper. Just then, Sweetie Belle and Daring Do came in covered in mud and with some newspaper stuck to them. Sweetie Belle, Apple Lily, that leopard idea you had was terrible. Daring Do, we've tried everything, from paper models to making bird nests, nothing worked. After hearing this, Apple Lily realized that Sweetie Belle and Daring Do misunderstood her meaning and couldn't help but laugh. Sweetie Belle asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Upon hearing this, Sweetie Belle and Daring Do fell to the ground, realizing that they had been working so hard, but had gone completely in the wrong direction. Ponyville. School. After school. Ms. Cheerily. All right, class, see you tomorrow. Those who want to join the newspaper, please stay, because we are going to have a meeting now. Apple Lily, the cute mark for reporters. Daring Do. That's a great idea. Ms. Cheerily. I think you all know that our editor-in-chief graduated last year. Sweetie Belle raised her hoof. Ms. Cheerily, go ahead. Sweetie Belle asked, what is an editor-in-chief? Ms. Cheerily. Good question, Sweetie Belle. I like your reporter instincts. The Pony News is a student-run newspaper. I'm just an advisor, and the editor-in-chief is responsible for the newspaper, from choosing topics to ensuring it is published on time. As I said, we will have a new editor-in-chief this year. The next moment, Tiara walked in. The other ponies looked at each other in disbelief. The editor-in-chief is Tiara? Ms. Cheerily walked in while saying, now let the new editor-in-chief discuss the work with you. Have fun. Tiara said passionately. The other ponies had little reaction, except for one pony who responded. Tiara looked at her notebook and said, first, where's the main photographer? Featherweight timidly raised his hoof. Tiara, go take pictures of everything. Featherweight hurriedly left the classroom to take pictures. Tiara, I will make the choices. The rest of you, I want the most sensational news and eye-catching reports. Don't write like last year's editor, all boring and nagging. One pony said, but we always wrote like that before. Tiara, now there's a new regime. I want the most explosive stories. The more explosive, the better. Now go out and write reports. After Tiara left, Daring Do said, let's go, girls. I think we should go back to making paper boxes. Sweetie Belle, but this might be our last chance to get a cute mark. If we really want to be reporters, isn't it worth making some sacrifices? After thinking for a moment, Daring Do said, I think you're right. Let's endure Tiara for the sake of a lifetime cute mark. Sweetie Belle, let's go, let's earn that cute mark. Sweetie Belle thought her first story would be an exclusive interview, and the interviewee would be her sister, Zekara. Sweetie Belle wanted Zekara to notice she wanted to interview her. But instead, Zekara dressed Sweetie Belle in an outfit resembling peacock feathers. Meanwhile, Daring Do wanted to document the day she saw the newly hatched chicks. However, she accidentally fell into a mud pit. Although her wings were flapping, she still fell into the mud pit. The birds above couldn't help but laugh. But the photo that Granny Smith pulled out was one of Apple Bloom when she was a child. Tiara looked at it, found it boring, and tossed the paper aside. Just then, she saw the Cutie Mark Crusaders walking over and said, I hope you have some content. There's not a single useful report. Tiara began to read the reports written by the Cutie Mark Crusaders, which talked about the birth of baby birds, the latest hats from Zekara, and the early years of Ponyville. After reading them, she tossed the reports aside and looked at the Cutie Mark Crusaders, saying, I don't know what you think. But is this really news? Write something else for me before tonight, preferably something more explosive. After saying that, she threw the Cutie Mark Crusaders out. Lulu exclaimed, what should we do? I went through so much trouble to write that report. Apple Bloom replied, you have no idea how hard I worked to write that report. Sweetie Belle heard the voices of Snips and Snails and followed the sound over. She saw Snips and Snails stuck together with chewing gum. Sweetie Belle called for Featherweight, saying, you take a few pictures and come see me at lunch. Sweetie Belle then approached Lulu and Apple Bloom, saying, girls, I found some news. She then published the story about Snips and Snails' chewing gum crisis. The ponies at school loved reading it. In the basement, Tiara looked at the column and said, your column is too sensational. Stop writing news. I want more of these column pieces about ponies and their private lives, what they do when they're alone. You three are the authors of our new gossip column, and I love your pen name, Chit Chat. That name is just genius. Sweetie Belle explained, we can't all put our names. So we decided to create a pen name for the three of us. Tiara rarely praised them, saying, I want more Chit Chat. Good job, girls. Lulu said, it seems we do have a talent for gossip. Sweetie Belle added, if we could write a bit more, this column would definitely get a cutie mark. Sweetie Belle, Lulu, and Apple Bloom sat at the table, thinking about new column ideas, but couldn't come up with anything. Sweetie Belle asked, Lulu, have you thought of anything? Lulu replied, no. Sweetie Belle asked, Apple Bloom? Apple Bloom said, sorry. Lulu sighed. Let's face it, there's really nothing too explosive happening at school. Sweetie Belle said, we're done for. At Carousel Boutique, Rarity was tidying up clothes when she tripped over Sweetie Belle's backpack. After picking it up, she noticed a newspaper inside. After some struggle, she picked up the newspaper and started reading, laughing out loud. Sweetie Belle exclaimed, Rarity, can't you be quieter? Hey, you went through my backpack. How dare you? Rarity replied. Okay, I didn't mean to, but this column is way more sensational than Ponyville news. Can I lend it to my friends? Sweetie Belle asked. Do your friends like reading it too? Rarity said, yes, they'll love this column. Sweetie Belle suddenly had an idea. and said to Apple Bloom and Lulu, "We gave up too early. We shouldn't just look for news at school. We need to expand." Apple Bloom suggested, "We can find all sorts of the best gossip elsewhere." Sweetie Belle said, "We have to tell Featherweight to get to work." Lulu said, "Sweetie Belle, you're a genius." Just then, a wandering spirit stepped out of a white portal. The Cutie Mark Crusaders were stunned. A princess, one they had never seen before. The wandering spirit looked at the Cutie Mark Crusaders and gently smiled, saying, "You can call me the Princess of Destiny. Your ideas are correct, and I can help you find new columns and earn your own Cutie Mark." The Cutie Mark Crusaders were all very excited and thrilled upon hearing this. The wandering spirit first hid her wings to avoid unnecessary commotion and then followed the Cutie Mark Crusaders on their journey to find new gossip. Then, Chit Chat published a story about buttercream cakes and pumpkin cakes, ending with a tearful shopping trip. Meanwhile, the Ponyville newsstand wanted to publish the pony news. And many ponies wanted to subscribe. At the spa, Twilight and her friends, along with Starlight, were enjoying massages and back rubs, of course, along with hot springs. Rarity said, "This is the life, my friends. Enjoy the best hoof care." Applejack, getting a back rub, agreed, saying, "You got that right." Starlight remarked, "I've never been this relaxed in my life." Just then, Rainbow Dash came in with a new column about the secrets of the great Trixie being exposed. Rarity said, "We've all seen it. Why don't you get a hoof care treatment too, Rainbow? It's absolutely delightful." Rainbow Dash resisted, saying, "You just met me. Getting a hoof care treatment is harder than calling me a coward. Besides, I haven't read this new report yet." Twilight added, "I like Chit Chat too. But don't you think it's quite harsh?" Applejack replied, "It's not harsh, Twilight. It likes to tease." Twilight just happened to read a column about Princess Celestia and couldn't help but say, "Chit Chat doesn't respect ponies' privacy." However, Rarity dismissed it, saying, "It's nothing, Twilight. It's just harmless gossip." Pinkie Pie pulled out another story about the mayor not being a natural gray and getting caught in a dye scandal. Twilight expressed, "I feel sorry for those ponies whose privacy was exposed. It must be quite embarrassing." Rainbow Dash laughed, "Come on, having your name in the paper is awesome." Then, with some persuasion from Twilight and Rarity, Rainbow Dash tried a hoof care treatment but ultimately gave up. Meanwhile, no one noticed Featherweight sneaking a picture of this moment. The Cutie Mark Crusaders felt that their actions might hurt many ponies, but they still provided the gossip they wanted. Applejack pulled out a newspaper, saying, "Applejack caught napping at work. Can you believe that?" She even uploaded a photo of that time when I spent the night at Twilight's house wearing a dress, calling Applejack a sissy. Then there was a story about Maytosh. What was he hiding? This Chit Chat thinks too highly of himself. Twilight also pulled out a newspaper, saying, "Twilight, I'm the Canterlot Snob, a high-ranking official and a close associate of this group of hypocritical ponies, who says Twilight thinks Ponyville only has dirt roads and is filled with hicks." Twilight believed it was Starlight who said that. Starlight never actually said it. He made it up. Twilight continued reading, saying, "And here's one from when I first came to Ponyville. Accidentally mistook chili juice for a drink and ended up as a fire-breathing pony. Am I pure pony or a mix of a fire dragon and a pony?" Rarity dismissed it, saying, "Calm down. This is just harmless gossip from a school kid. You're all overreacting." Twilight responded, "But these are all lies. Chit Chat doesn't care who they ruin." Just then, Twilight saw an article about Flurry Heart. Flurry Heart, hearing this, hid behind the counter. Then, turning the page, she began reading, "Pinkie Pie is a wild party animal. Look at this report saying the cake couple is getting a divorce." Hearing this, Pinkie Pie looked over and couldn't help but start crying. At that moment, Rainbow Dash came in with a pile of articles about herself, with headlines like, "Is Rainbow Dash a speed demon or a prima donna? Zua, do you see? The harmless gossip you think is really hurtful." Jinchi still said nonchalantly, "You guys are overreacting." But when she saw a column about herself, her expression immediately changed, and she angrily said, "I want to settle this. He copied my diary. How did he get my diary?" Just then, Enling walked in, showed Zua the newspaper, and then hugged Zua and started crying. Zua looked at the newspaper and read, "Is Enling a stallion or a mare? Is Enling a cross-dresser?" Zua first comforted Enling, then turned to Jinchi and said, "We should stop the gossip from continuing. By the way, Sweetheart works at the newspaper office. Maybe he knows who the gossip is." Jinchi replied, "My sister would never work with someone like that." "I don't like you saying that about her, Zua. She is the most innocent and adorable." Then they discovered that Sweetheart had put Jinchi's diary in her backpack. Jinchi angrily said, "All the evil little ponies in Ponyville. How could my sister be the gossip?" After pushing open the door, she angrily asked, "Are you the gossip?" "Sweetheart, you found out? How did you know?" Jinchi walked in with the newspaper and notebook and said, "Your betrayal is written in the newspaper. How could you do this? You published my secret diary and let all the ponies see it. Gossip can be very hurtful. Just like when I peeked into your backpack. You wouldn't like that feeling, right? Sweetheart realized she was wrong, so she decided to quit along with Xingmu Lulu and Apple Lily. But Tiara disagreed and threatened them with embarrassing photos of Sweetheart, Xingmu Lulu, and Apple Lily to continue working. Then Sweetheart, Xingmu Lulu, and Apple Lily tried to seek help from Yunbao, but when Yunbao found out they were the gossip, she flew away. They then went to Ro-Ro's little house. But Ro-Ro was crying, and Angel closed the door when she saw them. They went to the Oak Library, but before they could enter, they were blocked by a force field, which everyone knew was set up by Ziyue. Next, they went to Sweet Apple Orchard, but were chased away by Applejack and Maytosh. Finally, the cute brigade walked through Ponyville, and wherever they went, doors were closed. There was nowhere to go, so they came to the cute brigade's secret base. In the afternoon, they went to the school's basement. The cute brigade submitted their column, which turned out to be an open letter from the gossip to the citizens of Ponyville. In fact, the gossip was 3 little Maras, Sweetheart, Apple Lily, and Xingmu Lulu. As the column became popular, they fell deeper into trouble. They felt it was inappropriate, but they didn't want to face it, as it seemed all the ponies loved what they wrote. From now on, they promised to respect the privacy of other ponies and would no longer report hurtful gossip. Hoping for forgiveness. The final signature read, "Your dearest gossip." The cute brigade received everyone's forgiveness, and Tiara was stripped of her editor-in-chief title by Miss Caney. With the new editor-in-chief being Yu Liang, Tiara was responsible for printing the newspaper since the previous printer had been promoted to a photojournalist. In a white space, a wandering soul in the form of a white unicorn sat on a sofa, eating popcorn, drinking cola, and talking to itself while watching the scene above. Oh, things are happening too quickly. There are still so many gossips I haven't mentioned. What a pity. Especially since there are so many scandals about Ziyue and the others that haven't been revealed. Suddenly, the wandering soul felt a chill and mechanically turned its head to look. It found Princess Universe, Princess Moon, Anling, and Ziyue standing behind it, with expressions of anger, coldness, and indifference. The wandering soul said in terror, "How did you get in here?" Suddenly looking at Anling, it thought, well, I guess there's no need to guess. The wandering soul's eyes darted around, and it began to slowly back away, thinking that as long as it could escape, they wouldn't be able to find it. Biki seemed to sense its thoughts and shouted, "Block this guy, he wants to run away." As a result, the little ponies pinned it down and couldn't move. The wandering soul, feeling a bit scared, asked, "What do you want from me?" They exchanged glances, and then an evil laughter slowly approached the wandering soul. The wandering soul screamed in terror, "Don't come any closer." But it was no use. Princess Universe, Princess Moon, and Ziyue left satisfied, taking the set of photos of the wandering soul with them. After they left, the wandering soul slowly got up, tears streaming down its face, and said, "Damn. If I had known, I wouldn't have done this." Chapter 53, The Mysterious Incident of the Friendship Express. Ponyville, Sugar Cube Corner. Biki looked at the tempting 4-layer cake and said, "Almond meringue soft cheese flaky cake. This is truly a masterpiece, Mr. and Mrs. Cake. It will surely win the grand prize at this year's national pastry competition." Mrs. Cake, "Oh, thank you, Biki. Mr. Cake, we'd like you to help us deliver it all the way to Canterlot." Biki, "No problem, it's my honor." Applejack, "Excuse me, can we set off now? This cake is a bit heavy, right, Maytosh?" Maytosh struggled to maintain balance and said, "Yeah." Biki put on a safety helmet and said, "All right, Maytosh. Let's go to the train station." So, Maytosh worked hard to carry the cake. Biki directed from the front, saying, "That's it. Take it slow. You're carrying a valuable item." Mr. Cake looked at the swaying cake, feeling a bit nervous, and said, "Yes, we spent months designing and testing it." Mrs. Cake also nervously said, "I really don't want to see it drop." Just then, Maytosh almost lost balance, but thankfully managed to stabilize it. Biki reassured them, "Don't worry." Then she called out to the just flying in Yunbao and Ro-Ro, "Yunbao, Ro-Ro, can you help out?" Biki continued to reassure them, "I'll get it there safely." Mrs. Cake said nervously, "Of course, Biki." Mr. Cake also nervously said, "We have no doubts about you." At this moment, when the cake was about to tilt, Yunbao quickly flew over to Ro-Ro's side to help stabilize it. After checking, Biki called out to Ziyue and Anling, who were reading nearby. "Ziyue, Anling, can you come here?" The escorting team now had 2 more members, Ziyue and Anling, who used protective magic to shield the cake. "Biki, with your protective magic, there shouldn't be any problems." Still feeling uninsured, she asked Jinshi and Applejack, who happened to pass by, to help set up a trampoline just in case the cake fell. Biki looked back and saw the train station ahead, saying, "All right, we're almost at our destination." She then told Mr. and Mrs. Cake, "Wow. Next we just need to move it inside." However, they found that the cake was taller than the door. Ponyville, Train station. After a sigh of relief, Beaky said, "Phew. Thank you all for helping me safely get the cake into the carriage. Ziyue, we should also thank you for inviting us to Canterlot for the national pastry competition. Shinshi, I imagine the celebration will be quite grand." Applejack looked at the cake and said, "I'm not interested in this. I can't wait to eat those pastries." Then she reached out her hoof to touch the cake, but was promptly swatted by Pinky. Confidently, Pinky said, "The best pastries are definitely made by the cake house. The almond protein soft cheese puff cake, with all that fragrant and rich almond frosting, combined with the uniquely flavored mascarpone cheese and silky sweet meringue, perfectly mixed together. That's why it's called almond protein soft cheese puff cake." After hearing Pinky's introduction, the other friends couldn't help but swallow. Pinky stood on the table and said, "That's right. This is the most delicious, most popular, and most pleasing cake, and it will definitely win first place." Just then, a griffin walked in and said, "Not so fast. Because I, Chef Gustav, am here to challenge your rough cake. In this grand pastry showdown, my creation is the super delicate Claire." The Claire shone with a blinding light, causing the other ponies to shut their eyes. They soon realized it was Chef Gustav shining a lamp on it. After placing the Claire on the table, Chef Gustav declared, "There's no doubt that it will defeat all opponents and take first place, allowing me to ascend to the throne of food gods." At that moment, a unicorn pushing a cart walked in and said, "Don't dream too much." Twilight asked in confusion, "Donut Joe, what are you doing in Ponyville?" Donut Joe replied, "I came to select the final and most important ingredient to complete my entry, the Donut Castle. With these delicious sugar powders, my donuts will defeat all the other terrible pastries and win the crown, making my donut shop famous." Just then, a mule pushed in a chocolate mousse. Pinky stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, what's your name?" The mule introduced herself, "I'm Mulia, and this is my chocolate mousse. It will defeat all your pastries and win first prize, making me the greatest pastry chef in Ponyville." Chef Gustav retorted, "Mulia, you and your mousse are mistaken." Donut Joe added, "Your mediocre Clairs will never compare to my donuts." Pinky chimed in, "The cake house's almond protein soft cheese puff cake will definitely win." Mulia shot back, "Your shabby cake will never beat my mousse." Just then, the sound of a train whistle signaled that the train had started. Twilight, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but step in to ease the tension, saying, "All right, it seems we'll have a food competition tomorrow. Maybe we should all get a good night's sleep tonight." Rainbow Dash yawned and said, "Honestly, I'm really tired." Applejack agreed, "Yeah, I'm going to sleep first." But Pinky blocked the door and said, "Wait a minute. Didn't you hear what they said? We need to protect the cake." Rarity pointed to the cake and said, "The cake." Pinky insisted, "The cake is definitely the best pastry. And they know it too." Rainbow Dash asked, "So?" Pinky replied, "So tonight someone will deliberately sabotage the cake, and you all must stand guard." Twilight said, "Pinky, you're overreacting." Applejack added, "Yeah, they won't come to ruin this cake." Pinky insisted, "They definitely will, I just know it." Rainbow Dash said, "Fine, if you want to stand guard. Then go ahead." After saying that, she flew into the room first. At that moment, Dark Zero wickedly laughed and said, "Actually, I have a way that doesn't involve standing guard. I can summon a few dark creatures to stand guard. If anyone tries to harm the cake, they'll be chopped in half." Ah, the screams of blood and terror splattered on the cake. How wonderful it would be. Ha ha. Twilight watched Dark Zero suddenly go mad and couldn't help but rub her forehead, then dragged Dark Zero by the ear into the room. Dark Zero, being pulled by Twilight, grinned and said, "Ouch, ouch, Twilight, be gentler." After seeing Dark Zero being pulled into the room, those who wanted to steal the cake sighed in relief. The friends all went into the room to rest, while only Pinky resolutely stood guard over the cake, saying, "Just wait and see. I'll protect you all night. And no one can stop me." Later that night, after patrolling around the cake, Pinky continued to stare at it. Just then, a figure ran past her from behind. Pinky quickly followed, chasing all the way to the last car, only to find no one there. When she reached the front car, she discovered it was the conductor shoveling coal. But just then, the curtain that was originally drawn was suddenly pulled down. Pinky heard footsteps and felt around in the dark, engaging in a battle with a thief who seemed to crash into a wall. After the curtain was raised, Pinky saw a painting that had been knocked askew and straightened it up. She then began to stare intently at the cake, but after a few minutes, she fell asleep. At that moment, Dark Zero stood inside the train car, looking at the cake in front of him, unable to resist swallowing, and then eagerly took another bite from where it had already been bitten. Princess Celestia had just raised the sun. On the moving train, Pinky woke up groggily, realizing she needed to check on the cake, saying, "Wow, you look so delicious." Twilight gasped upon seeing the cake. Pinky said, "I know, I've guarded the cake so well. I deserve some praise." Twilight replied, Pinky, I think you should hold off on praising yourself for now and take a look at the cake. She then turned the cake around to reveal that the other side had 3 bites taken out of it. Upon seeing this, Pinky couldn't help but scream. The others rushed over upon hearing the scream. Applejack asked, what happened? Pinky exclaimed, someone has messed up the cake. Twilight said, okay, I've read a lot of detective stories. I know we should investigate first. Pinky, not knowing where she got a detective hat and pipe, put on the hat and, with a bubble in her mouth, said seriously, as a detective, this is exactly what I need to do, and Twilight will be my little assistant. Twilight asked, can we start looking for clues now? Pinky then designated Chef Gustav as the first suspect and began her fantasy. Chef Gustav first ties Pinky to the train tracks and then uses a chainsaw to cut the cake into several pieces. Twilight pointed out that in Pinky's fantasy, the cake was bitten, not cut, and asked, if you were tied to the tracks, how could you be here? After thinking this through, Pinky found it reasonable and eliminated Chef Gustav. She then locked onto the second suspect, Donut Joe, and fell into another fantasy. Donut Joe, as a secret agent, opened a hole in the window, knocked Pinky out, and then used laser reflections around the cake to cut it into small pieces. Twilight, feeling helpless, said, but Pinky, there's no laser security system here, and Donut Joe isn't a secret agent. He's just a pastry big shot. Donut Joe grumbled, hey. Rarity added, but you do look handsome in a tuxedo. Pinky then locked onto the third suspect, Molia, and started another fantasy. Molia first knocks Paiziwa. Beaky, enough? This is just too ridiculous. Look at how scared she is. Beaky, maybe you're right, but I'm sure it was other jealous pastry chefs who sabotaged N. So their delicious pastries would be the best. Then Beaky started introducing the delicious pastries made by other pastry chefs. After passing through the cave, everyone was shocked to find that the other 3 pastries had also been destroyed. As a result, Ziyue actually found some clues and had already identified who the culprit was. The first clue was this blue feather, and the only one at the scene with a blue feather was Yunbao. The second clue about the culprit was this pink mane, and the only one at the scene with a pink mane was Ruru. But the clues confirmed my suspicions when you were guarding the cake. The curtains suddenly pulled up mysteriously. It wasn't a mystery, it was magic. And when the thief tried to escape, they left a little something on the portrait. Did you notice that Jinchi changed her hairstyle today? Then Ziyue pulled apart Jinchi's mane on one side and discovered that she was missing an eyelash on the other side. It's obvious who the culprit is. That's right, the culprit is Jinchi. Then Yunbao, Jinchi, and Ruru all apologized to Beaky. After Beaky calmed down, just when Anling breathed a sigh of relief thinking she had escaped a disaster, she found Ziyue staring at her with a blank expression. Anling originally wanted to pretend she knew nothing, but she couldn't stand Ziyue's gaze anymore, and finally admitted that she had also stolen a little and apologized to Beaky. Ziyue then asked Beaky to solve this case. Next, there were cream puffs on Donut Joe's head, and there was frosting in Moria's wrinkles. The pastry chefs also admitted to stealing each other's pastries and apologized to each other. Just then, the train had arrived at the station. Ziyue, all right, every pony. We successfully solved this case. Chef Gusta, yes, but now we have no pastries to take to the competition. Beaky, we will think of a way to handle this. Come on. With the help of the 3 pastry chefs plus Beaky, they successfully combined the 4 destroyed pastries together. In the end, they also successfully won first place. After Beaky concluded, she turned to Princess Universe and asked how it was going. She found that Princess Universe wasn't listening at all and was staring at the cake. At that moment, Ziyue cut a piece and asked, would you like a piece? Beaky, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Then she jumped up and ate the entire cake. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw this.